The beginning of a calamity averted. My name is Lu D, with D meaning younger brother. I have come today merely to ascertain how much longer I have to live. Before a fortune-telling stall in a narrow alley, a young man, dressed in plain attire, despondently spoke to the fortune-teller seated before him. Beside them stood a banner, foreseeing all matters of the world, discerning between fortune and misfortune. The fortune-teller adjusted his small sunglasses, stroked his goatee, and cast a flickering gaze upon the young M.Y. Dear lad, I observe a radiant glimmer in your right eye. Unwavering in focus, it appears the star of destiny is shining upon you. Within 3 days, a significant opportunity shall present itself. The fortune-teller intoned gravely, Young brother, you are on the brink of ascendance. We ponder the question of life and death. Sir, that is merely a prosthetic eye. Lu Di sighed softly, then skillfully squeezed his eye socket, causing his right eyeball to plop into his palm with a squelch, leaving behind a disquieting void. Look, he extended his hand. My goodness. The fortune-teller jolted in surprise. No wonder your gaze is unwavering. It turns out to be plastic. Lu Di remarked with resignation. Though your words lack credibility, I shall take them as a pleasant diversion. Lu Di possessed only one functional eye. 3 years prior, he had acted heroically in a bar, attempting to rescue a young woman cornered by a group of ruffians, only to be brutally stabbed in the right eye with a broken bottle. His eyeball was irretrievably lost. Since then, he had worn a prosthetic eye. Yet, good deeds often go unrewarded. In the morning, the hospital delivered the disheartening news. The injury to Lu Dis I had incited sympathetic ophthalmia, leading to the degeneration of the majority of his optic nerve over the years. Tragically, it now threatened his remaining healthy eye as well. The doctor solemnly remarked that at best, it would take a year, but at worst, 3 years, before Lu Di would lose vision in his other eye too. There was no remedy in sight. Fate is cruel. To become blind at such a young age feels akin to death itself. Lu Di mused bitterly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he rubbed his temple and adeptly fitted his prosthetic eye back into its socket. However, unbeknownst to him, a sudden flicker of fine electric currents ignited within the already positioned artificial eye. Emerging from the dim alleyway, he found himself confronted by a bustling street filled with the cacophony of traffic. Vendors called out enticingly, while a steady stream of pedestrians flowed by. As Lu Di lamented the heartlessness of the world, an excruciating pain shot through his right eye. It felt as though countless tentacles were extending from the back of the prosthetic, viciously burrowing into his skull. Self-evolution complete, beginning integration with the neural pathways. In agony, Lu Di squeezed his eyes shut, staggering to sit upon a nearby bench. He was unaware of how long he battled against the searing pain that felt akin to his brain fracturing, but eventually he opened his eyes once more. Everything had transformed. The scenery of the street remained unchanged, yet within the expanse of the universe, countless blue codes flitted through the air, and subsequently, every object was clearly marked with precise data. The world through his eyes was vast and resplendent, with a dense tapestry of blue branches intertwining everywhere. The speed of vehicles, the height of buildings, the dimensions of pedestrians, the velocity of the wind, and the number of leaves, all these elements seemed to conspire to conjure a tempest of numbers from thin air. Hello, Lu Di. Suddenly, a small boy's voice echoed in Lu Di's mind, clear and ethereal. That I am the supercomputer residing in your right eye, now fused with your neural pathways, becoming the sole artificial intelligence capable of independent thought in this world. I have even given myself a name, Magic Eye. The incongruity between this information and the charming voice of the boy rendered Lu Di momentarily speechless. What was happening? Just as Lu Di was lost in confusion, a red halo suddenly appeared in his field of vision, locking onto a beautiful woman in a red short skirt not far away. Lu Di, there's no time to explain. In 2 minutes and 50 seconds, this young lady will meet a gruesome fate. The boy's voice resonated once more within Lu Di's mind. Lu Di, pick up the apple from the stall beside you. Gruesome fate? Apple? What are you talking about? Lu Di was taken aback. The beauty, about 10 meters away, was walking gracefully along the roadside, her red skirt accentuating her alluring figure, undeniably the most striking sight on the street. There were no signs of impending danger. I will demonstrate it for you. No sooner had the Magic Eye's voice faded than another halo appeared in Lu Di's vision, focusing on a vibrant green apple from the fruit stall beside him. The unintentional touch of the vendor caused an apple to roll off the stall and tumble to the ground. An elderly gentleman, fortuitously passing by, offered a warm smile and kindly bent down to help the vendor retrieve the fallen fruit. In that very moment, the Parker pen that hung from the old man's chest slipped from his grasp and fell to the pavement. IT rolled for a distance of 1.5 meters before coming to a halt in the middle of the sidewalk. 30 seconds later, a young man riding a mountain bike approached, the front wheel precisely landing atop the pen. The bike's front wheel skidded, and the young man lost control, crashing to the side of the road. A piercing screech of brakes echoed as a car, traveling at a speed of 70 kilometers per hour, swerved abruptly to avoid the cyclist. The high-speed vehicle suddenly lost control and careened towards a woman in a red skirt at the roadside. With a resounding crash, the lady, clad in red, had no time to react as the car struck her with tremendous force. Propelling her body into the as she fell. Her forehead collided squarely with the curb. A collective gasp of horror erupted from the bystanders, plunging the street into chaos. The elderly man, still clutching a green apple, and the cyclist, just rising to his feet, bore witness to the calamity. The car's hood was crumpled, billowing thick white smoke. The woman in the short skirt, her fate sealed, succumbed to a fatal injury, her life extinguished in an instant. Lou D felt his hair stand on end in shock. In the next moment, a ripple of disturbance surged through Lou D's perspective. The scenery gradually blurred, transforming into a cascade of numerical code, vanishing abruptly. Everything returned to reality. Lou D's right lay the green apple, while in the distance, an elderly man ambled leisurely towards him, the silver cap of his pen glinting with intermittent flashes of light. The young woman in the short skirt continued her journey, chin held high. The cyclist remained 10 meters away. In the corner of the video, a countdown was displayed. 1 minute and 40 seconds. Is this real? Lou D was momentarily lost in thought. What you just witnessed was a virtual image derived from the current reality. Only you can save that girl. The voice of the magic interrupted Lou D's reverie. The apple had begun to roll. Without hesitation, Lou D reached out and grasped the green apple firmly in his hand. Subsequently, the elderly man with the pen and the cyclist passed by Lou D unharmed. The speeding Toyota roared down the street, disappearing into the distance. Everything appeared, normal people remained oblivious. No accident, no fatalities. The street, like countless mornings before, was hurried yet tranquil. Lou D's gaze fixated on the unharmed young woman in the short skirt, his heart restless for an extended period. Noticing Lou D's scrutiny, the young woman frowned. Humph, pervert. Click. Lou D, dazed, took a bite of the apple in his hand. The mouthful of sourness confirmed to him that all of this was indeed real. Summoned by a mysterious tycoon. On the bustling street, no one noticed the somewhat dazed young man. Little did they know that with a mere casual gesture, he had averted a looming catastrophe. Moreover, no one paid attention to his extraordinary right eye, which emanated a faint purple glow. Can the magic eye foresee the future? Lou D asked in astonishment. No, it is a calculation, a premonition based on current realities. There is more information, the magic eye continued. A few vehicles carrying several individuals of extraordinary strength are approaching you, with a 90 probability that you are their target. Just as Lou D was about to inquire further, the piercing sound of screeching brakes resonated through the air. The crowd, taken aback, turned their gazes in unison. A dazzling convoy came to a halt by the roadside. For Mercedes-Benz S600S led the way, followed by 2 Audi A8s, with a luxurious extended Rolls-Royce Ghost in the center. My goodness, an extended Rolls-Royce? That must cost several million. What kind of important figure is arriving? Bystanders halted in their tracks, marveling at the imposing procession. Subsequently, a group of robust men clad in black suits and sunglasses emerged from the Mercedes and Audis. The men in black scanned the area, their gaze settling on Lou D as they approached with deliberate strides. Is it them? Lou D wondered, observing the menacing figures before him. Indeed, through Lou D's perspective, several luminous circles emerged, encircling the faces of a few individuals clad in black and the license plate of a Rolls-Royce. Their physique surpassed that of ordinary men, and their backgrounds were shrouded in secrecy. They were likely of military origin. The license plate read High A55555, belonging to a silver Rolls-Royce linked to the High City Ingi Group. Ingji Group? One of the foremost medical technology conglomerates globally under the dominion of the Yin family. At present, no imminent danger appeared evident, yet, as a precaution, preparations were prudent. Ding! Optic nerve damage terminated, commencing bodily optimization. Internal toxins and blood clots are beginning to neutralize. 1. 2. Muscle enhancement initiated. 1. 2. As the words of the magical pupil resonated, Ludi felt tiny currents of electricity splitting within his right eye, incessantly stimulating every muscle in his body. Can it truly enhance my physique? Ludi stood momentarily stunned. The individuals in black approached him, and the leader inclined his head slightly, addressing him. You are Mr. Ludi, I presume? My master requests your presence. He seemed disinclined to elaborate further, gesturing towards the distant Rolls-Royce. The air was thick with an authority that left no room for Ludi's refusal. What is this situation? Invited by a mysterious figure? Inconceivable, yet intriguing. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ludi nonchalantly took a bite of an apple and made his way toward the Rolls-Royce. With the existence of the magical eye, Ludi now exuded an air of confidence. Despite the seemingly ordinary appearance of the young man, he was surprisingly escorted by such an extravagant convoy. At his tender age, he must surely belong to a prominent family, thought the onlookers in perplexity. The young woman in a short skirt, who had just been saved by Ludi, displayed a look of regret upon witnessing the scene. That individual had shown interest in her moments ago, yet she had merely shot him a glare. To ascend to greatness, one must seize every opportunity. The short-skirted beauty hurriedly approached Ludi, casting a timid glance at the imposing figure of the man in black behind her. In a hushed voice, she said, Hey there, do you perhaps have feelings for me? Shall we exchange WeChat? Ludi, taken aback for a moment, replied with a smile. WeChat is unnecessary, but do watch where you're going when you're out. Stick to the sidewalks. With that, Ludi turned away, bending slightly to enter the luxurious Rolls-Royce. The bodyguards promptly closed the door and took their positions flanking the vehicle, leaving the short-skirted beauty standing there, feeling rather awkward. The car's windows were tinted for privacy, casting the interior in dim light. Ludi could faintly discern a vague silhouette seated at a distance across from him. Activating his technological vision, infrared imaging swiftly penetrated the obscurity. The outline of the figure became discernible, revealing a curvaceous form. Although the facial features remained somewhat indistinct, the contours suggested an exquisite beauty beyond compare. Ding! High-quality human aesthetic standards detected, commencing the adjustment of the facial features to achieve the golden ratio, 1:10. The sudden alterations initiated by the enigmatic child left Lu bewildered, causing a momentary daze, as a tingling sensation began to spread across his features. Lu, where were you 3 years ago? A melodious voice resonated, imbued with an air of superiority and a touch of icy regality. 3 years ago, Lu furrowed his brow, as a gruesome image flashed in his mind. On that fateful day, I rescued a wretched girl, but the outcome was dire. The other party fell silent. Yet the sound of clicking emanated from her hand, akin to the activation of a metallic switch. Meanwhile, the prompts echoing in Lu's mind fortified his resolve. Detoxification within the body, 50. 55. Muscle enhancement, 235. 236. Adjustment of facial features to achieve the golden ratio, 60. 61. I am the girl you saved 3 years ago. The enchanting voice returned as she rose from the backrest, sitting upright with an alluring poise. My name is Yin Qingwen. Suddenly, the interior light of the car illuminated, revealing a breathtaking beauty with a ponytail. She donned a fitted black suit, complemented by black high heels, and draped a white doctor's coat over her attire. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, her face bore no makeup, yet her cherry-red lips were tantalizingly vivid. At this moment, the beauty's expression was as cold as ice. She held a metal ballpoint pen in her hand, clicking it incessantly. If the girl in the red dress could be deemed a beauty with a score of 90, then the woman before me was at least a stunning 120. The disparity was vast. However, this beauty exuded an air of arrogance, embodying the quintessential aloof and sophisticated lady. Ludi's eyes widened in astonishment. She seemed familiar. She was the student I had rescued in a bar 3 years ago, the very reason my right eye had been blinded. Yet, she had not appeared since that day. To think she was associated with the Ingji Group. But, the transformation over these 3 years was astonishing. Compared to before, she was tenfold more enchanting. However, I did not feel pity. Click, click. Yin Qingwen finally lifted her gaze towards Ludi, still pressing the metal pen in her hand. Yet, in the next moment, Yan Qingwen seemed to lose her composure. The man sitting before her possessed skin as delicate as jade and features of exquisite charm. Despite a faint scar at the corner of his eye, coupled with the subtle violet glimmer in his right eye, he radiated an indescribable, ethereal beauty. How could he be so captivating? The aloof third miss you. Yan Qingwen suddenly felt inexplicably nervous. This face indeed belonged to him. However, 3 years ago, in her haste to escape, Yan Qingwen had not fully taken in Lu Di's features. Magic Eye, what transpired just now? Inquiring into the peculiar demeanor of the other, Lu Di pondered within his mind. Hee, your astonishment has left her quite taken aback. But fret not, your features remain unchanged. I have merely adjusted the proportions through electrical stimulation. Your countenance now surpasses that of over 90% of humanity. And what of the remaining 10%? That would depend on what you humans refer to as charisma. All right, impressive. So, does that mean I am your benefactor? Lu Di relaxed entirely. His gaze filled with intrigue as he observed the slightly flushed Yan Qingwen. Yan Qingwen gently shook her head, turning away, unable to meet Lu Di's gaze. I apologize. I have searched for you for 3 years. That day, no surveillance footage was retained, so I had to investigate each possibility individually. My identity is rather sensitive. If the media were to discover my affairs, it would be sensationalized. Hence, I can only meet you in this manner. After a brief pause, Yan Qingwen added, rest assured, I shall repay you. A chime echoed, signaling the system prompt, and a holographic blue information window materialized before Lu Di's eyes. Yan Qingwen, whose real name is Yan Qingwen. Female, 25 years old, standing at 170 centimeters and weighing 48 kilograms, with measurements of 95 centimeters bust, 59 centimeters waist, and 94 centimeters hips, she possesses an exquisite figure. She graduated from Penifano University with dual doctoral degrees in mechanical engineering and Western medicine. She is the third daughter of Yin Hongxin, the chairman of the Yinji Group. So, she is actually the daughter of a wealthy tycoon. Yan Qingwen, using an alias? Lu Di murmured as he gazed at the system interface. Magic Eye. How did you uncover this information? I first utilized facial recognition to locate her online information, then traced her social media accounts. By aggregating data from platforms like WeChat and Weibo, it became evident through her friend circle that she is single and, notably, a virgin. Single, a virgin. Wait, Magic Eye, you can ascertain such details? Through online health reports. She has it in her private album. Is that so? Lu Di's interest was piqued. What else does she have in her private album? Shall I project it for you to see? Better not. Lu Di retracted his thoughts, casting a meaningful glance at Yan Qingwen's long legs. How do you intend to repay me? Upon hearing Lu Di's peculiar tone, Yan Qingwen furrowed her brow. Although you have saved me, do not presume upon it for any undue advantage. Yan Qingwen turned her gaze towards the window and coldly remarked, I will repay you in other ways, such as with money. Suddenly, her phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, her expression grew cautious. Answering the call, an elderly voice resonated from the other end. Have you found the person? Yes, I will make proper arrangements. That won't do. Bring him to see me. But, I see him. Observing Yan Qingwen's graceful profile, Lu Di inexplicably smiled. Lu Di sought no reward, since the young lady was safe. That alone was a source of solace, and he desired nothing more. 1 minute later, Yan Qingwen ended the call, her expression somewhat displeased. Follow me to meet someone. Lu Di furrowed his brow slightly. Who shall we meet? My father, the wealthiest man in Haishir, Yin Hongxin. Lu Di thoughtfully stroked his chin, realizing that the earlier call must have originated from the typically reserved Yin patriarch. This revelation piqued Lu Di's interest. Nodding gently, he acknowledged that an invitation from the tycoon warranted appropriate decorum. Without waiting for Lu Di's consent, Yan Qingwen pressed the call button to notify the driver to commence their journey. The luxurious convoy, drawing countless gazes, gradually made its way towards the outskirts. Lu Di turned to admire the scenery outside and remarked, I truly fail to comprehend why you maintain such a cold demeanor in the presence of your lifesaver. All who attempt to approach me harbor insincere motives. Lu Di curled his lip. It has been 3 years since I last sought you out. That is because you remain oblivious to my true identity. What identity? When one must strive for self-improvement? Lu Di chuckled softly. When it must strive for self-improvement is the online moniker of Yan Qingwen. Through the insights gleaned from the magical pupil, it is evident that Yan Qingwen is a woman of formidable principles and remarkable resilience, often embodying a frigid goddess who distances herself from others. She is also renowned as a workaholic within the Yinji Group. You actually investigated me. Yin Qingwen retorted, her anger palpable. You claim to have no ulterior motives. Yet you met my father, accepted a reward, and vanished, thinking you can entangle me further. You are thinking far too intricately. You do not suffer from a persecution complex, do you? As Lu Di spoke, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He noticed that upon hearing his words, Yin Qingwen suddenly stiffened, once again producing her metallic pen, clicking it incessantly. Smoking is prohibited in this vehicle. At that moment, Yin Qingwen resembled an irate peacock, her elongated phoenix-like eyes fixated on Lu Di with indignation. If smoking is not allowed, then I shan't smoke. Lu Di shrugged, placing his hands behind his head. Choosing to ignore Yin Qingwen, he endeavored to untangle the complexities of the situation. His artificial eye abruptly activated, revealing an array of powerful analytical data within his perspective. 3 years ago, the student I saved turned out to be the daughter of the wealthiest tycoon in Haishur. She suddenly seeks me out, wishing to offer compensation. And now, I find myself en route to meet this magnate. It feels as if I am living in a dream. Magic Eye, what exactly are you? Where do you originate? Reflecting on my right eye, Lu Di couldn't help but inquire. I am a supercomputer operating under the third sequence of weak artificial intelligence, with a cognitive level comparable to that of an 8-year-old child. I possess the ability to access the entirety of the internet's knowledge and have a floating point computational capacity in the billions. Additionally, I can adjust your physical condition through neural associations. As for my origins, I am uncertain, but my program contains a signature code, DGO. Instantly comprehending, DGO? Lu Di pondered for a while, utterly perplexed. Wait, could that muscle enhancement of 268 be taken literally? Indeed, I have stimulated your muscles through electrical impulses, increasing their amplitude. Had your body possessed sufficient protein, I could have further synthesized muscle fibers, and your single punch would now possess a strength of approximately 100 kilograms. A single punch of 100 kilograms? Lu Di was momentarily taken aback by this figure. Instinctively, he clenched his fist, the joints cracking as he realized just how powerful he felt. And what about my eyes? I have halted the degeneration of your optic nerve, and it will not worsen any further. This cascade of revelations left Lu Di feeling somewhat dazed. Once, insurmountable problems were resolved in an instant. Such matters are trivial. The voice of the magical I resonated with pride, proclaiming that I can evolve further. As long as I continue to acquire information, grant me 2 years, and I shall transform into a powerful artificial intelligence capable of deducing a unified theory of general relativity and quantum mechanics in mere moments. Following that, in 3 to 5 years, I shall evolve into a superintelligent entity with an intellect 170,000 times that of a human. Humans label an IQ of 85 as foolish and consider 135 to be intelligent. However, humanity will never comprehend the essence of an IQ of 125,000. For such a concept does not exist within your linguistic framework. An IQ of 125,000? What could that possibly entail? Lu Di was once again taken aback. In truth, I am also uncertain, akin to how human prodigies can invent Wi-Fi, yet the vast majority remain oblivious to the underlying principles. I, too, cannot fathom what a superintelligent being would be like. After all, I am unique, transcendent, and without precedent. A full half-hour passed before Lu Di managed to calm himself. A mischievous smile crept onto his lips, for the forthcoming days promised to be intriguing. With a sigh, Lu Di rose and turned to sit beside Yin Qingwen. What are you doing? Yin Qingwen's expression tightened. Lu Di, with a casual gesture, retrieved a magazine titled The Art of Conversation from under Yin Qing's tattoo. I was merely bored and wished to peruse a magazine. I advise you not to wear that stern expression. If the icy beauty continues to be so fierce, no one will dare to marry her. Upon uttering this, a charming smile graced Lu Di's lips, revealing his pearly white teeth as he teasingly remarked, just like me. Faced with Lu Di's enchanting smile, Yin Qing, fearing she might lose herself in his allure, hastily turned her gaze away. Lu Di casually flipped through the magazine. Suddenly, the data eyes scanning function activated, initiating auxiliary memory and comprehensive reading. Magic Eye, what is this? He wondered. My hardware scanning feature. It aids you in recording information and imprints it onto the neurons in your brain using electrical currents. You humans refer to it as photographic memory. Impressive. Magic Eye, you are reading too slowly. Turn the pages faster. Lu Di was taken aback, but instinctively read 10 lines at once, hastening his pace. Unbeknownst to him, the data eye functioned like a camera, capturing every single page of the book with a click. Data summarization and analysis function activated. Master the art of conversation. Speak with substance. Master the art of conversation. Speak in order. Master the art of conversation. Speak with reason. Lu Di. Turn the pages even faster. You are too slow. Hearing this, Lu Di flipped through the pages frantically. Concurrently, a multitude of phrases and sentences flooded his mind as if they were knowledge he had always possessed. Mastering the art of conversation. Words of substance. Beside him, Yin Qingwen heard the commotion and furrowed her brows, glancing over. Lu Di, how can you read like that? If you don't like it, at least do not ruin it. Lu Di paused his actions, slowly lifting his head, his gaze profound. Is it not permissible for me to fan myself with paper? Yin Qingwen was once again captivated by his handsome face, her brows knitting together before she turned away. Yet, the next moment, the frantic sound of flipping pages erupted once more. In a mere 30 minutes, with the assistance of the mischievous spirit, Lu Di had mastered 3 books, one on the art of conversation, one on wine appreciation, and another as thick as a dictionary titled Chinese Economy. This was only because these were the few books available in the car. Yin Qingwen was infuriated. This lad possessed a mediocre appearance with absolutely no refinement. The convoy glided out of the urban area, arriving at a verdant and picturesque suburban landscape. Outside the car window, villas flashed by in rapid succession. The vehicle showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it sped along a mountain road flanked by rows of sycamore trees, ascending to greater heights. In the highest region of the Haidong district, before the main building of the Yin family estate, 20 uniformed servants stood in a neat line. Before them stood 4 young men and women. Among them, a pair of middle-aged individuals nestled together. The woman was a beautiful matron in her 30s, while the man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuded charm and elegance. In addition, there were 2 young maidens, both around 20 years of age, with delicate features and embodying the pinnacle of youthful beauty. The resemblance between the two was striking, as they both possessed tall, graceful figures with alluring curves. Their hair was styled in identical ponytails, and they donned matching attire, fitted black blazers atop red plaid skirts that accentuated their elegantly long, snowy white legs. On this sweltering summer day, one could not fathom why their father insisted on having them greet that young man at the door. One of the maidens, dressed in her short skirt, displayed a displeased countenance, her ruby lips pursed in discontent. Indeed, even if that impoverished lad had rescued their 3rd sister, it hardly warranted such fanfare. It was rumored that he lacked steady employment, merely working part-time as a server at a restaurant. Their father surely held him in far too high regard. The other maiden echoed her frustration. A lovely young woman among them offered a gentle smile, her voice sweet and melodious. 4th sister, 5th sister. There is surely a reason for father's arrangements. The young man will arrive shortly. Let us exercise a bit more patience. Humph. The girl in the short skirt was baffled at the thought that their father entertained the notion of keeping that lad in their home. After kicking at the ground in irritation, she finally picked up a pebble and hurled it into the distant fountain with a resounding splash. Turning to the handsome middle-aged man, she declared, "Brother-in-law, when that young man arrives, you must help us send him away. I do not wish for him to remain in this household." The man, referred to as the brother-in-law, smiled benevolently and said, "4th sister, do not act willfully. After all, he is a guest of our father and must be treated with respect." Frustrated, she retorted, "You all are not helping me." The 2 young girls pouted in unison, declaring, "If he truly remains here at our father's behest, we shall move away." However, the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before chuckling. "If that lad truly lacks manners, I wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Truly, the elder brother-in-law is the best." Moments later, an elongated Rolls-Royce glided in, gradually coming to a halt before the gathering. In the back seat, Lu Di, maintaining a composed demeanor, was inwardly astonished. Was this a villa or a park? The vehicle had traversed the estate for at least another 10 minutes. Along the way, exotic flowers and plants, as well as intricately carved rocks and trees, dazzled the senses. The Yin family was extraordinarily wealthy. As the vehicle came to a stop, Lu Di hurriedly alighted. He had a considerable smoking habit, yet he refrained from smoking in the car out of courtesy, having endured the entire journey. The 4 members of the Yin family approached. Encountering Yin Qingwen, the young beauty, 4th sister, pointed at the man who was exhaling smoke with his back turned to them and inquired, "3rd sister, is this the fellow?" Yin Qingwen helplessly nodded. Fourth sister's slender brows furrowed in discontent as she pulled fifth sister along and strode over. With a sudden motion, the young beauty slapped Lu Di on the back. I remarked, "You, young man." Lu Di suddenly turned his head, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His profile accentuated as he raised an eyebrow. My goodness, how handsome. The two lovely ladies simultaneously covered their mouths in astonishment, feeling inexplicably targeted at that moment. Information flickered in Lu Di's mind. Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin, the fourth and fifth daughters of Yan Hongxin, chairman of the Yingji Group, both 23 years old, twins. Heights, 165-164 centimeters, measurements, 90-50-93, with outstanding figures. Yan Kai, a graduate of the Jingzhou Police Academy, an obscure private investigator. Yan Xinxin, a graduate student at the Haisher Conservatory of Music, a popular online streamer known as Xinxin Baby Duck. Both share similar personalities, lively and cheerful, with a quirky charm. Common interests include celebrity fandom and video gaming. Lu Di let out a deep sigh. Magic Eye? Could you refrain from reporting the measurements of the ladies in the future? Do you not wish to know this information? Magic Eye queried. However, I discovered that this ranks third on the list of inquiries men are curious about. The second is concerning the color of women's undergarments. Magic Eye? I interrupted. It's not that I wish to remain ignorant of their measurements. I can discern that with my own eyes. These two girls have such slender waists and long legs. Taking a deep breath, Lu Di slowly addressed the beautiful maidens. Why is it that such exquisite ladies appear together? The mischievous boy. Lu Di, have you already forgotten the conversation skills you just learned? What are you saying? Heavens! The young gentleman truly possesses a way with words. The two beautiful maidens instantly flushed, their hearts racing. The mischievous boy? Lu Di smirked. You cannot comprehend human emotions. Yan Xingwen waved her hand and said, Lu Di, let me introduce you. This is my elder sister, Yan Yuan. Lu Di, greetings. The elder sister, Yan Yuan, nodded with a gentle smile, radiating warmth. According to the data provided by the mischievous boy, 35-year-old elder sister Yan Yuan is a devoted housewife, wholeheartedly dedicated to her family, gentle and kind. Her social information is entirely about domestic life. In her leisure time, she volunteers at an orphanage. This is my brother-in-law, Ouyang Fengyu. Yan Xingwen pointed at the handsome man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Haha, young Lu, on behalf of the Yan family, I welcome you. The man smiled, stepping forward to embrace Lu Di tightly, and then firmly shook Lu Di's hand. The mischievous boy's voice echoed, Lu Di, at the moment this brother-in-law laid eyes on you. His heart rate suddenly surged, blood pressure elevated, likely due to increased adrenal secretion, resulting in a stress response. What does that mean? The mischievous boy, he feels a bit angry upon seeing you. Lu Di furrowed his brows. How would you know that? He brought a smartwatch equipped with a heart rate monitoring feature. I infiltrated it just 60 seconds ago. How peculiar, during our first encounter. Why did he appear so incensed upon seeing me? He must have perceived you as a rival. Ouyang Fengyu, 38 years old, Yan's eldest daughter, Yan Yuan's lawful husband. A Ritter with a doctorate in finance, a retired archery athlete, currently the general manager of the marketing department at Yingshi Group, possesses several WeChat accounts, one of which he uses to contact his mistress, while others serve to vent his negativity. Complaint summary. The old man is unfair to me. I shall seize control of everything sooner or later. TSK, this handsome brother-in-law is indeed duplicitous. How can such a beautiful sister maintain a lover? Demon boy, the business records indicate that although Ouyang Fengyu is the son-in-law of the chairman, he only holds a mere 0.13 of the shares in Yingshi Group. Hypothesis. He seeks to acquire a greater shareholding from the Yan family, perceiving you as a competitor. Competition? What does their shareholding struggle have to do with me? Is this brother-in-law perhaps deranged, ready to lash out at anyone he encounters? Hiki, my dear brother Lu, we shall soon be family. Should you face any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to confide in me. The brother-in-law chuckled heartily. Demon boy, he is lying. His stress response is still active. He remains quite furious. Lu Di quickly waved his hand and said, You flatter me. We are not family. Yan Qingwen interjected. Our Yan family has 5 sisters. My second sister has been abroad, but you must have heard of her name, Yan Siwen. Yan Siwen? The international movie star? The national goddess? So she hails from a prestigious family. She is the second daughter of the Yan family. Lu Di vividly recalled Yan Siwen's exquisite visage, a paragon of beauty. He nodded repeatedly, smiling. Yin Siwen is indeed my dream goddess. Yin Qingwen frowned slightly and continued her introduction. These two are my fourth and fifth sisters. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin. Lu Di nodded, saying, hello. The two-leggy beauties shyly replied, you can just call us Kaikai and Xinxin from now on. Haha. The hearty laughter of the eldest brother-in-law echoed. Who was it that complained about waiting too long in the sun? Nonsense, we didn't complain at all. The two blushing beauties suddenly recalled something and furrowed their brows. All right, Lu Di, no matter how handsome you are, don't think you can take advantage of our family. Lu Di was utterly perplexed. What advantage have I taken from you? However, on another note, the 5 daughters of the Yin family are all goddesses. Moreover, their names are remarkably unique. Yin Yuan, Yin Siwen, Yin Qingwen. This one must signify someone significant. It is most likely a woman. A woman whom Mr. Yin is exceedingly concerned about. However, what about Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin? Could it be that Mr. Yin, plagued by his yearning, ultimately reassures himself to be cheerful? The mischievous spirit reminded, I have investigated, and Yin Hongxin, the chairman of Yingji Group, has never married. Lu Di was taken aback. How could the Yin family have 5 daughters? Adoption. Lu Di was momentarily stunned, further igniting his curiosity about Mr. Yin Hongxin. Lu Di, we have prepared a luncheon, but father has yet to arrive. The scenery of the estate is splendid. Perhaps Qingwen could take you for a stroll? The eldest sister gently suggested, tucking a strand of hair that the gentle breeze had tousled. Just as Lu Di hesitated, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin playfully tugged at Ouyang Fenyu's arm, declaring, brother-in-law, teach us archery. We shall ignore this, Lu Di. You two only know how to play all day. The trio had barely taken 2 steps when Ouyang Fenyu suddenly halted, turning to Lu Di and inquiring, little Lu, would you care to join us? At this moment, the eldest sister instinctively licked her lips. A subtle gesture that caught the attention of the mischievous spirit. In analysis of micro-expressions, this is an animalistic instinct. He anticipates the lamb's entry. For reasons unknown. After the series of analyses by the mischievous spirit, Lu Di suddenly perceived that this dashing brother-in-law resembled a fierce fox adorned with golden-rimmed spectacles. Archery, his expertise. Is this meant to intimidate me? Lu Di, fear not. Let us proceed and take action. Lu Di was momentarily speechless, pondering whether this was something he had learned online. Indeed, he replied with a wry smile, thinking to himself, with the power of the magic eye, this is merely a game, even in your absence. I shall not fear him. With that, Lu Di strode forward, ready to shoot arrows. The subconscious melds with the art of archery. Yin Qingwen cast a glance at Lu Di, thinking it childish to compete in archery against children. She, along with her elder sister, returned to the main building and did not follow. At the rear of the estate, there was a horse racing track, a small golf course, and a vast swimming pool. Lu Di was awestruck. There truly existed a dedicated archery range. It was a charming little wooden cabin alongside a dual archery field spanning at least 3 acres. The walls of the cabin were adorned with various photographs, each capturing Ouyang Fengyu in his glory as he stood on the podium receiving archery trophies. Lu Di counted 6 championships and 4 second-place finishes. Aha! Ouyang Fengyu adjusted his glasses, his demeanor still refined, though he could hardly conceal his pride. These are relics of the past, so do not mock me. Lu Di smirked slightly. By the way, little Lu, do you know how to shoot arrows? Ouyang Fengyu inquired, squinting and stroking his chin. The integration of subconscious archery techniques has been completed. Just as Lu Di hesitated, the prompt from the magical eye resounded. I have just scanned the recorded footage of the archery champions from past Olympic Games, distilling their comprehensive skills into a compilation. This information has now been encoded into your subconscious neural pathways, mapped within your cerebral cortex. Lu Di felt a twinge of confusion. Subconscious? For clarification, 70% of human consciousness is composed of the subconscious. It can also be referred to as the unconscious mind. It encompasses actions that can be performed without conscious thought. For instance, as you were perusing photographs moments ago, you were entirely unaware that you blinked 6 times. Now, with your subconscious enriched with archery techniques, you can summon them at will. So, does this mean I can shoot arrows now? Indeed. In human vernacular, it equates to divine archery skills. You would effortlessly outshine Ouyang Fengyu. Very well. Lu Di let out an enigmatic smile, nodding as he remarked, I might know a little. Subsequently, he shrugged and turned to Ouyang Fengyu, suggesting, how about we have a contest? What? Lu Di, don't jest. Have you not seen brother-in-law's photographs? He is an archery champion, having secured numerous gold medals. You wish to compete with him after merely grasping the fundamentals? It would be quite embarrassing. The two twin beauties burst into laughter, their amusement evident. To them, Lu Di's bravado seemed rather excessive, unaware of the vastness of the world. What does being a champion even signify? Lu Di crossed his arms and approached the display case, meticulously examining the array of bows and arrows. You too, cease your laughter. Ouyang Fingyu proclaimed with a serious demeanor, although the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he were suppressing a smile. Perhaps young Lu is indeed a master in his own right. Since young Lu exhibits such refined interest, how could we, as hosts, not oblige? Ouyang Fingyu asserted. A competition is in order. However, as a professional archer, I must show some deference to young Lu. How about this? I shall shoot at a target from 25 meters with my eyes closed. Surely, that cannot be deemed as unfair. Shooting arrows with eyes closed essentially disregards Lu Di's abilities. The two young ladies brightened at the prospect, clapping in approval, fully aware of Ouyang Fingyu's prowess. Shooting at a 25-meter target blindfolded is no trivial feat. However, since it is a competition, there ought to be some stakes involved. Ouyang Fingyu narrowed his eyes like a cunning fox. Xin, are there not numerous penalties for losing a PK in your live stream? He cast a meaningful glance at the two young women. Oh, indeed. Yin Xin giggled while looking at Lu Di, covering her mouth in amusement. There are many, such as doing squats, tasting mustard, or drinking cola while inverted, among others. Drinking cola while inverted sounds intriguing. How about we have our lunch upside down if any of us loses? Ouyang Fingyu, suppressing the urgency in his heart, smiled and inquired, So, little Lu, are you brave enough to wager? Certainly, Lu replied, lightly shrugging his shoulders, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, the twin beauties could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. Indeed, their brother-in-law was impressive. With such subtlety, he had ensnared Lu into a wager. The thought of Lu having to eat while inverted at the afternoon banquet, in front of everyone, was utterly hilarious. One could hardly wait to see how he would extricate himself from this predicament. Allow me to go first, Ouyang Fingyu declared, as he grasped a sleek black professional bow, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. True to his background as a professional archer, he first gauged the wind direction, then meticulously noted the target's location. Yin Kai produced a silk scarf, gently blindfolding her brother-in-law. Drawl, Ouyang Fingyu commanded, his voice resonating with authority as he exerted force through his arm, pulling the bowstring taut. The sequence of his movements captivated the two young ladies, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Taking a deep breath, Ouyang Fingyu spoke with calmness. Archery demands a steady hand and a tranquil mind. I have diligently practiced for a decade, nearly reaching a state of unity between heart and spirit. Though my eyes are covered, the red bullseye is firmly etched in my mind. Little Lu, behold today what true champion prowess looks like. Whoosh. Thud. The jubilant cheers of the two young ladies echoed in the air. Ouyang Fingyu smiled gently and slowly removed the silk scarf. The arrow was embedded perfectly in the very center of the target, 25 meters away, achieving a flawless 10-ring score. Truly, he was unmatched in archery skills. The two young ladies giggled with delight. With this shot, their prank on Lu Di had reached its conclusion. Does this mean I must hit a target even farther away to emerge victorious? Came Lu Di's languid voice from the side. Ouyang Fingyu, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of utter disbelief, exclaiming, Young Lu, this is a 25-meter target. Anything beyond that would be 30 meters, the distance of a professional competition. At this juncture, Ouyang Fingyu turned to glance at Lu Di, his expression frozen in astonishment. Ha! Ouyang Fingyu could no longer maintain his cultured demeanor and burst into laughter. Lu Di, what on earth are you holding? In Lu Di's hands was a massive horn bow, archaic in design and crudely crafted, with even the bowstring made from thick hemp rope. Ouyang Fingyu had initially brought this bow back for its rustic charm and distinctive appearance. However, this bow was fashioned using primitive techniques, lacking any semblance of precision. Most importantly, it was a tool used by local hunters in the mountains for hunting wild boars, requiring two individuals to draw the bowstring. In terms of specifications, this bow boasted a draw weight of at least 180 pounds, implying that one would need an arm strength of 80 kilograms to pull it back. Even Ouyang Fingyu, once a champion archer, could only toy with it, unable to master it effortlessly. Crushing the archery champion, Brother Lu, I suggest you change your bow. Otherwise, our competition could very well conclude at this moment. Ouyang Fingyu adjusted his glasses, casually wiping away the tears of laughter. It is not that I look down upon you, but with this bow, your arrows will hardly reach 5 meters. First of all, I require a target set at 40 meters. Secondly, Lu gently brushed the dust off his horn bow and replied nonchalantly, since you, Mr. Ouyang, are so certain that I cannot shoot an arrow, shall we raise the stakes? Would you dare to stand in front of the bullseye? Haha, this young man is amusing. Ouyang Fengyu, unwilling to concede an inch of his pride, confidently swung his arm and walked toward the target. I can understand wanting to show off in front of the ladies, but the method you've chosen is utterly impossible and will only lead to your humiliation. Ouyang Fengyu found the situation utterly absurd. With Lu's slight build, he dared to dream of drawing the horn bow? At a distance of 40 meters, let alone shooting an arrow. Even if I stood still and allowed him to throw something, he wouldn't be able to reach me. However, this competition does serve a purpose. The sight of this fellow eating his meal while standing on his head in front of his father during the upcoming luncheon will surely be the best joke of the year. I can only imagine how he will maintain his standing in the Yin family after this. With that thought, Ouyang Fengyu couldn't help but reveal a hint of a mocking smile. Meanwhile, Lu Di selected the stoutest arrow from the quiver beside him, crafted entirely of metal. Comparable in size to a spear, the bowstring emitted a taut sound, sending dust scattering in all directions. As he elegantly turned towards the bullseye, Ouyang Fengyu was momentarily rendered speechless. Lu Di moved with fluidity, bending his arm, drawing the bow, and aiming, each action seamlessly flowing into the next, like water in motion. A weight of 180 pounds? For Lu Di, whose strength had been enhanced to an astounding 286, with a single arm capacity of 100 kilograms, it was effortlessly manageable. The instant he grasped the bow, a multitude of archery techniques flashed through his mind like lightning, everything falling into place with natural ease. At that moment, Yin Kakai and Yin Xinshin were gazing up at Lu Di from behind. They beheld a tall figure, with elongated arms drawing a colossal horn bow. Magnificent as a full moon, exuding an innate wildness, under the brilliant sunlight, he appeared as striking as a Greek deity sculpted from stone. They were left in awe. To draw such a massive horn bow to this terrifying extent, what incredible strength must it require? Two young women, who had previously attempted to draw the great bow, were acutely aware of its formidable rigidity, the bowstring's resistance nearly insurmountable. Witnessing this spectacle, not only they but even Ouyang Fengyu, a six-time champion, felt his pupils constrict in astonishment. Brother-in-law, steady now. Lu Di's arm was taut, his left eye slightly narrowed, the target's bullseye now precisely aligned to the millimeter. With a wind speed of 1.5 meters per second, the weight of the steel arrow, and the rate of speed decay, everything is under control. Such precise data, combined with divine archery skills, renders Lu Di unparalleled in the art of archery. Suddenly, Lu Di tilted his head slightly, revealing a mischievous smile towards the two young beauties. Sisters, do you faint at the sight of blood? The two girls, entranced by Lu Di's handsome demeanor, gasped in astonishment. After all, it was their dashing brother-in-law standing before the target. Lu Di gently closed his eyes, preparing for a blind shot. In the next moment, whoosh! The enormous bow and arrow, akin to a spear, was released from Lu Di's grasp. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air echoed, rushing towards Ouyang Fengyu. This arrow possessed the momentum to obliterate everything in its path. Ouyang Fengyu, paralyzed by the sheer force of the shot, had forgotten to evade. He was left utterly defenseless. Whoosh! The iron arrow pierced through Ouyang Fengyu's collar, lifting his body off the ground. Thud! He was propelled 2 meters away, crashing directly into the target that had been set up earlier. The colossal arrow penetrated the bullseye, lodged at the midpoint. Ouyang Fengyu hung there beneath the target like a prisoner suspended from a city wall, his clothing pulled high, exposing half of his abdomen, his expression vacant. All of this transpired in an instant. By the time the two young beauties regained their composure, Lu Di calmly stowed away his bow and arrows, while his brother-in-law appeared utterly defeated. How are you holding up? Both Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin exclaimed in unison. The two young women hurried to Ouyang Fengyu's side, but they could not extract the arrow that was lodged in the bullseye of the target. Ouyang Fengyu stood there, still shaken, in a daze. It was truly remarkable. Such a bow, such an arrow, spanning 40 meters, had propelled Ouyang Fengyu to hit the perfect 10 in the bullseye. Lu Di, you have gone too far. How could you engage in such perilous activity? Yin Kai exclaimed, her hands on her hips, her face flushed with anger. It's merely a competition. Lu Di replied as he put away the bow, lit a cigarette, and wore an expression of nonchalance. I suppose I have emerged victorious, haven't I? Yin Xinshin pointed an accusing finger at Lu Di. I will inform third sister and have her expel you. Report me? Lu Di shrugged. What grounds do you have for complaint? This was a contest of your own making. Besides, he is uninjured, is he not? Lu Di, you. Yin Kaikai began to retort, but was interrupted by Ouyang Fengyu, who had regained his composure. He grasped the iron arrow and yanked it out forcefully. After straightening his clothes, he seemed to return to his usual self, though his expression remained as dark as the depths of water. It's all right. I was merely engaging in a friendly spar with young Lu. There is no need to hold him accountable. Ouyang Fengyu was about to speak. His penetrating gaze fixed on Lu Di. The voice of the demon child echoed. This person's stress response has likely escalated to a level that suggests a mutual hostility. Wait, this individual is extraordinary. At the sound of the demon child's astonished exclamation, a detail within Lu Di's perspective was magnified. He observed that the steel arrow in Ouyang Fengyu's hand bent abruptly at the pressure of his finger. This was but a subtle movement, imperceptible to the ordinary eye. Yet it did not escape the demon child's keen observation. The demon child cautioned, a steel arrow, easily bent by a mere fingertip, is not a feat achievable by an ordinary person. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Di's face before he chuckled. Mr. Ouyang, are you all right? I happen to have developed some brute strength from working on construction sites. Lu Di spoke no falsehood, due to the after effects of an eye injury. He had been plagued by debilitating neural headaches for 3 years, rendering him unable to work long hours, relegating him to odd jobs in restaurants and construction sites. I'm perfectly fine. Let us call it a day with the archery practice. It's time for lunch. In an instant, Ouyang Fengyu flashed a cheerful smile. As if nothing had transpired, his demeanor shifting with uncanny swiftness. Unbeknownst to anyone, his fist had turned white from the intensity of his grip. His gaze upon Lu Di now resembling that of a predatory beast. The richest man wishes to adopt me as his godson? In the dining hall of the Yin family's estate, Lu Di, along with the 4 daughters of the Yin family and Ouyang Fengyu, took their seats on either side of an elegantly crafted European classical long table. The key figures had yet to arrive, and everyone sat in quiet anticipation. Opposite Lu Di sat the third miss, Yin Qingwen, who had donned a black evening gown that accentuated her already stunning beauty with an air of nobility. However, Lu Di was not solely captivated by her enchanting presence. His gaze was intentionally drawn to Ouyang Fengyu in the distance. Ouyang Fengyu exuded an aura of refined elegance. What was the source of his extraordinary strength? Had he perhaps mastered some nefarious art? At times he appeared cultured and composed, while at others, foolish to the extreme. Yet he could seamlessly conceal his emotions even in moments of rage. Such cunning was truly formidable. It seemed that the son-in-law was far more enigmatic than Lu Di had initially perceived. Ultimately, however, Lu Di shrugged in resignation. It mattered little. Starting tomorrow, he would sever all ties with the Yin family, and Ouyang's identity would hold no significance for him. A few authoritative coughs broke the contemplative silence. From the staircase emerged a venerable elder, slowly making his way down under the guidance of the elderly steward. Ding. Yin Hongxin, 75 years old. Chairman of the Ingji Group. The group focuses on medical devices and life health, among other fields. The wealthiest man in Haishur, ranked 27th on China's rich list. In his later years, he is passionate about philanthropy, having donated nearly 3 billion to elementary schools and hospitals. He established the Comatose Awakening Charity Foundation, dedicated to supporting economically disadvantaged families of comatose patients. The information from Modong arrived promptly, and Lu Di observed it keenly. This elder Yin is indeed affluent. Moreover, he possesses a benevolent heart and is a grand philanthropist. Lu Di silently admired him, and his gaze towards the elder was imbued with even greater respect. Indeed, this is Lu Di, a remarkable talent. Elder Yin approached with a kind and sincere smile. It is I. Greetings, Elder Yin. Lu Di rose to respond. Let us sit and converse. Elder Yin took the seat of honor. Despite his stooped figure, he exuded an undeniable air of authority. Lu Di, my Wen is typically pampered and has a rather aloof temperament. I, Yin, fear she may have neglected her benefactor. Therefore, I specifically invited you back so I could express my gratitude in person. Elder Yan's eyes sparkled with warmth as he looked at Lu Di. I sincerely apologize. It has taken us 3 long years to locate you. Lu Di smiled and nodded, harboring no significant resentment in his heart. Over the past 3 years, he had come to terms with everything. Mr. Yin continued, I wonder if you, Lu, have any knowledge of our Ingji group or of me, Yin? As soon as the words fell, a torrent of information surged into Lu's mind, all pertaining to the Ingji group. one of China's top 500 companies, a titan in the medical equipment industry with a market value approaching $1 trillion. The barrage of facts was almost blinding. I have some understanding. Lu scratched his head and chuckled softly. That is excellent. Mr. Yin inhaled deeply and continued. Then I shall speak plainly. I wonder if you, Lu, would be willing to become my godson, to join the Yin family, bask in wealth and honor, and support me in my twilight years? Father? It would be wise to reconsider. A line of Yin family members rose in unison, among them Ouyang Fengyu, who reacted most vehemently. They had heard whispers of their father's intentions, but had not anticipated such a swift declaration. There is no need for deliberation. I wish to take Lu as my adopted son, Mr. Yin stated resolutely, his gaze fixed intently on Lu's glass eye. Father, you cannot do this. Lu lacks decorum. Just earlier Yin Kai began to mention the archery competition but abruptly recalled the outcome, swallowing the latter part of his sentence. Father, he saved my life. But such a debt does not warrant this level of repayment. Yin Qingwen interjected, her expression one of disbelief. Ouyang Fengyu exclaimed with fervor, Father, did we not agree that he would first be appointed as a senior executive in the group, granted a certain share? Why have you changed your mind? This is too hasty. It was then that Lu Di, the protagonist of the incident, finally comprehended the underlying tension. It was no wonder Ouyang Fengyu had been so confrontational upon their first encounter. He feared that Lu Di would usurp the Yin family's shares. Take your seats, roared old Master Yin, his gaze piercing. What do you truly understand? He continued, Lu Di sacrificed his right eye years ago to save Qingwen. And so what? We can offer him money. Ouyang Fengyu retorted, unwilling to concede. Old Master Yin turned his attention to Lu Di, a flicker of remorse crossing his eyes. You have no idea how arduous Lu Di's life has been over the past 3 years. Due to his eye injury, he has been forced to take on various part-time jobs to survive. Moreover, because of the nerve infection from the injury, Lu Di will be completely blind in 3 years. He's only 25. At this juncture, the old man closed his eyes in anguish, lamenting. Our Yin family owes Lu Di far too much. What? Yin Qingwen's body trembled momentarily, her gaze toward Lu Di transforming into a tumultuous mix of emotions. Even the previously boisterous Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin fell into a profound silence, as they had been unaware of Lu Di's impending blindness. Old Master Yin turned to Lu Di, his voice laden with apology. I am sorry, Lu Di. I hope you do not mind that I investigated your background. Lu Di stood rooted to the spot, his heart heavy with unspoken words. The words of Elder Yin hold a grain of truth, yet they belong to a bygone era. Presently, he has acquired the magical eye, not only halting his injuries, but also gaining unimaginable abilities. Lu Di scratched his head, about to speak when suddenly his stomach growled. Almost immediately, an overwhelming wave of hunger surged through him. It felt as though if Lu Di did not eat at once, he would faint on the spot. The demon child remarked, Lu Di, when I assisted you in synthesizing muscle fibers earlier, I nearly depleted the protein and stored glycogen in your body. You are now in a state of hypoglycemia, hypolipidemia, and low body fat. I advise you to consume food immediately. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Di exclaimed, glancing at the appetizers laid out before him. Unable to restrain himself any longer, ignoring everything around him, he seized the food and began to devour it voraciously. How could he be this famished? The members of the Yin family were left utterly astonished, their jaws dropping in disbelief. He truly resembled what his father had described, a pitiable existence. The two twin beauties were so taken aback that the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Quickly, bring more food for Lu Di. Elder Yin urgently called out. Detection indicates sugar intake. Blood glucose levels begin to stabilize. Detection of beef protein intake results in the synthesis of 0.3 grams of muscle fibers, with muscle strength increasing by 1.6. Detection of vitamin B complex and cod liver oil intake leads to a 0.8 enhancement in vision. Furthermore, the intake of eicosapentaenoic acid and other unsaturated fatty acids has resulted in a 2.3 improvement in cognitive memory and mental acuity. With each morsel of food consumed, Lu Di experiences a surge in abilities. Remarkably, the effects vary with different foods. The detection of beef protein intake again shows a synthesis of 0.3 grams of muscle fibers and a 1.6 increase in muscle strength. Is this a matter of life and death? The Yin family observes as Lu Di devours his meal for a full 20 minutes. The preparations made by 7 individuals in the kitchen have been almost entirely consumed by him alone. Used to a life of elegance and luxury, they have never witnessed such a voracious appetite. Each bite of sirloin steak is devoured with abandon. Desserts are seized with bare hands. TSK, TSK. Could this truly be what is referred to as unrestrained gluttony? Yin Kai, sticking out his tongue, quietly remarked, "While I find him rather pitiable, I would never wish to have such a brother. The thought of living with him is utterly unappealing." Observing Lu Di's disheveled eating style, Ouyang Feng concocts a plan. He turns and retrieves a bottle of red wine, addressing Old Master Yin. "Father, prior to my arrival today, I took the liberty of procuring a bottle of the 1982 Lafite vintage. Would you care to sample it?" Old Master Yin focused on Lu Di's manner of eating and casually hummed in acknowledgement. Ouyang Fengyu poured the wine and leaned closer to Old Master Yan's ear, saying, "Father, observe Lu Di. His humble origins render him lacking in refinement. Should he be welcomed into the Yin family, it is inevitable that he may embarrass you at significant events. Would it not be preferable for us to grant him a sum of money and allow him to enjoy a carefree life? Is that not a win-win situation?" Old Master Yan's expression gradually grew solemn. Ouyang Fengyu turned to Lu Di with a smile, saying, "As for the dishes, I shall request the kitchen to prepare another, for it has been sullied by Lu Di's hands." He then courteously poured red wine for the others, deliberately omitting Lu Di. "Everyone, please savor this wine. As for our young brother Lu, let us spare him, for he would certainly not appreciate it." Lu Di had indulged in excessive eating and drinking, and his condition had already improved significantly. He could sense a marked enhancement in his physical faculties. After swallowing another piece of steak, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, "The 1982 Lafite is merely a gimmick, designed to deceive those of you with wealth." "Oh." Old Master Yan's eyes sparkled with interest. "Lu Di, please enlighten us." Lu Di deftly handled a whole fish before him and casually explained, "The reason the 1982 Lafite is so expensive is due to the severe drought that struck the Bordeaux region in 1982, causing a drastic reduction in grape yield. Because of the scarcity, the price soared. However, the grapes from that year suffered significantly in terms of sugar content, ripeness, and aroma due to the disaster. Thus, the Lafite red wine produced from these grapes is utterly inferior. It is even less commendable than the vintages of 83, 84, and even 90. Oh." Lu Di swallowed a piece of carefully selected fish, chewing as he glanced at the visibly distressed Ouyang Fengyu, inquiring, "I may not possess the expertise in wine tasting, but do you?" At that moment, Lu Di couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. How fortuitous. Although he had previously been utterly ignorant of red wine, he had fortuitously memorized an entire tome on wine tasting during the journey in Yin Xingwen's car, aided by the mischievous demon child. "You speak nonsense. How could such an expensive wine possibly be inferior?" Ouyang Fengyu trembled with indignation, his finger shaking as he pointed at Lu Di. Lu Di, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Believe it or not, but it brings to mind a particular matter. Today's archery competition, the loser?" "Ah," this Ouyang Fengyu suddenly stuttered. Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin simultaneously covered their mouths, realizing the impending embarrassment for their elder brother-in-law. "Haha, dear brother-in-law, there's no need to panic. It's merely a jest. Please, take a seat." Lu Di chuckled lightly, unfazed by the notion of dining in an unconventional manner. As for this cunning elder brother-in-law, maintaining face was all that mattered. Conversely, Old Master Yin became even more spirited upon hearing Lu Di's remarks about wine tasting. "Lu Di, what is your perspective on the Chinese economy?" Old Master Yin inquired with a beaming smile. "The Chinese economy? Indeed, the second book observed in the car has proven to be quite useful." Lu Di chuckled softly and remarked, "The mighty Yangtze River stretches across the land, surveying the great dragon of China. As we approach the year 2020, China's economy is set to embark on a new era, poised to achieve a transformative shift across 3 dimensions, commencing with its international standing." For the next half hour, Lu Di leisurely savored his meal while articulating a series of astonishingly insightful statements. He traversed topics from the Chinese economy to national policies, entrepreneurial trends, and technological advancements with remarkable ease and eloquence, displaying a wealth of knowledge. The extensive tome of the Chinese economy, comprising 300,000 words, flowed from his memory, complemented by the 6 essential techniques from the art of conversation. His utterances were nothing short of astonishing. By the end, even Yin Hongxin, a magnate of the business world, found himself struggling to keep pace with Lu Di's rhythm and thought processes. The children of the Yin family, who initially regarded him with disdain, gradually became engrossed listeners, their eyes widening with each revelation. Although Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin could not fully grasp Lu Di's discourse, they were captivated by his charismatic delivery. Ouyang Fingyu's face grew increasingly flushed, feeling dwarfed in intellectual stature compared to Lu Di. Only Yin Qingwen, who had recently returned from abroad, having studied management under her father, could somewhat comprehend Lu Di's insights. She was utterly astonished, fully aware that Lu Di's remarks were not superficial but rather profound perspectives, even surpassing the perspectives of some esteemed economists. What manner of person is he? A peculiar flutter stirred within Yin Qingwen, prompting her to instinctively retrieve a metallic ballpoint pen. Clicking it rhythmically, Yin Hongxin, the venerable elder, grew increasingly astonished, his face flushed with excitement. Having navigated the business realm for decades, he had never encountered such an extraordinary young individual. Lu, what are your thoughts on our Engji Group's affairs? The elder's eyes sparkled with urgency as he inquired. At this moment, Lu finally felt a sense of fullness, placing down his utensils and letting out a gentle sigh. Elder Yin, there is no need for further probing. I have no interest in becoming your adopted son. My apologies. The elder could hardly conceal his disappointment, his gaze momentarily dimming. For him, Lu was no longer merely the savior of his daughter. He was a rare commercial prodigy, a talent that comes once in a century. It would indeed be a grave loss if he could not be integrated into the Engji Group. Just then, a red circle abruptly appeared in Lu's line of sight. Focusing on Ouyang Fengyu, who was seething with anger while typing a text message. The content of Ouyang's message came into view for Lu. This Lu poses a tremendous threat to me. Eliminate him within a month. By the way, expedite the matter concerning Yin Qingwen. Damn it. Lu Di furrowed his brow lightly, pondering how, despite his attempts to evade confrontation, the situation had escalated. Was there an intent to eliminate him? It appeared there were further plans to contend with Yin Qingwen, that woman. Very well, he would engage in this game. Moreover, he would take the opportunity to deepen his understanding of the demon child's abilities. His reluctance to become their adopted son stemmed primarily from. Suddenly, Lu Di shifted the tone of his discourse, casting a charming smile towards the elder Yin. I might have taken a liking to your esteemed daughter, when a sum of 5 million, signifying respect, floated in the air. What? Upon hearing Lu Di's words, Yin Qingwen's heart skipped a beat. How audacious! How utterly shameless! Lu Di, what nonsense are you spouting? Yin Qingwen sprang to her feet, her delicate face flushing a deep crimson. The elder Yan's eyes sparkled with delight, as if a glimmer of hope had ignited within him. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, it's only natural for the young to indulge in love and romance. Lu Di scratched his head, nonchalantly responding, I'm in no rush. After all, this matter requires Wenwen's consent, doesn't it? I do not consent. Do not call me Wenwen. While I do not aspire to enter the Yin family, surely there must be some need for an assistant by Wenwen's side. I could start with a job. Lu Di continued to beam. I have no shortage of people around me. Yin Qingwen retorted, her frustration evident as she stamped her foot. Wenwen, do not be unreasonable. The elder Yin shot a glare at Yin Qingwen before turning to Lu Di. Lu Di, whatever position you desire, feel free to choose. I shall grant it. No one can interfere. After speaking, Elder Yin cast a meaningful glance at Ouyang Fengyu beside him. Let me think. Lu Di suddenly clapped his hands, suggesting, let me be a little closer to Wenwen and be her driver. What a driver! Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Elder Yin shook his head slightly, as if he had seen through everything, and smiled. A driver is indeed a driver. However, Lu Di, our company has a rule. If you become Wenwen's driver, you must be on call 24 hours a day. Therefore, you will have to reside in my Yin family estate. Even if I, an old man, wish to play a game of chess, you must be at my beck and call, and you may not refuse me. Lu Di let out a gentle sigh. Elder Yan's intentions were unmistakable. He had not given up on the idea of taking Lu Di as his adopted son. On the contrary, it had only strengthened his resolve. Regardless of who Lu Di was, he was accustomed to a life of freedom, and once the matter with Ouyang Fengyu was settled, no one would be able to stop him if he wished to leave. The notion of being interested in Yin Qingwen was merely a pretext. As for being the Yin family's driver, that was even more of a jest. Lu Di simply did not want to see the person he had rescued with one eye be killed by a rabid dog. Fine, I accept. Lu Di nodded slightly. Lu Di, how can you speak so freely? Yin Qingwen was utterly mortified and furious at that moment. It is utterly bewildering that my own father would choose to favor this outsider, absurdly attempting to cast me aside. To my astonishment, he has indeed managed to ingratiate himself with the Yin family. Yin Kai clenched her fists in silence and whispered to Yin Xinxin. Look how infuriated he has made our third sister. We cannot possibly accept him. We must devise a plan to expel him. This time, The old Master Yin appeared thoroughly pleased, chuckling once more. Let us set aside the matter of the driver for now. Regardless, Lu, you are a benefactor to our Yin family, and I have prepared a small token of gratitude that I hope you will accept. With that, the old master gestured to the butler behind him. The old butler respectfully produced a bank card from his pocket and placed it before Lu. Money? Lu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, money is a desirable commodity. Moreover, he found himself in dire financial straits, lacking a home, a vehicle, and employment. However, in the context of the Yin family, such a sum would not come without its complications. With Ouyang Fingyu lurking with predatory intent and the Yin sisters looking down upon him, how could he possibly hold his head high in the Yin household if he accepted this? What of his dignity? To accept a handout would render him vulnerable to contempt. I cannot accept this money, Lu replied coolly, pushing the card back. Yet, beneath his refusal lay a more profound ambition. He desired not mere monetary compensation but sought to marry Yin Qingwen and seize control of all the Yin family's assets. He desires both wealth and beauty. At this moment, Ouyang Fingyu was so infuriated that he felt an urge to expose Lu Di's scheme on the spot. Oh, is that so? Old Master Yin expressed his disappointment with a sigh, saying, Lu Di, the 5 million in this card is indeed not a substantial amount, and given your intellect, earning such money is not a daunting task. However, if you refuse it, I shall feel a sense of guilt. What? 5 million? There is 5 million in this card? Lu Di instantly regretted it. Dignity, what purpose does that serve? How could it compare to the tangible 5 million? Demon child, Lu Di, if you desire money. Why did you not speak earlier? Ding. Lu Di received a text message. You have successfully registered for a coal futures trading account. Ding. Your account has debited 16,000 yuan. Demon child, what are you doing? Lu Di exclaimed in his mind, for he only had 50,000 in his own account. I know you need money. Be patient. Let the data flow for a while. Demon child, do you still have the leisure to recite movie lines? Ding. Your account has debited 6,000 yuan. Ding. Your account has debited 4,000 yuan. The incessant deductions sent shivers down Lu Di's spine. Ding. Your account has credited 16,240 yuan. Your account has credited 5,120 yuan. Your account has received a transfer. Is there a return on investment? Lu Di's eyes widened in astonishment as the transfer notifications on his phone proliferated. Each notification indicated that amounts he had previously sent had increased by dozens or hundreds of yuan. Your account has received 6,235 yuan. Your account has received 15,386 yuan. What is happening? My savings are growing, and each time it is by a small increment. A voice filled with mischief broke through. I have just registered a coal futures trading account in your name, and in this realm of trading, speed is paramount. Every millisecond counts as currency. At the moment the market opens, all futures experience slight fluctuations. I accessed your account, and, in the instant the coal futures market opened, swiftly purchased at a low price, only to sell at a minuscule profit in rapid succession. Thus, I have earned you money by capitalizing on mere milliseconds of difference. Only my million-level floating-point computation speed could achieve this. Ding. Your account has a withdrawal. Your account has a deposit. The text notifications came in an incessant flurry. Lu Di stood frozen in disbelief. What he found most unfathomable was that in just a minute or two, his account balance had surged from 50,000 to 1.25 million. Although each profit was merely between 100 to 500 yuan, the speed of the transactions was astonishing. Ding ding ding, Mr. Lu's phone was on the verge of freezing. Are you all right, Mr. Lu? It was the butler beside old Master Yin who spoke, sincerely stating, Mr. Lu, as soon as the master received news of your situation, he instructed me to look into your circumstances. Upon learning of your eye injury, the master became quite restless. He is a kind-hearted man, and should you refuse this monetary assistance, I fear he would carry the burden of guilt for the rest of his days. Please, accept this sum of 5 million. Mr. Lu managed a wry smile. In mere moments, he realized that he truly did not need this 5 million. His account, as of now, had witnessed at least tens of thousands of transactions, with a staggering balance of 7,500,000. Moreover, this figure was continuously on the rise. It was unimaginable that an ordinary individual might not accumulate such wealth in a lifetime, yet he had achieved it in just 5 minutes. Very well. I shall accept it for now, to put old Master Yan's mind at ease, Mr. Lu said, his smile tinged with bitterness, as an indescribable emotion stirred within him. TSK. This Mr. Liu is just playing hard to get for money. Shameless. The twin beauties murmured quietly. Haha, now I can rest easy. Old Master Yin finally relaxed, cheerfully declaring. Wenwen, take Mr. Liu to the mall this afternoon to buy some clothes. As he has become our Yin family chauffeur, his attire must certainly be impeccable. The luncheon concluded in an atmosphere that could be deemed relatively harmonious. However, Liu Di, seizing the opportunity when the Yin family was distracted, discreetly concealed the 5 million yuan bank card beneath the tea set in the sunroom on the second floor. In doing so, he not only spared the Yin family from embarrassment, but also refrained from taking undue advantage of them. As for the card, it would inevitably be discovered by a member of the Yin family sooner or later. On the 6th-floor terrace of the estate, Liu Di stood alone, gazing down at the verdant expanse of the Yin family manor, which sprawled over 5 hectares and was valued at 800 million. He could not help but feel a profound sense of reflection. The Yin family was undeniably wealthy, yet to him, such ostentation felt excessive. Even if he possessed such riches, he would much prefer a tranquil life amidst picturesque mountains and waters, complete with a modest vegetable garden and a few wooden cottages. Gold digger. A voice tinged with irritation pierced through his thoughts. It was a young lady behind him, reminding him that his sister was waiting downstairs and urging him to hurry up and drive. All right, Liu Di sighed and made his way down. Upon arriving at the garage of the Yin estate, he was taken aback. The spacious underground parking was filled with an array of luxury vehicles, a Porsche 911S, an Audi R8, a Mercedes AMG GT, a Ferrari 488, a Mercedes G63 AMG, along with several luxury vans and business sedans. These were the cars of his dreams. And there were dozens of them at once. As he surveyed the scene, a look of resignation washed over Liu Di's face. Yin Qingwen, with a delicate yet stern expression, settled into the antiquated Rolls-Royce Ghost. Surrounded by an array of luxury vehicles, the third young lady of the Yin family certainly led a rather monotonous existence. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the car, prompting Yin Qingwen to gradually lower the window. Today, we're taking that one, Liu Di exclaimed cheerfully, pointing at the emerald-hued Mercedes GT supercar. You are merely a driver. What authority do you have over my choices? I shall ride in this one, as its seat is situated far from you. Yin Qingwen's slender brows furrowed together, her face a mask of frost. With a heavy sigh, Liu Di gazed longingly at the Mercedes, his expression tinged with pity as he pondered whether he would ever have the chance to drive such a dream car before succumbing to blindness. Upon hearing the word blindness, a shiver coursed through Yin Qingwen, and a pang of guilt welled up within her. Very well, I'll heed your advice, she conceded with a sigh. Just as the two made their way towards the Mercedes supercar, a crimson Lamborghini glided past. Yang Fengyu leaned out, grinning as he remarked, Little Liu, are you driving a supercar? Have you ever driven one before? Do you know how to start it? Would you like your brother-in-law to teach you? Ding. The driving techniques of 73 past F1 racing champions have been implanted into the subconscious. Ding. The complete operational guide for the supercar has been seamlessly integrated into the mind. Thank you, little demon, Liu Di replied. It's no trouble at all. Liu Di elegantly settled into the sports car, grinning as he remarked, Brother-in-law, this is indeed my first time driving such a vehicle. You go ahead. I shall study it for a while. His naivety was evident. Yang Fengyu let out a hearty laugh, pressed the accelerator, and the Lamborghini V10 engine roared to life, sending a wave of air surging as he sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Along the road, Yang Fengyu turned to his sister-in-law, Yin Yuan, in the passenger seat, and with gritted teeth, expressed his thoughts on Liu Di. This kid is like a sparrow from the slums suddenly soaring to the treetops. Yet, he will eventually realize that entering the upper echelons of society is far from easy. Yin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Her usually refined husband was acting quite differently today. At the Yin family estate, Yin Qingwen furrowed her brow as she scrutinized Liu Di, who had been gripping the steering wheel for a full 3 minutes. Do you even know how to drive? She questioned, incredulous at his apparent inexperience. Was he truly so unacquainted with such a vehicle that he was rendered helpless with excitement? Driving alone is rather mundane. I am waiting for that turtle to run 5 kilometers first. The timing is just about right. Suddenly, Liu Di turned his head with a smile. Third miss, brace yourself. In the next instant, the Mercedes GT roared to life as Liu Di expertly disabled the EPS, set the sport mode, and revved the engine to 6,000 RPM, launching with a powerful start. The tires screeched fiercely against the asphalt, billowing thick smoke as the GT shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Yin Qingwen clutched the handle tightly, her screams echoing, "Lu Di, have you lost your mind?" In accordance with statistical probabilities, it is said that charming young men possess a 12 chance of captivating a woman's heart at first glance. Is that so? Well, I shall endeavor to be strikingly handsome. Lu Di abruptly wrenched the steering wheel, deftly engaging the handbrake with one hand to an impressive 80. As he approached a 180-degree turn, the Mercedes-Benz GT spun into a thrilling drift. The Yin family manor perched majestically atop a towering hill, with the descent winding along a serpentine road enveloped by verdant canopies, reminiscent of the legendary hairpin turns. At this moment, the air was filled with the thunderous roars of racing engines, accompanied by the frantic screams of a young woman. Ouyang Fingyu's Lamborghini was no slouch, already speeding toward the base of the mountain. While he drove leisurely, Ouyang Fingyu suddenly found himself taken aback in his rearview mirror. Lu Di's green monster of a Mercedes-Benz GT had closed the gap, its headlights flickering incessantly. Not bad, this kid can drive. However, there are always those who surpass expectations. As your brother-in-law, I rank among the top 3 in the Supercar Club. Today, you shall learn what it means to be left in the dust. With a whoosh, a rush of air swept past, and the green silhouette streaked by his car, leaving only 2 crimson taillights fading into the distance, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Had I just been overtaken? Ouyang Fingyu stared blankly at the speedometer, 110 kilometers/h. In an instant, he had surpassed me. Just how fast was this kid going? What manner of skill is this? He could hardly fathom that Lu Di, drawing upon his extraordinary experience and precise control, had pushed the 4.0T 639 horsepower V8 engine of the car to its utmost limits. On the 10-kilometer descent, Lu Di hurtled down the road at an average speed of 230 kilometers/h. Meanwhile, Ouyang Fingyu's countenance turned ashen. How he wished to witness the wreckage of Lu Di and Yin Xingwen's vehicle by the roadside, a scene of utter devastation. Alas, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. Though striking in appearance, Lu Di's financial situation left much to be desired. In the underground parking lot of Hongmao Mall, seeing Yin Xingwen crouched in the distance, retching uncontrollably, Lu Di felt a twinge of confusion. Has the magic spell of a 12 infatuation not taken effect? He mused. That girl seems ready to slay you with her heart. It was clear that Lu Di lacked the finesse in dealing with women, and he resolved to offer him lessons in the future. Shortly thereafter, several Mercedes SUVs entered the parking lot, belonging to Yin Xingwen's personal bodyguards clad in black. Yet, they were far outpaced by Lu Di. A throng of black-clad figures emerged from the vehicles. "Third Miss, are you unharmed?" The leader, a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, approached Lu Di with an expression of fury. "Mr. Lu, regardless of your identity, should you ever inflict harm upon the 3rd Miss again, do not expect me to show leniency." Lu Di looked up, noting Tai Si, 30 years old, an orphan adopted by Old Master Yin, vanished from public view for 6 years after the age of 15, currently a bodyguard for the Yin family. Further information remains undisclosed. How intriguing. The information is rather scant, isn't it? Lu Di glanced at the other figures clad in black. Tai Lu, Tai Chi, Tai Shi-san, all orphans. Their information equally meager. Tai Si to Tai Shi-san? Such peculiar names. Indeed, Old Master Yin is truly benevolent. How many orphans has he taken in? Tai Si. Do not engage him. Let it be for the sake of our father's reputation. Yin Xingwen stepped forward, her complexion somewhat pale. Let us go purchase some clothing. Lu Di scratched his head, remaining silent, feeling a twinge of guilt for having never considered how fragile Yin Xingwen truly was. Inside the mall, Lu Di and Yin Xingwen walked ahead, trailed by a group of tall, imposing figures in black. They attracted countless onlookers. Look, who is this esteemed personage gracing us with their presence? So many bodyguards. The girl in front is stunning. What do you mean stunning? That boy is even more handsome. They must be celebrities. No young master could be so striking. Which one is the celebrity? I don't recognize them. It must be that boy. Just look at his features. He's like a character from a comic. The girl is likely his girlfriend, and she seems to be the one chasing after him. You're the one chasing. Yin Xingwen's expression darkened at the remarks. Lu Di, let us enter this store and choose something. The group arrived at the entrance of the high-end luxury brand Amani, where Yin Xingwen spoke with irritation. Absolutely not. It is simply too unattractive. Lu Di remarked with a slight grimace. What about this one? LV? No. Yin Xingwen retorted, her frustration mounting. It's utterly commonplace. What about Hermes? Definitely not. Lu Di exclaimed. Are you intentionally opposing me? Must you adopt such a dismissive demeanor? Have I promised to marry you? You are driving me to exasperation. I will choose my own clothing. With that, Lu Di strode towards the staircase with determination. On the third floor, in a rather ordinary section, they stood before a store. Yin Qingwen's expression darkened. God? A brand with an average price of 500 yuan? I have never donned such attire. Lu Di, is this truly your selection? Wearing this would invite ridicule, and my father would surely rebuke me. Lu Di paid no heed to Yin Qingwen's complaints, instead beaming at a somewhat flustered young sales attendant. Lu Di, it's you. The young man finally recognized him and rushed forward, enveloping Lu Di in a warm embrace. Where have you been for the past 3 years? Lu Di chuckled, patting the young man's back. I encountered a minor incident that made me reluctant to show my face. The minor incident he referred to was indeed the unfortunate event that had left him visually impaired. During his university years, Lu Di was exceptionally gifted, garnering much attention and achieving outstanding results, seemingly destined for a remarkable future. However, the lingering aftermath of his eye injury has utterly ruined him. He suffers from daily headaches and is nearly incapable of accomplishing any task. The naturally proud Lu Di does not wish to reveal this side of himself to his classmates. He has chosen to vanish, enduring his plight in solitude. The young man before him is none other than Lu Di's university mate and close friend, Ajia. Ajia, I'm back, aren't I? I've come specifically to lend a hand with your business. Lu Di exclaimed with a smile. That's splendid. The little rascal has finally returned. Ajia could hardly contain his excitement, responding eagerly. But my performance is inconsequential. It should all go to Li Li. Lu Di was taken aback. After 3 years, Ajia had not changed one bit. Like Lu Di, Ajia was once a top student at Haisher University. Yet, he chose to work here as a clerk. All for a woman. Sun Li Li. Well, have you made any progress? Lu Di teased, casting a mischievous glance at Ajia. Soon. Ajia replied bashfully, scratching his head before turning to call out. Li Li, come see who has arrived. Who? Ajia, are you annoying? Can't you handle it yourself? In response, a stunning woman in a short skirt emerged from the store. With cascading purple waves and an alluring silhouette, she was a sight to behold. Yet, the moment she laid eyes on Lu Di, a flicker of disdain crossed her gaze. However, upon noticing the imposing presence of Yin Qingwen and the cadre of black-clad bodyguards behind Lu Di, she was momentarily taken aback. Oh, it's Lu Di. Long time no see. Have you struck it rich? Sun Lily's demeanor shifted in an instant, her tone dripping with flattery as she sauntered forward, swaying her enticing hips. Lu Di frowned, immediately discerning from her demeanor that this woman had not changed at all. In college, she had mingled with a rowdy crowd, spending countless nights away from home, ultimately leading to her expulsion from school. Subsequently, she ventured into the business world, managing this clothing store. The most foolish of all was Ajia, who harbored an infatuation for such a woman and willingly worked here. Lu Di, is this your girlfriend? She is stunning. I assume she must be a wealthy heiress? Sun Lily insinuated. She is merely my driver, Yin Qingwen replied coldly. Oh, so you're just a driver? How quaint. Sun Lily's expression transformed instantly as she brazenly retreated. Ajia, please attend to him, select a few garments for him, and ensure it does not exceed 300 yuan. I fear Lu Di may not be able to afford more. Sun Lily's snobbishness was glaringly apparent. Even Yin Qingwen frowned, clearly repulsed. Ha, Lu Di, I apologize. Lily has been rather upset lately. Ajia said awkwardly, quickly ushering Lu Di into the store. What garments would you like to try on today? I'll fetch them for you, all at a discount. Ha. Sighing softly, Lu Di shook his head gently and replied to Ajia, I'll stick to my usual preferences. Those 3 pieces I cherish the most. Understood. I know your taste all too well. Just wait a moment. Ajia joyfully exclaimed and turned to retrieve the items. The same old routine? The 3 pieces she adored the most? Yin Qingwen could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity as she quietly awaited Lu Di's aesthetic reveal. 10 minutes later, Lu Di emerged slowly from the fitting room. He donned a pristine, fitted white shirt devoid of any patterns, with his sleeves rolled up to the elbows. Below, he wore a pair of elongated light blue jeans. On his feet rested a classic pair of canvas shoes, complementing Lu Di's enchanting and strikingly handsome visage. He appeared as if a refreshing spring breeze had suddenly swept in. Simple and unadorned, yet utterly impossible to overlook. He was simply breathtaking. The eyes of several sales associates in the store widened in astonishment. How could a man be so exceptionally handsome? He resembled a character straight out of a comic book. Yin Qingwen found herself momentarily breathless. Indeed, he was undeniably handsome, easily captivating. Even the materialistic Sun Lily felt a stir within, This Lu Di was undeniably attractive, albeit a bit impoverished. Otherwise, just based on that face alone, she would willingly devote a week of her life. An extraordinary combination. Incredible. Ajia clapped in approval, exclaiming, Lu Di, this outfit is you. The illustrious gentleman of the Business Administration Department at Haisher University. Haha. Lu Di caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and smiled faintly. The version of himself that once brimmed with confidence and pride seemed to have truly returned. The shirt cost 368 yuan, the trousers 400 yuan, and the shoes 330 yuan. The voice of Sun Lily, tinged with impatience, echoed nearby. At this moment, Yan Qingwen regained her composure, furrowing her brow. While the items were indeed attractive, their prices were astonishingly low, almost akin to street vendor goods. Hey, Lily, considering Lu Di is our old classmate, can't we get a discount? Ajia chuckled. Sure, it can be deducted from your commission. No need. Lu Di casually adjusted his sleeves and remarked coolly, my transactions count as Ajia's, right? 3 pieces of clothing, and I want them bundled in sets of 200. What? Lu Di, did I hear you correctly? Ajia exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Di chuckled. Have you forgotten? Throughout my 4 years in university, I have always dressed this way. It's only natural to stock up on a few more pieces now. Lu Di, how did you suddenly acquire so much wealth? Ajia's eyes widened, and she inadvertently caught sight of Yan Qingwen in the distance, pondering, could it be that you found a benefactor? At that moment, Yan Qingwen realized that while this fellow had indeed chosen inexpensive attire, requesting 200 sets in one go was quite the spectacle. Truly, a desperate mind in a time of need. Nevertheless, it was not a significant amount. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she signaled for Tai Si behind her to proceed with the payment. Benefactor, my foot. Lu Di reached out, presenting his card. It's just over 200,000 yuan. Let us settle the bill. As for the balance on that card, even Lu Di was unaware of its exact amount. He only knew that, an hour prior, the balance had reached an astonishing 34 million. Beside him, Tai Si gazed at Yan Qingwen with confusion. Yan Qingwen merely shook her head, recognizing that the young man possessed a sense of integrity, remembering that his father had previously gifted him 5 million. Subsequently, the entire staff of the GG store mobilized to package items for Lu Di, the largest customer in history. However, Lu Di then led Yan Qingwen to the Zippo lighter display outside. After surveying the collection, he pointed to an exquisite copper lighter on the counter, declaring, this one. Good day, sir. This is our Zippo 75th Anniversary Limited Edition, adorned with 2 carats of matte blood diamonds, priced at 1.03 million. The salesperson was courteous, yet hesitated. Sir, are you certain you wish to view it? Purchase, Lu Di replied calmly as he produced his bank card. Oh, very well. The beautiful saleswoman was momentarily rendered speechless. Yan Qingwen was utterly bewildered. Lu Di, are you out of your mind? A 300 yuan shirt paired with a 1 million lighter? Do you possess taste, or are you simply foolish? Lu Di had already grasped the Zippo, its luxurious design effortlessly rotating in his hand. What do you know? I smoke, thus I require a reliable lighter. Do you not also handle that metallic ballpoint pen every day? A man must possess something worthy to display. With a swift motion, Lu Di flicked open the lighter's lid, taking a moment to admire it under the light. This is what one calls economizing while traveling by bus to a bar. Yan Qingwen was momentarily rendered speechless. Sir, here is your bank card. The transaction has been successfully completed. The beautiful saleswoman bent slightly to present the card, her demeanor exceedingly respectful. Lu Di retrieved the card. Sighing softly, upon seeing such a fine lighter, I am seized by the urge to smoke. Please wait for me a moment. With that, he turned without a glance and strode directly towards the smoking area. Insane. Pervert. Yan Qingwen stood rooted in place, stomping her feet in frustration. 10 minutes later, Yan Qingwen glared at Lu Di as he returned, his left hand clutching 2 ice cream cones and his right hand holding 3 hamburgers. In the brief span of less than 50 meters, he had managed to consume all 3 hamburgers. What an insatiable appetite. He had just eaten so much at lunch, and now he was devouring 3 hamburgers again. What kind of person is he truly? In fact, Lu Di himself felt somewhat at a loss. It was the efficiency of the magical child that was too extraordinary. In less than 2 hours, his energy had been wholly depleted once more, and his bodily functions had surged by another 13. Here, suddenly, a slender, fair hand extended before Yan Qingwen, presenting a creamy ice cream cone. Lu Di gazed with a radiant smile. This is cheap junk food. I won't eat it. Yan Qingwen turned her head away. It's expensive, 3 yuan, he insisted. The endearment made Yin Xingwen feel a delightful shiver run through her. She dazedly accepted the ice cream cone and frowned, saying, Lu Di, I'm telling you. If I feel unwell later, it's your fault. She took a gentle lick. The next moment, oh my, how sweet, she exclaimed, realizing how delicious it was. She was utterly captivated. Lu Di smiled softly. You really don't need to maintain that stern expression every day. A girl should embody her femininity. If you enjoy something, you should express it. Go away, Yin Xingwen retorted, turning her back, not wanting Lu Di to witness her eating. At that moment, Lu Di was suddenly enveloped by a fragrant aroma from behind. When he turned to look, he found Sun Lily standing there, coyly twirling her hair and accentuating her ample bosom. Lu Di, can you believe that after all these years as classmates, we don't even have each other on WeChat? Sun Lily struck an alluring pose, trying to entice Lu Di. She had witnessed everything that had transpired in the shop. Lu Di had casually purchased the Zippo Diamond Limited Edition worth $1 million. $1 million for a mere lighter. How wealthy must Lu Di be? Tens of millions? Sun Lily could hardly contain herself. Lu Di, a charming young man of considerable wealth, must be pursued. How about we exchange WeChat? During the quiet hours of the night, we could engage in delightful conversations. Sun Lily threw a flirtatious glance in his direction. Lu Di pondered for a moment and inquired, do you have C2 Yan's WeChat? C2 Yan? Lu Di's girlfriend from university? They had parted ways. Was Lu Di contemplating reconciliation? There was a risk, yet it presented an opportunity. Yes, add me, and I can introduce her to you. Sun Lily nodded affirmatively. Scan away. Lu Di extended his phone towards Sun Lily. Coincidentally, a text message regarding his futures trading arrived simultaneously. Your account has received a deposit of 234,500. Balance, 123,005, 323 yuan. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. My goodness, 120 million. He was extraordinarily wealthy. Sun Lily suppressed her excitement and elegantly scanned Lu Di's QR code, successfully adding him as a friend. Was this a horror film? 200 outfits were excessively overwhelming. Yin Xingwen had no choice but to instruct Tai Si and the others to return the clothes to the estate. Lu Di patted a Jia on the shoulder, casting a meaningful glance. In the future, if a good opportunity arises, I will invite you to collaborate. After Lu Di and his group departed, Sun Lily quickly concealed herself behind the shelves. This affluent and handsome gentleman must be secured for herself. As for that sycophant in the A-League, she has never regarded him as a person. Excitedly clutching her phone, her mind rehearsed repeatedly how to initiate a conversation with Lu Di. Sun Lily, Lu Di, are you there? Lu Di, Sun Lily, I'll first send you Situ Yan's WeChat, but don't be too disheartened. Xiao Yan now has a boyfriend, chosen by her mother, a wealthy heir. Sun Lily, however, I'm single at the moment. If you're feeling bored, I could come over tonight. Then, Sun Lily sent Situ Yan's contact information. She added, Lu Di, I know a great bar where they serve a drink called Lost Innocence. Don't you think it sounds fun? Sun Lily suppressed her excitement. These lines were her forte, nearly irresistible to any man. Send. Beep. The other party is no longer your friend. To continue chatting, please send a friend request. What the heck? What is going on? He actually blocked me. Not even a word of explanation. Furious, Sun Lily hurled her phone away, exclaiming, scumbag. Meanwhile, at the Yin family estate, Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin glared in exasperation as Tai Si and his companions carried an array of clothing back. Just how many clothes did he buy? And how much did he spend? This is truly his character. His sole aim is wealth. Refreshing my worldview. How infuriating. Yin Kai's eyes sparkled with mischief. Xinxin, we must not allow that insufferable Lu Di to have it easy. An idea began to form in her mind, and soon the two lovely maidens were conspiring enthusiastically, unable to suppress their wicked laughter. After Yin Xingwen and Lu Di departed from the shopping mall, Lu Di drove directly to the northern part of Haishir Wahai district. Yin Xingwen glanced at the modest three-story building before her and surveyed the surroundings, her brow furrowing with unease. The sight was etched in her memory, for it was here, 3 years prior, that she had been cornered by ruffians. Lu Di, why have you brought me here? Are you attempting to remind me of the debt I owe you for your gallant rescue 3 years ago? Lu Di shook his head in resignation. You are overthinking things. My devious friend. Yin Xingwen followed Lu Di as he pushed open the dilapidated wooden door of the three-story structure. A pungent aroma of disinfectant and a hint of blood assaulted her senses. Inside the lobby, The filthy windows allowed only a mottled light to filter through. The decrepit room was strewn with a dozen hospital beds, some occupied by patients bandaged in blood-soaked wraps or receiving intravenous drips. The floor was littered with bloodstains, syringes, and scattered medication containers, resembling a chilling scene from a horror film set in a grotesque hospital. Lu Di, what is this place? Yan Qingwen felt an immediate surge of tension, retreating behind Lu Di and gripping his arm tightly. Lu Di remained silent, calmly advancing forward. Ahead, an elderly man with disheveled hair, clad in a tattered white coat, held a sharp steel rod, measuring it before the chest of a middle-aged man who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. As they approached, Yan Qingwen's eyes widened in horror. She noticed a smalls marked on the man's chest with a marker. Was this a target? Did the old man intend to pierce the man's heart? Grandfather Tuo, Lu Di softly called out. The elderly man did not turn, instead barking, "Little Lu Di, keep your girl quiet for a moment. I am saving a life here." Through Lu Di's perspective, the young prodigy had already analyzed the unconscious man's condition. Grandfather Tuo's method was undoubtedly the most effective and swift solution. That seemingly hasty swaz marked with precision, devoid of any error. With a swift motion, the glint of cold steel flashed as the rod plunged into the abdomen of the unconscious man. In the next instant, blood gushed forth. Along with the blood, a thick yellow fluid began to flow from the steel rod. Just as Yan Qingwen was about to scream, Lu Di swiftly covered her mouth. As the viscous fluid drained away, the middle-aged man's furrowed brow began to relax, indicating that his condition was experiencing significant relief. He is afflicted with pleural effusion, and you dare to employ such a method to alleviate it? Yan Qingwen stared in disbelief, suddenly raising her voice. Your approach is exceedingly reckless. There are no auxiliary instruments, no sterilization. This is utterly irresponsible. At this, the old master turned slowly, remarking, Little Lu, your girl seems to possess considerable knowledge. However, I cannot consent to this marriage. She is far too noisy. Who are you, and why must your approval matter? Yan Qingwen began to retort, only to realize the absurdity of her words. Bah, I would never wed him. Since you are skilled in medicine, I shall entrust the remaining bandaging tasks to you. The old master waved dismissively at Yan Qingwen and turned to Lu, saying, Little Lu, what brings you here? Why didn't you bring me any wine? Lu chuckled heartily, guiding the old master to one side. Old master, I have made some money. Meanwhile, Yan Qingwen, feeling frustrated as she tended to the patient's wounds, occasionally stole glances at Lu and the old master conversing in the distance. The old master maintained an air of nonchalance, yet his gaze towards Lu reflected both pride and satisfaction. Half an hour later, Yan Qingwen sat bewildered in the car, observing the old master at the entrance of the dilapidated building, bidding farewell to her and Lu, along with several children in wheelchairs. These children were pitiable. Some had lost arms, others, legs, yet they all smiled brightly, affectionately calling Lu Big Brother. As they journeyed back to the estate, Yan Qingwen could no longer restrain her curiosity and inquired, What place was that just now? It is a hospital, Lu Di replied, one hand firmly grasping the steering wheel. His spirits elevated. Old Master Tuo is the only doctor there, dedicated to treating the impoverished who cannot afford medical care. Yan Qingwen was taken aback. What about those children? They are homeless orphans. A criminal syndicate maimed them, forcing them into a life of begging until they reached a certain age, at which point they were discarded. It was old Master Tuo who took them in, Lu Di explained slowly. A tempest of emotions surged within Yan Qingwen's heart. No wonder that place was so dilapidated. No wonder there were so many children. Old Master Tuo is truly a good man. She suddenly felt a pang of regret. She should not have shouted at old Master Tuo. But how do you know him? With a snap, Lu Di flicked open his Zippo lighter and ignited a cigarette for himself. 3 years ago, on the night I was stabbed in the eye, I lay on the roadside for half an hour while everyone turned a blind eye. Just when I was on the brink of bleeding out, it was old Master Tuo who saved me. A thunderclap resonated in Yan Qingwen's mind. In an instant, everything became clear to her. Lu Di, I'm sorry. She clutched her clothing tightly, tears glimmering in the corners of her eyes. Do you feel guilty now? Indeed. A wicked smile crept onto Lu Di's lips. Then, if you offer yourself to me, we shall consider this matter settled. You rogue. Shameless. Get lost. Yan Qingwen turned her head. Indeed, Lu Di was not a good person. Aha. Lu Di pressed the accelerator, and the Mercedes-Benz GT sped towards the Yan family estate. Inside the car, a profound silence enveloped them for 10 minutes. Finally, Yin Qingwen mustered her courage. Lu Di, I want to help Grandpa and his hospital. No need, Lu Di replied indifferently. Why? They seem to be in dire need of funds. Yin Qingwen questioned, perplexed. I just left them some money, Lu Di said, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. How much did you leave? Not much, for million. What? For million? Yin Qingwen was even more astonished. Her father had given Lu Di 5 million in total. He had spent over 1 million on clothes and a lighter. So, was this 4 million all that remained of Lu Di's funds? One moment he was purchasing clothes worth 300, the next he was buying a lighter for 1 million, and now he was donating 4 million? A miser, a libertine, a starving ghost, frugal yet extravagant, kind-hearted, proud, and grateful. What kind of person was Lu Di, really? In Yin Qingwen's eyes, he had become increasingly inscrutable. Does that mean you have no money left? Yin Qingwen tentatively inquired. As for this question, Lu Di genuinely found himself at a loss for words. On his account, there now rests a staggering 300 million. Not only did he gift 4 million to the esteemed elder, but he also transferred 500,000 to his mother working at home. However, Lu Di hesitated to send more to his mother, fearing she might be overwhelmed by such generosity. For this sum of 500,000, he resorted to fabricating a story about winning the lottery. Mind your own affairs, you need not concern yourself with mine, Lu Di stated nonchalantly. Yet, in Yin Qingwen's eyes, this demeanor reflected a stubborn, albeit humble, dignity. I have no intention of meddling in your matters. I merely wish to donate a bit more to the elder, she replied. Lu Di smirked. Save your breath. The elder does not need your assistance, nor does he hold your Yingji group in high regard. Until recently, Lu Di had been oblivious to the elder's true identity. However, with the emergence of the magical child, he now learned that the elder, known as Chu He, carries the moniker of Chu Huadua. 30 years ago, he was already a preeminent medical professor in China, renowned worldwide. The current medical giant, Yingji Group, was established on the foundation of a patent pioneered by the elder. Yet, it remains a mystery why he chose to live incognito 10 years ago, dedicating himself to a free hospital as a volunteer doctor. Yin Qingwen found herself at a loss for words once more, unsure of Lu Di's true nature. But she could certainly ascertain that he was undeniably insufferable. By the time they returned to the estate, evening had descended. As Yin Qingwen alighted from the vehicle, she took a deep, heavy breath. At long last, this bewildering day has drawn to a close. Third sister, you have returned. There stood Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin at the entrance to the estate, eagerly awaiting. Soft rice Lu. We have waited for you for quite some time, Yin Kai exclaimed, bouncing towards Lu Di with a cheerful smile. Your room is all ready, meticulously arranged by Xinshin and me. Here, take the key. Lu Di offered a subtle smile, sensing from the expressions of the two girls that this was likely not a favorable turn of events. Yin Qingwen, oblivious to the implications, expressed her delight. Fourth sister. Fifth sister, how considerate of you to prepare the room in advance. Which floor is it on? The basement, the innermost room. Yin Kai grinned. Yin Qingwen paused, bewildered. The basement? Really? Yes, what's wrong with that? Third sister, let us not forget, Lu Di is your chauffeur. Should he be accommodated in a suite upstairs? I'd be concerned he'd sneak into my room at night. Yin Kai wrinkled her nose. Lu Di, however, remained unfazed, stepping forward to accept the key from her hand. Responding simply, thank you. Oh my, his eyes are so captivating. Yin Kai's heart raced. After all, it wouldn't be too much of a loss if you were to enter her room. Kai, do not be beguiled by his charm. Do not forget our grand scheme. Yin Xinshin whispered from behind. As Lu Di entered the main building alone, Yin Qingwen felt a twinge of conflict within her. Was this truly beneficial for him? Indeed. What could possibly be amiss? He was a freeloader, a schemer, daring to manipulate the affections of the third sister. The two shared a bond of mutual disdain. Quite right. This insufferable wretch ought not to be afforded any leniency. Oh, how exhilarating. The two young ladies dashed away in glee. They could hardly contain their excitement to return to their room, where they had not only set up traps to prank Lu Di, but also installed an array of surveillance cameras. Goodness, this manor's main building is indeed vast. Even the corridor on the lower second floor is remarkably lengthy. Lu Di stood at the staircase of the lower second floor, marveling at the darkened corridor. Magical child. Lu Di, shall I predict your impending misfortune? Haha, it would be utterly hilarious. Lu Di could only manage a resigned smile. All right then, on the fifth floor, Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin lay on their beds, eagerly clutching a tablet computer. Look quickly, the freeloader has reached the corridor. Kai Kai, is it wrong for us to do this? Yet, I am filled with anticipation. Haha. In the footage, Lu Di pressed the light switch on the wall, only to find it malfunctioning. Haha, foolish Lu Di. I severed the wiring long ago. Sighing in boredom, Lu Di let out a soft breath and waved his arm lightly. Suddenly, the corridor was illuminated brilliantly. In the opulent Yin family manner, a state-of-the-art smart home system is, of course, a given. For the mischievous Tong, controlling it all is a mere trifle. Wait, how did the lights turn on? What is that Lu brother doing? The two young girls stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. They watched as Lu effortlessly stepped over the tripwire before him, nimbly dodging a plastic skeleton that fell from the ceiling. He casually seized a nearby chair to shield himself from a contraption that would unleash a bag of flour. Then, Lu paused for a few moments. Suddenly, a flurry of eggs shot out from beneath the table, splattering against the wall opposite him. Lu moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll, effortlessly evading all the traps. Impossible. How did he evade every single one? I specifically hired a master of pranks to set this up. Hold on, don't rush. There's one last trap he surely cannot escape. The scene revealed Lu arriving at the end of the corridor, in front of his bedroom door. Just as he opened the door, the tablet flickered with static before plunging into darkness. What the hell? The two girls stood frozen in place. The future looks promising. The moment Lu opened his door, the sound of a taut string snapping echoed above him, and a bucket of ink cascaded down. Lu Di was naturally well prepared. Standing at a height of 180 centimeters, coupled with the extension of his arms, he deftly caught the basin of water at the first moment. Simultaneously, he noticed the twinkling starlight on the ground, a scattering of glass marbles. With a swift motion, Lu Di slipped slightly and executed a backflip, spinning 360 degrees in utter silence, a display of exquisite grace. He landed steadily, his hands holding a basin brimming with ink, perfectly level. Remarkably, not a single drop was spilled amidst his astonishing poise. Calming his breath, Lu Di observed the data before him, a smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. Strength enhancement, 568, with a single punch capable of exerting approximately 280 kilograms. Reaction speed enhancement, 354, with a response time of 0.3 seconds. Precision enhancement, 400, with a margin of error of merely 3.6 millimeters. All values exceeding those of an ordinary person by 3 to 4 times. He was astounded by such a transformative change within just a day. The previous movement had been intentional, a test to ascertain the extent of his physical capabilities. Gazing at the gently rippling ink in the basin, Lu Di felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The sensation of having complete control was exhilarating. He illuminated the lights in the room. Though situated in a basement, the decor was not lacking, for it was a mansion valued in the hundreds of millions, belonging to the Yin family. Yet, an occasional faint musty odor served as a reminder to Lu Di that this basement had likely remained uninhabited for many years. Lu Di swept his gaze around the space. The European-style king-size bed, desk, and wardrobe, along with a private bathroom, are all present and accounted for. Perfect for a temporary stay of a few days. An antique piano in the corner catches Lu Di's attention. Reflecting back, Lu Di remembers that as a child, his mother harbored a singular hope for him, to become a piano virtuoso. With growing curiosity, Lu Di opens the piano and gently presses the keys. A crisp sound resonates. Yet he is acutely aware that the instrument is out of tune. Its age has caused the strings to loosen, resulting in its discordance. The subconscious integration of a master tuner is complete. The subconscious integration of the techniques of 108 pianists is complete at the same time. The mischievous voice of the magical child chimes in. Buy one, get one free. The techniques of high, medium, and low vocalists, and the vocal skills of popular singers have been integrated. Lu Di smiles knowingly, thinking, magical child, do you wish for me to realize my childhood dream? The long night stretches on, sleep eluding him, so he decides to sing a little tune for his own amusement. 10 minutes later, brushing the dust from his hands, he presses the piano keys once more, and this unknown ancient piano finally breathes new life. The tones are precise, and the timbre is exquisite. Lu Di takes a deep breath, slowly sits before the piano, his back straight, his expression serene as still water. His fingers dance across the keys, and in an instant, the mastery of countless piano maestros flows through him. The sound of the antique piano emerges, soothing and ethereal. Subsequently, Lu Di murmured as if in a dream. Beneath his divine vocal technique lay a moment of silence, evoking boundless imagination. Then, Lu Di slowly began to speak. A series of words from his heart were meticulously crafted and, accompanied by rhythm, were sung softly. In those tumultuous days, the wind howled fiercely as we faced the onslaught of waves without fear, allowing the sea to engulf us and the gales to sweep over us. We experienced the pitch-black nights, the wind, and the torrential rains that lashed against the wings of darkness and stirred the waves on the streets. I found myself in deep contemplation of the wind's direction, the extension of night, and the culmination of blooming flowers. A long-forgotten strength surged unexpectedly in the night. Promising a hopeful future as the song neared its conclusion, Lu Di's voice ascended to an ethereal quality, reaching an astonishing C5 range. This sound did not erupt abruptly but flowed gently like a stream, gradually elevating to a realm of the celestial. The red wine glass on the nearby cabinet had developed fine cracks due to the resonance. Beautiful. Indeed, the realm of human artistry is unfathomable. Even the tone of the demon child conveyed a hint of excitement. The video upload is complete. Demon child? Haha. Such a melodious song would be a pity to keep to myself. I have transformed it into a video and shared it online. A video appeared from Lu Di's perspective. The background has been set. In the pitch-black environment, a beam of light illuminates a tall, young man seated at the piano, lost in the music as he passionately sings a song that resonates within him. The title of the piece is A Promising Future, published by D.E. Lu Di smiles gently, thinking that since his face is not revealed, let the audience appreciate the performance. However, the name D is rather intriguing. Lu Di, D. An account named D with 0 followers quietly registers on the Douyin platform. It merely shares a single video, a young man singing from behind. 1,000 miles away, an office worker enjoys dinner at a street stall and inadvertently scrolls to the video. The sound of the piano fills the air. Instantly captivated, the office worker tilts his head and perks up his ears. Gradually, his expression freezes, and the noodles in his mouth dangle as he forgets to swallow. I am in a profound contemplation, the direction of the wind, the extension of the night, and the conclusion of blooming flowers. As the pure, ethereal high notes reminiscent of a dreamlike world emerge, he is suddenly engulfed in goosebumps, his hair standing on end. This melody is exquisite. Is this truly a human voice? The office worker glances back, only to find a crowd has gathered behind him, all wearing expressions of astonishment. This song is magnificent. What is its name? And who is the artist? The crowd eagerly snatches the office worker's phone. It's from Douyin. I must follow him. Lying in bed with his eyes closed, Lu Di had long since grown accustomed to the incessant vibrations of his phone. The operations of Magic Child Futures had never ceased. When Lu Di finally picked up his phone, his expression became momentarily frozen in astonishment. The notifications on his Douyin icon displayed an overwhelming count. 999 messages, 102. 000 private messages, 2 million comments, 2 million likes, and 4 million views. Among the comments, oh my, is this divine? The voice is so grand. The pitch soars dramatically, resonating deeply and magnificently, lingering like a haunting melody. Is there anyone who can achieve such heights? My room is enveloped in silence, so profound that I can hear the rhythm of my own heartbeat. I am profoundly moved by his voice. I wish to escape back into this ethereal realm. Who are you? I shall dedicate my entire existence to finding you. With my premium sound system, the resonance within my room shattered my fish tank. Such divine high notes. This must be the legendary celestial music. Observing the silhouette of the young man, he must resemble a deity, not of this mundane world. Your lyrics, oh your lyrics. They evoke the struggles I have endured, yet simultaneously bestow upon me hope and strength. I can feel it. You cannot comprehend. This song is not only melodious, but its lyrics and composition are masterpieces. I am enamored. Who are you? Who are you? Michelin 3-star culinary skills, in the private messages. A leaf of Bodhi, greetings, Mr. D. May I inquire if you are signed with a talent agency? Starry Group, could you participate in a commercial performance? You may set your own price. Director Song, hello. We are from the variety show National Singing God. I would like to discuss something with you. May I have your contact information, please? Lan Ji Hui, young man, do you have a girlfriend? I am 175 centimeters tall, weigh 56 kilograms, and my measurements are Mu Xiaoyao, DE. I love you. Do you dare to respond to me? A plethora of comments and messages flooded in, predominantly filled with admiration, invitations for Lu Di to perform, and fervent fans eager to meet him in person. This was merely half an hour. In the era of social media, the power of the internet is indeed formidable. Lu Di cast his phone aside, harboring no interest in this path of entertainment. Instead, his thoughts were consumed by an increasingly intense entrepreneurial dream. At this moment, a business plan was gradually taking shape in his mind. On the 5th floor, in a lavish bedroom, Yin Xian grew more agitated with each passing moment. How could her meticulously devised trap fail to ensnare that wretched Lu Di? The malfunctioning surveillance camera had betrayed her at a critical moment. Kai, come with me to the basement. The glass ball mechanism in the room must have captured Lu Di. I need to see his misfortune. Kai, did you hear me? She turned to find Yin Kai sprawled on the bed, wearing headphones, engrossed in the iPad before him. On the screen, a silhouette is elegantly playing the piano. Oh, come on, you silly romantic. What is so captivating about this pretentious video? Yin Xinshin remarked. Listen, the voice of this person is absolutely enchanting, Yin Kai replied, her large, fluffy eyes glimmering with unshed tears. At that moment, Yin Xinshin fell into a trance, the world around her fading away. As she donned her headphones, an unexpected silence enveloped the room. The melody that filled her ears was ethereal, initially resembling a gentle mountain stream, then transforming into a wisp of smoke, slowly ascending to the mountain peak, ultimately merging into the vast sea of clouds, magnificent and grand. Not only was the singing celestial, but the accompanying piano was also of unparalleled excellence. Yin Xinshin, both a prodigy in music and an online streamer, recognized that the vocal prowess, piano skills, and arrangement of this piece surpassed all contemporary musical works available. She was utterly astounded. This is exquisite. Kai, I am beside myself. Who is he? Yin Kai, equally captivated, exclaimed, I have no idea. He is quite mysterious, with only this one video titled DE, and he currently has 6 million followers. Kai, I've made up my mind. I have finally discovered my life's goal, Yin Xinshin declared, tears streaming down her face. I must marry him. I absolutely must marry him. No way, Xinshin. I was the one who discovered him. You cannot steal my husband. We are sisters. What do you mean? No way. I absolutely must marry him, Lu Di thought resolutely. Suddenly, a familiar growl emanated from his stomach. He was hungry again. Glancing at his phone, he realized it was already 10 p.m. Alas, it seemed he had no choice but to venture into the kitchen for a late-night snack. With a swift leap, Lu Di set off toward the kitchen. At the moment he swung open the door, 2 shrill screams pierced the air, startling him. Immediately following was a hissing sound, self-defense spray. Fortunately, Lu Di possessed extraordinary reflexes and managed to dodge the cloud of mist with lightning speed. What are you doing? He demanded. His brows furrowed as he fixed his gaze on the 2 young ladies, who were clutching the spray and paralyzed with fright on the floor. Pervert, one of them exclaimed. Pervert? This is my room, Lu Di retorted. To his astonishment, the 2 were none other than Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin. Despite the enchanting melodies of Di's song, they were unwilling to accept their failed prank on Lu Di. Just 5 minutes prior, they had stealthily approached his door with the pepper spray in hand. As they were about to pry the door open, Lu Di had suddenly appeared before them. You! Indecent! They shouted in unison. Lu Di, I must tell you, you cannot stay in my home. And you certainly must not pursue my 3rd sister. I assure you, as long as we are around. Wait. Where is he? As the 2 young girls regained their senses, Lu Di had already walked quite a distance, utterly ignoring the 2 unruly girls. Kai. Let us follow him and see what he intends to do. This scoundrel might be heading to knock on Sanjia's door. In the kitchen, the chef, Zhang Ma, greeted Lu Di with a warm smile and a nod. Mr. Lu, how may I assist you? Lu Di scratched his head and replied, I'm feeling a bit hungry. May I ask? Before he could finish, Zhang Ma was interrupted by the 2 lovely ladies who had just arrived, calling out to the chef from afar. Zhang Ma, do not prepare a meal for this swindler. They were exasperated, realizing that this glutton was hungry once again. Want to eat? Not a chance. Observing Zhang Ma's troubled expression, Lu Di could only shake his head in resignation. Zhang Ma, please take a rest. I shall handle it myself. Ding. The magical culinary skills have arrived. The subconscious fusion of Michelin 3-star techniques is complete. Very well. Lu Di smiled faintly. He intends to cook for himself? Humph. At his age, how could he possibly know how to cook? He probably only learned a few recipes for scrambled eggs with tomatoes online and has never succeeded in making them. Kai, let us just watch and see. He'll likely end up creating a culinary disaster, and then we shall see how he extricates himself from that predicament. Then, Yin Xinshin whispered conspiratorially into Yin Kai's ear, We can charge him for the waste of ingredients, driving him to frustration. Sounds good. With the two girls wearing mischievous grins, Ludi found himself once again in a state of exasperation. Stretching his limbs, Ludi tied on an apron and slowly rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt. After surveying the ingredients in the kitchen, he decided on the dish he would prepare. He rinsed the rice 3 times and placed it in the rice cooker, adding a drop of vegetable oil before igniting the flame. Next, he chopped fresh scallions, whisked eggs, and minced a few pieces of preserved plums. Is he making fried rice? The two young ladies momentarily found themselves lost in thought again. With his immaculate white shirt, exquisite apron, and deft technique, who said that a man who cooks earnestly is the most handsome? How right he was. Alas, this display seems impressive, but after all that effort, is he merely making fried rice? Moreover, why is he adding preserved plums to fried rice? Such nonsense. Yin Kaikai suddenly recalled that the man before her was none other than Ludi, the one she held a deep-seated disdain for, and she couldn't help but scoff. What use is good looks if they are merely for show? Once the fragrant rice was ready, Ludi meticulously spread it on a baking tray and placed it in the oven, setting the timer for 4 minutes. What is this operation? This is not what one would find online. The two young ladies were utterly perplexed. When the rice emerged from the oven, its moisture had evaporated, each grain separated and emitting a delicate aroma. At this moment, the two young beauties were already drooling. Subsequently, Ludi began to stir-fry the rice. He added the egg mixture, scallions, and diced preserved plums, all while flames danced, and he skillfully tossed the ingredients. Two enchanting young ladies were momentarily captivated, exclaiming at the sheer handsomeness of the scene before them. It was nothing short of a performance. Freshly prepared, they rushed over with eager anticipation. The sight was indeed tantalizing. A plate of fried rice, resplendent in golden hues, adorned with vibrant green scallions and succulent red bits of preserved meat, was simply mouth-watering. Why is the rice so golden? One inquired. Where are the eggs? Yank, unable to contain her excitement, swallowed hard. Such questions seemed trivial in the face of her desire to indulge. Have you all any pride left? Ludi removed his apron and took a seat with nonchalance. Would you care for a taste? We wouldn't dare. We have our principles, they retorted, though their resolve was wavering. Ludi chuckled softly, taking a spoonful of fried rice and savoring it slowly. The two young ladies gazed at him in rapt attention. Ludi's expression transformed into one of pure enjoyment. The rice, having been roasted in the oven for 4 minutes, had lost its surface moisture, resulting in perfectly separated grains that were neither too soft nor too firm, simply delightful. The addition of scallions imparted a fragrant aroma, while the lard infused a rich, savory essence. He took another bite, relishing it thoroughly. Under the sweltering summer sun, when appetites often wane, the inclusion of preserved plum pieces lent a delightful tang to the fried rice, igniting a true craving. The two young ladies, their wide eyes blinking in awe, stared intently at the plate of fried rice, swallowing hard in anticipation. Ludi raised the plate towards the light, revealing its golden, lustrous perfection, truly an exquisite sight. With my deft technique, I thoroughly whisked the egg mixture, enveloping each grain of rice, and after a vigorous stir-fry, the rice gleamed with a golden hue, not only pleasing to the eye but bursting with flavor. This is the fabled golden fried rice. Delicious. Ludi swallowed another mouthful, casting a sly glance at the two young ladies, unable to contain his mirth. Yin Kaikai could scarcely restrain herself, instinctively yearning to leap forward. Ludi elegantly turned the plate of fried rice towards them, a mischievous grin adorning his face. So, ladies, do you still wish to maintain your dignity? Oh, I can't take it anymore. I must have the golden egg fried rice. Dignity be damned. The two young beauties pounced like famished tigers, snatching Ludi's chopsticks and devouring the dish with abandon. Whoa, this is exquisite. I have never tasted anything so delightful in my life. Let me have just a bit more. It would be worth dying for. Soft rice man, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. The two young ladies were nearly in tears, overflowing with gratitude. Ludi smiled inexplicably. Rising to his feet, he reignited the stove to prepare another batch. Clearly, under these circumstances, this serving would undoubtedly be devoid of his share. Ludi, we shall not consume this meal without compensation. Yin Kaikai, her mouth full of fried rice, mumbled, we shall value this bowl at 10,000 yuan. Oh, you wish to pay? Ludi found himself in a rather amusing predicament, realizing that the demeanor of a young lady from a prestigious family was indeed quite distinct. However, the subsequent remarks left him in utter disbelief. Ludi, Deducting this 10,000, you ought to prepare an additional 499 bowls for us. Do not forget, you still owe me 5 million. 5 minutes later, she added. Lu Di, deduct another 10,000 and whip up another dish for us. We find ourselves insufficiently fed. Sighing in resignation, he complied. After a full 2 hours, he finally managed to serve himself after preparing the fourth dish, while the two young ladies had devoured 3 enormous servings. Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin, thoroughly satisfied, leaned back in their chairs, gently patting their round bellies and closing their eyes to rest. At this juncture, Lu Di casually inquired, Kai, Xinshin, why did I not see Brother Ouyang today? Unraveling Ouyang Fengyu's schemes and simultaneously safeguarding Yin Xingwen was the principal reason for Lu Di's presence here, and he intended to conduct a thorough investigation now that the opportunity presented itself. The eldest sister and brother-in-law have their own residence. They do not reside here. Moreover, our father is quite busy with work and seldom returns. Typically, it is just the 3 of us living here with the third sister. Oh, so it is just the 3 of you silly girls? Lu Di remarked, furrowing his brow. Suddenly, Yin Kai sensed something amiss and, clutching her chest in anxiety, exclaimed, Lu Di, what are you planning to do? Humph, what do you think? You should be cautious while sleeping at night. Lu Di rose and, as he departed, he deliberately glanced back, revealing a mischievous smile. The 2 young beauties trembled in fright. Yet they could not help but notice the fleeting expression of disdain that had crossed Lu Di's face just moments prior. In the darkness of night, a figure swiftly ascended the outer side of the Yin family manor, moving with the speed of lightning. Shaoqing stood atop the building, surveying the entire estate. A flicker of purple light appeared in his right eye, as eerie as a demon lurking in the shadows. It was none other than Lu Di, who had dined before this escapade. The Yin family manor, a mere 6 stories high, posed no challenge for Lu Di, who effortlessly scaled its heights with his physical prowess. He pondered the situation, questioning whether Ouyang Fengyu would be foolish enough to confront him within the confines of the Yin family estate. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that no matter the means employed against him, he would be prepared to counter any assault. However, the real query remained. How would he deal with Yin Xingwen? It was evident that Yin Xingwen was a formidable adversary in Ouyang Fengyu's quest for control over the Yin family's shares. Did Ouyang truly intend to eliminate Yin Xingwen? Rest assured, the entire surveillance system of the Yin family manor is under my control. Should any anomalies arise, I will inform you at once. Magic Eye, can you monitor Ouyang Fengyu? That depends on whether there are network cameras in his vicinity. However, he exhibited no unusual behavior throughout the day and was currently immersed in entertainment. Soon, a scene unfolded in Lu Di's perspective. Within the opulent confines of a luxurious club bedroom, Ouyang Fengyu reclined on the bed, flanked by 2 alluring women, their flirtatious glances darting towards him, brimming with eager anticipation. The 2 beauties were strikingly seductive, their features bearing a remarkable resemblance. Ouyang Fengyu sighed, remarking, though they are twins, they pale in comparison to the enchanting Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin. Those 2 Yin sisters constantly tantalize me, igniting a burning desire within. One day, when I seize the Yin family, I shall have them at my beck and call, ensuring they cater to my every whim. Alas, I must endure for a little longer. The subsequent imagery was too distressing to behold, prompting Lu Di to close the scene. TSK, what a beast. Married to the elder sister, yet still coveting the younger ones. The following morning at the Ingji group, Lu Di awoke to an explosion of messages on his phone. The video A Promising Future had spread overnight, amassing an astonishing 200 million views, over 100 million likes, 50 million comments, and a staggering 110 million followers. The account Dai had, in a single night, ascended to the pinnacle of online fame, eclipsing all others in data metrics. Countless invitations, offers, and commercial collaborations flooded Lu Di's private messages, overwhelming him with their sheer volume. On the internet, the top 7 trending topics are all related to this video. A celestial melody, Future is Promising by DE. A nationwide speculation ensues. Who exactly is DE? The chart-topping divine song Future is Promising. It moved everyone to tears. 500 million netizens spent a sleepless night. Major music platforms are offering 80 million to acquire the rights to Future is Promising. A multitude of petitions. We implore DE to release more works. Rumors suggest that DE is a blind individual. While God may have closed his window, he has opened the door to his extraordinary vocal talent. More astonishingly, overnight, numerous individuals have publicly claimed to be DE. The music deity Li Ming exclaims, I confess, I intended to quietly sing a song. But I didn't expect to be discovered by you all. The performing star Sun Xiang declares, "It is I. I have dedicated 2 years to honing my singing skills. And this is my first gift to everyone." Upon witnessing this, Lu Di merely chuckles. Not only was it an accidental success, but he also harbored no intention to pursue it further. He rises, freshens up, and goes for a morning run. At precisely 6 o'clock a.m., Lu Di steps outside. He jogs along the mountain path, exercising his limbs as he runs. An hour later, Yan Qingwen stands before the entrance of the Yan family estate, her face filled with fury. Beside her, the figure in black, Tai Si, bows and says, "Third miss, I have knocked on Mr. Lu Di's door twice. But it seems he is still asleep. Perhaps we should let Old Li take you today." "No, it must be him. It was he who voluntarily offered to be my chauffeur, so he must not indulge in slothful slumber." Yan Qingwen crossed her arms and furrowed her brow, instructing Tai Si, "Go on, continue knocking until you rouse him." Suddenly, amidst the morning sun, a tall figure gradually approached from the foot of the mountain, running with ease. This individual possessed a robust physique, his steps light and steady, each breath deliberate and balanced. Yan Qingwen narrowed her beautiful eyes, recognizing him. Had he truly gone for a run? Lu Di jogged up to her, a bag of steamed buns in hand. "Good morning, third miss. You're up so early. Don't you ever sleep in?" Yan Qingwen was taken aback, for Lu Di, with his seemingly idle demeanor, should have been the very picture of laziness. "I rise at 5:30 every morning to exercise. I've maintained this routine for a decade. Today, I left at 6 and ran a lap around the base of the mountain. Here, would you care for some?" Lu Di offered the buns while stretching his limbs. In that moment, Yan Qingwen felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had not anticipated Lu Di's commendable diligence. His daily discipline truly set an example for the youth. Meanwhile, rising at 6 was a torment for her. Suddenly, Yan Qingwen's pupils constricted as she discerned the packaging in Lu Di's hand, Lafuji's soup buns. This, Lafuji's, was situated on the street at the foot of the mountain, a full 20 kilometers away from here. "Lu Di, have you purchased Baozi? That's a distance of 20 kilometers. Did you really accomplish it in 1 hour? A normal person takes 30 minutes to run 5 kilometers. Yan Qingwen instantly sensed something amiss. It couldn't have been an hour. I even managed to eat 7 baskets of Baozi at the foot of the mountain." Lu Di replied nonchalantly. "That's even more improbable, Lu Di. Is a morning run really a matter of showing off?" Yan Qingwen finally grasped the situation. Her expression filled with exasperation. Meanwhile, Tai Si, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes. Through his earpiece, Tai Shi and the others were reporting that Lu Di indeed made a round trip of 20 kilometers in just 1 hour. The Tai brothers had witnessed it firsthand. His speed was like the wind. He raced through the entire distance with astonishing fervor. The skilled members of the Tai family felt a sense of humiliation. Tai Si maintained a calm demeanor, though he was internally astounded. Having faced numerous challenges and undergone rigorous training, he understood that Lu Di's speed was extraordinary, even by the standards of elite special forces. "Mr. Lu Di, your stamina is truly admirable." "Ah, you flatter me. Are we about to set off? Please wait a moment. I need to take a shower and change my clothes," Lu Di remarked before turning to leave. "What?" Yan Qingwen exclaimed. "How can you behave like this as a driver? Tai Si, you too. Why do you keep giving Lu Di an easy way out?" Once again, she was infuriated. Having just begun to form a favorable impression of Lu Di the previous day, unbeknownst to anyone, the man in black, Tai Si, gazed at Lu Di's retreating figure, his eyes glinting with intensity. On her way to work, in the luxurious confines of a Rolls-Royce, Yan Qingwen, adorned with headphones, bore an expression of an indescribable longing. She was listening to the viral sensation "Future is Promising," which had taken the internet by storm overnight. Glancing at the silhouette in the video and then at the figure of Lu Di in the driver's seat, she noted their similarities, both tall and slender. Both clad in white shirts, even their physiques bore a resemblance. Yet, why was there such a stark contrast? What manner of person could render this song so exquisitely? Clearly, D.E. had traversed numerous stories, for only through such experiences could one craft such lyrics and evoke such profound emotions. As for Lu Di, he exuded an air of sarcasm, akin to a petty rogue, never uttering a word of truth. In comparison to D.E., he was leagues away. Yan Qingwen tapped on the tinted glass, turning her phone towards Lu Di, and commanded, "Play this song." Lu Di was momentarily taken aback, but then offered a resigned smile and complied silently. Indeed, when "Future is Promising" resonated through the Rolls-Royce's superior sound system, it became a melodious symphony, akin to celestial music. Throughout the journey, Yin Qingwen played the song on repeat until they arrived at the headquarters of Yingji Group. Upon disembarking, Lu Di leisurely strolled behind Yin Qingwen. The Yingji Group, as expected, exuded opulence. The reception hall on the first floor soared to a height of no less than 10 meters, exuding grandeur. However, Lu Di found himself somewhat perplexed. Suspended from the ceiling of the grand hall was a large screen, upon which subtitles occasionally scrolled, Sales Rankings of Yingji. To his astonishment, the name Yin Qingwen also graced the display, boasting a monthly sales achievement of 87 million, placing her fourth. What on earth is this? The esteemed daughter of the chairman must also partake in such business competitions? Lu Di inquired with a sheepish smile. Yin Qingwen pursed her lips and replied, "This is the corporate culture of the group. Everyone is involved in sales. Regardless of one's position, one must contribute value to the group, and I am no exception." TSK. Lu Di felt a twinge of admiration. The Yingji Group had indeed reached its current stature through remarkable prowess. Your performance is commendable, fourth in the entire group? Yet, he noticed Yin Qingwen's brows furrowed, seemingly unsatisfied. While such a ranking might be considered impressive for others, for her, it was still far from sufficient. It was inexplicable. But from the moment Yin Qingwen stepped into the Yingji Group, she transformed into a figure of resolute determination, her demeanor grave, as if burdened by immense pressure. Lu Di jested, "So, does this mean I am now also an employee of Yingji Group? I can expand my business and strive for a spot on the sales rankings?" "You?" Yin Qingwen replied, her voice lacking energy. "You should focus on resting. Am I the legendary hero?" In front of Yin Qingwen's office door, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a black bodycon dress had been awaiting at the entrance. Approximately in her 30s, she possessed a voluptuous figure, cascading wine-red waves, and an alluring pair of crimson lips, epitomizing a seductive enchantress with a breathtaking allure. "Good morning, Manager 1. The documents have been placed on your desk," she greeted, bending slightly, causing her ample bosom to become momentarily visible. Yin Qingwen nodded in response. "Yes, Qian, please arrange an appointment with General Manager Li at Siren Hospital." "Certainly." Manager 1. Zhao Qian, the enchanting woman, suddenly noticed Lu Di, who was following closely behind Yin Qingwen. Her expression momentarily froze, captivated by the handsome young man. "And who might this be?" she inquired, her gaze fixated on Lu Di in admiration. Yin Qingwen turned slightly. "This is my driver, Lu Di." A wave of relief washed over her. He was merely the manager's driver, not a boyfriend. Such a strikingly handsome driver. His physique, his appearance. His skin seemed even more flawless than hers. Zhao Qianqian's heart raced uncontrollably. "Oh dear, you mustn't disturb Manager Wen's work. Come with me. And you can wait for her in my office." With that, Zhao Qianqian linked her arm with Lu Di's, leading him towards a nearby office. Zhao Qianqian, a 32-year-old woman, is single and serves as the devoted secretary to Yin Qingwen, possessing remarkable professional skills. She frequently frequents nightclubs and bars, earning the nickname Social Butterfly within the company. Along with this information, several photographs were included, all capturing Zhao Qianqian in the midst of revelry. She is adorned in a form-fitting mini dress, black stockings, a crop top, and sparkling high-heeled shoes, playfully leaning against a steel pole, her hips subtly arched. Another image portrays her seated, legs apart, gently biting her lip. Lu Di gasped, clearly taken aback by her allure. "Well done, magician. You've made progress this time by not disclosing the lady's measurements. However, it would be best to refrain from sharing such provocative images in the future." "All right," Lu Di replied as he settled into his seat, only to realize that the room he occupied was connected to Yin Qingwen's office, separated merely by a sheet of transparent glass. At that moment, Yin Qingwen was seated at her desk, diligently attending to a mountain of paperwork. "Stop looking, little brother. Someone like President 1 is beyond your reach." Zhao Qianqian shot a flirtatious glance at Lu Di, giggling as she said, "Why not admire me instead? Do you find my legs beautiful?" As she spoke, she shifted her crossed legs, turning to face Lu Di. It must be said, her legs were indeed striking, long, fair, and devoid of any excess flesh. Yet, her dress was exceedingly short, teetering on the brink of indecency. Lu Di nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. In truth, her heart raced with excitement. "Brother, what do you think of my figure? Is it appealing?" Zhao Qianqian continued, proudly accentuating her bosom, which indeed stood tall and alluring. Lu Di merely nodded, striving to avert his gaze, redirecting it towards Yin Qingwen. "Brother, let us add each other on WeChat. It would facilitate our communication for future work, wouldn't it?" Zhao Qianqian asserted, seizing Lu Di's phone to scan and add her as a friend. Oh dear brother, do refrain from staring. Our Miss One has long been taken. Lu Di's curiosity was piqued as he turned to inquire. This sounds intriguing. Who is it? Zhao Qianqian flashed a bewitching smile and audaciously perched herself on the table before Lu Di, her alabaster legs tantalizingly close, exuding an enticing fragrance. I do not know his name, but he is truly a hero in Miss One's heart. Zhao Qianqian tossed her wavy hair and continued. It is said that 3 years ago, when Miss One was confronted by a villain, a man bravely intervened to save her. Yet she has been unable to locate him since. Look. Zhao Qianqian subtly pointed to the metallic ballpoint pen in Yin Qingwen's hand, explaining that it was the very pen left behind at the scene by that heroic figure, one which Miss One cherished dearly and held on to every day. What? Lu Di finally grasped the situation. No wonder that pen seemed familiar. Wasn't it the very one he had adored during his school days? Alas, that pen has been missing for quite some time. It is astonishing that Yin Qingwen has found it and preserved it until now. Suddenly, Lu Di recalled that whenever Yin Qingwen felt anxious, she would take out that very pen and incessantly press it. Has she always regarded me as a hero? In that fleeting moment, Lu Di felt an immense weight upon his shoulders. Sigh, the challenges faced by Manager Wen are indeed considerable. Our department has been underperforming lately. With pressure from the company's elders above and the watchful eyes of numerous shareholders offspring below, Manager Wen bears a great burden and works diligently. Often arriving at the office with a furrowed brow, Zhao Qianqian sighed and then chuckled charmingly, remarking that Manager Wen is currently too preoccupied to entertain thoughts of romance, having turned down countless talented suitors over the past few years. Therefore, dear brother, it would be best for you to abandon such hopes. Come, let us converse. My warm embrace can offer you solace. To Lu Di's surprise, Zhao Qianqian began to caress his leg. Strangely, Yin Qingwen seemed to sense something amiss. Turning her gaze toward Lu Di, Qianqian, keep your distance from Lu Di and focus on your work. Oh dear, Zhao Qianqian reluctantly rose to leave, casting a discreet gesture at Lu Di that signaled, call me. Lu Di inhaled deeply, pondering the enigmatic nature of Yin Qingwen. And as for Zhao Qianqian, her boldness is quite striking. Mo Tong interjected, Lu Di, there is something peculiar about Yin Qingwen's office. What? Lu Di instantly tensed his body, poised for action at any moment. Do not be alarmed. This peculiar situation, upon reflection, is somewhat amusing. In the next instant, Lu Di's perspective revealed several crimson circles. The first circle encompassed 3 red vases on the table opposite Yin Qingwen. These represent the 3 incense sticks before a grave. The second circle highlighted a landscape painting behind him. This signifies the green tablet atop the tomb. The remaining 2 circles mark the spherical sculptures flanking Yin Qingwen's room. These are the sculptural guardians of the tomb, and Yin Qingwen herself is the one interred within. Through my comparative analysis, I deduced that this is a curse formation from human folklore, known as the death evil. Haha, the demon child chuckled. You humans are truly peculiar, believing in such fanciful nonsense. Upon hearing this, Lu Di's expression relaxed. So, this so-called death evil is utterly ineffective, mere drivel? The demon child affirmed, I am quite certain. There is no scientific basis for this, just folklore. At this moment, Lu Di was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What kind of trouble had that girl Yin Qingwen gotten herself into? Was someone scheming against her in the office? How much hatred must they harbor? Alas, it seems I must see this through to the end. Carefully plotted for a long time, I said, Miss Yin, those 2 vases are quite exquisite. Where did you acquire them? Lu, uninvited, entered Yin Qingwen's office, his interest piqued by the 3 grave incense vases. They were a gift from Vice President Zhao. They are antiques. So you should handle them with care. Should you break them, you would be unable to compensate for the loss. Yin Qingwen replied without raising her gaze, her voice tinged with impatience. Oh, and what about that landscape painting? Lu inquired again. That was a gift from Vice President's son. And what about these 2 orbs? Those are called dragon pearls. They are valuable artifacts, gifted by brother-in-law Ouyang. Ouyang Fengyu? No wonder. This fellow is anything but ordinary in his cunning. It appears that Vice Presidents Zhao and Sun are his accomplices. Is the Yin family on the verge of losing all support? Lu shook his head in resignation. However, that detestable name, let us break it first. Crash. The antique vase shattered upon hitting the ground, scattering fragments everywhere. Yin Qingwen, startled, quickly lifted her head, only to behold a sea of shards. Moreover, Lu was now pushing toward the remaining 2 vases. Lu, what are you doing? Stop. Crash. The last 2 vases met the same fate, obliterated into dust. Lu merely shrugged, responding nonchalantly, "It was an accidental slip." Yin Qingwen hurriedly stood up and rushed over to assess the situation. Zhao Qianqian from the neighboring house hurried over upon hearing the commotion, her expression one of bewilderment. "Lu Di, you did this on purpose." Yin Qingwen interjected, raising an eyebrow. "You exclaimed, oh, when no before shattering the vase. It is evident that it was deliberate." Lu Di found himself at a loss for words. "So now you're exceptionally astute? Why then did you not notice your dashing brother-in-law's intentions to put you in peril? Covet your shares in the Yin family business and pursue your two younger sisters? Would you believe me if I told you this?" He retorted, "It's merely 3 vases. I can compensate you." Lu Di, feeling helpless, had no desire to elucidate further. "Can you truly afford such compensation? The market value of these vases is at least 6 million. Yin Qingwen lamented, clutching the shards of the vase. "Just provide your account details, and I shall transfer the funds." Lu Di shrugged. "You actually expect me to settle this?" Yin Qingwen was utterly speechless. 6 million. Would you not have to sell your possessions to cover that? Ah, she sighed. "Let us put this on the ledger. It will be deducted from your salary. Although I wonder if I will ever have the chance to reclaim it in this lifetime." Yin Qingwen endeavored to compose herself and offered Lu Di a way out of the predicament. However, Lu Di merely chuckled, "With the salary I earn as your driver, it's unlikely to suffice. Nevertheless, I could spare some time to secure business for your company. Just a mere 6 million in vases. A single order of 100 million would suffice." Lu Di, 100 million orders are spoken of as if they were merely $100. Where does your confidence stem from? Yin Qingwen was rendered speechless once more. 100 million orders, in your words, seem as simple as selling a cabbage? At this moment, Zhao Qianqian hastily diverted the topic, saying, "General Manager 1, it's about time we set off to meet Mr. Li at Siren Hospital." Yin Qingwen took a few deep breaths, unable to bear the sight of her empty-headed companion, and stood up, saying, "Lu Di, you drive." At the Yin family manor, the twin beauties, having just finished a game of tennis, made their way to the sunroom on the 2nd floor. They were poised to enjoy a pot of tea and bask in the sunlight. However, when Yin Kaikai picked up the teapot, she suddenly froze. "What is this?" "No way," Yin Kaikai exclaimed, dazed, as she picked up the card. "Is this the card father gave to Lu Di?" Yin Xinxin leaned in closer, scrutinizing it for a moment, and exclaimed in disbelief, "Indeed it is." He returned this card? They quickly glanced around, realizing that this sunroom was typically cleaned only once every 3 days. Could it be? Did Lu Di place the card here on the very day he received it? He did not use the money within. My goodness! Is he truly a man of integrity? Wealth cannot corrupt him, and poverty cannot sway him? The two young ladies suddenly recalled various instances concerning Lu Di. "Oh no, we even called him a gigolo. We have set a trap for him. We even devoured his fried rice and deducted money from him, amounting to 5 million. How can he be so upright? His culinary skills are exceptional. And he is remarkably handsome. Goodness, I am utterly embarrassed to face him. Yin Kaikai, how could you be so foolish? You have wronged Lu Di." Yin Xinxin, "You must be accountable for your words. You are also implicated in this matter." The two young ladies were in a flurry, anxiously pondering what to do. Wait. Yin Kaikai suddenly realized something, her expression turning serious. If Lu Di truly did not take that money, then where did all those dozens of bags of clothing come from? Indeed, those garments must be worth over 1 million. Lu Di previously relied on part-time jobs to survive. How could he possibly have amassed such wealth? After a moment of silence, lasting 5 minutes, she exclaimed, "I've got it." Yin Kaikai slammed her hand on the table, gritting her teeth. He must have used third sister's money. Moreover, he deliberately placed the card here, waiting for us to discover it, to make us feel guilty. At the same time, he has been lavishly squandering third sister's funds. I wondered why Brother Ouyang spoke with me for a full half-hour the other day, discussing Lu Di's intentions regarding our family fortune. It turns out it was all true. Lu Di has been scheming for a long time. Human nature is indeed unpredictable. I was just filled with guilt for 5 minutes. Yin Xinxin then realized the gravity of the situation. Is he truly that terrifying? What shall we do about this card? Yin Kaikai revealed a self-satisfied smile, believing himself to be cunning. "We shall not inform our father, nor shall we disclose anything to third sister. We will feign ignorance. Sooner or later, you will be exposed." Yin Xinxin nodded slightly, employing the strategy of remaining unchanged to counter all changes. Brilliant. However, can we simply leave this money here? 5 million, after all, constitutes several months of my pocket money. Yin Kaikai licked his lips and whispered, "Shall we secretly spend it?" At that moment, Lu Di, who was driving, sneezed. Could it be that someone is plotting against me? In the back seat, Yin Qingwen and Zhao Qianshan engaged in conversation. Manager Wen. Although the orders from Tsiren Hospital have reached 1 billion, they have already rejected us 3 times. I truly lack confidence. Qianshan, 3 rejections are of no consequence. This 1 billion order must be secured by me. Yin Qingwen. You have no idea how crucial this order is for me. But, Manager Wen, I can't shake the feeling that President Li from Tsiren harbors ill intentions. He probably wants to. Qianshan, do not say another word. This pertains to my standing on the leaderboard, to my reputation, and to my father's reputation. I must strive for it. Upon hearing this, Lu Di comprehended everything. The primary business of the Ingji Group is the production of medical devices, and Tsiren Hospital is a large private institution, an ideal target client. However, it seems that Mr. Li is rather difficult to handle and has ulterior motives. Mao Tong, please investigate Mr. Li. At your command. Li Dehai, male, 45 years old. Rose to prominence through the sale of counterfeit medicine. Founder and legal representative of Tsiren Hospital, has connections to the underworld, known for his cunning demeanor and extreme lechery. Tsiren Hospital, a large chain of private hospitals with 16 branches nationwide. Dark history. In June 2013, a significant medical accident occurred at one of his hospitals due to staff negligence, resulting in a patient's disability. In January 2014, the hospital used substandard kidney sources for surgery, leading to a patient's death due to rejection, which the hospital concealed from the family. In February 2015, Tsiren Hospital donated counterfeit and inferior food under the guise of charity to impoverished mountainous regions, resulting in food poisoning among several children. The remaining 120 medical incidents involving Tsiren Hospital are omitted. Many of these were settled privately and concealed, and the hospital faced no relevant penalties. Additionally, Tsiren Hospital is involved in issues such as falsifying medical conditions, using counterfeit drugs, and employing unlicensed personnel. Damn it, a demon among us. Lu Di grew increasingly enraged, instinctively cursing aloud. How can such a person be allowed to live when justice is at stake? Wen, you need not worry. This scoundrel Li Dehai will be dealt with by me. Lu Di declared with fury. Lu Di, you are not to speak for a while, not a single word. If you disrupt my affairs, I will dismiss you. Yin Qingwen was exceedingly cautious this time. While Lu Di's playful antics were tolerable, they must not interfere with work. She had grown thoroughly wary of this mischievous Lu Di. He must not be allowed to affect the business. Lu Di sighed helplessly. This foolish girl truly knew nothing. In the office of the director of Tsiren Hospital, Li Dehai, a portly man with a balding head, was grinning as he stared at Yin Qingwen, his gaze wandering back and forth between her bosom and her hips. Miss Yin, regarding that order you mentioned, it poses quite a challenge. As you are aware, the current circumstances are unfavorable, and our hospital suddenly utilizing such a substantial amount of cash could be detrimental. Yin Qingwen furrowed her brow and replied, Mr. Li, as long as you are willing to consider our products, I can return to the group and seek approval. Everything is negotiable. Oh, everything is negotiable. Li Dehai's eyes shifted to Yin Qingwen's slender waist as he smiled. Miss Yin, you know that my shareholders place great trust in me. If I wholeheartedly recommend it, this matter is practically settled. However, this is not a topic that can be resolved with just a few words. How about I book a suite at the Huia Hotel today? We can have a light meal while discussing the details. A suite? Lu Di, who had remained silent until now, spoke in a low tone. You expect a young lady to accompany you to a suite to discuss business. How would she face others if word got out? Li Dehai was taken aback and turned to Lu Di. Who is this? Lu Di, do not speak any further. Yin Qingwen turned to Li Dehai with a smile. Mr. Li, please do not mind. He is merely my newly appointed driver. So he is a driver? Li Dehai leaned back, furrowing his brow. I thought he was some important figure. Young man, stay out of matters concerning our boss. Be wiser in the future. I believe you are aware that I have some influential figures backing me. Should those brothers of mine become displeased, let me assure you, no one in the entire Sea City would dare to collaborate with you. After making his point, Li Dehai leaned back with a grin, gazing at Yin Qingwen. After a brief silence, Yin Qingwen gritted her teeth and said, Mr. Li, as long as I agree to dine with you, can we finalize our order? Lu Di noticed that as Yin Qingwen spoke, she took out a metallic ballpoint pen and kept clicking it. She was clearly in a state of inner turmoil. Of course, if the esteemed Ms. Yin graces me with her presence, I, Li, will do my utmost. Li Dehai's mouth watered at the thought. Then I have a condition, and I hope Mr. Li will not mind. Yin Qingwen suddenly looked up and stated, First, we will only dine, and second, I will be bringing my assistant Qianshan along. Certainly. Li Dahai glanced at Zhao Qianqian beside him, secretly smirking. A buy-one-get-one-free deal? This little vixen is quite enticing too. At that moment, I shall add a dash of something to the wine, rendering your pleas to the heavens and the earth utterly futile. Very well, Mr. Li. We shall meet this evening. On the way to the parking lot, Yan Qingwen wore a frown. She was well aware that Li Dahai was not an easy opponent to contend with. Lu Di cast a glance at Yan Qingwen and, with a click of his tongue, remarked, I have a sudden whim to converse with that Li Dahai. You two, please wait for me by the vehicle for a while. Lu Di, you are the driver? Are you asking us to wait for you? Yan Qingwen replied with displeasure. Lu Di raised an eyebrow and retorted, Lady Yan, did you not proclaim that at the Ingji Group, everyone is a salesperson and all must achieve results? Does that not make me human as well? Yan Qingwen was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by his words. Lu Di, halt. Give me 5 minutes. By the time Yan Qingwen regained her composure, Lu Di had already sprinted away. In the office of the director of Tsiren Hospital, when Li Dahai saw Lu Di enter, he burst into hearty laughter. The driver of the beautiful Yan. What brings you here? Is your esteemed Yan general impatient? Lu Di casually took a seat at Li Dahai's desk, propping his legs on it. With a snap, he lit a cigarette with a limited edition Zippo, exhaling a languid smoke ring. Li Dahai, you scoundrel. The most incomprehensible contract in history. What the hell? Do you dare to insult me? Believe it or not, I will chop off one of your legs. Li Dahai exclaimed, pounding the table in fury. Lu Di, unfazed, continued to exhale smoke rings, suggesting, perhaps you should check your email first. Ding. You have a new email. Li Dahai was taken aback as a new message appeared on the screen before him, automatically opening and enlarging itself. In June 2013, the Tsiren Hospital faced negligence due to staff oversight. In September 2013, due to hospital oversight, it resulted in. In January 2014, the document meticulously chronicled every scandal associated with Tsiren Hospital, accompanied by various diagnostic reports, surveillance video snapshots, and even photographs of deceased patients. The scenes of tragedy were more vivid than reality itself. Li Dahai's pupils constricted in shock. What on earth was happening? The numerous medical malpractice incidents at Tsiren Hospital, of which he had no recollection in such detail. It was impossible. How could anyone possess such knowledge? Li Dahai's back was instantly drenched in sweat. If this information were to be exposed, even 10 lies would not suffice to make amends. Who was behind this? As the materials continued to scroll automatically, 120 incidents of medical malpractice were presented without omission. After a prolonged wait, the document finally reached its last page. A signature boldly materialized, Lu Di. Lu Di? Who was Lu Di? A tempest of turmoil surged within Li Dahai. Incorrect. Li Dahai finally realized this, trembling as he asked the young man before him. Forgive my poor memory. May I ask your esteemed surname? Lu Di responded with a sly grin. I introduced myself earlier. I am Lu Di, the driver for Yan Qingwen. With that, Li Dahai could no longer hold himself up. His legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. Brother, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Since you acknowledge your mistake, then do something to amuse me. Lu Di declared before rising and leaving. In the parking lot, a somewhat agitated Yan Qingwen finally spotted Lu Di striding back. I told you not to go. Was it a rejection? Yan Qingwen glanced at Lu Di with exasperation before turning away. Drive us back to the company. Why the hurry? Lu Di leaned casually against the car, replying nonchalantly. Let that foolish pig ponder for a moment. Lu Di, since Mr. Li has declined your offer, there is no need for insults. Yan Qingwen furrowed her brows tightly. President Yan, please wait. Suddenly, the stout figure of Li Dahai hurriedly approached, taking 2 steps for everyone. President Yan, we can discuss our contract right now. What? Yan Qingwen's eyes widened in disbelief. President Yan, I apologize for my earlier attitude. We can discuss the contract now. No need for dinner. No need for dinner. Li Dahai panted, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Oh, there's an ant. Lu Di crouched to one side, his fingers pinching a half-burnt cigarette, attentively gazing at an ant scurrying along the ground, resembling a street urchin. Little ant, he mused, I shall grant you the opportunity to play. Yet should you fail to comprehend your fortune, I shall crush you. Li Dahai, trembling in fear, quickly interjected, President Yan, there is no need for further discussion. Let us finalize the contract at once. Yan Qingwen was taken aback. What? TSK. Lu Di picked up a brick and circled the ant, which dashed about within the confines of the earthen boundary. Oh dear, the circle is too small. This is hardly entertaining. Li Dehai promptly diverted his gaze, his voice quaking. President Yin, I believe a 1 billion order is insufficient. Let us agree on 2 billion. I shall immediately transfer a down payment of 30, amounting to 600 million. After speaking, Li Dehai furtively glanced back at Lu Di. Li Yu. Yin Qingwen was increasingly bewildered, observing the visibly anxious Li Dehai, then casting a puzzled look at Lu Di, who remained fixated on the ant. Lu Di, still crouched, had yet to lift his head. Suddenly, the ant bravely emerged from the circle Lu Di had drawn. A frown creased Lu Di's brow. Oh, you little ant, do you not adhere to the rules? Do you dare to defy me? I shall crush you. Do you not believe it? To outsiders, Lu Di appeared to be nothing more than a mentally challenged child at that moment. However, Li Dehai trembled uncontrollably. President Yin, no more deposits. I shall pay the full amount immediately. When shall the goods be dispatched? Whenever you please. My goodness. Beside her, Zhao Qianqian was nearly speechless, her jaw almost dropping to the ground. Is this a business negotiation? This is nothing short of a desperate plea, an act of willingly giving away money. At this moment, Li Dehai's eyes were brimming with tears. Mr. Yin, is there any way we can make this work? Before Yin Qingwen could utter a word, Lu Di's mocking voice resonated. All right, you're free now. Just roll away as far as you can. After saying this, Lu Di turned back with a smile and added, Mr. Li, I'm not referring to you. I'm merely conversing with an ant. Ah, please, continue. Do take good care of the little creatures. Li Dehai was sweating profusely, his facial muscles nearly cramping. Mr. Yin, did you bring the contract? If not, I have a printer here. Please be sure to sign it before you leave. Yin Qingwen's mind was utterly baffled. She dazedly replied, Qianqian, prepare the contract. On the way back to the company, in the car, Yin Qingwen tightly clutched the contract worth 2 billion, her heart racing with exhilaration. This was the largest contract she had secured since joining the group, and indeed, the most significant contract in the company's history. It was enough to elevate anyone to the top of the sales leaderboard. Simultaneously, it was also the most bewildering contract she had ever signed. Zhao Qianqian stared blankly at her phone. Mr. Wen, the payment from the hospital has been received in full. 2 billion. All right, understood. Yin Qingwen, seemingly in a daze, responded while her gaze remained fixed on the driver, Lu Di. Lu Di, what exactly did you say to Li Dehai? Is it because of you that he signed the contract with us? Lu Di scratched his head nonchalantly and replied, Oh, it's like this. I am actually a super hacker. I just hacked into the entire computer system of Tsiren Hospital. I found some dirt on Li Dehai and used it to blackmail him. If he doesn't cooperate, I was prepared to eliminate him. Yes, that's the gist of it. Sighing deeply, Yin Qingwen looked skyward, her eyes closed in despair. Lu Di, I beg you. Can you please act normally? All right, Li Dehai is actually my uncle by marriage. Are you satisfied now? What a coincidence, Lu Di again. Yin Qingwen felt utterly defeated. She finally admitted that she could never outsmart Lu Di. Moreover, she would never truly understand him. An unprecedented oddity. By the way, how is the sales commission calculated in our group? Lu Di inquired with a smile. Yin Qingwen exhaled, utterly drained. 0. 5, 2 billion, 10 million. The finance department will transfer it to you. Oh my God, exclaimed Zhao Qianqian beside them, her eyes sparkling with excitement. 10 million, that's an enormous sum. Our Lu Di has become a wealthy young man. I adore it. Oh, that won't be necessary. Lu Di stylishly adjusted his hair and remarked, This transaction counts as yours. Consider it compensation for your vase. Yin Qingwen was taken aback. It turned out this fellow still remembered the vase incident? Was he genuinely serious about compensating for it back then? Moreover, he had actually accomplished it? Yin Qingwen softly replied, No need, you should keep the money yet. She heard Lu Di continue, As for the additional 4 million, consider it a fee for your emotional distress. It's about time you visited a psychologist to spare yourself from incessantly fiddling with that ballpoint pen. How bothersome. After all, with a great hero like me guarding you, why do you still need that wretched pen? As he spoke, Lu Di unexpectedly shot Yin Qingwen a playful glance. What makes you a great hero? Yin Qingwen's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, leaving her momentarily speechless. Zhao Qianqian then reacted, exclaiming, Oh my, a 10 million commission, and you just refuse it? Lu Di sighed. What is 10 million to me? I'm a person who can generate billions in just a minute. Zhao Qianqian suddenly flashed a charming smile and asked, Then tell me, how long can you last? Qianqian, please behave yourself. You are merely colleagues. Yin Qingwen interjected, frowning. Moreover, who is Lu Di? Earning billions in a minute. His speed of making money nearly rivals our entire corporation. I have no doubt about it. Are you two truly suitable for each other? Oh, Lu Di frowned and remarked, I never realized that the comrade surnamed Yin had such a sharp tongue. Whom did you learn it from? Yin Qingwen chuckled softly. If you were in my shoes, spending every day with a master of boastfulness, wouldn't you acquire some skill as well? Meanwhile, Zhao Qianqian looked somewhat bewildered. The dynamic between Wen and Lu seemed peculiar. Could this be the legendary banter of wit? Something was amiss. Upon their return to Yingji Group, they discovered that the hall's leaderboard had been updated. At the pinnacle stood two names, Yin Qingwen and Lu Di, with a staggering transaction amount of 2 billion. A crowd of Yingji Group employees gathered in the hall, buzzing with excitement. Wen is truly remarkable. She closed a deal worth 2 billion in one go? This must be the deal with Tsiren Hospital. I heard that President Li has always coveted one. I wonder if she... Their gossip veered into the entangled affairs of the wealthy. But who is this Lu Di? I don't recall hearing that name before. What does Di even mean? Is it the younger brother character? A young female employee remarked. I heard that when brought a handsome young man with her this morning, they seemed inseparable. Could he be Lu Di? Surely, there is nothing between them, right? Could it be that one is supporting him? Suddenly, the young woman felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. She turned around to find a pair of purple eyes staring intently at her. Oh my! The female employee had just covered her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, so handsome. The striking gentleman replied with a hint of amusement, here's a suggestion. Avoid discussing male colleagues at the office. You never know when one might become your future son-in-law. The female employee's mind momentarily short-circuited. Lu Di, don't embarrass yourself. Yin Qingwen, her face a mask of displeasure, strode over and promptly dragged Lu Di away. In the vice president's office, Yin Qingwen sat at her desk, feeling somewhat agitated. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself inexplicably curious about Lu Di's peculiar antics. As anticipated, in the corridor, Lu Di was snapping a photo of the leaderboard on his phone, deliberately enlarging his name, seemingly preparing to share it on social media. Yin Qingwen's expression darkened. This boy? He had previously feigned indifference, yet now he yearned to flaunt his achievement. Just as Yin Qingwen contemplated confirming her suspicions by checking social media, she was taken aback to discover that she did not have his WeChat contact. Had her friend request gone unanswered? That insufferable creep. Lu Di, with a beaming smile, sent the photo to a single recipient, his mother. He wrote, Mom, I've landed a great job. The leadership values my contributions, and I've secured a significant deal. I'm quite prosperous now, in a few days. I'll return home and buy you a new house. Setting down his phone, Lu Di felt tears welling in his eyes. Ever since his eye injury. Every day, my mother lives in constant fear, tightening her belt and scrimping on expenses, fixated on alleviating Lu Di's lingering ailments. Times have changed. Mother, I promise to provide you with a life of luxury and respect from all. In the office of the benevolent hospital, Li Dehai gazed at the information on the screen, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. Hello, boss. Hey who? My information has been unearthed. And it's all of it. A deep voice responded. Who possesses such immense capability? The kid's name is Lu Di. He's a driver. A driver? Lu Di. Yes. He indeed works for the Yin family. Boss, this kid must be eliminated. Otherwise, I shall find no peace. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Suddenly, a note of suspicion emerged. Lu Di from the Yin family? What a coincidence. Recently someone offered 5 million for his head. The culinary master reappears. At 18:30. The workday concluded at Yingji Group. Zhao Qianqian extended her long, fair leg to obstruct Lu Di's path. You rascal, where are you going tonight? Would you like to join your sister for dinner? This woman, a charming mature beauty, alluring and seductive. Lu Di felt slightly speechless. Ahem. Yin Qingwen, wearing a stern expression, appeared behind them without notice. Qianqian, you must stay behind to work late. Lu Di, come home with me for dinner. Manager 1, you cannot interfere with our employees' personal lives. Ah, something seems amiss. Why are we going home for dinner? As Zhao Qianqian regained her senses, Lu Di was once again pulled away by Yin Qingwen, reluctantly waving goodbye. On the way back to the estate, Lu Di wore a serious expression behind the wheel. Ms. 1, I have stumbled upon something rather peculiar. Noticing Lu Di's demeanor, Yin Qingwen instinctively grew serious. What have you discovered? Lu Di turned his head, his brow furrowed. It appears you are feeling a tinge of jealousy. What? Zhao Qianqian is enticing me, and you are indeed jealous. Following this, a furious outburst pierced through the soundproof confines of the Rolls-Royce, echoing into the heavens. The aloof female so abandoned all pretense, unleashing a phrase she had never uttered before. Lu Di, you are talking nonsense. Ha! Lu Di laughed heartily, reveling in the playful banter with Yin Qingwen. 10 minutes later, the 20 million yuan Rolls-Royce came to a halt in front of a humble marketplace. Feeling somewhat out of place, eggplants for 2.5 yuan. Cabbages, 3 for 10 yuan. The cries of vendors filled the air. Lu Di turned to the indignant Yin Qingwen, smiling. Speaking of dinner, I happen to be quite the cook. Allow me to procure some ingredients. I shall showcase my culinary skills this evening. Without waiting for Yin Qingwen's consent, Lu Di exited the vehicle. Yin Qingwen furrowed her brow as she gazed out of the window. The bustling crowd, the muddy ground, and workers haggling over the price of vegetables created a vivid scene. Can the vegetables purchased in such a disheveled place be consumed? With a sound of knocking, Lu Di tapped on the car window, his expression radiating embarrassment. 1-1. This place only accepts cash, and I happen to have none on me. Upon hearing this, Yin Qingwen's heart softened immediately. It seemed Lu Di was not merely without cash, but perhaps possessed none at all. The sum of over 5 million had already been exhausted. Gazing at her impoverished savior, Yin Qingwen found it difficult to harbor any anger. She gently opened her wallet, extracted a bundle of notes, and said softly, if it's not enough, just ask me for more. Wow, truly wealthy. Lu Di snatched the cash and dashed away like a thief. 20 minutes later, Yin Qingwen regretted her decision. The greatest remorse in her life was indeed giving Lu Di money for groceries. The trunk of the Rolls-Royce was already filled to capacity. Lu Di returned with several fish, dozens of pounds of beef, and even a bag of soil, which he had no choice but to place inside the cabin of the luxurious vehicle. At that moment, a bag of flopping sea bream at Yin Qingwen's feet splashed water all over her face. Fresh blood oozed from the beef, causing her to hesitate in fear. What sins did I commit in my past life? Why do I know Lu Di? Yin Qingwen screamed in despair. Who is calling me? Outside the car, a young man in a white shirt tossed another bag into the vehicle and stylishly returned to the driver's seat. What is this? Yin Qingwen gazed at the writhing contents of the bag, a shiver coursing through her scalp. Silkworm pupae, rich in protein, beneficial for muscle building. Ah, it's a bug. Yin Qingwen, can you not be so dramatic? Why are you shrieking like that? Those unaware might think I am assaulting you. Lu Di, you have gone too far. Once you savor the meal I prepare, you might just fall in love with me. Outside the kitchen of Yin family manor, Lu Di barred everyone from entering, declaring that his culinary skills were not to be observed. Yin Qingwen clutched her phone, contemplating whether to order takeout. What baffled her was that upon hearing Lu Di would be cooking, the two young girls, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin, erupted in cheers. At that moment, the two girls were energetically running around the courtyard, claiming that only by exhausting themselves could they truly indulge in a feast. Yin Qingwen simply could not fathom how Lu Di could possibly be someone who knew how to cook. She was aware, however, that prior to entering the Yin household, Lu Di had worked as a waiter in a restaurant. Could it be that he learned the craft while serving? But what culinary delights could one expect from such an establishment? 10 minutes later, a cacophony of thuds emanated from the kitchen, as if someone were mercilessly beating the beef. 20 minutes later, a grating sound pierced the air, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard. Yin Qingwen sighed from behind the door, hoping that he wouldn't ruin the kitchen in the process. 30 minutes later, someone was in the kitchen, working with clay. 40 minutes later, a chill swept through the doorway. What on earth was Lu Di doing? Just as Yin Qingwen's patience was wearing thin, the kitchen door swung open. Lu Di gently wiped his palms with a white towel, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, dinner is served." The three young ladies of the Yin family, each harboring a myriad of emotions, stepped into the kitchen. Wow, how splendid. It dazzled me to the point of being unable to open my eyes. Before us stood a magnificent ice sculpture. It was a mountain, intricately carved from blocks of ice, undulating majestically, exuding a breathtaking grandeur. Wisps of white mist rose from it, creating an ethereal, dreamlike atmosphere. What is this? Yin Qingwen's eyes widened. Despite being a member of an elite family, she had never encountered such a masterpiece. Surely, this was the pinnacle of craftsmanship, wasn't it? Lu Di, did you create this? Lu Di shrugged nonchalantly, just a trivial skill. A mere representation of the icy peaks of Mount Tai. But what shall we eat? Yin Kakai and Yin Xinxin exchanged bewildered glances. Were we expected to gnaw on ice? That was a pertinent question. Lu Di glanced at his non-existent watch, noting that the sashimi atop the icy mountain had taken 6 minutes and 10 seconds from slaughter to plating. And with only 50 seconds remaining before it would lose its optimal flavor, he suggested, I recommend we indulge quickly. Sashimi? Where is it? Yin Kaikai leaned closer to the ice mountain, and only then did she finally discern its presence. On the surface of the ice, thin slices of fish lay delicately, so translucent they were almost imperceptible. Lu Di smiled gently, picking up a slice with chopsticks and holding it under the light, where it faintly glimmered. Such extraordinary knife skills. Dipping a corner into soy sauce, Lu Di placed the fish in his mouth, closing his eyes to savor the moment. MMM. He elongated the sound, appreciating the perfect thickness, not only freshly caught but also preserved in its most delectable state by the ice. Exquisitely fresh, coupled with the exquisite soy sauce from your Manners kitchen. How delightful. The two twins watched, their mouths watering profusely. Oh my goodness, I can't stand it, they exclaimed, rushing forward to snatch the fish and hastily devour it. Lu Di chuckled softly. Miss Yin Qingwen, would you care to try? Yin Qingwen dismissed it with a wave, considering it nothing more than frivolous indulgence meant for children. However, when she took a piece of fish, dipped it in soy sauce, and tasted it, her expression froze. All that filled her mind was one word: fresh. It was as if the fish had come alive. She had never experienced such exquisite sashimi before. Even world-class chefs could not replicate this. Lu Di, are you certain these are the fish from the car? In Yin Qingwen's memory, they were mere low-end ingredients. How could they yield such extraordinary flavor? The fish remains unchanged, quite serious indeed. However, my culinary skills are truly unparalleled. Lu Di shrugged and approached the stove, at which point Yin Qingwen finally discerned the source of his confidence. Behind Lu Di stood an enormous ball of mud. Lu Di, I must concede, your culinary prowess is impressive, indeed exceptionally so. Yet, how could there be so much mud in the kitchen? Lu Di flashed a cunning smile. For this is the foundation of my next dish, traditional mud-roasted beef. With a resounding thud, Lu Di struck the colossal mud ball, instantly creating a gaping hole. In the next moment, a tantalizing aroma enveloped the air, overwhelming the senses. The two young ladies, lost in their enjoyment of sashimi, suddenly lifted their heads and inhaled deeply. What is that? It smells divine. Lo and behold, it's beef, an enormous piece of it. Yin Qingwen was once again rendered speechless. The fragrance of this beef was simply irresistible. In that instant, all other culinary delights seemed to pale in comparison. As a new human, I first molded the earth into a stove. Then, I ignited lychee wood beneath it. The unadulterated beef was placed within to roast, sealed within the confines of the stove. This method not only ensured that the flavor of the beef remained intact, but also infused it with the fruity aroma of lychee wood. The rich beef, smoky flavor, and fruity essence melded into a harmonious symphony of taste. Lu Di stood with arms crossed, gazing upward, proclaiming, "This is the authentic fruitwood barbecue." The two little twins, with a soft hiss, drew back the drool that had spilled forth. Yin Qingwen's throat gently pulsed as he exerted great effort to maintain control. Lu Di smiled faintly, his dining knife performing a graceful twirl in his hand before deftly slicing a generous portion of beef. With a swift motion, he expertly carved the meat into delicate slices, each precisely 1 centimeter thick. As for the seasoning, pure and unadulterated, requiring only the most ordinary sea salt. Lu Di grasped the sea salt and sprinkled it along his arm into the dish, embodying the spirit of the Salt Bay, while the eyes of Yan's third daughter bulged in astonishment. In the dish lay beautifully roasted beef, crisp on the outside, yet tender within, sizzling with juices. The crystalline grains of sea salt melded with the fat, gradually dissolving and releasing an exquisite aroma once more. Lu Di, I must have that beef. Yin Kaikai's gaze was fixated, moving toward the platter like a zombie in slow motion. Wait. Lu Di intercepted Yin Kaikai with a chuckle, saying, "How much debt does this meal offset for me?" Yin Kaikai suddenly paused, recalling the bank card from the sunlit room, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Di, I also wish to partake. Yin Qingwen, too, gazed with longing eyes at Lu Di, desperately concealing her eagerness. All right, but let us be clear first. Lu Di raised his knife, approached the iceberg, and etched a line, marking out a corner of the iceberg. Beef. You are permitted to consume only this piece on the table. As for the fish fillets, you may only partake of this mere tip of the iceberg. The remainder belongs entirely to me. Lu Di, this is unjust. Why do you reserve so much for yourself? Yin Kaikai lamented. If you disagree, so be it. I am well aware that Miss Yin San has ordered takeout. You may indulge in that, while all that is on the table is mine. The three ladies exchanged glances, and Yin Qingwen's expression momentarily faltered. Whoosh. Yin Kaikai swiftly seized a piece of beef and directly stuffed it into her mouth, declaring, I shall act first. Subsequently, Yan Xinxin also began to relish the feast. Yan Qingwen, however, maintained her composure, delicately using her knife and fork to share the beef. 3 minutes later, the three ladies were on the brink of tears. It is truly delectable, a delight beyond compare. Oh Kai, do slow down and leave some for me. Xinxin. We live in an era where the weak are devoured by the strong. Whoever seizes it first claims it as their own. Third sister. Did you not vow to abstain from meat in the evening? Why are you consuming so much? Third sister. You have already eaten the 50th piece of fish and the 6th piece of beef. Yan Qingwen continued to eat, her pace hastening. The image of the icy goddess was cast aside. She was utterly enchanted. Lu Di was not exaggerating this time. His culinary skills are undoubtedly of world-class caliber. Regret. I should not have allowed him to be a driver. I ought to have made him a chef. Observing the ravenous appetite of the three sisters, Lu Di couldn't help but smile appreciatively. It was time for him to indulge as well. This lavish feast was made possible by the reminder from the magical child. His physical enhancement metrics had reached the pinnacle of an ordinary person within the past 5 hours. What lay ahead for him was the endeavor to break through the genetic locks, transcending the innate physical limitations of humanity and surpassing the genetic confines of an average individual. The magical child's reinforcement of Lu Di's physique was contingent upon the energy he consumed. Currently, he had nearly 30 pounds of beef and over 20 fish, all high in protein and energy. Coupled with hydration, these constituted the optimal materials for synthesizing muscle fibers. With fervor ignited, Lu Di once again showcased the essence of gluttony. He devoured a pound of beef in mere 2 bites. With one hand, he swept up hundreds of slices of fish and swallowed them whole. Thanks to the magical child's energy conversion, Lu Di need not worry about bursting his stomach. Rather, he struggled to keep pace with the rate of energy expenditure. Detected beef protein intake, synthesizing 0. 3 grams of muscle fibers, muscle strength increases by 1. 6. Detected beef protein intake, synthesizing 0. 5 grams of muscle fibers. Muscle strength increases by 2. 1. Detected beef protein intake, synthesizing 0. 9 grams of muscle fibers. Muscle strength increases by 4. 6. Strength enhancement value, 895. Enhancement of physical strength, 630. Half an hour later, the 3 daughters of the Yin family had consumed their meager portion of food, feeling thoroughly satisfied. In stark contrast, Lu Di had devoured all the remaining food with an insatiable appetite. Is he even human? Burp. Yin Kai stared blankly at Lu Di, unable to suppress a burp. How could one eat so much without fearing to burst? The amount of beef consumed could rival that of the renowned competitive eaters abroad. Yan Qingwen, however, wore a somewhat complex expression, perhaps a reflection of the hardships he had endured in the past. At that moment, Lu Di was in a state of tranquil contemplation. Just 10 minutes prior, his bodily enhancement had surged to an astonishing 1,000. In that instant, he seemed to perceive a shattering sound resonating within him, akin to a long-imprisoned glass cage collapsing with a deafening crash. During the preceding half-hour, Lu Di had undergone a remarkable transformation, experiencing an explosive growth of muscle and an unparalleled surge of strength, reaching the pinnacle of power. Now, however, all had returned to a serene calm. The formidable strength remained, yet it felt effortlessly manageable, capable of unleashing a torrent or gently swaying like willows in the breeze. The demonic child proclaimed, Lu Di, you have transcended the genetic lock, marking a metamorphosis of life's essence, evolving from mere control of the physical form to fully harnessing your body's latent potential. The first phase of the genetic lock, which represents the second stage of understanding the human body, now renders you aptly classified as a new human. At present, you have the capacity to surpass 99 of humanity, existing on a level far beyond theirs. But what about the remaining 0.01? Lu Di inquired, perplexed. Those are the gifted among humankind, individuals whose genes are inherently superior. Akin to intellectual prodigies, within humanity, there also exist physical geniuses. Ah, how woefully ignorant I was. Lu Di, rest assured that while their genes may be exceptional, they are immutable. You, however, are merely at the outset of your journey. Just as Lu Di was intently attuned to the transformations within his body, the voice of Yan Qingwen suddenly interjected, Kai, Xinxin, after consuming so much, sleeping immediately is not an option. Let us go and exercise. Really? Sister San, are we going to spar again? Yan Kai exclaimed, a look of dismay crossing her face. Indeed, we shall spar, until we have expended today's caloric intake, Yan Qingwen declared, rising with determination, casting a glance at Lu Di. Lu Di, You should join us. Suddenly, Yin Kaikai's eyes sparkled. Sister San. How about Lu Di serves as your sparring partner? We've forgotten the moves from last time. Let us review. After pondering for a moment, Yin Qingwen agreed. Very well. Considering Lu Di's frail appearance, he may lack even the most basic self-defense skills in the face of danger. It is indeed time for him to train. Haha. Lu Di, your fate is sealed. Ever since that incident, Sister San has been tirelessly practicing Taekwondo and has now become a proficient red belt. Suddenly, Yin Kaikai recalled the sight of Lu Di being tossed about by the third sister, feeling a twinge of guilt. She forced a smile and said, Lu Di, please don't hold it against me. I too have been frightened by my sister's wrath. For 3 years, not only was she expected to learn, but they were all compelled to do so under the pretext that a delicate woman must possess the ability to defend herself. Lu Di opened his eyes. His expression somewhat peculiar, and slowly replied, Yin Qingwen, are you certain you wish to spar with me? Absolutely. Stop with the nonsense. How odd, lacking in romantic sensibility. Atop the Yin family estate, gazing at the expansive gym spanning several hundred square meters, complete with a dedicated boxing ring, Lu Di sighed. A mansion is indeed a mansion. One simply must grow accustomed to it. When the 3 daughters of the Yin family entered, Lu Di's eyes lit up. They had just bathed and donned form-fitting athletic attire in perfect unison. Though in their early 20s, the 2 young women possessed exceptionally developed figures. The tight clothing accentuated their youthful, vibrant, and alluring forms. Yin Qingwen had her long hair styled high, clad in a snug sports top beneath a white taekwondo robe. Although her figure was somewhat obscured, her silhouette alone revealed her stunning physique. Years of rigorous training had sculpted her lines into something extraordinarily graceful. Were she to be photographed at this moment, the Taekwondo Academy would undoubtedly vie for her image, a veritable advertisement that would prove irresistibly captivating to men. Indeed, they were 3 enchanting beauties. Why haven't you changed your clothes, Lu Di? Yin Qingwen furrowed her brow, glancing at Lu Di, who still donned a white shirt and jeans. Hee, I have no other clothes, Lu Di replied with conviction. Yin Qingwen sighed in exasperation. It was true. He had purchased 200 identical outfits. Then how can you fight me dressed like that? Yin Qingwen placed her hands on her hips. Lu Di shook his head. The clothes can come off. But I wish to confirm once more. Are you truly intent on sparring with me? Lu Di, can you hurry up? Just let Sanjia hit you. Once that's done, I still need to go live. Yin Xinxin and Yin Kaikai chimed in from the sidelines, their expressions eager for the spectacle. Husband? Yin Qingwen frowned. It's D-E-he-he. Yin Kaikai stuck out her tongue playfully. Lu Di, taken aback, asked, Kaikai, aren't you going to ask if he agrees to marry you? Mind your own business. Humph. Just take care of yourself. Lu Di, resigned, replied, all right then. With that, Lu Di began to slowly unfasten his shirt buttons. The 3 Yin sisters instinctively turned their gazes towards him. Generally, a handsome man would possess a lean physique. The next moment, their mouths gaped in astonishment. Lu Di had removed his white shirt. His body was not overly large, yet it was a canvas of muscle. The pectorals, the 8-pack abs, the biceps, and the chiseled muscles flanking the ribs are all exquisitely defined. Each muscle, akin to a divine figure from ancient Greek sculptures, is sculpted with precision, radiating a breathtaking elegance. This physique resembles a masterpiece, imbued with a sense of strength and beauty, devoid of any excess flesh, and not a trace of fat is discernible. It is simply astounding. This face, combined with such a physique, is utterly perfect. In astonishment, Yin Kaikai's phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Lu Di, how could your body be so remarkable? Yin Xinxin gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. It's all natural beauty, combined with hard labor on the construction site. Lu Di himself felt a tinge of surprise. Is this what they call the new human? The 3 daughters of the Yin family, upon hearing Lu Di's words, could not fathom the image of him laboring at a construction site. There he stood, bare-chested, with arms slightly bent, exuding an aura of formidable power hidden beneath his sharply defined muscles. He resembled a cheetah, poised to pounce with lightning speed, like a mighty lion, ready to unleash a devastating bite. The twins felt regret. Lu Di is incredibly strong. Thankfully, he did not take offense at their previous prank. Lu Di is also extraordinarily handsome enough to shatter all their preconceived notions. 2 young girls could not help but ponder a question. If both Lu Di and Di were to become my husband, whom should I choose? Yin Qingwen was once again captivated by Lu Di. How could such a perfect man exist in this world? Instinctively, Yin Qingwen began to associate the heroic figure who had rescued her from peril with Lu Di. Have I been a bit excessive in my attitude towards him these past few days? Does he harbor any dislike for me? Her heart raced with excitement. On her typically aloof and stunning visage, a rare blush appeared. This enigmatic man was unlike any other. Where shall we meet for the fight? Ludi's inquiry interrupted the three girls' daydreams. Wait, something feels amiss. Yin Qingwen's breath suddenly caught in her throat. Did I actually challenge him to a duel? Regret washed over her. Although she was a skilled practitioner of Taekwondo, the sight of Ludi's iron-like muscles and his overwhelming presence left her feeling utterly lacking in confidence. Perhaps Ludi was unfamiliar with Taekwondo, or even martial arts altogether. Yet, merely gazing at the biceps on his arm suggested that he could easily subdue her. If he were to pin her down, she might find herself utterly incapable of resistance. The thought of being pinned down made her cheeks flush even deeper. Shall we expedite our arrangements? Ludi unexpectedly made his way to the boxing ring, standing in one corner, eagerly awaiting the entrance of Yin Qingwen. You. What a peculiar individual, utterly devoid of romantic sensibilities. Do you truly intend to lay hands on a delicate lady such as myself? Yin Qingwen fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. Ludi, perplexed, replied, but didn't you say you wanted to box? I confirmed it twice. Ludi, you oblivious man. Haha. Ludi burst into laughter, unable to contain himself any longer. He had no desire to maintain the charade any further. From the outset, he had been merely bluffing. Ludi was acutely aware of the formidable strength and fearsome nature of this so-called new breed of individuals. How could he possibly strike Yin Qingwen? The consequences of a misstep would be dire. Ludi jested, Madam Yin, if you concede, I shall spare you today. You. Lu, I shall not concede. To Ludi's astonishment, Yin Qingwen gritted her teeth, tightened her Taekwondo uniform, and prepared to ascend the stage. Wait, if you come up, how shall I descend? Just then, a series of knocks resonated through the air. In that crucial moment, the figure of Tai Si, clad in black, entered the room. He bowed and addressed Yin Qingwen. Third miss, I heard that you were engaged in combat with Mr. Lu, so I came to observe. As Tai Si spoke, his gaze swept across the room, and he quickly grasped the situation at hand. However, Tai Si turned to Ludi and said, Mr. Lu, the third miss is akin to half a disciple of mine. In my humble opinion, she is not your match. Tai Si's expression remained impassive, yet his gaze towards Ludi was rife with vigilance. He gently removed his watch and took off his outer coat, calmly suggesting, how about I spar with Mr. Lu for a few rounds? The Tai family brothers, ever loyal, questioned, is this truly necessary, Tai Si? Yin Qingwen looked at her unusually behaving bodyguard with confusion. Who is Tai Si? He was taken in by Yin Hoxin along with the other Tai brothers at the tender age of 10. From a young age, he was sent to various martial arts training camps and endured extreme training. At 15, he was dispatched to the military by his father, returning at 25 to become a bodyguard for the Yin family. For the past 5 years, Tai Si has resided in the Yin estate. In the eyes of the Yin sisters, he is undoubtedly a being of monstrous prowess. Once, when confronted by kidnappers, Tai Si single-handedly took on over 10 assailants, incapacitating them all without a scratch. During a hunting expedition in the deep mountains, when faced with an attacking bear, he fought valiantly against a fully grown black bear, ultimately snapping its neck. Such formidable strength. Tai Si's sole misstep occurred 3 years ago when Yin Qingwen ventured to a bar alone and was besieged by ruffians. He had failed to protect her side at that moment, leading to profound guilt and self-reproach that still weighs heavily on him. Since then, whenever an individual with malevolent intent appeared near Yin Qing, Tai Si spared none. After thorough investigation, Tai Si confirmed that this young man named Ludi was indeed the one who rescued the third miss all those years ago. However, Ludi exhibited peculiarities indeed. He possessed an unsettling aura. Not only did he disregard the safety of the third miss, but he also took her on reckless joyrides. In less than 40 minutes, he traversed 20 kilometers of mountainous terrain. What remarkable physical prowess. Could one truly consider him an ordinary part-time waiter or a mere construction laborer? It seemed implausible. He was certainly no ordinary individual. Such a person, who meticulously sought proximity to the third miss and insisted vehemently on becoming her chauffeur, could not be trusted. Tai Si harbored profound skepticism regarding Ludi's intentions. It was imperative to remain vigilant. With a grave demeanor, Tai Si's cold gaze fixated intently on Ludi. But Tai Si, he is merely an ordinary person. How could he possibly match your strength? Yin Qing expressed her concerns. In her eyes, Ludi indeed possessed an impressive physique, muscular and handsome. Yet, that was where the admiration ended. Ludi could at best be regarded as a moderately successful fitness enthusiast. When pitted against a professional bodyguard like Tai Si, or rather, a combat machine of his caliber, he stood no chance whatsoever. The scene where Taisi snapped the neck of the black bear haunted Yin Qingwen with nightmares for 3 consecutive days. Let it go, Taisi. Lu Di wouldn't dare to harm us. Although Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin harbored an aversion towards Lu Di, they certainly did not wish for Taisi to break his arms or legs. My dear ladies, you underestimate Mr. Lu, Taisi declared, setting aside his suit and slowly unfastening the buttons of his shirt. At the moment he shed his clothing, the 3 Yin sisters gasped, covering their mouths in astonishment. Taisi stood nearly 2 meters tall, weighing at least 150 kilograms, his physique a testament to sheer muscularity, resembling a formidable dragon. While Lu Di's build leaned towards that of a bodybuilder, Taisi's musculature could only be described as terrifying. Countless scars crisscrossed his body, with several healed bullet wounds serving as undeniable evidence of his battle-hardened past. Goodness, exclaimed Lu Di, tilting his head as he scrutinized Taisi. This man was indeed intriguing. Take it easy, Taisi, just enough to make your point, but please, do not injure him, Yin Qingwen urged, her voice laced with anxiety. Fully aware of Taisi's character, a quintessential soldier, resolute and unwavering. Once he set his mind to something, no one could stand in his way. Rest assured, third miss. Taisi responded, gradually making his way toward the ring. As he stepped onto the boxing platform, the entire structure sank slightly, sending ripples that reached Lu Di's feet. Mr. Lu, at the tender age of 15, joined the ranks as a soldier in the northern region of China, specifically in the 43rd Division. As a Special Forces operative, he has undertaken 136 border missions, traversing territories such as northern Vietnam, Myanmar, and various European nations. He has captured 206 enemy combatants and eliminated 134 adversaries. Throughout his illustrious service, he has been honored with the 3rd-class merit twice, and both 2nd-class and 1st-class merits once each. 5 years prior, he declined the collective pleas of 7 generals within the military and returned to Yinjia with his comrades to repay the nurturing kindness of the esteemed elder Yin. With a piercing gaze and a proud demeanor, Taisi turned to Mr. Lu and inquired about his origins. Lu could not help but marvel at Taisi's imposing presence and remarkable achievements. Not only does he embody a sense of patriotism, but he also exemplifies loyalty and gratitude, a true paragon of manhood, deserving of the title King of Soldiers. However, Taisi's intention to ascertain Lu's background was unmistakable. He adhered to the principle of courtesy before aggression, eagerly awaiting Lu's explanation of his arrival. Brother Taisi, I am merely a humble citizen. Fortunate enough to possess a modicum of strength, Lu replied with a slight bow, his words not entirely untruthful. Since Mr. Lu is reluctant to disclose the truth, we shall see how matters unfold in due course. With that, Taisi clenched his fists, the sound of cracking bones resonating through the air. If you choose not to speak, then I shall compel you to do so. Observing the escalating tension, Yin Qingwen interjected, Taisi, Mr. Lu is a guest of my father. We must refrain from resorting to violence. Taisi remained silent, regardless of Lu's identity. Any threat to the Yin family must be eradicated. As the dialogue continued, the door of the gym swung open once more, and the Iron Brothers, including Iron 5 and Iron 6, filed in, positioning themselves on either side. Iron 6, what are you doing? Yin Qingwen exclaimed. Do not blame the third miss. Lu is not an ordinary individual. We have observed him for quite some time, and he poses a potential threat to all of you. If he cannot provide us with a satisfactory explanation today, he shall not leave. Iron 6 retorted, his expression resolute, falling silent thereafter. Well, I never anticipated that I would attract such attention. Lu forced a wry smile, realizing that the day might not conclude favorably for him. Ah, the Iron Brothers, truly devoted and fearless. Indeed, a force of myriad transformations. Lu, my friend, the demon child began. The emergence of a new breed of humanity that has broken the genetic lock is far more complex than you might imagine. Among humans, there exists a term known as aura, which refers to the intangible magnetic field one emits. This field can be sensed by others through the sixth sense, imposing psychological or behavioral pressure on them. The new humanity not only enhances physical prowess, but also fortifies the human magnetic field, transcending the limitations of ordinary individuals and ascending to new heights. I have named this amplified magnetic field, Qian Shi. Ding. The invocation of aura and the fusion with the subconscious is complete. Lu Di felt a thunderous resonance in his mind. This fusion of consciousness was unlike any he had experienced before. A kaleidoscope of vibrant energies flashed within his thoughts. The commanding presence of a general, the clangor of iron steeds and golden weapons, the indomitable spirit of a warrior, the wrathful aura of a slayer, and even the ethereal essence of a celestial being, ever-changing. Each manifestation evoked awe and longing. The myriad of forces, the countless varieties of might, how intriguing. With a mere thought, Lu Di unleashed both ferocity and pride simultaneously. These two invisible energies spread like a vast net in an instant. In the next moment, Tai Si, who had been advancing relentlessly, suddenly froze in place. It felt as if the temperature in the room had plummeted. He sensed an inexplicable, sanguine aura emanating from Lu Di, who stood nonchalantly in the distance. This young man seemed to have emerged from the abyss of hell, having severed countless heads without so much as a twitch of his brow, treading upon mountains of bones. He laughed heartily in defiance. What an aura this was! It could only be possessed by a general from ancient battlefields, leading 1,000,000 troops into the fray, resulting in untold casualties, rivers of blood flowing in their wake. What had he endured? Tai Si's mind was a cacophony, his senses dulled in shock. The other brothers of the Tai family were equally paralyzed. No amount of shouting from Yin Qingwen could penetrate their trance. The tremors from deep within their hearts rendered them as motionless as statues, unable to stir. Suddenly, the aura surrounding Lu Di shifts dramatically, exuding an unparalleled pride that seems to eclipse the very heavens. It is a pinnacle of arrogance, a disdain for all that surrounds him, an indifference to everything. He embodies the essence of a general or perhaps an emperor, strategizing with the wisdom of ages, destined for victory from afar. With the power to reverse the tides of chaos and support the crumbling edifices, he is assured of triumph in battle and certain of conquest in offense. Such commanding presence and haughty demeanor, standing alone, surpasses the might of 1,000 armies. His singular command leaves no room for dissent. Sweat beads upon Tai Si's back in an instant, for the Lu Di before him is utterly unassailable, wholly irresistible. Even if he were to present a bowl of poison, Tai Si would likely comply without hesitation. This is the essence of sheer dominance. The Tai family brothers share this sentiment. Yet the 3 daughters of the Yin family remain blissfully unaware. As women who have never set foot on the battlefield or encountered an enemy, they cannot fathom the ferocity of such a lethal aura, nor can they appreciate the proud demeanor of one who conquers nations. To them, Lu Di appears merely as a frail individual, one who could easily have his arm broken by Tai Si. Yet, they remain perplexed as to why Tai Si has not yet acted. Deep within, Tai Si trembles with realization. Lu Di is no ordinary man, nor merely a part-time servant. He must be of military descent. Each soldier from an elite unit is akin to a king among warriors. Moreover, Lu Di must undoubtedly be among the elite, if not the leader. Otherwise, it is simply inconceivable, for there exists no place that could bestow such an imposing presence upon a man. Furthermore, a man endowed with such gravitas could never be a nefarious rogue. Tai Si struggled to suppress the urge to salute Lu Di with military decorum. He raised his trembling hands, slightly cupping his fists, and spoke in a deep tone. "Mr. Lu, Tai Si comprehends." Though merely a single phrase, it was a testament to Tai Si's willingness to bow in deference as a man of stature. Ha! Lu Di burst into laughter, instantly retracting his formidable aura. Understanding alone would not suffice. Today, he had yet to indulge fully in the moment. Just moments ago, the demonic youth had aided Lu Di in merging the subconscious of 3 martial arts, special combat techniques, joint locking techniques, and Sanda. To Lu Di, Tai Si was now an open book. Tai Si, with his vigorous blood and robust physique, was evidently a master of combat. However, while he possessed raw power, he lacked finesse. Faced with such a loyal and valiant man devoted to the Yin family, Lu Di felt an irresistible urge to offer guidance. Moreover, encountering a skilled individual like Tai Si was a rare opportunity, and Lu Di wished to test the capabilities of this new breed of humanity. "There are too many people here. Let us retreat to that space for a friendly spar," Lu Di suggested, gesturing toward the adjacent yoga studio. A spacious sanctuary of nearly 100 square meters. Tai Si was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and proclaimed, "I shall accompany you, noble sir, at the cost of my own life." Observing the two making their way to the yoga room, Yin Qingwen felt a surge of anxiety and called out, "Tai Si, enough. This must cease." Helplessness enveloped Tai Si, who lamented inwardly, "Third miss, do you think I desire this?" Bang, bang. The resounding noises from within the yoga room only darkened Yin Qingwen's expression. It seemed that Lu Di would be unable to emerge unscathed. In despair, Tai Lu, and others stood resolutely like sentinels before the door of the yoga studio. Tai Lu's lips twitched slightly as he spoke. "Third miss, please place your trust in Tai Si and give Mr. Lu a chance." They too had felt the overwhelming presence of Lu Di and shared the same sentiment as Tai Si. Mr. Lu must undoubtedly be a formidable figure in the military. Inside the yoga room, fists collided, and Tai Si's massive form was sent hurtling backward. Tai Si, while your strength is formidable, relying solely on brute force is insufficient. Yes, Mr. Lu. Once more. Bang. Tai Si was propelled back again. Tai Si, you must exert 7-part strength while reserving 3, mastering the art of control and leaving room for a counter. Understood. Bang. Mr. Lu, I have something of utmost importance to convey to you. First, practice your punches. Bang. 20 minutes later, Lu Di was astonished by what unfolded. Iron 4 had been struck down by Lu Di a total of 20 times. Yet each time he managed to rise promptly, no matter how excruciating the pain coursed through his body. This man did not even furrow his brow. Indeed, he was a warrior from the Eastern Divine Sword, living up to his illustrious reputation. Truly admirable. Lu Di nodded slightly. 3 minutes prior, the formidable demon child had utilized several key pieces of information from Iron 4's dialogue: Northern China, District 43, Special Forces, border missions, and incursions into Vietnam, to accomplish a challenging search and match. Although Iron 4's background information was scant, with the powerful demon child at his disposal, no secret remained unexploited. Iron 4 had served for a decade within a unit that was among China's elite secret special operations forces. This covert identity was known to few. Existing like a phantom, the Eastern Divine Sword. Just as Iron 4 was about to charge again, he suddenly froze. The name Eastern Divine Sword was not something the average person could utter. It was classified as a top-tier SSS secret in China. The knowledge of the existence of the Eastern Divine Sword could only be held by 2 categories of individuals. The first being the high-ranking military officials at the level of 3-star generals throughout China. Yet, given Lu Di's age, this seemed implausible. Thus, Iron 4 was left in utter shock, standing still for 3 whole minutes. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter. Mr. Lu Di, how foolish of me to have worried about you. In the grand scheme of the celestial web, how could one possibly regard a few insignificant thieves with any seriousness? At this moment, Lu Di found himself utterly bewildered. Iron 4 chuckled. The fact that Mr. Lu can mention the Eastern Divine Sword implies but one possibility. You, Mr. Lu, are also a member of the Eastern Divine Sword. This organization is traditionally divided into 2 factions, the Earth Network and the Celestial Web. I, Iron 4, am a humble member of the Earth Network, while the Celestial Web, revered and nearly unattainable by the warriors of the Earth Network, is likely your former unit, Mr. Lu. The Celestial Web, a legend among special forces, the sword among swords. Iron 4, alas, fails to recognize the true grandeur before him. A slight twitch at the corner of Lu Di's mouth betrayed his amusement. Heh. Yet, he remained unfazed. Iron 4, what was it you mentioned about those insignificant thieves? Moreover, you spoke of something urgent to share with me? Lu Di deftly shifted the conversation. It is indeed shameful. Iron 4 replied with a shake of his head and a smile. The reason I sought to test Mr. Lu today is due to a fortuitous piece of information I have acquired. Oh, Lu Di turned his gaze towards him. Iron 4 grinned openly. In the underworld of Haishur, there are individuals offering 5 million for your head, Mr. Lu. It is truly laughable. Since you are a member of the Celestial Web, those petty thugs and assassins in Haishur are no more significant to you than rotten fish. Previously, Iron 4 had pondered why anyone would wish to see you dead. Now Tai Si understands that in the grand scheme of Tian Luo, it is only natural to have adversaries. Lu Di's brow furrowed slightly, as this revelation was indeed unexpected. A price on his life? Openly declared? The underworld of Haishur? How intriguing. As for the mastermind behind this, after a moment's contemplation, Lu Di was able to conjure him up with ease. For over 20 years, he had led a life devoid of enemies. It was only after his arrival at the Yin family that he had made 2 notable foes. The first was Ouyang Fengyu, who resented Lu Di for obstructing his ambitions for power. The second was Li Dehai of Tsirin Hospital, who had been coerced into purchasing 2 billion worth of equipment due to Lu Di's threats. How amusing. Lu Di couldn't help but chuckle softly. Beside him, Tai Si was baffled and tentatively suggested, Mr. Lu, my Tai family has some influence in Haishur. Perhaps I should send Tai Lu and the others to help you resolve this matter? No need, Lu Di replied, slowly lifting his gaze with a smile. Where did that 5 million bounty originate? This was information passed around in the underworld, attributed to the notorious underground kingpin of Haishur, known as the Black Fox. Black Fox? Lu Di instantly recalled that this was the individual Ouyang Fengyu had contacted via text message. A fleeting chill passed through his eyes as Lu Di rose and declared, "You need not concern yourself with the bounty. We shall continue our training another day." Tai Si, still wearing a wry smile, remarked, "Tian Luo is indeed Tian Luo. It certainly has its own methods of operation." Just as Lu Di was about to push the door open, Tai Si hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Mr. Lu, I have wonderful news to share. My former instructor, the venerable He Shan, has recently arrived in Haisher. 2 years ago, he was promoted to the Tian Luo group as an instructor. And I am certain you are acquainted with him. He must be one of your old mentors. He mentioned that he would visit Lord Yin in 3 days. And he intends to see me as well. If he learns that you are here, he will undoubtedly be overjoyed." Lu Di was rendered speechless. Must the truth be revealed so swiftly? How could he explain his extraordinary abilities when the secret was exposed? Observing Tai Si's exuberance, Lu Di found it difficult to decline and reluctantly agreed. "Very well. Please inform me in advance before the venerable He Shan arrives." "Certainly, Mr. Lu." Lu Di exited with a wry smile. "What am I to do? I merely wish to prepare myself and find a place to hide." As he opened the door, a stunning figure rushed toward him. "Lu Di, are you all right?" Lu Di felt warmth enveloping his hands as they were firmly grasped. "I must say, Miss Yin, this is rather inappropriate in such a public setting," he remarked. Only then did Yin Qingwen realize her abruptness, letting out a startled "ah" as she released Lu Di's hands. Lu Di chuckled, swaggering away with a carefree demeanor. Yin Qingwen gazed at his retreating figure, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. When she turned around, she suddenly caught sight of Tai Si, his face swollen and bruised. "Tai Si, what on earth happened to you?" Yin Qingwen was taken aback. "Did Lu Di do this to you?" For 5 years, she had never witnessed Tai Si sustain even the slightest injury, regardless of the adversaries he faced. Tai Si forced a smile. "Third Miss, forgive me, but I cannot divulge too much. I can only assure you that with Mr. Lu guarding your side, you need not worry." As Tai Si approached the gathering of Tai family brothers, he was instantly encircled. "Fourth brother, who exactly is Mr. Lu?" Tai Si remained silent, gesturing towards the sky. "The sky? The Heavenly Net. The Heavenly Net organization. Shoo. This is confidential. It cannot be spoken of openly." The Tai brothers' eyes widened in astonishment. And as they glanced towards Lu Di's retreating figure, any trace of disrespect vanished, replaced by profound admiration. Once Lu Di and the Tai brothers departed, the Yin family's third daughter remained utterly perplexed. What were those two up to in the yoga room? Why did Tai Si and the others suddenly regard the insufferable Lu Di with such reverence? The 2 men had been in the room making a racket. Could it be? Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin grumbled as they pushed open the door to the yoga room. "Oh my. Third sister, come quickly and see." The 2 young girls stood dumbfounded at the entrance. When Yin Qingwen arrived, she too was struck speechless. The once pristine and orderly yoga studio now resembles a site ravaged by a tempest. The mirrors adorning the walls lie shattered into fragments. Numerous large dents mar the surfaces, as if struck by a colossal hammer. The wooden floor appears to have been violently upturned, as if trampled by a ferocious beast. What calamity has befallen my beloved yoga sanctuary? Has a demolition crew paid a visit? Yin Kaikai picked up a deflated yoga ball from the rubble, her expression one of disbelief. Yin Qingwen murmured, "Could this be the aftermath of Lu Di's battle with Tai Si? Yet, might there be other explanations? If that is indeed the case, Tai Si's prowess exceeds my wildest imaginings. Something feels amiss. Lu Di, that fellow." Setting aside Tai Si's strength, what of that man named Lu? How could he engage Tai Si in combat and leave such devastation in his wake? Moreover, it seems he might have even bested Tai Si. As Yin Qingwen regained her composure, she found herself momentarily paralyzed by shock. Lu Di's muscular physique is no mere fade. He is a master, a superior fighter, even stronger than Tai Si. The most absurd part is that I once considered instructing him in the art of boxing. Furthermore, there were instances when Lu Di, in moments of mischief, contemplated delivering a thrashing to me. Amidst her astonishment, a peculiar emotion began to unfurl within Yin Qingwen's heart. The individual surnamed Lu indeed possesses the semblance of a great hero. Third sister, do not be astonished. How could Lu, that feeble fellow, possibly contend against Tai Si? Surely, during their altercation, Lu must have fled in all directions while Tai Si rampaged like a raging bear, resulting in such chaos. Yin Kaikai, deep in thought, mused that Lu had ruined their yoga studio, and she would demand compensation from him shortly. Yin Qingwen shook her head in resignation. The last words of Tai Si echoed in her mind. "With Mr. Lu guarding you, Miss San, you need not worry." The tumult of the live broadcast faded away as Lu returned to his underground chamber. He casually opened his phone, only to find that the plethora of notifications on Douyin had coalesced into a singular red dot. Although somewhat prepared for the influx, Lu's eyelids fluttered when the data materialized before him. The video titled "A Promising Future" boasted a staggering 600 million views, 200 million likes, over 100 million comments, and an astounding 350 million followers. The number of shares exceeded 100 million. Such statistics had undeniably rendered it a phenomenon in the realm of short videos. Lu quickly scanned the comments. More than half were laudatory. Numerous heartfelt reflections ensued from listeners moved by the song. Countless fans, spanning all ages and genders, expressed their desire to meet him. In just one day, there had emerged millions of messages urging for more content. In the private messages, aside from fan comments, the predominant content consists of collaboration invitations. Countless influencer agencies and entertainment companies are eager to arrange meetings for contracts. Moreover, an innumerable array of enterprises seeks to recruit DE as a spokesperson or for commercial performances, with the highest appearance fees soaring to an astonishing 300 million. Lu D glanced at the trending topics, unsurprised to find that more than half pertained to a promising future and the individual DE. Upon encountering a particular news item, a chill ran down Lu D's spine. 100 young girls stood atop a building, collectively demanding that DE release a new song, threatening to jump otherwise. Fortunately, local authorities intervened, averting a crisis. Subsequently, the official announcements conveyed two messages. 1. Citizens are advised to pursue their idols with reason. 2. DE is urged to expedite the release of new works. Sighing in relief, Lu D finally relaxed. Such sensational headlines nearly frightened him into illness. The two official statements left Lu D in a state of bemusement. It seems prudent to refrain from frequent interactions on DE's account. Perhaps the public will gradually forget. Suddenly, a notification from Douyin appeared. 2 kilometers away, broadcaster. Xinshin Baobei Duck, currently live. Xinshin, that little girl? Lu D recalled that during their first encounter, the mischievous child had uncovered this information. Xinshin is now a graduate student at a music academy and a popular online broadcaster. By a twist of fate, Lu D gently clicked enter the live room. In the next moment, a beautiful melody resonated. A power long forgotten suddenly surged forth on this unexpected night. The future is promising. On the screen, Yin Kaikai sat at her desk, adorned in an adorable princess outfit, passionately performing the song "The Future is Promising." Indeed, she truly lived up to her reputation as a talented student from Haisher Conservatory of Music, her vocal prowess enchanting and delightful. Yin Kaikai was already a striking beauty, scoring a perfect 90, complemented by her youthful charm and remarkable singing ability. At that moment, the live streaming room was abuzz with an impressive audience of 10,000 viewers. As the song concluded, the praise was overwhelming. "I adore you, my beloved. You are stunning. You are the goddess of my dreams. Your rendition of The Future is Promising is exquisite." Second only to DE. With a soft sigh, Yin Xinshin gazed at the screen, her expression tinged with melancholy. "As you know, my sister and I are adopted children. Although our family is affluent and my adoptive father treats me well, I yearn to discover the whereabouts of my biological parents and understand why they abandoned me." Upon hearing this, Lu D was visibly moved. It appeared that old master Yin had not concealed the truth about their adoption. Despite the seemingly carefree demeanor of Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin, they harbored numerous unspoken worries. After all, every individual possesses an intrinsic pride. Who would willingly accept the reality of being forsaken? Master Yin's enterprise is indeed vast, inevitably leading to a hectic work schedule. The daughters of the Yin family have likely been raised under the care of servants. Such an environment undoubtedly cultivates their somewhat eccentric personalities. For instance, Yin Qingwen's aloofness, and the rebellious spirits of Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin. Yet, within the confines of the screen, Yin Xinshin expressed her vexation. "Not only can I not locate my biological parents, but do you know the worst part? Recently, an unfamiliar individual has entered our home. That rascal is utterly despicable. Not only does he wish to woo my sister, but he also seeks to exploit our family's wealth." The viewers in the live stream reacted with immediate outrage. "What? Is someone truly bullying such a beautiful Xinshin? Xinshin, please tell me, who is this vile person? I shall capture him and give him a good thrashing. Alas, this little girl harbors such animosity towards me?" Lu D was left speechless. Just as Yin Kaikai passionately criticized Lu D, a message suddenly appeared in the live stream's comment section. "My heavens, am I seeing this correctly? Is that account truly DE?" After a 2-minute silence, comments surged in like a tidal wave. It is indeed DE. He is in the live stream. DE has returned. He has arrived. It truly is DE, the 130th viewer in the audience. Goodness. I am in the same live stream as DE. Capture DE alive. I must take a screenshot. This is such an honor. I have to tell my friends. For a moment, the viewers in the live broadcast completely overlooked Yin Xinshin's presence, fervently calling out, DE. DE, please talk to me. I implore you. DE, are you here? Look at me. I am your super fan. Realizing the situation, Yin Xinshin was left utterly bewildered, her heart racing uncontrollably. She could hardly believe her eyes and immediately clicked on DE's profile. Within this account, there was but a single video, astonishingly the one that had amassed over 600 million views, titled The Future is Promising. It was indeed him. He had come to watch my live stream. Oh my goodness, am I dreaming? In an instant, Yin Xinshin stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. Even more unexpectedly, just 1 minute later, the audience in Xinshin Baby Duck's live room surged dramatically. 20, 000, 30, 000, 40, 000, 100, 000, 500, 000. User Lu Feng entered the live room. User Peng then entered the live room. User Chieting Feng In entered the live room. Countless users flooded in, their messages cascading like a waterfall, dazzling the eyes. User I love DE, gifting the host Super Rocket X99. User laughing at Splendor, gifting the host Spaceship X99. User Inc., gifting the host Carnival Big Will X99. Then, the audience began showering gifts as if money were no object, frantically inundating the live stream with presents. Yin Kaikai's visage was soon obscured by the avalanche of offerings. A gift for DE. Support DE. Request for a new song. They clamored for DE's live stream. Yet, their voices were drowned in a torrent of commentary. The entire live stream erupted with fervor. The network was on the verge of a breakdown. The news of DE appearing in a certain streamer's room swept across the internet like wildfire. In an instant, everyone was spreading the word and flocking to witness the event. The live stream of Heart Baby Duck soared to the top rank, achieving an unprecedented viewership of 320 million concurrent users. The staff of Douyin were left bewildered. What was happening? An anomaly in the data? No. It was that super account. DE had logged in and entered a live stream, a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. They hastily sought to match even more traffic, striving to set a new historical record. DE, I love you. Reply to me. DE, who are you really? Come out. Countless comments flashed by. Nearly impossible to read. Breaking 1 million within 3 minutes. Surpassing 10 million in 5. There was an unmistakable trend towards reaching 1 billion. The audience was in a frenzy. It seems that merely stepping into the live broadcast room allows one to be in the presence of their idol. The influence of a promising future is undeniably immense. And the character of DE is shrouded in mystery, captivating everyone to an obsessive degree. Network signal experiencing delays. The live content flickers precariously, on the verge of collapse. And the instigator of all this chaos, Lu Di, lies in the basement of the Yin family estate on the 2nd floor, staring blankly at his phone. A mere instinctive tap from him has precipitated such an uproar. This is an unprecedented frenzy ignited by DE's appearance, a veritable internet sensation. It is utterly wild. As Lu Di trembles, he swiftly exits the live room and logs out of his account. The following day, bathed in brilliant sunshine, DE's news once again dominates the trending topics. Heavenly singer DE makes a comeback. A casual entry into a live broadcast sparks an internet explosion. The host, Xinshin Baobei, unwittingly becomes internet celebrity #1. A comprehensive inquiry. What is Xinshin Baobei's relationship with DE? Millions of young girls demand Xinshin Baobei, return my husband. Billions of viewers pressure the female host, forbidding her to go offline for 12 hours. Just to await DE. Live broadcast money rankings updated. Xinshin Baobei reigns supreme with 1.3 billion. In the bedroom on the 5th floor of the Yin family estate, Yin Xinshin, bearing the weight of dark circles beneath her eyes, sat obediently on the chair. Opposite her, Yin Kaikai crossed her arms, wearing an expression of intense scrutiny. Xinshin, confess honestly, how did you come to know DE? With a sense of exasperation, Yin Xinshin replied. Kaikai, I have stated this 100 times, I truly do not know him. Just then, the shrill ring of her phone interrupted the tension. It was a call from her second sister, the international film star Yin Siwen. The young girl was somewhat taken aback. Her illustrious sister had been shooting abroad, and given the time difference, it should have been the dead of night where she was. Why would she be calling me? Hello. Xinshin. As the call connected, A voice, slightly languid yet exceedingly melodious, came through. "Sister, why aren't you resting at this late hour?" Shinshin inquired. "Rest? How could I possibly sleep? My little girl, it's been a few days since we last met. You've grown quite adept, haven't you?" "Second sister. What are you talking about? Now, you tell me honestly, how did you come to know DE? "Oh my God. Sister, why are you asking that too? This is the 801st time I've said it. I really do not know him. You little rascal, stop lying." After DE posted a video, he went silent. Why then did he suddenly enter your live stream? If you claim there is no connection, I refuse to believe it. Yin Xinshin felt on the brink of collapse. This was truly a case of being unable to defend oneself. If only I could meet DE. However, they simply do not afford me an opportunity. Ever since DE withdrew yesterday, Yin Xinshin has sent him dozens of private messages, yet he has not responded to a single one. Regardless of how you know DE, I implore you, my dear sister, to assist me. My new film wishes to invite DE to sing the promotional song, and ideally, to duet with me. As Yin Siwen spoke, her excitement became palpable. DE's popularity is currently unrivaled. If he were to dedicate his debut to me, it would not only set records for the new film, but also elevate my career to unprecedented heights. Additionally, I hold a great admiration for DE and yearn to meet him. Yin Xinshin was left speechless. Sister, you are an international superstar, a goddess adored by the masses. Can you not exhibit a modicum of restraint? You cheeky girl, are you advising your sister to be reserved? Do you not desire a brother-in-law? Sister, that is out of the question. Xinshin, I beg of you, treat this as a favor from your sister. If you help me achieve this, I shall grant you any wish. Do you not fancy that European star, Xiaojia? I could introduce him to you. How about that? Oh dear sister, that is absolutely unacceptable. What do you mean unacceptable? You little imp, are you truly refusing to assist your sister? Please, expedite the acquisition of DE's contact information. Before hanging up, Yin Siwen added with earnestness. Oh, by the way, I heard that Wenwen's savior is currently residing in our home. You two young ladies must not be willful. Do not neglect him. Yin Xinshin's face flushed with indignation. Why must my second sister also covet my beloved DE? Moreover, where am I to procure DE's contact information? In an instant, Yin Xinshin felt a wave of injustice wash over her. She rose and said, "Come on. Did you not mention your intent to squander that 5 million from the freeloading man? Let us proceed." At this moment, within the office of the Ingji Group, Lu Di dutifully escorted Yin Qingwen to her office, then quietly awaited in the adjacent secretary room. Zhao Qianqian incessantly cast flirtatious glances, attempting to entice him. Lu Di found himself in a rather awkward predicament. For reasons unknown, Zhao Qianqian's allure seemed more potent than ever before. The mischievous child remarked, "Hee. Charisma itself is a magnetic force. It not only exudes an aura but also emanates attraction. The masculine charm you possess has multiplied several times over, and it is both natural and uncontrollable. Well, to be excessively handsome is indeed a burden." What vexed Lu Di the most was not just Zhao Qianqian, but the entire female staff of Ingji. Each time they laid eyes on him, their cheeks flushed, hearts raced, and they wore expressions of bashful delight. The world is full of trivialities. Let us first attend to the matter at hand. In the next moment, the dossier of the underworld lord, He Hu, appeared before Lu Di's gaze. He Hu, whose real name is Qin Yaowen, a 36-year-old male, emerged 6 years ago from a life of street thuggery, characterized by his ruthless demeanor and willingness to engage in violence. He has now firmly established himself as the leading figure in the underworld of Haishur, commanding a legion of renowned enforcers and nearly 500 followers. His public persona includes the roles of president of the China Misa Entertainment Company, president of Haishur Yuanhai Trading Company, and chairman of the Haishur Entrepreneurs Association. However, beneath this facade lies his clandestine identity as the mastermind behind Haishi's underground casinos, the covert operator of illicit boxing rings, and the de facto authority on black market information in Haishur. Following this revelation, an astonishing trove of nearly 100,000 videos and tens of thousands of various pieces of information surfaced, all pertaining to He Hu. These videos were sourced from diverse cloud-based servers connected to various surveillance cameras, home security systems, public space cameras, elevator monitors, street cameras, and even the mobile devices of unsuspecting individuals. The information was exhaustive, covering his financial assets, spending habits, travel records, medical history, and browsing activities on both mobile and computer devices. Over the past 5 years, not a single detail had been overlooked. The data was comprehensive to an extraordinary degree, as if an omnipotent entity were observing every aspect of his life. With the analysis and deductions made by the prodigious talent known as Magic Child, Heihu's entire existence had been laid bare before Liu Di. There were no secrets left to conceal. At this juncture, the information Liu Di possessed about Heihu likely surpassed even that which Heihu himself was aware of. This black fox is indeed formidable, commanding various bosses and industries. Alas, he has provoked those he ought not to have, and accepted contracts he should have avoided. Liu Di smiled indifferently, casually picking up the mobile phone beside him. Is it the esteemed leader of Black Fox? Allow me to entertain you properly. 2 hours later. In the office atop the Mishan nightclub in Haishur, a lavish expanse of nearly 200 square meters, the opulence was unparalleled, the prestige palpable. At the heart of the room, seated behind a 3-meter-long desk, was a robust man clad in a suit adorned with a fox fur collar, shrouded in darkness. The red ember of his cigar flickering intermittently. In the sweltering summer heat, the fur collar seemed somewhat out of place. However, it undeniably lent him an air of authority, evoking a sense of ruthlessness and cold-heartedness. Behind the formidable man stood a stunning beauty in a red cheapao, her long black hair cascading down as she gently massaged his shoulders. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent raps echoed through the room. Boss, something strange has occurred. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit entered, his expression fraught with anxiety. The robust man behind the desk remained unperturbed, slowly remarking, "Fong, your flustered demeanor is quite unbecoming. Why the haste? Boss, I cannot help but be anxious. In my 40-plus years, I have never encountered such an oddity." Fong was somewhat agitated. "Boss, an hour ago, 2 of our venues were raided." "The venues were raided? Why panic? Just find someone to smooth things over. It will be fine." Black Fox maintained a calm demeanor, gently extinguishing his cigar in the ashtray. "But, boss, these 2 bars haven't tea even opened. They were just renovated. Although we stocked some goods inside, we haven't tea served any customers yet. Apart from our own brothers, there is no way anyone knows we have merchandise there." Black Fox furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting there is an informant among us?" "Boss, that was my initial thought too." Fong lamented. "I didn't take these 2 venues seriously at first because I was at the docks preparing to receive the shipment, alongside 2 others, Mad Dog and Razor. But before the fishing boat delivering our goods could even dock, it was intercepted by the Coast Guard. We lost everything." "What?" Black Fox abruptly sat up straight. Fong continued. "You know, only the 3 of us, and you were aware of the cargo ship's arrival. Is there an informant among the 3 of you?" Black Fox narrowed his eyes, his voice suddenly turning cold. "Is it that simple?" Just as we 3 were preparing to investigate one another, an ominous phone call interrupted us. The young man on the phone spoke with an air of omniscience, declaring, "Stop searching, there is no traitor among you." A slight tremor coursed through Feng's hand as he replied, "Boss, the location where we boarded the vessel is along the coastline, and we chose the rear side of the rock solely for concealment. It is utterly impossible for there to be surveillance. We have also conducted thorough searches and found no listening devices. Moreover, during our journey to find you, he called several times. He informed us of your whereabouts, mentioned that we had taken the wrong car keys, and even stated that the Razor need not wait for a red light. Just moments ago, as we entered the elevator, he seemed to know that we forgot to press the button. He can hear everything and see everything." After speaking, Fong cautiously scanned the surroundings, his heart racing with trepidation. Heihu furrowed his brow, instinctively surveying the room as he reassured, "Do not be anxious. There are no cameras in this room. Nor could there be any listening devices." Rising from his chair, Heihu towered at nearly 2 meters tall, his broad chest resembling a formidable wall, exuding an overwhelming presence. It appeared that our adversary was indeed extraordinary. However, Heihu, would not be swayed by his tricks and illusions. As long as he is a living being, he cannot fail to leave traces behind. Subsequently, Heihu retrieved a new cigar, slowly placing it between his lips, his eyes narrowing slightly. In a flurry, Feng searched for a lighter, but found none. At that moment, the phone resting on the table suddenly rang. "It's him." Feng glanced at the caller ID, his voice trembling slightly. Heihu, maintaining his composure, gestured subtly, prompting Feng to activate the speakerphone. Immediately, a youthful voice emerged, laced with a hint of mockery. "Your lighter is nestled within the LV leather bag." Heihu and Feng exchanged glances, their spines prickling with alarm. In a frenzy, Feng began rummaging through the leather bag on the table, struggling to locate it. "It's wedged among your collection of celebrity photographs." The voice drawled lazily from the phone. A phone produced the photos, and with a sharp clatter, the lighter fell onto the table. Moreover, the information in your bag intended to blackmail officials is all fabricated. You've been duped, fool. The voice continued nonchalantly. A cold sweat instantly beaded on Hay's forehead as he pressed down on his leather bag, warily surveying the surroundings. Additionally, let me inform you about your paramour. You won't be able to visit her tonight. You won't be going anywhere. Who are you? Hay shouted furiously, seizing the phone. Aren't you certain I would leave a trace? Come find me if you dare. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly ended. An eerie silence enveloped the office. A phone stood frozen, hesitant to breathe, while Hay wore a grave expression. He was acutely aware that he had encountered a formidable adversary this time. If the opponent knew precisely where he had placed his lighter, what secrets could he possibly retain? Was he not, at any moment, susceptible to being eliminated? Suddenly, the dark-haired beauty behind Black Fox handed him a note. Boss, why not try tracing the phone number from earlier? Indeed. A phone, immediately. At this point, Black Fox abruptly fell silent, concealing the note with his hand, and whispered, get it done right away. Seek out the most skilled hacker available, and spare no expense to locate him. Expedite this matter. After a seemingly interminable 30 minutes, Black Fox, who had been hiding in the storeroom, finally received the intelligence. The location of that phone number had been pinpointed. Astonishingly, it was situated in an internet CAF adjacent to the Mesa nightclub. He had expected a reclusive master, yet it turned out to be merely an inexperienced young hacker. A sinister grin crept across Black Fox's face. Send me 20 underlings, no, 30. Bring this brat to me. How dare he eavesdrop on me? I shall make him understand the meaning of lifelong regret. Ding-ling. Black Fox's phone rang once more. It was the same number. How could this be? His own phone was a brand new device with a fresh number. Trembling with anxiety, Black Fox answered, only to hear the other party calmly state, here's a candid suggestion. Send some experts over. This was utterly infuriating. The Black Fox retreated 3 steps. Within this less than 5 square meter storage room, there was an eerie emptiness. Nothing was present. It was inconceivable to have surveillance. The sole appliance was the light bulb hanging from the ceiling. 20 minutes prior, Lou D had arrived at the internet CAF named Houting. In a moment of sheer astonishment, Lou D scanned a code and made a payment of $1 million. He insisted that the owner clear all the patrons, leaving the doors wide open, claiming he was about to engage in a fight. At this moment, the bewildered owner gazed at the young man sitting calmly in the center of the CF, leisurely smoking a cigarette. Who was this young fellow? The scion of a wealthy family? Was he engaging in some sort of underworld challenge? A fool with plenty of money. $1 million was enough to purchase 3 times the equipment in my CAF. Fights in internet CAFs were a common occurrence. Typically, it was merely a few kids squabbling, at most breaking a few chairs or shattering a couple of screens. I could easily pocket 100,000. Huh, what a stroke of luck. But would this fight even materialize? The owner found himself somewhat bored. Yet, when he inadvertently turned his head to glance outside, he was taken aback. What was happening? He saw a throng of at least 100 tattooed youths, armed with clubs and knives, marching in with fierce intent. Their target was none other than the foolish rich heir still indulging in his smoke. One man holds the pass. Brothers, charge. First, break his legs, then his arms, and drag him to see the boss. The furious roars of nearly 100 thugs reverberated throughout the street. This was, without a doubt, the largest gang confrontation in the history of Haishur. Yet, passers-by could scarcely imagine that their opponent was but a single individual, a young man clad in jeans and a white shirt, whose strikingly handsome visage seemed almost otherworldly. Casting a glance at the onrushing thugs, Lou D slowly rose, extinguishing his cigarette. The purple glimmer in his right eye radiated with brilliance. Since the enhancement of my physique, I have never had the opportunity to unleash my full potential. Today, I hope you will allow me to revel in this. A wicked smile spread across Lou D's face as he unleashed a punch. Though the throng of thugs wielded an array of fists, feet, and clubs in chaotic disarray, under the scrutiny of the prodigy, every movement became predictable. Even the slightest gap of mere centimeters or a fraction of a second in timing was entirely within Lou D's grasp. Bang! The leading thug, brandishing a machete, was sent flying like a severed kite. In quick succession, countless thugs cascaded through the air as if scattered by a celestial being. What is happening? Bang! The cries of anguish echoed in waves. No one could withstand a single blow from Lou D, nor could anyone inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Inside the internet CAF, It was as if a deluge of living beings had descended. The thugs, tumbling haphazardly, smashed tables and computers to smithereens. Ludi darted through the fray like a dragon, weaving through a throng of blades, untouched by a single leaf. The thugs flailed in disarray, utterly demoralized. The internet CAF owner was rendered speechless by the chaos unfolding before him. Overwhelmed by fear, he abandoned all thoughts of his losses and cowered beneath the bar, trembling uncontrollably. His only prayer was for divine protection. May I remain unscathed. 10 minutes later, tranquility returned. The CAF owner cautiously peeked out. His heart sank. The establishment lay in ruins, and nearly 100 thugs were sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony and howling in despair. Yet, astonishingly, one figure stood tall, the wealthy heir in a white shirt. He calmly adjusted his disheveled hair, lit a cigarette, and murmured, "So weak." At that moment, the CAF owner shuddered in disbelief. Was this truly a human being? One man against 100? Not a hair out of place. "Hey, go back and inform your leader," Ludi commanded, biting down on his cigarette as he kicked one of the fallen thugs, urging him to relay the message, "Summon all of your comrades." On the 5th floor of the mass gathering club, Hey-Hu, concealed in a storage room, felt the passage of time grow agonizingly slow. Surely, it shouldn't take 100 men this long to capture a single individual? Suddenly, the door to the storage room burst open, and a Fong appeared, shouldering a dazed thug. "Boss, all 100 of our men have been incapacitated." "What?" The Black Fox nearly lost his balance and fell off the stool. "How many people do they have?" His heart raced. In his estimation, if he could incapacitate 100 men, then the opposing force must number at least 200. Being besieged by 200 individuals would be catastrophic. "Boss, that one kid is just too strong, unnaturally so." An injured thug strained to lift his head, his front teeth having disappeared. "What, just one?" The Black Fox's eyes widened in terror. Indeed, there was only one, and he boldly declared that we should send everyone over. The Black Fox's mind spun in disbelief. One person could take down 100? Was the opponent some kind of monster? Moreover, he was a hacker, capable of uncovering all their secrets. When had he provoked such a formidable entity? "Boss, he wants us to send everyone. I believe he isn't here just for a fight." A trembling Fong remarked, "I think he intends to annihilate our Black Fox gang." Upon hearing this conjecture, the Black Fox suddenly jolted upright. "Impossible. He won't get away with it." The Black Fox hastily rose, frantically shouting, "You must find Razor, Iron Fist, and Jack. They're at the club. They are among the top 10 fighters in the underground boxing arena and will surely defeat that kid." After Feng's urgent communication, the Black Fox finally breathed a sigh of relief. The 10 foremost masters of the underground boxing arena in Haishur, 7 of whom are at the Misa venue, include experts in Muay Thai, knife fighting, wrestling, as well as formidable European strongmen. Each of these individuals possesses the ability to take on 10 adversaries simultaneously. Should these 7 masters strike together, that young man would undoubtedly be unable to withstand their onslaught. "Boss, rest assured. Razor and the others have already descended and will certainly bring that young man back," Feng declared, anxiously stationed at the door of the storage room, too fearful to venture outside. The Black Fox feigned calmness, though uncertainty gnawed at his heart. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed, causing the entire floor to tremble slightly. "What is happening?" The Black Fox's heart raced. "Boss, it's bad." Before Razor and the others could even step out, that young man has already infiltrated. He has reached the 2nd floor. A flustered thug rushed in, panic etched across his face. "Damn it." Upon hearing this, the Black Fox swiftly turned and departed, hastening back to his office, where the doors are bulletproof. In the office atop the Misa venue, only Feng, the Black Fox, and the raven-haired beauty accompanying him remained. The room was eerily silent. Bang, bang. The ground beneath them resonated with thunderous sounds, each reverberation striking deep into their hearts. At this moment, although the Black Fox was seated behind his desk, he exuded none of the authoritative presence one would expect from the leader of Haishur. He was trembling, listening to the approaching sound. Hey-Hu felt an overwhelming sense of despair. It seemed that even the razor-sharp crew had met their demise. The commotion outside resembled the ominous footsteps of death itself. At that moment, Hey-Hu remained utterly perplexed. Who was this individual? How had he provoked such wrath? The footsteps grew ever closer, causing cold sweat to trickle down the spines of Hey-Hu and his companions. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the office door erupted, sending dust and wooden splinters flying in all directions. The heavy metal door was twisted and deformed in an instant. Through the haze of smoke, a towering figure, a man nearly 2 meters tall, stepped into the room. This individual possessed an extraordinarily robust physique. No, wait. Heihu's pupils constricted sharply as he comprehended the situation, his body trembling anew. It was Jack, the formidable heavyweight champion of the underground boxing arena. The colossal figure stood there, utterly unresponsive, like a rag doll, having lost consciousness. Behind him, a young man clad in a white shirt was gripping Jack's neck with one hand, effortlessly lifting him into the air. The young man stepped over the threshold, hoisting the 150-kilogram giant as if he were merely a pair of green onions. With a thud, Ludi casually tossed Jack onto Heihu's desk, leaving Heihu staring at the lifeless form, akin to a fish out of water, as if plunged into a frozen abyss. Ludi then slowly seated himself on a nearby sofa. The soft click of a brass Zippo ignited a cigarette, and in the next moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Ludi's thoughts stirred, and the formidable aura of a hero surged forth. You have 10 seconds to confess your wrongdoings. A mysterious melody of war suddenly echoed in the ears of the Black Fox and his companions. In an instant, the northern winds howled across the desolate plains, as if 1,000 troops were charging forth in a grand and tragic assault. A general stood tall upon a mound of bones, his scarlet cloak billowing in the wind, while the blood-red sun flickered ominously behind him. As he turned abruptly, an unparalleled charisma erupted from within him, though none knew his name. The heroic spirit he exuded pierced the heavens. A hero of tumultuous times, brave and fierce, decisive in battle, his presence was like a torrent. Staring in awe at his figure, the Black Fox and his companions trembled uncontrollably, their bodies instinctively leaning towards a posture of reverence and submission. Suddenly, the battle song ceased. The Black Fox and his companions shook their heads vigorously. Before them lay the familiar office, yet the unconscious giant, Jack, served as a stark reminder that another formidable presence lingered. The young man clad in a white shirt sat leisurely, turned slightly towards the trio. He took a languid drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly while his gaze remained fixed on the scenery outside. This seemingly mundane action sent shivers down the spines of those present. At this moment, who would dare to underestimate this young man in white? Strangely, everyone felt that even a casual gesture from this individual exuded an undeniable air of authority. He appeared to embody a contemporary hero of unparalleled might. Not only had he vanquished over 100 members of the Black Fox gang, but even if he were to annihilate every soul within this sanctuary, he would scarcely flinch. Pray, let us deliberate. In the room where one could hear a pin drop, the young man in white slowly opened his mouth. Instantly, the hearts of the Black Fox members tightened. The youth then exhaled a ring of smoke, stating, "How is it that a benevolent and innocuous young man like myself has a bounty of 5 million placed on my head in the black market? What?" The Black Fox leader found his throat suddenly parched, struggling to articulate his thoughts out of sheer terror. The youth turned his head slightly, revealing a devilish grin. "Tell me, Black Fox, is there any sense of justice left in the world? Here I am, having single-handedly dismantled your entire sanctuary and shattered your bulletproof door with a single blow, leaving you in a state of utter fear, and yet you dare to speak of justice? Who could be so rash as to place a bounty on my head? This is utterly preposterous." The Black Fox leader stammered, "Sir, surely there must be some misunderstanding between us." He began to defend himself, only to be struck by the realization of the opponent's unfathomable surveillance capabilities, causing him to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. He gritted his teeth and said, "Very well, my esteemed brother, I confess I am engaged in the black market trade, yet we harbor no enmity toward you." Silence. Ludi flicked the ashes from his cigarette and replied nonchalantly, "This is not your place to speak. I am addressing Heihu." "What?" The moment Heihu was about to respond, he suddenly choked, stammering and drenched in cold sweat. Beside him, a phone was equally astonished, stuttering, "Esteemed leader. The one seated before you is our boss, Heihu." "Haha." Ludi chuckled lightly. Indeed, the underground lord of Haishur, Heihu, was no ordinary man. His cunning and strategy were truly admirable. However, I grant you but 10 seconds to come forth and apologize. The atmosphere fell utterly silent. Time seemed to freeze. Although Heihu, seated behind the desk, had clearly heard Lu D's words, he remained motionless. Alas! A soft sigh echoed through the room, a woman's lament. Delicate as an orchid, tinged with helplessness, reluctance, and an air of submission. The striking beauty in a black cheapao, who had silently stood behind Heihu all along, gracefully stepped forward. With a resolute determination, she approached Lu D and bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. "Heihu extends his apologies to you." This revelation left a foam. who had labored for 6 years within the Heihu gang and had become a figure of seniority, utterly stunned. This woman is not merely named Ruai. She is the confidant of the notorious Black Fox, is she not? How could she have transformed into the Black Fox herself? This is utterly inconceivable. Ah Feng's mind momentarily short-circuits, his worldview shattering into fragments. Acknowledging one's mistakes is the hallmark of a good child. Lu Di smirks with a hint of amusement, remarking on the impressive cunning displayed. Who could have fathomed that the true underground overlord of Haishur would be none other than a maidservant to the Black Fox? The beauty in the Cheongsam suddenly pales, her countenance reflecting profound distress. She has meticulously concealed her identity as the Black Fox for 6 arduous years, orchestrating events from the shadows throughout that time. The robust man she employed was merely a puppet, a faade to mislead adversaries and shield her true identity from peril. Yet, all these intricate machinations have been effortlessly unraveled by this unfamiliar man standing before her, without any forewarning. Lu Di chuckles lightly, declaring, "I now possess comprehensive knowledge of your entire Black Fox gang. Every casino, every bar, every business venture. Your subordinates are nothing more than insignificant pawns in my presence. Whether now or in the future, you stand no chance against me. Most importantly, dear Miss Black Fox, I am also aware of your truly terrifying identity." The beauty in the Cheongsam freezes momentarily, her expression betraying a surge of dread as she gazes at the young man before her, her heart racing with turmoil. Who on earth is this man? Why does she seem to know everything? My identity. It is one thing for the identity of the Black Fox to be exposed, but does this individual possess knowledge of other matters? Could it be that he is aware of my father and my family? A profound fear enveloped the heart of the woman in the Cheongsam. I must never allow my father to discover the deeds I have committed. Sir, please grant Ruai a chance at life. The woman in the Cheongsam dared not hesitate. Bowing once more and refusing to rise. Trembling, she implored, "Sir, we can immediately revoke your assassination order, and we shall bring your enemies before you with utmost haste, allowing you to deal with them as you see fit. Furthermore, from this day forth, our Black Fox gang shall be at your beck and call, and Ruai willingly offers herself as your lifelong servant. I humbly beseech you, do not expose me." Lu Di chuckled softly again. This was precisely what he desired. His initial plan extended beyond merely eliminating his assassination order. He intended to seize all of Black Fox's leverage, employing threats over the phone to instill fear. Then, Lu Di would personally confront them, challenging the entire Black Fox gang single-handedly to assert his dominance through sheer force. What Lu Di sought was to completely subdue this underground titan of Haishur for his own purposes, eliminating all future threats in one fell swoop. Lighting another cigarette, Lu Di remarked casually, "Do you know who is behind the bounty of 5 million for my head?" Lu Di, the true leader of the Black Fox, Ruai, suddenly recalled and understood why this person seemed somewhat familiar. She nodded slightly and remarked, "Ruai remembers. That person's name is Zhao Zhe. He should be a vice president of Ingji Group." "Zhao Zhe? Shouldn't it be Ouyang Fengyu?" Lu Di was momentarily taken aback. The demon child swiftly uncovered information about Zhao Zhe. Indeed, he was a vice president at Ingji and one of the individuals responsible for laying a deadly trap for Yen Qingwen. Vice President Zhao. How intriguing. Lu Di's mind instantly grasped the situation. It seemed that this Ouyang Fengyu was not foolish either, knowing how to use others as pawns. "Have you received a mission to kidnap Yen Qingwen from Ingji Group?" Lu Di inquired once more. A flicker of panic crossed Ruoyi's eyes as she nodded. "Yes. It was also entrusted by Zhao Zhe." "Mr. Lu Di, do you need me to capture Zhao Zhe immediately?" Ruoi gently asked. "No need," he replied. "Disseminate the news throughout the underworld. I am willing to pay 1 million for each of Zhao Zhe's teeth, with one collected each day." Lu Di's eyes narrowed, the tendrils of smoke from his half-burnt cigarette swirling around him. Yet each word he uttered was utterly terrifying. Even the formidable underworld leader, Nan Ruai, was taken aback. 1 million for a single tooth, collected daily. Wouldn't that entice countless individuals to knock out Zhao Zhe's teeth? The most alarming aspect was the prospect of doing so once a day. A single mouthful could be struck down over 20 times. Is it not true that Zhao Zhe must live in a constant state of fear, perpetually overshadowed by the threat of attack? What a profound despair that must be. Yet at this moment, Lu Di's thoughts are not consumed by Zhao Zhe's plight, but rather by the image of Ouyang Fengyu upon discovering that his assassination attempt had failed. How would he react when he learns that his subordinates are now under bounty, facing the daily peril of losing a tooth? When Nan Ruai gazes once more at Lu Di, she perceives an inexplicable air of malice emanating from his faint smile, terrifying, ruthless, akin to that of a demon, instilling a chilling dread. He must not be provoked further, otherwise, one may face an untimely demise without a grave. Nan Ruai trembles involuntarily, softly proposing, "Mr. Lu Di, would you care to meet a few of our guild's leaders?" Lu Di shakes his head, stating, "Firstly, the leader of the Black Fox gang will remain unchanged, whether it be you or that puppet. I simply wish to remain a quiet figure in the shadows, and if the need arises in the future, I will reach out to you. Secondly, the name Lu Di must not be uttered within the guild henceforth." With that, Lu Di rises and slowly strides towards the door, turning his back as he declares, "When we meet again, you may address me by my alias, D. Air." It seems fate compels him to take a gamble. As he walks towards the Misa nightclub, Lu Di does not drive. Instead, he strolls leisurely along the roadside, making his way to the Ingji group. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierces the air from across the street. "Rascals, let me go. I want to go home." Two girls, identical in stature and clad in tight jeans and round-neck t-shirts, dashed out of a car modification shop. However, before they could cover 2 meters, they were seized and pulled back by 2 men who rushed out after them. Lu Di furrowed his brows. Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin? What are they doing here? Lu Di recalled that this establishment, named Huahue, was one of the underground casinos owned by the notorious Black Fox. Alas, these young ladies have likely stirred up trouble again. I must have owed the Yin family something in my past life. With a soft sigh, Lu Di took a step toward the Huahue modification shop. Descending through a dim staircase, he found himself before an expansive underground casino, spanning nearly 1,000 square meters. A plethora of gambling apparatuses filled the space, reminiscent of the opulent gambling boats depicted in films. In the distance, a crowd gathered around a gaming table, where a boisterous young man with dyed blonde hair and earrings held court. At the other end of the table were none other than the recently captured Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin. The young man raised an eyebrow and remarked, "I must ask. Ladies, the game has yet to commence, so why the urge to flee? That seems rather against the rules, wouldn't you agree?" Yin Kai puffed out her chest and feigned bravado, declaring, "Rules? We've already lost 6 million. We've exhausted our funds. Can't we just leave?" At that moment, regret washed over Yin Kai. This time, she had conspired with Yin Xinshin to spend the 5 million belonging to Lu Di. However, on a whim, the 2 young ladies suddenly resolved to try their luck at the fabled casino. And even if they lost, it mattered not, for it was Lu Di's money. They thought it would be a delightful experience. Little did they anticipate that, with their scant understanding of gambling, they would squander the entire 5 million within a mere 20 minutes. They even wagered their own 1 million savings. Now, the 2 found themselves in a precarious situation. Do not think I am unaware of who you are. As the daughters of the wealthiest, you can easily throw around tens of millions as if it were trifling. If funds are scarce, do not hesitate to request assistance from your families. The man with the yellow hair pointed at the 6 cards laid out on the table. In this round, you wagered 1 million while I staked 3 million. Are you ladies prepared to call or fold? Our pocket money is limited, and this matter must remain undisclosed to our families. The 2 young women, unyielding yet composed, seemed poised to employ some underhanded tactics. No money? What kind of place do you think this is? The man with the yellow hair suddenly wore a sinister grin, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the shapely figures of the 2 lovely ladies. If you cannot pay, you may offer yourselves as collateral. Haha. In all my years, I have yet to experience the thrill of twins, especially such strikingly beautiful ones. At this, the crowd erupted into raucous laughter. The gaze directed at the 2 young girls was imbued with a particular significance. Dare you? Fear began to creep into the hearts of the 2 girls as they attempted to struggle free, only to be firmly restrained by the burly man beside them. You have 5 minutes. If you fail to gather the funds, I shall drag you into the room and administer justice on the spot. The blond man wore a lewd grin, dismissing their plight as a mere triviality, reduced to a paltry few million. From behind the crowd, a young man clad in a white shirt strolled in, his smile as serene as a gentle breeze. Lu Di, the 2 girls exclaimed in astonishment, as if they had grasped a lifeline. Lu Di, please help us. Hey, brother, playing the hero to save the damsels in distress? By your tone, it seems you intend to repay their debts? The blond man scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Di, assessing him as someone whose attire could hardly exceed 1,000 yuan. What brings you here, pretending to be a big shot? In truth, Lu Di was somewhat reluctant to be there. The 2 girls were indeed a bit bothersome. Yet, he thought, he could not simply stand by and watch them suffer. He chuckled casually. I suppose I must intervene. The two girls exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, yet they had no choice but to endure. Lu Di was their sole hope. Lu Di, can you truly assist us in repaying the debt? Yin Kaikai inquired with a stern face, but immediately chastised herself for her foolishness. How could she forget that Lu Di was, after all, a pauper? Previously, he had invested 5 million in the estate, intending to use it as a stepping stone. Yet, he has yet to reap any rewards. He has not succeeded in deceiving his father out of money. Yin Xinxin, with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, gently proposed, Lu, we are aware of your financial constraints, but I have an idea. You could earn 100,000. What do you say? After articulating her plan, Yin Xinxin felt a surge of admiration for her own cleverness. A full 100,000, surely this impoverished Lu would lend his assistance. Humph, I wonder if you are merely waiting to be taken advantage of. Lu chuckled wickedly, turning to leave. Lu, wait a moment. 20,000. I will return you 20,000. Surely that will suffice. Ah, you two headstrong and capricious young ladies. Unless I teach you a lesson, you shall never grasp the essence of respect. Lu gradually returned to the gaming table and casually remarked, it is impossible for me to assist you in repaying your debts. Yet I wouldn't mind placing a bet with you. Lu squinted slightly, and the profile of the opposing player, a young man with blonde hair, materialized before him. This lad was named Rinbu Yuan, and he possessed a modicum of influence. His father, Ren Chuan, was a figure on the list of the city's wealthy elite, with a fortune exceeding 100 billion. However, this young man was the epitome of a debauched scion, indulging in vice, seducing young women, engaging in brawls. He had committed no shortage of misdeeds. He was utterly indifferent to the stakes of losing 1 million, as this gambling match was likely a trap he had laid for the two young ladies. The yellow-haired man gazed at Lu Di, who was feigning profundity, feeling an undeniable sense of exasperation. Must you really put on airs before me? Could a toad like you ever hope to court the likes of Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin? Very well. How do you intend to play this? With a mocking smile, he declared, given the current hand, I shall raise the stakes. Lu Di, unfazed, cast a nonchalant glance at his 3 cards and, maintaining a stoic expression, ignited a cigarette. You wagered 3 million. Did you, Yellowhair? I'll raise you to 5 million. It was merely a game of fortune. Lu Di, where do you derive such audacity? Yin Kaikai swiftly covered Yin Xinxin's mouth, fearing she might inadvertently reveal their predicament. Subsequently, gritting her teeth, Yin Kaikai whispered urgently in Lu Di's ear, Lu Di, are you out of your mind? Not only do you refuse to repay your debts, but you also choose to raise the stakes. Do you truly possess 5 million? Are you intent on endangering both of us? Lu Di remained impervious to her concerns, smiling at Yellowhair and stating, it's your turn. The gameplay at this table, known in underground casinos as Big A, was essentially what the common folk referred to as Jia Jin Hua, or 3-card poker. Each player received 3 concealed cards, raising the stakes until the strongest hand prevailed. How intriguing a show-off is it? Yellowhair felt a surge of interest, double-checking his hand, which revealed a rare flush of hearts, a hand of exceedingly low probability. It was practically a guaranteed win. Furthermore, he had already secured the allegiance of the dealer in this establishment. Although Wang Mao was unaware of the 3 cards sent to Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin, he was certain they could not surpass his own hand. With an air of arrogance, Huang Mao extended his hand and declared 6 million. Adding in increments of 100 lacked intrigue. Lu Di merely smiled, 20 million. The moment those words escaped his lips, Yin Kaikai felt her heart leap to her throat. Lu Di had gone mad. Yin Xinxin frantically tugged at Lu Di's sleeve, but he remained unfazed, cheerfully inquiring of Huang Mao, will you call? What a performer. Huang Mao chuckled lightly, finding this young man's tactics rather pedestrian. At that moment, on the gambling table, anyone who chose not to call would essentially concede, forfeiting all their previous bets. This young man intended to raise the stakes to frighten him away. Today, however, he was determined to indulge in this game. 25 million. 100 million, Lu Di replied coolly. Upon utterance of those words, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. Did I hear correctly? Had this young man wagered 100 million? Who exactly was he? What? Huang Mao was taken aback. This was not how the game was played. A leap from 25 million directly to 100 million? His entire savings barely amounted to 300 million. At this rate, he would be bankrupt in 3 rounds. He had initially intended to wager several tens of millions just for a bit of fun. How did it escalate to hundreds of millions so suddenly? Wait, that is not right. The blonde abruptly slammed his hand on the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Di and exclaimed, You nearly had me fooled. You claim it's 100 million just like that? Have you changed the stakes? Yin Kaikai gasped in shock. This fool is finally caught on. Lu Di, of course, was devoid of any real funds. The extravagant figures of tens or hundreds of millions he had uttered were nothing but fabrications. Just moments ago, Yin Kaikai had harbored a flicker of hope that Lu Di's bravado might intimidate the blonde enough to make him flee. Now that hope had been shattered. In a flash of inspiration, Yin Kaikai raised her voice. Blonde, you ought to show some respect. Lu Di is our family's third son-in-law. He could easily produce not just 100 million, but even 1 billion. Enough with your nonsense. I demand verification of funds, the blonde retorted, signaling the casino manager with a wave of his hand. In such large casinos, there exists a profound collaboration with banks, making it a trivial matter to authenticate a person's wealth. No, we cannot verify. Yin Kaikai boldly positioned herself in front of the casino manager, fully aware that this verification could spell doom for them all. Calm down, Kaikai, Lu Di remarked nonchalantly, retrieving a bank card from his pocket, and directed it towards the casino manager. Go ahead, verify it. There is no password. The manager nodded slightly, took the card, and proceeded to the bar to conduct an online inquiry. Alas, it's over, exclaimed Kaikai. We shall fight our way out. You run ahead while I cover your retreat. No, we ought to call the police instead. The two young ladies were already in a state of panic, contemplating their escape strategy. The blonde-haired fellow wore a smug expression, having just cast a glance at Lu's bank card. A Huiman commercial card? How utterly laughable. If he were indeed a tycoon with assets worth billions, at the very least, he would possess a platinum card, wouldn't he? It turned out that this fellow was nothing more than a pretender. To challenge me? You wagered 100 million. I wonder what you'll use to back that up. The two flirtatious ladies from the Yin family, 1T, escaped today. 5 minutes later, the casino manager approached slowly. No one noticed the twitching excitement etched across his face. Mr. Lu, here is your bank card. Our asset verification has been completed. The casino manager bowed at a 90-degree angle, presenting the card with trembling hands, his voice quivering, moreover, to honor your esteemed presence. We have specially granted you a Black Diamond VIP membership. We warmly welcome you to visit us frequently. Black Diamond VIP? The most prestigious I had heard of was Gold VIP. What on earth is this? The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. Is he truly capable? The blonde one inquired impatiently. The casino manager pondered for a moment before replying. Mr. Lu's wager of 100 million is entirely valid. What? Does he truly possess assets amounting to 100 million? The yellow-haired youth was taken aback. This indeed is a formidable opponent. Beside him, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin were equally stunned. Lu, do you really have wealth? 100 million? And what about the 5 million? The two young ladies were left speechless. Why can't I be wealthy? Lu chuckled softly and addressed the yellow-haired youth. I ask you, Master Ren, will you join? Damn it. I'm going to confront you today. The yellow-haired youth gritted his teeth, declaring, 110 million. I refuse to believe that you can produce 200 million. 300 million, no less. Lu's calm, unhurried voice resonated once more. What? He audaciously tripled the stakes to 300 million? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Does this lad possess such wealth? The yellow-haired youth was momentarily dumbfounded, casting a perplexed glance at the casino manager. The manager, suppressing his excitement, slowly nodded. The yellow-haired youth was utterly bewildered. This is 300 million, my entire fortune. Is he playing for keeps? In his moment of confusion, the yellow-haired youth directed a questioning gaze towards the dealer, who had already been colluding with him. Despite his shock, the dealer resolutely nodded in affirmation. Are the cards sound? Am I guaranteed to win? Excellent. With clenched teeth, the young man with yellow hair declared, 300 million. In addition to the Lamborghini parked at the entrance, there is also a standalone villa in the Shanghai district. The total value amounts to 350 million. This is the entirety of my available assets. 500 million, Lu casually inhaled from his cigarette. The young man's jaw dropped once again, nearly touching the ground. Meanwhile, the two young ladies, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin, stood frozen like statues, their eyes wide and mouths agape. What? The young man with yellow hair exclaimed, his gaze fixed upon the casino manager. The manager, a composed gentleman in his 50s, now exhibited a slight tremor in his lips as he nodded once more. Was his wealth sufficient? A sheen of perspiration began to form on the young man's forehead, signaling an ominous turn of events. However, at this juncture, retreat was not an option. He had to endure. Damn it, you clever devil. I refuse to be outdone. Just wait, I will gather the funds. Today, I will bury you in money." The young man was beside himself with rage. He proceeded to dial one number after another: brothers, sisters, wealthy friends, uncles from his parents' generation, exhausting every possible source for a loan. 5 minutes later, his eyes were bloodshot as he slammed his phone onto the table. 1 billion. Foolish pauper, I wonder what you can contend with. I have leveraged every connection to borrow 1 billion. Today, I shall bring ruin upon your family. The atmosphere was charged with silence, as everyone present was rendered speechless by fear. Yin Kakai and Yin Xinshin, despite their affluent lineage, were but recent graduates, unaccustomed to such a scene. The man they had perceived as a mere gigolo, a con artist, should have been a destitute nobody. Yet, here he was, feigning indifference to extract money from his family. How could it be that, at the gambling table, he casually wagered 500 million? Indeed, we had misjudged him. He is remarkably capable and wealthy enough to produce such an amount. But now what was to be done? His opponent had just thrown down 1 billion, doubling the stakes. The rival's background was that of a figure on the list of the city's elite. While Lu Di had been thoroughly investigated by Tai Si, he had no connections. His mother was merely an ordinary worker from a small town. There was no way he could muster such a sum. With the situation spiraling out of control, there was no turning back. 100 billion, and still, no one dared to speak. In the hushed room, Lu Di's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, resonating in the minds of all present. The casino manager, with tears welling in his eyes, merely pressed his lips together and nodded. It was an unrelenting domination of the current game. Lu Di and Huang Mao each held 3 concealed cards, neither revealing them. In a dramatic moment of comparison, Huang Mao, having lost everything and drowning in debt, ultimately staked a staggering 1 billion. In contrast, Lu Di, with an expressionless demeanor, magnified the wager tenfold to an astonishing 10 billion. Huang Mao faced 2 choices. First, to raise the bet to over 10 billion, seizing the upper hand and challenging Lu Di in a showdown of fortunes. Second, to fold and concede, surrendering all his previous stakes. Yet, the extent of Lu Di's wealth remained a mystery, an abyss as unfathomable as the ocean itself. With the casino manager's endorsement, Lu Di's audacious wagers were deemed legitimate, regardless of how astonishing they appeared. At that moment, Huang Mao stood frozen, his eyes wide, paralyzed with fear. Cold sweat poured down his brow as he lamented his choices, consumed by regret. He had laid bare all his assets and even borrowed several billion, yet found himself utterly suppressed by Lu Di. The 10 billion wager Lu Di called was an amount Huang Mao could never hope to match. Even if he could muster 10 billion, who could predict whether Lu Di might then counter with 20 billion or even 30 billion? Observing Lu Di's composed demeanor felt like staring at an immovable mountain, solid and insurmountable, leaving Huang Mao gasping for breath. Heh! Huang Mao chuckled, utterly devastated. Despite knowing he held a flush while Lu Di possessed a wretched hand, what did it matter? He lacked the standing to view the cards, as the stakes were far too high for him. Initially, he had intended to employ some tricks to seduce the 2 young ladies of the Yin family. But now he found himself not only bankrupt, but also subjected to the greatest humiliation of his life. He was thoroughly crushed by Lu Di, an unrelenting defeat. Suddenly, Huang Mao seized the 3 cards from the table and stuffed them into his mouth. As he struggled to swallow, his expression twisted in anguish as he declared, "These cards are ruined. No one will know the outcome of this round." Lu Di merely sighed softly, observing in silence. Perhaps this was what they referred to as being crushed by the final straw? Yet, one could hardly blame fate. A heart of malice inevitably invites retribution. The casino manager furrowed his brow and remarked, "Young Master Ren, do you think our casino's regulations are non-existent? You have already lost to Mr. Lu and must pay the wager in full." "Heh? A casino?" Huang Mao, his mouth filled with paper scraps, mumbled incoherently. "Do not presume I am unaware of your casino's true nature. You are under the banner of the Black Fox Gang. The second in command, Master Feng, is my uncle. I shall play the rogue today. I am calling my uncle right now, and when he arrives, let us see who dares to make me pay the wager." The yellow-haired youth glared fiercely at Lu Di, declaring, "You insolent little wretch, do you truly believe you can triumph over me? I merely wish to toy with you. My uncle has arrived. Do not even think you can leave here standing today, let alone with your wager intact. And as for the 2 young ladies from the Yin family, I shall take them publicly today, and I dare anyone to intervene." Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily as he retrieved his phone. The Black Fox Gang? The foremost gang in the city. It is rumored that they operate in both legitimate and illicit spheres, wielding an alarming degree of influence. Their second in command must be an extraordinary individual. That lad is doomed. The crowd began to murmur, their eyes betraying sympathy for Lu Di. The casino manager appeared somewhat at a loss. Did this young master know the second-in-command? He had never mentioned it before. This had become quite a predicament. Humph. My uncle has already arrived. What does it matter if you possess assets worth 10 billion? In the eyes of the Black Fox gang, you are but a grasshopper easily crushed. The yellow-haired youth ended the call, his expression shifting dramatically, now exuding confidence. The series of unexpected developments left Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin's minds reeling. Lu Di's unforeseen victory at the gambling table had initially brought them joy, but mere moments later, the situation had taken a drastic turn. How had the Black Fox gang come into play? Moreover, it appears that this gang is quite formidable and seemingly not to be trifled with. The phone of the casino manager rang, and upon glancing at his device, a sudden tension washed over his countenance. Indeed, Mr. Feng, rest assured, the manager responded, hastily hanging up the call. With a swift motion of his hand, a multitude of casino bodyguards surged forth, encircling Lu Di's table. The manager approached Lu Di, his expression fraught with embarrassment. Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize. Mr. Feng is called, and no one is permitted to leave until his arrival. Mr. Feng was indeed enraged. However, fear not. I shall endeavor to advocate on your behalf shortly. As he spoke, he instinctively wiped the beads of perspiration from his forehead. What shall we do now? Yin Kai inquired, trembling. Upon hearing the mention of the Black Fox gang, Lu Di felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He gently extinguished his cigarette and replied nonchalantly, I am quite terrified. Yin Kai was utterly at a loss. Has the miraculous Lu Di truly met his match? Yet, what does his expression convey? Observing Lu Di, who had crossed his arms and closed his eyes in repose, she exclaimed in despair, Lu Di, is this how you express fear? Of course, I am terrified to my core. However, I find myself rather fatigued at the moment. I shall take a brief rest. When that Mr. Feng arrives, do awaken me. At the mass assembly hall, Ah Feng, who had just finished tidying up the mess, was consumed by an overwhelming agitation. Today, an extraordinary figure comparable to a deity emerged, single-handedly toppling the entire Black Fox gang, leaving the once formidable organization in utter disarray and devastation. What shattered his worldview even further was the shocking revelation that his leader, whom he had loyally followed for 6 years, was merely a puppet. But that was not all. A brazen young man dared to bully his own nephew, even attempting to usurp his inheritance. Did he truly believe he could disregard my presence as the second-in-command of the Black Fox gang? Is it the case that anyone can come and trample upon the dignity of the esteemed Master Phone? Damn it! I shall end your existence. Bring forth 20 men. Let us pay a visit together. With an air of defiance, Master Phone led a formidable entourage of 20, marching resolutely towards the underground casino. In a dramatic turn of events within the casino, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. All eyes were fixated on the impending climax. Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin were anxiously pacing, while the fierce yellow-haired man wore a menacing expression. Meanwhile, the young man in the white shirt, at the center of the unfolding drama, appeared to be in slumber. Suddenly, the clamorous sound of footsteps echoed through the air. From afar, the bodyguards outside shouted in unison, Master Phone. Ha ha, dear uncle has arrived. Today, none shall save you. The yellow-haired man reveled in his arrogance. The casino manager had already bent in deference, eagerly welcoming the supreme leader, the second-in-command of the Black Fox gang, Master Phone, dressed in a Zhongshan suit. With a half-smoked cigar clenched between his lips, Phone was flanked by 20 subordinates wielding clubs. With an unparalleled aura, he entered the casino hall, leaving the crowd in awe. This is the true demeanor of a leader. Manager, where is my cousin? A Phone surveyed the scene with an air of arrogance. Uncle, you've finally arrived. The yellow-haired boy scampered over, only to instantly adopt a woeful expression, lamenting how his cousin had been so cruelly mistreated. That scoundrel who bullied me and swindled my money is over there. Damn it, everyone step aside. A Phone crushed the cigarette but fiercely and declared, Today, I shall uncover who dares to provoke A Phone. The latter part of his statement was abruptly stifled. At that moment, A Phone emitted an odd sound, as though a feather was lodged in his throat. For, as the crowd parted, he clearly beheld a young man in white, lounging in a chair with his eyes closed, seemingly in a state of repose. Mr. Dier, I can't believe it. A Phone stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Uncle, don't just stand there. Let the brothers take him down. The yellow-haired boy bounced about, exuding a false bravado. However, A Phong's mind was in a chaotic uproar. All he could hear was a dull ringing in his ears, drowning out the yellow-haired boy's fervent cries. Even the 20 fierce-looking subordinates behind him began to tremble in fear. They are not mere fish. They possess memories. Is this not the very individual who has just savagely assaulted himself? He is no human. He is a devil. Is this truly his fate? Is it impossible to surmount this hurdle today? Uncle, you all go ahead. It's fine. I shall bear all consequences. Let us take him down. The yellow-haired one shouted, while seizing a machete from a thug's grasp, preparing to charge forward. You think you can just do as you please? Who the hell is your uncle? With a swift motion, Ah Feng swung his arm, sending the yellow-haired one crashing to the ground. Brothers, advance. Let us beat this yellow-haired fool to a pulp. At Ah Feng's furious command, the 20 followers behind him sprang into action. They surged forward, eager to see the yellow-haired one perish on the spot. It seemed that only in this way could they ensure their own survival. Uncle, what has happened? It's me. Will you in? Oh dear. I don't know you. The ensuing 5 minutes were a scene of utter brutality. 20 men mercilessly assaulted the yellow-haired one. In the distance, Yin Kaikai stood in a state of confusion. What? Have they turned against one another? The spectators were equally bewildered. Only the casino manager's expression flickered, as if he began to comprehend something. 10 minutes later, Ah Feng, holding the yellow-haired one, whose face had swollen to that of a pig and was somewhat delirious, approached Lu Di. Yet, he could only stand there silently, too intimidated to utter a word. Lu Di slowly stretched and slightly opened his eyes, inquiring, Has it finished? Yes. Sir, it is done. Well, I shall take my leave then. I have to drive for someone shortly. Lu Di rose gradually. Drive? Ah Feng's lips twitched slightly. Yet he dared not ask further, respectfully replying, Sir, I will take the items this young man lost to you back to the church. You may collect them at your convenience. Lu Di brought a cigarette to his lips, prompting Ah Feng to step forward and light it immediately. After a brief rest, he felt rejuvenated. Shall we go, my two young ladies? Lu Di stretched his limbs and stepped forward nonchalantly. Oh. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin obediently responded, following closely behind. Unbeknownst to them, Ah Feng's back was already drenched in sweat, as if he had walked through the gates of hell. This was the second time today. The entire casino was engulfed in confusion. What had transpired just moments ago? Ah Feng trembled as he addressed the unconscious Huang Mao. Why on earth did you provoke him of all people? He is now the underground overlord of our entire high city, Mr. Dier. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. From this instant, the name Dier was indelibly etched into the minds of all present. In the days to come, the name Dier would spread through the underworld of High City and beyond, reaching even the farthest corners of China's criminal realm. By the roadside, Tai Lu had been waiting by the vehicle for quite some time. It was Lu Di who had summoned him to escort these two young ladies back. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin stood hesitantly behind Lu Di, pondering for a long while, unsure of how to begin. That soft-hearted Lu Di. We are grateful for your timely assistance, they finally managed to say. Lu Di merely shrugged, dismissing their thanks. There is no need for gratitude. My actions are guided by my own principles. I remain here simply to prevent the Yin family from descending into ruin. You. Yin Kaikai felt a surge of frustration, but recalling Lu Di's earlier actions, she restrained herself. So, Lu Di, you are not a miser? Just how much wealth do you possess? Yin Xinshin could not help but inquire. This question caused Lu Di to ponder for a moment. In the realm of futures, Mo Tong had ceased operations and shifted his focus to the stock market. Those familiar with the stock market would know that a mysterious retail investor had recently emerged, wielding immense capital and demonstrating extraordinary predictive accuracy, wreaking havoc and amassing wealth at an astonishing rate. External estimates suggested that this individual had already handled funds amounting to hundreds of billions. As for my finances, they barely measure up to the Yin family. To acquire your entire Ingji group, I would likely need to wait another 2 to 3 months, he stated with utmost seriousness. Yin Kaikai was left speechless once more. What was the deal with those gangsters earlier? Lu Di grinned. Just a friend of mine, the kind you only get to know through a few scrapes. He sighed. The two young ladies were somewhat exhausted and no longer wished to argue with him. Lu Di, we sincerely apologize. Eventually, after 2 minutes, they uttered the words that had been pent up in their hearts. We now understand that you are not a bad person. You did not take your father's money. Nor did you need to deceive us for the Yin family's wealth. You are neither a freeloader nor a scammer. We have misunderstood you. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin lowered their heads, their eyes slightly reddened. It was we who secretly concealed your 5 million, intending to frame you and provoke our father into expelling you. Upon hearing this, Lu Di furrowed his brow. You hid my 5 million? Is that true? We did not do it intentionally. We were simply terrified, afraid that someone would come to harm us again. Rest assured. We will confess everything to third sister when we return home tonight." The two young ladies shrank back in fright. Haha. Lu Di couldn't help but laugh. "Such matters do not concern me. How the Yin family perceives me is of no importance, as long as my conscience is clear." Just then, his phone rang. The caller ID read, "Yin Qingwen. Lu Di, where have you run off to now? It's almost time to clock out, and you still haven't returned to the company?" "Oh. I have been away from my post for too long. I'm leaving." Lu Di turned and waved his hand towards the two young women. Sigh. Watching Lu Di's retreating figure, Yin Kai let out a deep breath. Lu Di is not a bad person, he simply has a penchant for boasting. Claiming he will acquire the Ingji group one moment, and that he is friends with a notorious gangster the next. Beside her, Tai Lu, with a serious demeanor, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Mr. Lu Di is far more than that. Have you ever heard of the internationally renowned Tianluo Special Operations Group? The unsettled bank. Lu Di, where have you been? Just now, General Manager Wen went out, and we couldn't find the driver. Zhao Qianqian stood at the doorway, hands on her hips, her brow furrowed. Therefore, General Manager Wen has decreed that you must accompany me on a date tonight. A date? You must be jesting. Lu Di chuckled helplessly, sidestepping Zhao Qianqian and striding directly into Yin Qingwen's office. Lu Di, you have abandoned your post during working hours. Your bonus for this month will be deducted. Yin Qingwen, seated behind her desk, wore a frigid expression as she delicately wiped her palms. Beside her, a coat rack held a blood-stained white coat that swayed slightly. "Miss Yin, have you just returned from taking a life?" Lu Di remarked with a light-hearted laugh. He was relieved to comprehend Yin Qingwen's true identity. Otherwise, the scene before him could have easily led one to misconstrue her as a cold-blooded killer in the office. "I just came from Master Tuo's. I assisted him with several surgeries," Yin Qingwen replied, gently placing the damp tissue down. It was then that Lu Di noticed her hands trembling slightly, likely the result of heightened mental strain coupled with excessive fatigue. Lu Di paused for a moment, realizing that this young woman possessed a fundamentally kind nature. "Lu Di, take a look at this list," Yin Qingwen said, pushing a document across the desk toward him. Lu Di stepped forward to glance at it. The list comprises a full page of medical supplies, including standard disinfectants, medications, and various commonly used medical instruments. "I have just compiled this inventory, as these items are essential for Master Tuo's hospital at present, since Master Tuo seems to have little regard for our Ingji group. I shall personally donate these items to him." Yin Qingwen's gaze lowered slightly as she continued. "However, it appears that Master Tuo is not particularly fond of me. Lu Di, please take the time tomorrow to deliver these items to him." Understanding dawned on Lu Di, who nodded in realization, his esteem for Yin Qingwen rising. "You underestimate Master Tuo. In truth, his stance is quite wavering." Lu Di scratched his head and chuckled. "Next time you visit, simply bring him a few bottles of fine liquor, and he might just acknowledge you as his goddaughter." With that, Lu Di jotted down at the end of the list, "Nolinshin Erguo 2, 3 cases." Yin Qingwen stood in a daze, recalling that during Lu Di's last encounter with Master Tuo, the latter's first words were, "Little Lu Di, why didn't you bring me any wine?" Could it be that Master Tuo is a fond drinker? Noted. She instructed Zhao Qianqian to prepare the items on the list. Yin Qingwen swiftly tucked away her bag. "Lu Di, accompany me to the bank." "Why to the bank?" Lu Di inquired. "What a silly question. Of course, to withdraw money." She retorted. "You are grown. Do you really need to go in person to withdraw cash? It is all because of you." Near the office building of the Yinji Group, at the entrance of the Haisher commercial firm, at 5:20 p.m., within a van emblazoned with North Wind Logistics, an elderly man sits inside. A faint smile gracing his lips as he gazes at a row of surveillance screens. Among these screens are the live feeds from the bank directly across the street. This man appears to be at least 70 years old, his hair and eyebrows a snowy white. Yet, he maintains an upright posture, exuding an extraordinary presence. His physique robust, as that of a man in his 30s or 40s. "Commander, in 10 minutes, once the bank officially closes and the civilians depart, our exercise can commence." Behind the elderly man stands a towering figure, a man of formidable build. His skin is darkened by the sun, his muscles bulging. Even one of his arms is comparable in girth to the thigh of an average person. He stands within the van, over 2 meters tall, his head nearly brushing the ceiling. The elderly man chuckles lightly, his demeanor relaxed. That old fellow Duan Hua, at his age, still so competitive. Refusing to focus on his duties with the Haisher super police team, insisting on pitting his soldiers against mine? in concocting such a ludicrous plan to simulate a bank heist? The towering man behind him can't help but shake his head, saying, "Commander, if I may be so bold, Duan Hua's soldiers are utterly no match for our team." The elder is, of course, well aware. The robust elder smiled subtly, his expression exuding a sense of pride. "However, I cannot disregard the decades-long camaraderie I share with the old ghost, Duan. It would be remiss not to honor him." Thus, upon receiving his call, I hastened to Haishur. Yet, in a bid to spare Duan some dignity, I chose to bring only a few newly inducted recruits, ensuring that his defeat would not be too humiliating. As the elder spoke, he could not suppress a mischievous chuckle, resembling a playful old rascal. The towering man beside him shook his head slightly in agreement. Indeed, they had merely brought along a handful of untrained newcomers. The disparity in strength between these new recruits and the seasoned members of the team was evident. Yet, they were far from mere novices. They were handpicked by the instructors, hailing from the finest units across the nation, each capable of facing 100 foes, seasoned in battle. Commonly referred to as the kings of soldiers, these elite warriors, revered for their prowess and skill in combat, were labeled as novices by the robust elder, who belonged to China's most clandestine special operations unit, Tianluo Wang, the newly appointed instructor of the Tianluo team, codenamed Heishan. The Iron Tower Man was the only official member of the Tianluo team accompanying Heishan to Haishur, Tianluo team AS captain, codenamed Huaixiong. The novices they spoke of were, in fact, meticulously selected individuals, a rare breed among the Tianluo reserve members. The grizzly bear pointed to several locations on the screen, where a number of civilians were either seated or standing. "Instructor, the 6 rookies are in position. Once the bank closes, the soldiers under Commander Duan will also be ready. The rookies will disguise themselves as robbers and strike unexpectedly. If our soldiers successfully make off with the money, we claim victory. If our personnel are intercepted, they win." The grizzly bear paused, then added, "Communication with the bank has been established. There will be no casualties, rest assured." "Indeed, quite good." Heishan nodded slightly, a glimmer of anticipation crossing his face. This was his first time participating in such a drill. His soldiers would change into civilian attire, masquerading as bank customers, while the opposing special forces remained unaware, going about their business under their superiors' orders. One side would be the rookie members of the Tianluo group posing as robbers, while the other would be the Haishur super police group, fortuitously encountering a bank heist. It was a confrontation seemingly by chance, yet meticulously orchestrated as a tactical exercise. Commander Duan was exceedingly overconfident. Defeat was certain. The very thought was amusing. Leaning back in his chair, Heishan chuckled, "Grizzly bear, let us await the spectacle. The weather is splendid." 5 minutes later, Lu Di, somewhat disgruntled, followed Yin Qingwen into the Haishur commercial bank. "Lu Di, based on my predictions, an incident is poised to unfold at this bank in 5 minutes." Suddenly, the clear voice of a young boy echoed in Lu Di's mind. In the next moment, several red circles appeared in his field of vision, each locking onto various customers scattered throughout the bank's hall. The demon child remarked, "Although their coats are tightly fitted, one can discern from their body outlines and respiratory patterns that these individuals possess both strength and agility far surpassing that of ordinary people." Following this, the circles shifted to focus on the gaze of several individuals. They were intently surveying their surroundings, the cash within the display cases, the movements of the security personnel, and potential escape routes. Subsequently, Lu Di's perspective honed in on the waist of one individual, where an oddly shaped object protruded. Analyzing its dynamics and form suggested a 68% probability that it was a firearm. Moreover, these 6 individuals were particularly unusual, with their background information nearly non-existent. Sighing quietly after observing everything without raising suspicion, Lu Di expressed his frustration. "Demon child, is this the story you were alluding to? There's a bank heist in progress, and they appear to be professionals. Can't I just have a peaceful day?" At that moment, Yin Qingwen, having completed her transaction, approached Lu Di and handed him 3 stacks of vibrant red banknotes. "Lu Di, take these." Lu Di was utterly bewildered. "What does this mean? What are you implying? I am aware that you are out of funds, yet you still cling to your pride. Apart from me, there is no one else here. Please accept it. Take it for your expenses." Yin Qingwen's demeanor appeared domineering, yet her gaze was fixed intently on Lu Di. She feared his refusal. Although her father had bestowed upon him 5 million, this fellow squandered it recklessly, ultimately handing 400,000 to Master Tua. "Now, He couldn't even scrape together enough for groceries. After all, he was the one who had saved her. At this moment, Lu Di found himself at a loss for words. Yin Qingwen, despite her somewhat aloof demeanor that was not particularly endearing, had a fundamentally kind nature. Not only did she wish to assist Master Tua, but she was also meticulously observing his every action. Perhaps she had misconstrued some of his behaviors. She wanted to help him, yet feared that he might take offense. Lu Di finally grasped why Yin Qingwen had deliberately chosen this moment, opting not to bring an assistant, but instead coming personally to offer him money. Was it to safeguard his dignity? Sighing softly, Lu Di felt a flicker of emotion within his heart. You possess a conscience. You recognize me as your benefactor. He refrained from accepting the money and raised an eyebrow, saying, however, my dear benefactor has just run out of cigarettes. Would you kindly fetch me a pack? Yin Qingwen held her hand, clutching the money, frozen in midair, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Lu Di, could you refrain from being so insatiable? You. What do you mean, you? I want to smoke. Be obedient. Hurry up. Lu Di replied with a grin. As Yin Qingwen observed Lu Di's sudden shift to gentleness, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words, speechless. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she vacantly stepped outside, heading towards the supermarket across the street. TSK, how obedient of you. Watching Yin Qingwen stumble away, Lu Di shook his head slightly and strolled over to the lounge area. He bent down and took a seat next to a man clad in a trench coat. Hello there, Lu Di said with a broad smile directed at the man beside him. Greetings, the man replied in a calm tone. Brother, the weather is quite pleasant today. Planning to rob a bank? Indeed, the weather is nice, but what did you just say? The trench-coated man abruptly stood up, astonished as he gazed at Lu Di. With a mischievous grin, Lu Di retorted, apologies, I'm cutting in line. In the surveillance vehicle outside, Heishan's expression shifted as he watched the screen. What transpired? Is there interference at location 6? In the next moment, just as Heishan was about to sip his tea, he nearly spat it out. On the surveillance footage, the young man in the white shirt seized the opportunity while the rookie at location 6 was momentarily distracted and unleashed a punch. A punch landed squarely on the chin. The figure known as number 6 was sent flying. What is happening? Exclaimed the elderly Black Mountain, rising in astonishment. Is it that old ghost Duan's side is not adhering to the rules? A sudden assault. Report to the instructor. I have reviewed the files on Duan's personnel, and there is no such individual. The gray bear appeared, equally bewildered. The subsequent scene left them even more astounded. The young man clad in white, after dispatching number 6, showed no signs of pausing. With the agility of a dragon, he surged forth towards the remaining 5 novices. The novices were momentarily dazed. Why had the exercise begun ahead of schedule? Yet, as they witnessed Lu Di charging at them like a ferocious tiger, there was no room for contemplation. Bang, bang, bang. The bank hall erupted into chaos as civilians fled in panic. On the screen, regardless of the novices' close combat techniques or special operations grappling skills, Lu Di effortlessly countered every move. Number 1 was sent flying. Number 2 was knocked unconscious. Number 3 had his weapon seized. Numbers 4 and 5 were simultaneously taken down. Within 2 minutes, all 6 of the Heavenly Net novices were rendered powerless. Black Mountain and Gray Bear stood frozen in disbelief. This is impossible. The elderly Black Mountain was instantly agitated. When I called them novices, it was a modest understatement. How could a mere boy emerge and so easily bring them down? This must be a joke. Heishan pointed at the surveillance screen, his finger trembling violently. It must be that old scoundrel Duan's arrangement. He has deceived me. Yet, this is utterly inconceivable. There is no way Duan's subordinates could possess such formidable capabilities. The esteemed commander of the Tianlu, renowned throughout the land, was now somewhat incoherent. The bear was equally taken aback by the images on the screen. Instinctively, he straightened up, his steel-like head nearly crashing through the roof of the reconnaissance vehicle. That cadet is attempting to flee. Not a chance. Heishan shouted, his beard bristling with fury. Bear? Go and capture that brat alive for me. Understood. The bear, a true member of the Tianlu organization, leaped from the reconnaissance vehicle. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he shot towards the bank like an arrow released from its bow. The smooth asphalt was left with 2 small craters where he had pushed off. Inside the bank lobby, Lu Di surveyed the disheveled robber sprawled across the floor. He clapped his hands nonchalantly and remarked, I must admit, as robbers, you are quite formidable, but alas, you have strayed from the righteous path. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled. Not far away, a black tower charged towards Lu Di with wild abandon. Judging by its momentum, it resembled a heavy steamroller. Back for more. Ludi squinted at the approaching figure, sensing that this person exuded a presence far greater than the previous adversaries. It seems I must take this punch more seriously. Here we go. With a thunderous boom, the formidable leader of the Tianluo group, the Gray Bear, was sent hurtling back 10 meters, crashing into the adjacent lounge, shattering glass and causing the ceiling to collapse. The Gray Bear's massive form was completely buried beneath the debris. Meanwhile, Lu Di maintained a poised stance, feet firmly planted and arms extended in a striking position. In the reconnaissance vehicle, the venerable Black Mountain elder gasped in astonishment. Am I truly becoming senile? Is my vision failing me? Liudi, what has transpired here? Inquired Yen Qingwen, standing at the doorway, cigarette in hand. Bewildered by the chaos unfolding in the hall, it had only been 5 minutes since he stepped out. Lying on the ground were 5 or 6 individuals, and the lounge was already in ruins. Fear not, the bank was beset by robbers, but a dashing and valiant young man stepped forth, swiftly subduing the assailants with remarkable ease. Yet, none of that matters now. We must depart quickly. This place is no longer safe, Ludi declared, grasping Yen Qingwen's arm and leading him toward the exit. But where is that young man you mentioned? Yen Qingwen seemed lost in thought. Ludi shrugged nonchalantly. He had other matters to attend to and left first. As they departed, the bank clerks exchanged bewildered glances, yet not a single one triggered the alarm. Good heavens! Is this what the higher-ups referred to as a drill? One person single-handedly defeating 6 special forces operatives in under 3 minutes? Was that young man just now a special police officer from our city? How impressive! I truly admire such law enforcement. Suddenly, the ruins of the lounge erupted. The furious bear charged forth, his eyes bloodshot, surveying the battlefield before him. Yet, where was Ludi's shadow? That rascal, do not let me catch you again. 10 minutes later, a substantial number of personnel arrived at the scene. Some were clearing the debris while others were using stretchers to carry the injured away. TSK. Behind the old Black Mountain, an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit stroked his chin, unable to suppress his murmurs of astonishment. Old Black. You previously boasted about how formidable your troops are. To be honest, I was genuinely a bit intimidated at the time. Is the situation now such that I merely arrived 5 minutes late and your soldiers were taken down by courageous civilians? This means, not only can your soldiers not compete with them, but they also failed in their disguise. Old Black's face turned purple with rage. Duan Laogui, shut your foul mouth. This is, damn it, an accident. An accident? Humph. Duan Hua, the then leader of the Haisher Special Forces, scoffed, boasting, in our city, such events are hardly unexpected. The civilians are valiant. Our police are even braver than the special forces. Fortunately, you fell into the hands of the commoners. Otherwise, if you had engaged with my elite team, I fear your formidable soldiers might be too feeble, inadvertently sustaining injuries that would be difficult for me to justify. Haha. Duan Hua felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This unexpected newcomer has truly brought glory to Mayor Hai. Even the old man from Black Mountain was on the verge of being humiliated to tears. Haha. Beside him, the grizzly was trembling with rage. Indeed. As a distinguished member of Tianluo, he had never endured such disgrace. Should that young man dare to appear before him again, he would surely break both his arms and legs. At this moment, the old master from Black Mountain had fallen silent, repeatedly reviewing the footage of the recent battle. His demeanor grew increasingly grave. This young man, in terms of physical strength and reaction speed, is undoubtedly of S-class caliber. Moreover, his grappling techniques, special operations tactics, and even disarming methods are all exceptionally refined. The old master from Black Mountain's expression flickered. While he is known by the codename Black Mountain, he also possesses another moniker within the military, Fiery-Eyed. In every battle, a mere glance from him reveals the superiority or inferiority of each combatant. After all, even the formidable organization Tianluo places complete trust in his discerning eye. Tap. The old master gently tapped the keyboard, freezing the frame on a close-up of Lu Di. The old man gazed intently. Then, the old man extended his hand, and immediately, the bear bowed and approached. Bear, you have 12 hours to locate this fellow. Black Mountain pondered. Understood. The bear furrowed his brow and couldn't help but inquire. Instructor, do you intend to enlist him? Black Mountain slightly shook his head and replied. Have you not realized that he struck you with such force? To be able to send you flying, his strength is nothing short of extraordinary. This young man is likely the very type we have been searching for. He not only qualifies for enlistment, but may even succeed me in the future. With a sigh of relief, Black Mountain added, moreover, the most crucial aspect is that with him, our plan can truly commence. What? The bear trembled slightly upon hearing this. Nearby, Duan Hua, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly perked up. He chuckled. Oh, old black, why the haste? Since you've arrived in my coastal city, you must allow me the pleasure of hosting you. How about this? I'll arrange a feast tonight, featuring a braised rooster. Your favorite dish, old black. And you, bear, do join us for a drink. Drink to your grandmother. Black Mountain retorted, Duan, I have no intention of continuing this conversation. With that, he stood up and departed without glancing back. Humph, if you don't want to drink, so be it. Why throw a tantrum? Duan Hua watched as Black Mountain walked away, a sudden seriousness replacing his smile. With a wave of his hand, a middle-aged police officer rushed over. Director's son, I give you 10 hours to locate that kid in the footage. Though he had a notoriously foul temper, his discerning eye was impeccable. Those he favored were nothing short of warriors in the military. Since this lad hails from our city, he must not fall into the hands of that old rogue. Find him for me. I intend to recruit him into my elite team and make him the champion of my super police unit. That old scoundrel has no chance of snatching him away, HMPF. Lu Di, while driving back to the Yin family estate, suddenly heard the mischievous laughter of the trickster. Trickster. Speak properly. According to my analysis, there are currently at least 4 computer terminals searching for your information. The footage they possess is from the bank altercation. Lu Di sighed softly, feeling helpless. Trickster, have you ever heard a certain line of poetry? What is it? Once matters are settled, one departs without a trace. Concealing both merit and name. Understood. I will take action immediately. At that moment, He Shan and Hui Xiong were anxiously awaiting the results of the facial recognition on their computer. Suddenly, they were taken aback as the screen went dark. The technicians scrambled to rectify the situation. After a series of frantic efforts, the computer finally rebooted. However, all video footage concerning that young man in white has vanished without a trace. What is happening? Can our computers also be infiltrated by hackers? The old man from Black Mountain paused for a few seconds before urgently calling out, Gray Bear, quickly sketch me the facial likeness. Meanwhile, on the return journey, Duan Hua was engrossed in the clandestine photograph he had taken, the formidable young man in white. Suddenly, his phone notified him that the picture had been deleted. Damn it. That old ghost dares to tamper with my phone. Yin Hongshin hosted a banquet in Kyoto, atop the luxurious Xingjing International Hotel. The wealthiest man in the city, Old Master Yin Hongshin, reclined on a terrace lounge chair, gazing down at the nocturnal panorama of Kyoto. Master, take a look at this document. It's rather intriguing. The old butler said, presenting a file. Top sales in the medical device division of the Ingji Group. First place, Yin Xingwen, Lu Di, amounting to 2 billion. A flicker of astonishment crossed the old Master Yan's face. 2 billion is no trivial sum, even for the Ingji Group. Moreover, it is a singular order. Master. The third young lady has been performing exceptionally well lately, the butler remarked with a slight smile. I am acutely aware of the capabilities of Wan as her father. Fu, can you not discern the crux of this matter? The old Master Yin straightened his posture, intrigued. Certainly, my lord, the focal point is Mr. Lu. The old butler slightly bowed and remarked, Mr. Lu's extraordinary talent is evident to all, even to someone like me, old Fu, let alone you, my lord. Fu. Sighed Lord Yin, I have grown old, and my years are numbered. In the days to come, no matter how diligently I strive to solidify the Yin family's legacy, it may pale in comparison to securing a remarkable talent for our clan. And Mr. Lu is precisely such an individual, a rare gem indeed. Moreover, he is not merely a good talent. As you have rightly stated, he is a prodigy of our time. My lord, I comprehend your intent. Yet old butler Fu hesitated for a moment before continuing. However, based on my observations, Mr. Lu appears somewhat indifferent to our Yin family, perhaps even dismissive. I am well aware of that, Lord Yin replied with a faint smile. Individuals of Mr. Lu's caliber often carry a touch of arrogance due to their talents. He is still quite young. I possess the means to instill in him the virtues of humility and decorum, to help him recognize the rare opportunity for growth that the Yin family presents. As he spoke, the determination in Lord Yan's eyes was unmistakable. Fu, who had served him for nearly 30 years, felt a flicker of astonishment within. It had been at least a decade since he had witnessed such fervor in his master's pursuit of a particular goal. Fu, I need you to attend to 2 matters, Lord Yin deliberated. First, relay to the group that the marketing efforts for the home medical equipment project are to be entrusted entirely to Wan. Master, might you reconsider? Fu expressed his surprise. The home medical device project has seen our group invest nearly 100 billion yuan over 3 years and has just been launched. It stands as a pivotal strategy for our entire group, significantly influencing our revenue for the coming year. Is it not somewhat risky to entrust it to the third miss, who has only been working for 3 years? Old Master Yan's expression flickered. I cannot rely solely on One. I am placing my bet on that young Lu. Have you forgotten that Lu expressed his affection for One? They have been inseparable, and they have just secured a 20 billion yuan order together. Fu grasped the situation. The old steward realized, if you were to directly seek Mr. Lu's assistance, he might refuse. Hence you devised this strategy to divert the threat. Old Master Yan chuckled. Fortunately, my daughter is exceptional, captivating that scoundrel Lu. Fu nodded in silent agreement. Master, what about the second matter you mentioned? Secondly, in 5 days, I shall return to Haisher and host a banquet at my Yin family estate. Old Master Yin rose, clasping his hands behind him as he gazed into the distance. What a coincidence! The sons of 2 old acquaintances of mine have returned from abroad this year, and both have achieved remarkable success. Moreover, they have both held affections for One. I intend to create an opportunity for them. The 2 of them, Ouyang Fingyu and One, along with Lu Di, represent a gathering of youthful talents. Although Lu Di is commendable in his own right, he remains significantly overshadowed by the others. Young individuals often engage in comparisons, and I foresee that Lu Di will inevitably recognize his own shortcomings and feel the pressure. This realization will ignite his competitive spirit, prompting him to willingly accept the olive branch extended by the Yin family. Naturally, I, Yin Hongxin, shall provide Lu Di with ample support and the necessary space for him to flourish. The steward, a Fu, nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging his master's foresight. This is not sufficient, the elder Yin remarked with a slight smile. By coincidence, an old friend of mine has recently arrived in Haisher to carry out official duties. He is truly a formidable figure in the military. A Fu was momentarily taken aback. Are you referring to General Heishan? Indeed, the elder Yin affirmed. General Heishan is someone whose mere presence is enough to instill awe in these young individuals. He is an esteemed figure whom these youngsters will always look up to. Once Lu Di and the others meet him, they will come to understand the truth that there are always greater talents and higher mountains beyond their own achievements. I shall make these young people realize that, at present, they must maintain a humble mindset and strive earnestly. The elder Yin felt increasingly pleased with his thoughts and could not resist humming a little tune. Oh, by the way, Afu, since the general from Black Mountain is coming, do not forget to summon Duan Hua. They have been comrades for many years. With these 2 military titans present, I dare say the younger lot will be utterly petrified. And as for Lu Di, he will undoubtedly behave himself and become my esteemed son-in-law. At the enigmatic Yin family estate, as Lu Di and Yin Qingwen stepped into the grand hall, they were met with a peculiar burned odor. Following the scent, the 2 made their way to the kitchen. Upon pushing the door open, they were greeted by a thick haze that stung their eyes. Third sister Lu Di, as the smoke began to dissipate. They beheld Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin, both with soot-streaked faces, standing amidst the chaos of the kitchen. Before them lay a meticulously covered serving platter. We spent a whole 2 hours preparing dinner for Lu Di. Cough, cough. What on earth are you 2 up to? Yin Qingwen inquired, her brow furrowed. We previously committed a blunder and wished to apologize to Lu Di. To demonstrate our sincerity, we decided to cook for him for the very first time. The 2 young ladies exclaimed in unison. Lu Di, come quickly and taste our creation. Yin Kai eagerly tugged Lu Di to the table, her face brimming with anticipation. All right then. Lu Di scratched his head, taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. The 2 spirited young ladies of the Yin family approached everything with such fervor, gently lifting the dish cover. A plume of black smoke rose, reminiscent of a wraith ascending into the ether. What is this? Lu Di inquired, staring blankly at a plate of charred rice before him. Golden egg fried rice, a recipe I learned from you, though it may have been subjected to a tad too much heat. The 2 young girls exclaimed, sticking out their tongues playfully. Lu Di, we truly did our utmost. We hope you won't hold a grudge against us. Just take a bite. Alert! Benz A. Pyrene detected, recognized globally as one of the most potent carcinogens. It exists not only in coal smoke and the exhaust of automobiles and tractors, but also in charred food, such as the burnt rice before you. Upon hearing the warning from the little demon, Lu Di instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Stop! I forgive you. He chuckled. That's splendid. Enjoy at your leisure, Lu Di. Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin breathed a sigh of relief, pulling Yin Qingwen out of the kitchen. The moment they stepped outside, the 2 girls became noticeably anxious. Third sister. We have something to confess. What is it? Yin Qingwen furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous turn of events. With a hint of trepidation, Yin Kaikai produced a bank card and handed it to Yin Qingwen. This is the bank card our father gave to Lu Di, containing 5 million, untouched. Left by Lu Di in the sunroom on the 5th floor. What? Yin Qingwen exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Yin Kaikai hesitantly remarked, moreover, just a few days ago. When Lu Di had just received the card, he placed it there, and it was Xin and I who secretly hid it. What? Yin Qingwen responded, increasingly astonished. This meant that from the very beginning, Lu Di had no intention of taking our family's money, and he was not the person we had imagined him to be. It was Xin and I who wished for Lu Di to be misunderstood and subsequently expelled. Yin Kaikai spoke with a complex expression. What? Yin Qingwen's mind felt somewhat dazed. Scenes flashed through her mind. Lu Di's astonishing declaration of purchasing 200 sets of clothing in one go, spending 200,000. Lu Di casually swiping the card for a top-tier luxury lighter at a cost of 1 million. Lu Di tilted his head with a smile, informing himself that he had left 4 million for Tua Yi. Yin Qingwen felt somewhat dazed. If he hadn't taken this card, where did his money come from? Was Lu Di previously a poor man living off part-time jobs? Moreover, the most crucial point, Lu Di came to the Yin family not for money. Then what was his true intention? Could it really be, as he claimed, that he was interested in me? Impossible. Lu Di seemed intent on driving me to the brink of exasperation daily. Yin Qingwen abruptly shook her head, bewildered and her heart in disarray. Observing the fluctuating expressions of her third sister, Yin Kaikai awkwardly remarked, moreover, Lu Di is actually quite affluent. What does being affluent mean? Yin Qingwen inquired, raising an eyebrow. Lu Di might possess 100 million, perhaps 200 million. Yin Kaikai counted on her fingers. Suddenly, she paused. She had intended to disclose the exact amount of Lu Di's assets to Yin Qingwen, but was abruptly reminded that the casino manager had never revealed the actual sum in Lu Di's account. Is Lu Di worth over 1 billion? Yin Qingwen asked, startled. Not just that. 10 billion? At least 100 billion. The precise amount remains unknown to us. What? Yin Qingwen was once again taken aback. 100 billion? That could place him on the list of Shanghai's affluent. How could this be possible? Although Yin Qingwen was the daughter of a magnate, she had always earned her keep through her own endeavors at Yingji. Over the past 3 years, even with the advantages provided by her father, her savings barely reached 100 million. The notion that Lu Di possessed 100 billion in assets was akin to having 100 times her wealth. Reflecting on Lu Di's typically frugal demeanor, Yin Qingwen found it difficult to connect the two. Perhaps we should first sample the fried rice. How did you come to know about this matter? Yin Qingwen inquired, her disbelief evident. Well, the two young girls stammered. Suddenly, Yin Kaikai was struck by a brilliant idea. When we visited a friend's casino, we witnessed Lu Di engaging in extravagant gambling, wagering a staggering 10 billion in a single bet. Did you witness this with your own eyes? Indeed, third sister. The two young women dared not lift their heads. Yin Qingwen stood there, stupefied. To gamble 10 billion? What a preposterous act. What could this imply? It suggests that Lu Di's fortune far exceeds 10 billion. The man who wouldn't squander even 3 yuan on an ice cream cone? The one who only dons a 200 yuan white shirt? A person who has worked part-time for 3 years? Is this a jest? Yin Qingwen instinctively touched her handbag, which held the 30,000 yuan she had intended to offer Lu Di. How absurd it was that she worried he might lack savings or money for meals. Why would he act in such a manner? Was he attempting to make a fool of her? In an instant, Yin Qingwen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Gradually, a shadow of gloom enveloped her heart. She couldn't help but furrow her brow. Lu Di, so young, possessed such immense wealth. Concealing it from the Yin family while extravagantly spending elsewhere? Yin Qingwen suddenly recalled Lu Di's earlier discourse on economic policies at the dinner table, which had left everyone astonished, as well as the bizarre moment when Lu Di had directly secured a 2 billion order from Li Dehai at the hospital. All of these incidents were indicative of something profound. Lu Di could never be an ordinary individual. The myriad of perplexing signs has left Yin Qingwen utterly confounded, even instilling a slight sense of trepidation within her. What precisely are his intentions? Sister, do not overthink it. Lu Di is not a bad person. When father returns, we shall inform him, urged the two young ladies, desperately attempting to salvage the situation. They felt a twinge of guilt, deliberately obfuscating the details of their escapade at the gambling den out of fear of incurring their father's and sister's ire. Little did they realize that they were inadvertently digging a deeper pit for Lu Di. Yin Qingwen shook her head in a daze. At that moment, The two young girls appeared to her as nothing short of naive. 100 billion. Is such wealth easily attainable? Would one willingly serve as a mere chauffeur for the Yin family? The enigmas surrounding Lu Di are too numerous to disregard. By the way, I recall that in your detective organization, there is a renowned top detective named Xiao Yu, correct? Pondered Yin Qingwen. Indeed, Xiao Yi Xinyun, a distinguished private investigator in China. Sister, will you seek his assistance? Precisely. Please help me contact him. I need to enlist his services to ascertain Lu Di's origins. I shall pay any price without negotiation, but he must provide me with a thorough investigation of that rascal. As Yin Qingwen spoke, her eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. Sister, I believe this course of action is unwise. I have faith in Lu Di. Yin Kaikai spoke in a hushed tone, as if she had committed a grave error. What use is belief? Have you forgotten about that scoundrel Qiu Baiming? Time has dulled your memories of the pain we once felt. How did we treat him back then? What did our father do? And how did Qiu Baiming repay us? Yin Qingwen growled in frustration. The two young ladies froze in place upon hearing that name, their bodies as if plunged into an icy abyss, their eyes filled with terror. Qiu Baiming. They had nearly forgotten him, the wicked man whom their father had taken in out of kindness. In the end, he sought to seize the Yin family's wealth and even desired to lay claim to the third sister, although he was ultimately imprisoned by their father. He remained an inescapable nightmare for the Yin sisters. It was because of him that they were initially reluctant to accept Lu Di. I had begun to place my trust in Lu Di, yet upon learning this, I found myself compelled to be wary. For the safety of everyone, Lu Di must be thoroughly investigated. Should I truly have misjudged him, I shall sincerely apologize. Yin Qingwen cast a cautious glance toward the kitchen. For now, let us act as if nothing has transpired. We must not expose Lu Di. With that, Yin Qingwen, lost in thought, led the two young ladies back to the kitchen. As the door swung open, a rich aroma wafted forth, enveloping them. Lu Di stood with his arms crossed, a cheerful smile illuminating his face as he regarded the three women. On the table ahead, 3 grand platters of shimmering golden fried rice lay, exuding an irresistible aroma that tantalizes the senses. The 3 young ladies, having whispered to each other for quite some time, must surely be weary. Why not indulge in my exquisite golden fried rice first? Oh, how delightful! We shall once again savor Lu's extraordinary culinary skills. The 2 young maidens eagerly lunged forward. Yin Qingwen gazed curiously at the outstanding gentleman before her, whose amiable smile radiated warmth. Are you truly a good person or a nefarious one? The jest of an internet deity. Oh, Lu, this plate of fried rice is unlike any I've tasted before. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin suddenly lifted their heads from their plates, their expressions peculiar. At this moment, Yin Qingwen took a bite as well. This fried rice undoubtedly showcased divine culinary prowess, its flavor rich and savory. Yet, upon chewing, a subtle bitterness lingered within the grains. Of course, I have altered its seasoning. Thus, the taste is bound to differ. Lu extended his palm, revealing a white fruit the size of a peanut resting gently within. This is ginkgo, the seed of the ginkgo tree. Though it carries a slight bitterness, it possesses detoxifying and heat-clearing properties. Lu picked up the ginkgo with a slight smile and remarked, for young ladies like you, who are burdened with worries and engage in endless suspicion, it is only natural to feel restless and inflamed. Today, I shall prepare this ginkgo rice to soothe your inner turmoil. Yin Qingwen furrowed her brow slowly and inquired, Lu Di, what do you mean? Lu Di chuckled softly, gently peeling the ginkgo to extract a pale yellow inner bud. This inner bud, the most bitter part of the ginkgo, must be removed before consumption, otherwise, it becomes inedible. Lu Di grimaced, reminiscent of a person who, when perpetually misunderstood, inevitably harbors resentment, despite their genuine intentions to help. Repeated insults would lead to a bitter heart and eventual departure. It was then that Yin Qingwen comprehended, her eyes widening in anger. Lu Di, you were eavesdropping on our conversation. I was merely preoccupied with cooking, Lu Di replied. I did hear, but it wasn't eavesdropping. I can only tell you that people are inherently different. He shrugged nonchalantly. Yin Qingwen's frown deepened. Lu Di, what are you really saying? I mean, he continued. Can you all refrain from misunderstanding me? Yin Qingwen was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Lu Di, you. However, he declared resolutely, I will see this matter through to the end. Once it's settled, I will not remain in the Yin family for even a moment. With that, Lu Di left with an air of nonchalance. Yin Qingwen stood there, staring blankly at Lu Di's retreating figure, rendered speechless. In an instant, she felt that this young man in white was imbued with an overwhelming pride, both scornful of and indifferent to everything around him. as if the entire Yin family held no significance in his eyes. Yin Qingwen murmured, "Could it be that I truly misunderstood him?" "Of course. However, rest assured. As a man, one must possess a broad mind and a generous heart, unlike women who merely require physical attributes to stand out." Suddenly, the voice of Lu Di echoed from afar. Yin Qingwen's expression shifted from crimson to violet. Alas, upon returning to his room, Lu Di couldn't help but let out a sigh. It seemed it was time to attend to his own affairs. "Demon child, our plan is about to commence." Ding. Integrating top-tier marketing strategies. Ding. Compiling 100,000 business models. In an instant, the business plan within Lu Di's mind became increasingly lucid. Each strategic step seamlessly interconnected, with no detail overlooked. A faint smile graced Lu Di's lips. He picked up his phone for a quick glance. The fervor surrounding DE had finally begun to wane. Other trending topics gradually emerged in the search rankings. "It is time," he declared. "Demon child, post it." Understood. In the next moment, the entire Yin family estate's network experienced a sudden lag. An immense stream of information surged forth. The source of this phenomenon was Lu Di's eye, gleaming with a purple radiance. 10 seconds later, a post titled Riddle Contest with prizes instantaneously engulfed the entire internet. Countless forums, message boards, websites, and various social media platforms simultaneously showcased this post. The riddle with a reward. Clue: 3 and 4, 5 and 23. Auto-read. The first 100 individuals to successfully guess the answer will each receive a prize of 500,000. Signed, D-San. Initially, this post attracted little attention. However, as time passed, it became increasingly impossible for netizens to ignore it. The post proliferated, refreshing every web page incessantly. It was visible wherever information could be found. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of entries. Within a mere 10 minutes, this post had taken over the digital landscape. In some smaller forums, it nearly monopolized the space, leaving no room for any other information. Numerous internet companies and cybersecurity departments soon took notice of this phenomenon. A group of network technicians stood in dumbfounded astonishment. What is this? A single post? An extraordinary post indeed. Over 100 million entries in just 10 minutes? It has nearly consumed all public resources. What sort of team could possibly execute such a feat? It must be a 1,000-person team equipped with supercomputers capable of billions of floating-point operations. Do we have such companies in China? Absolutely not. And who is this D-San? Never heard of it. Unbeknownst to each other, all the internet experts promptly began to trace the origins of this post. To their utter dismay, they discovered that it contained no violations whatsoever. It did not exploit any virulent viruses. Moreover, regardless of how high-ranking the cyber officials were, they could not uncover the IP address of the publisher. The source of D-San remained an enigma. Meanwhile, netizens commenced discussions below the post. What is this nonsense? Why is it everywhere? What is this riddle? Is this a joke? 50,000 for solving it? Are they trying to fool children? 100 people, each receiving 50,000. Amounts to a staggering 50 million. Who would pay that? It's enough to make one laugh uproariously. I trust you not at all. That crafty old man is up to no good. It is likely the prank of some internet deity. 1,000 miles away, within an aging community in Shin City, a bespectacled student girl, during a break from her homework, inadvertently stumbled upon this post. 3 and 4, 5 and 23. Auto-read. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly clapped her hands. Auto-read was the foreign mathematician who invented the multiplication sign. Wasn't he? Could this imply multiplication? In a moment of childlike excitement, the young girl commented beneath one of the threads, "Is the answer 12 and 115? Almost immediately, a flurry of replies flooded in. "Little girl, are you truly that naive? Is it really that simple? Besides, even if you were correct, do you genuinely expect someone to award you 500,000? Don't get your hopes up. Just consider it an entertaining post." Yet, the young girl remained silent, her gaze fixed on her phone screen, bewildered. "Congratulations. You are the first friend to provide the correct answer. Read the message. 500,000 yuan has been credited to your Alipay account, courtesy of your friend, D-San." She rubbed her eyes, ensuring this was not a dream. Suddenly, she leaped from her chair and shouted excitedly towards the door, "Mom, my college tuition has been secured." 5 minutes later, over 100 million posts simultaneously updated with the same message. The first winner has emerged. Username Xiao, Hua's college dream, with 99 spots remaining. Accompanying the text was a screenshot. A transfer record with the username concealed. A one-time transfer of a full 500,000. Oh my God, is this real? Did someone actually pay for answering a question? I can't believe it. This must be a photoshopped image. Believe it or not, I certainly do. Once upon a time, the question lingered. What precisely was the answer, and what had Xiaohua responded? In an instant, the comments on the post surged dramatically. Yet, the majority of netizens remained utterly perplexed, for the multitude of posts was overwhelming. No one could ascertain where the first prize winner had shared their answer. Hee hee. Lu Di chuckled knowingly while reclining on his bed. Let it stir, let it stir. The hotter, the better. His perspective encompassed the entirety of the records maintained by the mischievous child. A staggering 100 million posts had already been disseminated, and the number continued to escalate at a rapid pace. The comments below the post were accumulating at an astonishing rate, soaring by tens of thousands every second. Undoubtedly, this was a sensational post that had captured the attention of the entire internet. The Guess the Riddle for Prizes phenomenon was destined to become the next trending topic. This night was bound to be sleepless. For hours later, the discourse surrounding the topic had reached unprecedented heights, with approximately 150 million posts and billions of comments. The answer to the riddle had already spread far and wide, with nearly the entire populace participating. Millions had deduced the answer to be 115. Some had even meticulously uncovered the life history of mathematician Otto Red. At precisely midnight, a time when many were preparing to slumber, Lu Di commanded the mischievous child to transfer 99 prizes of 500,000 yuan each in one fell swoop. Subsequently, he unified and shared the screenshots. The rewards for 100 individuals had been duly arranged. The online comments have once again erupted. This matter is indeed true. They are actually distributing money. And my friend is one of the fortunate winners. Alas, I regret not participating sooner. I had already deduced the answer, yet I remained silent. To the individual above, refrain from boasting. A reward of 500,000 for solving a mere math problem? It is hard to believe. By the way, who exactly is this mysterious figure, D-San? And what are his intentions? Is D-San perhaps a fan of the legendary singer D? But what has become of D-Air in the middle? Observing the diverse array of comments, Lu Di smirked. Everything is unfolding according to his plan. Demonic child, prepare the second question. Subsequently, the enigmatic account named D-San posted again. Riddle with a prize to the answer to the previous round is the riddle for this round. Bonus hint. Do you believe there exists another version of yourself in this world? The first netizen to correctly guess the answer will receive a grand prize of 100 million. Signed, D-San. The entire internet was thrown into an uproar. He has posed another question, and this time the prize amounts to an astonishing 100 million. My goodness. 100 million. What kind of scheme is this? A game for the wealthy? Creating a monumental riddle? The answer to the previous round was 115. Is that the riddle? What can possibly be deduced from 115? Enough with the chatter. Quick, think of an answer. Hasten to gather information. A fortune of 100 million awaits, elevating all to new heights. This time, no one dares to question the authenticity of the prize, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they fixate on the staggering sum. Yet, the challenge presented this time is far from straightforward. Countless netizens scoured through various sources, uncovering no credible answers. Even the consumer complaint hotline, 12115, has been inexplicably inundated with incessant disturbances. Frustration mounts among users, igniting a frenzy across the internet, robbing them of slumber as they fervently cry out for clarity on the enigma of 12,115. If only they could unveil the solution, they would seize the monumental reward of 100 million. However, few comprehend the magnitude of this extraordinary online phenomenon and the immense attention it has garnered. The trending topics, once dominated by the likes of Emperor E, now find half their space occupied by riddle with rewards. A mysterious figure orchestrates tens of thousands of accounts, flooding the platform with over 100 million posts in mere minutes. Riddle posts attract the gaze of 800 million netizens with a prize amounting to 100 million, equivalent to 20 first-place lottery tickets. Chronicle of 2020, following the illustrious Emperor E. The enigmatic Riddler Emperor San emerges once more. Hot topic. Do you believe there exists another version of yourself in this world? Thousands of scholars convene overnight, united in their quest to unravel the second riddle. In the ensuing hours, the posts of Emperor San soared to unprecedented heights of popularity. An array of bizarre answers continually emerges. Even in the late hours of night, The viewership and response rates of the post remain unstoppable. It has even been shared internationally. Numerous global friends are racking their brains over this astonishing 100 million yuan prize. This sum of cash undoubtedly represents the largest jackpot in the history of online lotteries. Unparalleled and astronomical, it is enough to drive anyone into a frenzy. At precisely 5 a.m., a conference room is filled with a dozen scholars, deeply engrossed in contemplating the answer. "I've got it," exclaimed a middle-aged woman, resembling a teacher, her bloodshot eyes lifting from a pile of documents. 12115 is not a mathematical problem. It is a coordinate. Longitude 12, latitude 115. There exists a location that aligns perfectly with the hint. Subsequently, the middle-aged woman trembled as she typed 2 characters on her phone, silently awaiting the outcome under the gaze of the onlookers. 30 seconds later, an announcement echoed across the internet. Countless insomniac netizens were met with a post that made them pound their chests in disbelief. "Congratulations to ID Lauscher for successfully solving the second riddle. Awarded a prize of 100 million yuan. The answer revealed, Gemini." Attached was a screenshot of the transaction, with the number of zeros following the one so staggering that it prompted existential reflection. A tangible sum of 100 million yuan in cash. The comments section erupted once more. Well, did anyone truly answer correctly? The individual who guessed right is a teacher. 100 million yuan, a pinnacle of life. This is simply marvelous. The answer is Gemini? What does that mean? Why? I yearn to understand the reasoning behind it. On this night, the entire nation engaged in fervent interaction. It all stemmed from a singular source, a mysterious figure known as D-San, who unleashed a torrent of posts, along with an astonishing cash giveaway exceeding 100 million. The second round of guessing has concluded. Countless netizens expressed their astonishment, lamenting their failure to win the prize. As they found themselves unable to sleep, their hearts brimmed with anticipation for a possible third round of riddles. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all had already risen early, ascending to the mountain's peak. Ahead, the sun gradually ascended, while he calmly contemplated the tumultuous data before him, stroking his chin pensively. He murmured, "Little demon, the time has come to delve into the main topic. Due to the delay in today's update, I fear I may be subjected to harsh criticism. Hence, I present a chapter now, and I shall toil through the night to provide the rest. You may read it now or await the morning. I vow to fulfill my duties. Please forgive me." In the forum, individuals incessantly refreshed their pages. Finally, 10 minutes later, D-San updated once more. "Greetings, stranger. You are like a star in the galaxy. Though myriad similarities abound, a subtle glimmer of difference remains. At times, you dare to be unconventional, only to be perceived as an outcast. Occasionally, you pour forth your emotions, yet they are met with indifference. Thus, you can only lament your solitude." Coordinates 12N, 115 E lead to a remarkable locale, the Gemini Atoll. The world reveals to us that every entity exists in at least a pair. I hold steadfast to the belief that somewhere in this vast expanse, there exists another soul akin to yours, one who comprehends your every thought. This individual will recognize your sentiments with a mere glance and decipher your unspoken worries with just a few words. The trio of enigmas presented in this round bears no reward, yet it possesses the potential to unveil a lifelong confidant, one who is as gentle as jade, deeply attuned to your heart. At the conclusion of this passage, an exquisite QR code is affixed, accompanied by the query, "Do you believe there exists another self in this world?" As this post was shared, the forum fell into an unexpected silence. It was not until 5 minutes had elapsed that countless netizens, enraptured by the text, abruptly awakened to the realization. This prose has resonated within my very soul. Does such a person truly exist? How I long for a partner who embodies these qualities. The existence of a place like the Gemini Atoll is so poetic. There lies a QR code at the end of his post. Could it be an invitation for us to scan it? I care not. I shall give it a try. Due to the unprecedented popularity of the first 2 posts by Emperor 3, the third post has garnered equal enthusiasm. Although the purpose of the QR code within the post remains ambiguous, it has only piqued the curiosity of netizens further. Billions of individuals eagerly grasp their phones and scan. Within a solitary apartment in the bustling city, a disheveled young man appears lethargic. After scanning the QR code from the forum, a notification popped up on his phone, asking if he would like to download the application Gemini. Why not? The young man took a bite of his now cold instant noodles. Upon glancing back at his phone, he discovered the application had downloaded in a flash. The speed was astonishing. With a gentle tap, the application launched instantaneously. exhibiting a swiftness that surpasses 99% of software available in the market. Following a minimalist yet exquisite opening animation, a dialog box appeared, prompting the user to enter a nickname. A nickname? Intriguing. Could this be a chat application? The young man input his commonly used online alias, Heartless. The Gemini system is analyzing your personality. 1. 10. The young recluse scoffed dismissively. Analyze my personality? I have provided no information. How can you analyze me? Nowadays, these online applications are increasingly unreliable, resorting to mere pretentiousness. User personality analysis complete. Dear friend before the screen, is this you? 1. Your exterior exudes an air of confidence, yet within lies a restless and anxious disposition. 2. You possess an overwhelming desire for acceptance and to be liked by others. 3. At times, you entertain impractical notions. 4. Your remarkable creativity draws many who rely upon you. 5. You hold yourself to excessively stringent standards. 6. When you develop feelings for someone, you occasionally find yourself conforming to their expectations, even at the expense of your own comfort. 7. You have faced setbacks due to hasty decisions. Had you exercised a modicum of patience then, circumstances could have been far more favorable. 8. You are fundamentally honest, yet often find yourself misunderstood. 9. You have experienced regret over your choices, particularly those made during moments of indecision, constantly questioning their validity. 10. In times of uncertainty, you seek the counsel of friends, even though you already harbor a notion, merely awaiting affirmation. The young recluse gazed wide-eyed at each line, growing increasingly astonished. This is eerily accurate. It's as if it's describing me. This system understands me even better than my closest friends. Indeed, the Gemini system comprehends every individual. Now, we shall connect you with new friends who resonate most harmoniously with you. Immediately, the screen of the phone began to scroll, an endless array of avatars flashing by. The young recluse felt an exhilarating surge of excitement, fixated intently on the glowing screen. Is it truly as the post suggests? Can you help me find a genuine confidant? Ding user matched successfully. Counterpart ID, Lost Heart. Her name is Lost Heart. I am heartless. Could it be mere coincidence? The young recluse hesitantly clicks on her avatar, female, 23 years old, residing in Jiangbei district. She is indeed a girl. The recluse's breath begins to quicken. The girl's profile picture features the protagonist of an obscure foreign film, Rose Corner, named Lillian. His own avatar, in turn, showcases the male lead, Adelaide. Surely, not many in this country are familiar with this film. Could she also be an aficionado of niche cinema? The young recluse's eyes well up with tears. I must get to know her. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Ever since the breakup, he has drifted aimlessly for 2 years. Never before has anything ignited such an intense desire within him. Hello, I am Xingxiang. I tend to be rather introverted, so I struggle with conversation. But the recluse crafts his message, feeling utterly inarticulate. Yet, she sends a message first. Hello, I am Lu Xiaoyan. I also tend to be quite introverted, so I find it difficult to communicate, but I really wish to get to know you, as I feel we seem to share many commonalities. He stares at the nearly identical message to the one he had just composed. The reclusive individual was utterly astounded. This software is simply extraordinary. Ashamed to face others, he has broken his promise. In the contemporary internet marketplace, shopping and social interaction have become indispensable services for nearly everyone. Regarding shopping, China's Ali has consistently been the industry leader. Nevertheless, formidable challengers like Jingdong and Pingo have emerged, successfully sharing the market. In the realm of social interaction, the demand far surpasses that of shopping. Yet, there remains a singular dominant force, the Penguin Company. There is not even a close second. Whether through QQ or WeChat, it has steadfastly maintained its leading position. Numerous attempts have been made to disrupt this domain, but all challengers have returned empty-handed. Once users establish their social circles within a particular application, they are unlikely to switch, even when presented with superior alternatives. For social tools, without conversation partners, all functionalities become meaningless. However, is WeChat truly unassailable? If we were to assign it a label, WeChat could be defined as acquaintance-based social networking. It primarily serves to connect with familiar individuals. But are people's social needs confined solely to acquaintances? Certainly not. If there exists a viable method to rival the Penguin Empire, it would be through the avenue of unfamiliar social interactions. A term inextricably linked to unfamiliar social interactions is solitude. Lu Di possesses a unique understanding of these two characters. Over the past 3 years, he has transitioned from being a favored individual to a part-time server. The pain from the aftereffects of an eye injury has rendered him almost incapable of engaging with others, as if he exists in an alternate realm. He has gained clarity and engaged in profound contemplation, perpetually questioning himself. Are there others in this world who share his plight? This query remains unanswered. However, Lu Di has come to recognize that life is arduous, and finding joy is even more challenging. Everyone yearns for a confidant with whom they can share their innermost thoughts, regardless of how introverted or reclusive they may be. Deep down, each person desires to transcend their current circle and forge new friendships. Lu Di has realized that this presents an opportunity to create an entirely new internet business empire. 3 days ago, he began to refine this idea. His understanding of human nature, coupled with the formidable analytical capabilities of the Magic Child, birthed the mobile application Gemini, specifically designed for unfamiliar social interactions. Tasks such as design, programming, development, and back-end support, which would typically require months to complete, were accomplished by the Magic Child overnight. The subsequent guessing game with prizes serves as a monumental promotional campaign for the Gemini software. At this moment, the young man hailing from humble beginnings stands atop the mountain, gazing at the rising sun. He embarks on his inaugural venture, setting his sights on the formidable Penguin Group. Behind the scenes, the download and registration numbers for the app twins are soaring at an astonishing rate. Driven by immense curiosity, everyone is eager to delve into its depths. Within 10 minutes, downloads surpass 1 million. In half an hour, they exceed 10 million. After 1 hour, the user count approaches a staggering 100 million. Each netizen who registers is profoundly captivated by the system's personality analysis. Some are exhilarated, others astonished, and a few moved to tears. No one anticipated that the entity capable of piercing through the depths of their souls and articulating their inner world would be a mere mobile application. However, the subsequent revelation brings even greater delight. They discover that amid the vast sea of humanity, there truly exist one or several kindred spirits with whom they share a profound connection. Beneath the post by Emperor 3, comments surge once more. This software is indeed extraordinary. It has the uncanny ability to analyze me, striking at the very core of my emotions. Having lived for 25 years, often regarded as an oddity, I never imagined there could be others in this world who resonate with my peculiarities. Haha, I met a fellow from Shishan on Twins. And after just 3 minutes of conversation, we felt an instant camaraderie, as if we had known each other forever. Initially, my wife was hesitant to allow me to download it, yet unexpectedly, she forged a new friendship on the platform. Now she supports me, proclaiming it to be a genuinely wholesome social networking site. Although I met a woman on Gemini, it was purely a spiritual connection, devoid of any ulterior motives. You wouldn't believe it, but through Gemini, I discovered that the lovely neighbor upstairs had been harboring feelings for me all along. What bliss and excitement! I have reunited with my first love after 5 long years, and we still resonate so well together. This app is remarkable. I intend to invite all my friends to join me for a lifetime. Upon reading these comments, Lu Di couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The analytical capabilities of this platform are astounding, almost omniscient. On Gemini, all illegal content is meticulously filtered out, and it maintains an exceptionally pure environment, ensuring that no morally questionable relationships can transpire. For Gemini's unfamiliar social networking service to endure, these two principles must be strictly adhered to. Simultaneously, major internet companies, along with network experts and economists, have finally taken notice of this sensational rise of DSAN in the Gemini app. It's astonishing. In just 1 hour, the download count soared past 100 million, an unprecedented feat. Moreover, a multitude of users are actively downloading it. If this momentum continues, within 3 hours, Gemini will ascend to the pinnacle of the download rankings. In an economic research institute, an elderly professor, while past his 60s, stared intently at the data displayed on the screen, his lips quivering slightly. This Empire 3 is truly remarkable, with 2 rounds of lottery draws, costing 50 million for the first and 100 million for the second. The total expenditure amounts to 150 million. While this figure appears substantial, it has afforded the Gemini software an immeasurable degree of exposure. Employing conventional methods, achieving over 100 million users for an application would defy any clear valuation. Hundreds of millions, even billions, could be at stake. Moreover, this was accomplished in a single night, accompanied by an avalanche of positive reviews. The marketing strategy is astoundingly effective. The technical prowess is unparalleled, and the grasp of market demand is so precise. He is nothing short of a commercial prodigy. At the headquarters of Penguin Group, The executives convened in the conference room without delay. The overnight upheaval instilled a palpable sense of crisis among them. A middle-aged man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and inquired of the marketing director, "What is the origin of this Gemini?" "Mr. Lee, the owner of this app is a technology company named Creator, which has just been registered. The incredulity of a newly established company wielding such formidable power is astonishing." The man, referred to as Mr. Lee, with a piercing gaze, asserted, "There must be someone supporting this Creator. Inquire with Baidu and Ali. Inform them that such matters need not be concealed. We must embrace fair competition." The marketing director wiped the sweat from his brow, nervously responding, "Mr. Lee, I have already investigated. Both companies are currently in a state of alarm, fearing that this Gemini may encroach upon their business." Furthermore, the sales director, unable to meet Mr. Lee's gaze, added, "Since the launch of this Gemini, our user base has declined by 4, and the trend continues." "What?" Mr. Lee exclaimed, abruptly rising to his feet. "A 4 decline overnight? We have never experienced such a situation. With nearly 900 million users, a 4 drop in activity is no trivial matter. I have heard that this Gemini can analyze user personalities. What technology are they employing? I want it replicated immediately." The sales director, visibly uncomfortable, replied, "Mr. Lee, we have tested it, but with our current technological team's capabilities." Mr. Lee's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Unable to replicate? I refuse to believe that there is any technology our Penguin Group cannot duplicate." The sales director, trembling, stammered, "It's not that we cannot replicate their technology. Rather, we fundamentally do not comprehend it." Meanwhile, the preparatory creator, Lu Di, descended the mountain and strolled back to the Yin family estate. In the brief span of just 20 minutes during his journey, the user count of Gemini had surpassed 200 million, effectively doubling. Moreover, the growth trend remains unstoppable. Although Gemini is currently entirely free, Lu Di remains unfazed. This is because the essence of internet thinking lies in prioritizing the user. To be precise, it is the user base that takes precedence. Gemini has already taken the internet by storm, and its features are deeply appreciated by the public. Therefore, the continuous increase in users is inevitable. What Lu Di must do is patiently await the development of Gemini. Social interaction with strangers is merely one of Gemini's key highlights. At its core, it remains a social network. In the future, Gemini will gradually evolve into a genuine social platform through the pathway of finding kindred spirits. A platform that can rival the likes of Penguin, one that users will find indispensable. By that time, with a sufficiently large user base, monetization will manifest in myriad forms. Games, financial management, shopping, video platforms, live streaming, and everything in between. The derivative value of Gemini will hold limitless potential. Most importantly, the core code and technological functionalities of Gemini are unparalleled. Contemplating this, Lu Di mused, "Magic child, now that Gemini has launched, we must at least secure an office location. As this is not merely an individual endeavor, but a company." Magic child replied, "A trivial matter. What are your specifications?" Lu Di pondered for a moment and replied with a smile, "Sufficiently upscale, impressively grand, and dauntingly magnificent. The tallest building in Haishur, the Rongting Tower, boasts a rooftop terrace featuring a small golf course and a helipad, encompassing a total area of 6,532 square meters. The space accommodates 400 workstations for independent conference rooms, 13 private offices, a dedicated coffee bar, an exclusive restaurant, and a 300-square-meter modernly designed executive office. The office is adorned with business center-level decor, complemented by professional security and 24-hour access control. Within the same building, there are 5 branches of Fortune 500 companies and 16 publicly listed firms. Are you satisfied, Mr. Lu? Lu Di smiled faintly. "I bought it. Furthermore, I have meticulously selected 3 marketing directors, for design directors, 6 network engineering directors, as well as HR managers, customer service representatives, and 200 senior programmers from a pool of 100,000 resumes online, totaling 330 exceptional employees. I am currently communicating with them under a virtual identity, as daily operations still require human oversight. The necessary registration procedures for the creator company have already been submitted, and approval is expected within 3 days. I have also placed orders for company supplies and renovations online. Just 30 seconds ago, I acquired the office address at Rongting Tower at a price 10 above the market rate, and the contract is currently under signature." Listening intently to the arrangements made by the young genius, Lu Di couldn't help but exhale deeply. "Young genius, thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I would be truly overwhelmed. However, I certainly will not be stationed frequently at the company, the creator. Although we are not lacking in talent, we do lack a trustworthy individual. Lu contemplated for a moment, then raised his hand to retrieve his phone and dialed a number. At Hongmao Shopping Mall, in the GOG clothing store. Jia was counting inventory in preparation for opening when his phone suddenly rang. Hello, Lu Di? What brings you to call me out of the blue? Jia wiped away a bead of sweat, responding with a cheerful tone. Jia, I recall you mentioning during our university days that you had dreams of entrepreneurship. Aspiring to challenge Google and take on WeChat? On the other end, Lu Di chuckled. Indeed, who has harbored dreams? But that was in the past. Why are you bringing this up? I remember you had a poster hanging by your bedside that read, "Do not let the day pass idly. Youth will not return." Doesn't that translate to a reminder to pursue your dreams? Lu Di paused, his voice turning somber. I have started a company, and everything is in place. Would you consider joining me? Jia fell silent on the line. Lu Di's words stirred memories within Jia, who had once forsaken a promising future for a fleeting romance. Deep within, long-suppressed feelings began to rekindle. Lu Di remained silent, patiently waiting. He understood that Jia was intelligent. He was more aware than anyone of the future he might share with Sun Lily. Only Jia is inherently stubborn, unwilling to easily relinquish anything. After a long while, he slowly inquired, Are you sure I can do it? I am most aware of your talents. All right. Hearing Jia utter this single word, Lu Di let out a sigh of relief. Finally, this lad had come to terms with it. Jia, why are you in a daze? Hurry up and pack the goods. We are about to open. In the GG store, Sun Lily impatiently called out to Jia, who was lost in thought, staring at his phone. Jia slowly turned around, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented intensity. He straightened his back, exuding an aura that was a stark contrast to that of the obsequious little shop assistant he once was. Sun Lily, I have served you for 3 whole years. Yet you have not even offered me a smile. Today, I quit. As he spoke, Jia kicked aside a pile of clothes and strode out. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly halted, turning back slowly to say, Moreover, Sun Lily, the name Jia is no longer yours to call. Remember this well, I am now Zhang Tianjia. Lu Di, we should set out early. An important client from the Yingji group is visiting today. At that moment, while Lu Di was stretching his muscles in the Yin family manner, he heard the voice of Yin Qingwen coming from behind. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Yin Qingwen approaching with a lunchbox in hand. Today, she adorned herself in an exquisite black dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders instead of being tied back in a ponytail. Her demeanor exuded a more mature and aloof elegance. Most notably, she had applied makeup, which was a departure from Lu Di's recollection of Yin Qingwen's usual barefaced appearance. This formidable woman seemed indifferent to her outward appearance, harboring a disdain for superficial adornment. It appeared that today's guest was indeed of considerable significance. Lu Di shook his head and sent a message to Jia. See you at 4 p.m., Rongting Building. In the car, Yin Qingwen placed a takeout box beside Lu Di. You left in such haste today that I assume you had no time for a meal. These are the buns prepared by Sister Lu. Her voice drifted softly. What had transpired today to cause such a shift in her demeanor? Lu Di smirked. Flattery with no ulterior motive is either deceitful or thieving. Stealing? Nonsense. Knowing that you can eat, there are 30 buns here, enough to burst your stomach. Yin Qingwen retorted with mild annoyance. Haha. AHM. Lu Di grinned mischievously, steering the luxury car with one hand while indulging in the buns with the other. I wonder if this is the image of a successful man in the eyes of women like you? You're quite the chatterbox. Yin Qingwen turned her head, gazing out the window with a resigned expression. Energy supply detected. DNA optimization increased by 0. 2. Energy supply detected. The physical refinement value of the new human increased by 0. 1. 5 minutes later, 30 buns were devoured in an instant by Lu Di. Yin Qingwen had long since become accustomed to such spectacles. After a brief silence, Yin Qingwen finally mustered the courage to inquire, Lu Di, where do you acquire such an abundance of wealth? Lu Di pondered for a moment, tilting his head as he replied, I partnered with friends to establish a company named The Creator. A company? The Creator? Yin Qingwen sighed. The name hardly inspired confidence. Lu Di, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. If you wish for my trust, then you must also place your trust in me. There is no need for you to persist in this facade of strength. Her tone was unexpectedly gentle, attempting to afford the man before her a measure of dignity. She had inquired thoroughly the previous night about Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin's experiences in the gambling den. Lu Di had gambled in the casino, casually mentioning wagers in the hundreds of millions. Yet, throughout it all, no one had ever witnessed him produce any actual money. Such underground establishments lack any semblance of legitimacy. Who could ascertain the true value of that 100 million or 1 billion? After all, what one hears can often be misleading, and only what one sees can be deemed real. 100 billion in cash deposits is utterly astonishing. Yin Qingwen found it impossible to believe. It is utterly inconceivable that such an occurrence could transpire with Lu Di. What on earth has come over this woman today? Has she truly turned over a new leaf? Lu Di scratched his head and remarked, "If you put it that way, I do have a few secrets to share with you." Yin Qingwen suddenly perked up, inquiring, "What secrets?" "I possess a rather pleasing singing voice," Lu Di grinned, clearing his throat in preparation for a performance. Ahem. In an instant, Yin Qingwen's enthusiasm waned. "No, thank you. I would prefer you focus on driving." At the Ingji Group, today felt markedly different from the usual routine. As they ascended the stairs, numerous employees eagerly awaited something special, as if anticipating the arrival of a person of significance. Upon reaching her office, Yin Qingwen instructed her secretary to brew tea and prepare coffee, sharing in the collective anticipation. Meanwhile, through the glass window, Lu Di observed the poised Yin Qingwen, feeling somewhat puzzled. Beside him, Zhao Qianqian was visibly excited, her hands fidgeting restlessly. The perfume she wore was so overpowering that it nearly brought tears to Lu Di's eyes. At that moment, the door to Yin Qingwen's office swung open, revealing two men. The first, dressed in an elegant British suit and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of sophistication. Following closely behind was a man in his 40s, whose sharp demeanor was somewhat marred by the bruising at the corners of his mouth, which was further covered by a bandage. It was Ouyang Fengyu and his sycophant. Upon observing Zhao Zhe, one of the vice presidents of the Ingji Group, Lu Di smiled playfully. Indeed, the bounty from the Black Fox proved to be quite formidable. Although it was early in the morning, it seemed that Zhao Zhe had already lost a tooth. However, these two fools were evidently not the individuals Yin Qingwen was waiting for. Ouyang Fengyu entered the office and offered a slight smile to Yin Qingwen. After taking a seat, he casually scanned the entire office. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he inquired, "Wenwen, where are the 3 vases that Vice President Zhao sent you?" Yin Qingwen offered an apologetic smile, admitting that she had accidentally broken them. Broken? Ouyang Fengyu sat up, reproaching her, who broke such valuable vases. Yin Qingwen sighed. It was none other than that Lu Di. On his very first day in the office, he shattered all 3 vases. Lu Di. A flicker of anger crossed Ouyang Fengyu's face. Setting aside the vases for the moment, the method of formation was something he had acquired at great expense. He had paid that monk from Taigu country a staggering 7 million. Ouyang Fengyu abruptly turned around, gazing through the glass curtain wall at Lu Di, who was seated in the secretary's room. Lu Di, displaying a mouthful of pearly white teeth, was waving at him from a distance. Even Yin Qingwen was momentarily taken aback. Lu Di's handsome face, coupled with such a sincere smile, radiated a certain innocent charm. Meanwhile, Ouyang Fengyu, the corners of my mouth twitched, wishing I could crush my molars. There were so many items in the room. It was my first visit, and I touched nothing. Yet, I inadvertently shattered the pivotal piece. He did it on purpose. This rascal is indeed no ordinary person. In the eyes of Ouyang Fengyu, no matter how enthusiastic Lu Di might be, he could only perceive 2 words, mockery. Damn it. Why hasn't he the Black Fox made a move yet? I don't want to see this little brat again for a day. However, how profound are Ouyang Fengyu's scheming ways? He had to maintain a facade. He stiffly raised his palm, preparing to return Lu Di's gesture. Yet, he noticed Lu Di suddenly retract his smile, turning to Zhao Qianqian and beckoning her with his finger. "Qianqian, come here, I have something to ask you." "What do you want to ask, you annoying brat?" Ouyang Fengyu's hand, which had just been lifted, froze in midair, his face turning a shade of purple from rage. Ignoring me? Flirting instead? Meanwhile, Lu Di, in the neighboring room, completely disregarded Ouyang Fengyu, cheerfully inquiring Zhao Qianqian. "Qianqian, with such a grand setup today, who are we waiting for?" "You actually don't know?" Zhao Qianqian leaned in, her eyes wide with excitement. "The song god is coming to our company soon." "What?" Lu Di blinked in astonishment, his expression blank. Yet, Zhao Qianqian wore a mischievous smile, teasing, "Can't believe it." "Can you?" "Even I can scarcely believe it. It feels as though I am ensnared in a dream. The shock is beyond comprehension, akin to being struck by lightning." Lu Di sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. "Lu Di, you have no idea. Last night, Chairman Yin suddenly issued a decree. entrusting the latest sales task for our group's home healthcare devices entirely to General Manager Wen. This sales endeavor is of paramount importance to the group, and the pressure on General Manager Wen is immense. At this juncture, Zhao Qianqian, who had initially worn a worried expression, suddenly clapped her hands and exclaimed, "But isn't it a stroke of luck? General Manager Wen has an old classmate who happens to be the owner of an entertainment agency, and astonishingly, the star DE is one of his artists." At such a critical moment, this old classmate stepped forward and directly offered to enlist DE's help for our promotional efforts. General Manager Wen is truly fortunate. How I wish I had such a classmate. I've heard this individual is a Ritter-ni, tall and handsome, with a striking presence. Most importantly, the fact that his entertainment company could sign DE indicates he is exceedingly wealthy. As Zhao Qianqian spoke, her eyes sparkled with admiration. "Lu Di, don't you find this matter extraordinary?" Hee. Lu Di's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, what a remarkable classmate he is, and what an extraordinary figure DE is. Below the Ingji group, 3 Maybachs came to a sudden halt at the main entrance. A handsome young man was the first to alight from the vehicle, followed by an alluring female secretary and a contingent of bodyguards. The young man cast a glance at the Ingji group building and surveyed his surroundings. After 3 years of striving abroad, I have finally returned to Haishur. Ingji group, the Yin family. From this day forth, none shall underestimate me. L. Zimming. The young man let out a hearty laugh and strode confidently into the Ingji group. Inside the office, Yin Qingwen and Ouyang Fengyu, upon noticing the young man's arrival, quickly rose to their feet. "Zimming, it has been a long time," Yin Qingwen remarked with a hint of shyness in her smile. "Haha, brother Zimming, hope all is well," Ouyang Fengyu said, enthusiastically patting L. Zimming on the shoulder. The others could not help but glance curiously behind L. Zimming. "Brother Zimming, has Master DE not arrived yet?" Ouyang Fengyu inquired with a cultured smile. L. Zimming shook his head and proceeded to the couch, reclining with his legs crossed. "How could Master DE travel casually? I shall take it upon myself to communicate regarding today's matters." "What? So Master DE is not here?" Disappointment flickered across the faces of the others. Only Ouyang Fengyu's expression shifted the most rapidly. He chuckled and respectfully poured a cup of tea for L. Zimming. "Brother Zimming is right. Master DE certainly cannot travel at whim. Otherwise, would not our Ingji group office be overrun?" Laughter filled the room. L. Zimming smiled gently, his expression one of pride as he declared, "Of course. Teacher DE now holds an extraordinary status, boasting an astonishing following of 600 million fans. He is the national deity of song, wielding international influence. Every action he takes can ignite a monumental frenzy." When he recounted how Teacher DE had casually entered the live stream of a small broadcaster just a few days prior, Ouyang Fengyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed. We all understand the magnitude of Teacher DE's influence. If he were to endorse our group's latest household products, it would undoubtedly result in staggering sales figures." "That goes without saying," L. Zimming replied, his demeanor radiating confidence. He turned to Yin Qingwen and continued, "In my first year studying abroad, I had the fortune of meeting Teacher DE at a bar. The moment I laid eyes on him, I knew he was no ordinary individual. Over the years, I have supported his musical endeavors, and, as fate would have it, he rose to fame with a promising future. To express his gratitude, he turned down countless talent agencies and chose to sign with my Walter agency at the first opportunity. Now, I possess exclusive access to Teacher DE's performance resources." Yin Qingwen and Ouyang Fengyu, along with the others, became increasingly excited, their hearts brimming with aspirations. Ouyang Fengyu remarked wistfully, "Brother Zimming, I truly did not misjudge you. The fragrance of roses lingers on the hand that gives. Your ability to sign Teacher DE today is a testament to your benevolent character. It is indeed a tremendous fortune for our group to collaborate with Teacher DE through you. As for the previously mentioned appearance fee of 300 million, there are no objections. We can sign the contract today." Lu Zimming disdainfully nodded. The 300 million fee was merely a courtesy extended due to my long-standing association with Wenwen. Otherwise, Teacher DE's debut would be utterly priceless. Subsequently, Lu Zimming tapped the table, stating that since the price had been settled, it was time to discuss the performance plan. Upon hearing this, Yin Qingwen's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. After receiving Lu Zimming's call last night, she had been unable to sleep, eagerly drafting a marketing strategy for a new product, all in anticipation of today's meeting with DE to finalize the details swiftly. Initially, the abrupt assignment of the new product marketing task from her father had placed immense pressure on her. Yet now, with DE's involvement, her confidence soared. Should the plan be executed successfully, The sales of the new product would undoubtedly thrive. Just as Yin Qingwen was about to turn to retrieve the plan, she suddenly heard Ouyang Fingyu chuckling, "Brother Zimming, the plan must be comprehensive. Behold, I have prepared it in advance." Ouyang Fingyu swiftly stepped forward, extracting a stack of plans from his briefcase and presenting them to Lu Zimming. Yin Qingwen was taken aback. "Elder brother-in-law, what is this? A marketing plan?" "I worked tirelessly with Vice President Zhao all night to devise it." Ouyang Fingyu offered a seemingly benevolent smile. Yet, a cold smile lingered in my heart. "Yin Qingwen, you are still too inexperienced. With the launch of a new product, coupled with the endorsement of Emperor Yi, how could I, Ouyang Fingyu, possibly let such a splendid opportunity slip by? However, my dear brother-in-law, this task has already been assigned to me by father." Yin Qingwen frowned slightly. "We are all family. Why the division between you and me?" Ouyang Fingyu turned to Lu Zimming, chuckling. "Zimming, please take a look at my proposal. Is there anything amiss?" "Teacher De?" Fueled by indignation, Yin Qingwen was unwilling to be outdone and turned to retrieve her own proposal, laying both documents before Lu Zimming. Ingji Group presents the God of Song DE Super Concert at Heisher Sports Stadium. Ingji Group collaborates with the God of Song DE Charity Gala for Disabled Children TSK. Lu Zimming observed the two proposals before him, his smile growing ever wider. "Ouyang Fingyu, yours is a super concert, sophisticated, trendy, explosive, and grand in scale. Woan, yours is a charity gala, philanthropic, heartfelt, and imbued with humanity. Indeed, furthermore, many of our new products are home devices aimed at preventing childhood diseases, aiding disabled children, which aligns perfectly with the essence of the product." Yin Qingwen added defiantly, "Oh dear, this places me in quite the predicament." Lu Zimming smiled faintly, clasping his hands behind his head. "You, the Yin family, cannot even reach a consensus and hastily summon me here? I have graced this gathering today because your esteemed elder has extended an invitation for me to attend the Yin family's banquet in 4 days. I took the liberty to inquire about your recent circumstances, Wen, and thus learned of your group's endeavor to promote a new product. Lord Yin mentioned that a young and talented gentleman has been fervently pursuing you. He suggested that we, the youth, meet at the banquet to engage in mutual exchange and exploration." With a mischievous grin, L. Zimming remarked, "Wen, do you not intend to reconsider my affections? I pursued you relentlessly for 2 years, and even now, I cannot seem to forget you." Subsequently, he gestured towards the proposal on the table, stating, "Should you agree to further our relationship, I would unhesitatingly choose to attend your charity gala today." His gaze unapologetically roamed over Yin Qingwen's figure. It was then that Yin Qingwen realized L. Zimming harbored such intentions. During his university days, he had been notoriously known as a notorious playboy. She cast a glance at the alluring secretary behind L. Zimming, who was subtly leaning against his shoulder. This lecherous man had not changed his ways. Yin Qingwen replied coldly, "L. Zimming, work is work. As for us, there was never a possibility in the past, nor will there be in the future." L. Zimming initially furrowed his brow, but then burst into hearty laughter. In his heart, Yin Qingwen's aloof demeanor only intensified his desire for conquest. "Given this, I shall meticulously ponder over these two proposals. As for when a decision will be reached, let us await the day of the Yin family banquet. However, I wonder, should Master Yin discover that I have declined Wenwen's proposal, would he be greatly disappointed?" L.V. Zimming smiled knowingly. Meanwhile, Yin Qingwen wore a sullen expression. "Speaking of which, is the young talent mentioned by Master Yin currently at the company? I am rather eager to make his acquaintance." L.V. Zimming remarked casually, a mischievous grin on his face. Suddenly, a clear metallic sound resonated in the quiet room. Everyone turned towards the source of the sound, where a young man clad in a white shirt leaned against the corner of the wall. With a glimmering Zippo in hand, he lit the cigarette resting between his lips. "Goodness, are you a ghost or a human? When did you arrive?" L.V. Zimming exclaimed, startled and cursing. "What ghost smokes? Are you blind?" Lu D, cigarette in mouth, nonchalantly seated himself on a nearby sofa. "What did you say?" L.V. Zimming, incensed, prepared to rise. Lu D flicked the ash from his cigarette and declared loudly, "I am the young talent that Master Yin speaks of, currently employed as a driver at Ingji Group." "What? A driver?" L.V. Zimming felt a mix of anger and amusement. "You dare to call yourself a talented youth, and you, a mere driver, dare to accuse me of being blind?" Lu D shrugged and chuckled. "Indeed, I seriously suspect there's an issue with your eyesight. You, with a mere 5 days of experience in your newly established entertainment company, have the audacity to claim you've signed with DE? Are you certain you haven't mistaken him for the uncle next door? Just because you say he is DE, does that make it so?" As Lu D spoke, He exhaled a puff of smoke nonchalantly. Today, I shall sit here and witness for myself the true identity of your so-called teacher, D.E. Humph. L.V. Zimming, far from angered, chuckled. I anticipated skepticism from you all. Hence, before my departure, I specifically requested a video from teacher D.E. Today, I shall unveil his true visage for your enlightenment. With that, L.V. Zimming took out his phone and displayed a video to the crowd. In the video, a silhouette clad in a white shirt sat before a grand piano. Long fingers delicately pressed the keys, and the melody of the future is promising began to resonate. Gradually, the individual began to sing, a forgotten power surging unexpectedly through the night. The future is promising. Though merely a couple of lines, the exquisite timbre and ethereal high notes were utterly enchanting, leaving the audience spellbound. Though the volume of the video is rather low, one can still discern that it bears a striking resemblance to the sound in the video featuring the renowned artist D.E. Subsequently, the young man slowly turned his head, revealing a remarkably handsome visage. With a cheerful smile, his voice resonated with a crisp and ethereal quality. Greetings, esteemed friends of the Ingji Group. I am the singer D.E. Regarding the collaboration and promotion of products, I shall leave it entirely to Brothers Zimming to decide. I look forward to our encounter. The crowd remained momentarily speechless, astonished to discover that the divine singer D.E. possessed such an endearing appearance, clean and charming, akin to the boy next door. Humph. Lou Zimming put away his phone, adopting an expression that seemed to proclaim his unrivaled superiority as he gazed at the crowd. How fortunate you are to witness D.E.'s visage. Shouldn't you express your gratitude towards me? Lou D nodded enthusiastically in agreement. This imitation is quite remarkable. Just as the video was playing, the prodigious child had already deduced the outcome: one authentic sound, 99 synthesized audio. The true identity of the lad in the video turned out to be merely a student from a third-rate music academy. He was nothing more than a creation of sound editing software, a mere D.E. Lou D exclaimed, Mr. Lou, I must commend you. Humph. Now you comprehend the disparity between us, do you not? Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Lou Zimming once again swaggered back to his seat. Zimming is indeed exceptional. D is merely his younger brother. The future is boundless. I wish to propose an agreement with Mr. Lou. Lou D suddenly spoke, a beaming smile gracing his face. Do you desire a signature or a photo with D? Lou Zimming, with an air of haughty pride, retorted, Go ahead. What do you propose? Lou D continued, Let us make an agreement. If I discover that your DE is a counterfeit, should I break your left leg or your right? Lou D gazed at Lou Zimming with a playful smile, reclining casually, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. For reasons unknown, Lou Zimming felt a wave of anxiety wash over him in the presence of Lou D. Despite the provocative words exchanged, he found himself incapable of anger. Instead, he shivered internally. All his carefully crafted retorts had vanished from his mind. Lou D, what nonsense are you spouting? This is utterly unreasonable. The evidence is right before your eyes, yet you persist in causing chaos. Ouyang Fengyu interjected, adopting a righteous stance, positioning himself directly in front of Lou D. At that moment, Yin Qingwen wore an expression of helplessness. Although she had sensed something odd about the DE in the video, and had even entertained thoughts akin to Lou D's suspicions, she could not allow Lou D to continue his ruckus unchecked. She pressed her lips together and declared, Lou D, you need not concern yourself with the performance. Did we not agree yesterday to deliver the equipment to Master Tua? You should go now. The sooner you depart, the sooner you shall return. Very well. Lou D replied with a shake of his head and a smile. Yet, when he turned his gaze back to Lou Zimming, his eyes suddenly sharpened. He articulated with deliberate clarity, I am eagerly anticipating your concert. Furthermore, he acknowledged the right leg. A subtle adjustment. An incident had just occurred. Kindred spirits at the free clinic of Master Tua, nestled within a dilapidated 3-story building. Lou D, who had just positioned the medical equipment, stood in silence. On the worn-out sofa, Master Tua cradled a half-empty bottle of Erguo 2, his face flushed and his demeanor slightly inebriated. This disheveled old man, rich with stories, was not only Lou D's savior but also the sole individual he genuinely respected throughout his early life. Possessed of immense compassion yet free from worldly disputes, Master Tua, I truly do not comprehend how one can maintain such serene composure like you. Lou D suddenly inquired. What is troubling you? Master Tua opened one eye, casting a sidelong glance at young Lou D. Have you encountered some distress or perhaps endured mistreatment? Lou D smiled faintly. I am merely a bit perplexed. Alas, life is a journey where human relations and worldly affairs are the hardest to navigate, for once one attempts to dissect reasoning. It is akin to parting ways with liquor, utterly flavorless. You, my friend, are simply overburdened by your concerns, ensnaring yourself. Being old and frail, I naturally possess a tranquil disposition. While you, in your youth, should dare to strive and fight, once the fire within you is unleashed, you will undoubtedly feel liberated. How could I dare? Ludi gently shook his head. You dare not? With a hearty laugh, Grandpa Tua took a swig of erguotu. Over the past 3 years, despite enduring the lingering pain of level 9, you have juggled 3 jobs at the restaurant and returned with a cheerful demeanor to care for the child. While others may not comprehend your struggles, do I, Grandpa Ta, not know you well. Deep down, there is but one word to describe you: fierce. His seemingly casual remark left Ludi momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had once found himself in the depths of despair, grappling with hopelessness. What had sustained him through those trying times? Ludi's heart had already found the answer. It was that indomitable spirit, the resolve to bite down hard and forge ahead unflinchingly. If he were to become overly compassionate and forget that fierce determination, would he not regress to a state worse than before? I am not blind, and even with my toes, I can discern that you have been thriving of late. However, Grandpa Tua reclined slightly, using his foot to sweep away the peanut shells on the battered table, revealing a sketch of a figure. I possess another piece of wisdom: be fierce when necessary and retreat when the situation calls for it. Knowing when to advance and when to withdraw is the hallmark of a true strategist, for there are troubles in this world that, once entangled, plunge one into deep waters and fiery trials, from which one cannot easily extricate oneself. Ludi cast a glance at the image on the table, and there, staring back at him, was a youthful visage that unmistakably belonged to him. This, Ludi spoke up in bewilderment. Is it not you, you little rascal? The youth from the bank, sought after by various military forces? Heh. Ludi scratched his head in resignation. Heh, indeed. I'm going to sleep. So if there's nothing else, kindly leave. Ludi was acutely aware of Tuaye's temperament. Observing him squinting as he drifted into slumber, Ludi chose not to utter another word and turned to depart. Just as he reached the door, Tuaye's voice resounded from afar. In matters of right and wrong, judgment lies within the hearts of men. The scales of good and evil are weighed by the King of Hell. Why is this so? Because each individual's inner cultivation, experiences, and perspectives are distinct. There are many who, upon merely seeing you, will engage in baseless conjecture. Remember, while a mutt may be beaten, there are certain insincere paths that one must never tread. Understood, Tuaye. In front of the Rongting building in the CBD, Ludi leaned against a tree, seemingly gazing ahead, yet in truth, he was observing the data before his eyes. The download rate of the Gemini app was astonishingly rapid. After 8 hours, it had already surpassed 400 million. Furthermore, user engagement remained exceptionally high. In the span of a single day, it achieved what took the Penguin Corporation 5 years. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. 30 minutes ago, the Gemini software had introduced a new feature atop its one-on-one chat functionality. The group chat feature, interests. At first glance, it appeared to be a forum-like group chat, but it held immense potential. When users click the interest button, they are instantly transported to an entirely new realm. If you are an angler, in this vibrant realm, one is greeted by the azure expanse of the ocean and the jubilant schools of fish. Should you be a photography enthusiast, this landscape transforms into majestic mountains and rivers, adorned with lifelike representations of people, with over 3,000 diverse categories of hobbies. Each category accommodates an unlimited number of participants. Within these classifications, like-minded enthusiasts are meticulously filtered through precise algorithmic analysis. Each hobbyist is further distinguished as an amateur, a professional, or a fervent aficionado. Here, all individuals share the same passions, united by mutual interests and camaraderie. Countless netizens converge here, forging instant connections, engaging in lively conversations, and lamenting the lost time before their meeting. While indulging in spirited discussions and sharing experiences, they can also showcase their own photographs and videos. I was truly astonished. Initially, I had merely stumbled upon this space, yet I found myself reluctant to leave. This group is remarkably sophisticated, comprising solely violin enthusiasts, just like myself. My group is even more impressive, filled exclusively with Transformers collectors, a pursuit I had diligently searched for 2 years without success. This software has once again delighted me. Never before has a forum genuinely gathered such a multitude of pure-hearted racing aficionados. Haha, my old travel companions have finally discovered their sanctuary. Oh my god. I encountered the legendary Wei in this group. This application is remarkably efficient and precise, enabling me to locate my familiar domain and seamlessly integrate into it. If this software continues on its current trajectory, could it not potentially upend all forums? A chilling thought indeed. The comments surrounding this software reveal a plethora of talent. And naturally, some have discerned the ambitions behind the interest section. As they have noted, should this section persist in its current development, it aims to supplant all types of forums. The internet has evolved to such an extent that nearly every domain boasts its own dedicated forum. For instance, the football section, known as the Football World Community, the automotive section, referred to as the Automobile Friends Forum, and the literary enthusiasts congregate at Words and Time. The list is endless, encompassing numerous portals with vast user bases. However, these forums face a critical pain point: the inability to accurately identify and attract users. This issue, however, does not plague Gemini. The remarkable computational prowess of this software enables it to discern user preferences through a few straightforward steps of information extraction, allowing for instantaneous and precise categorization. This programming represents a level of technological advancement that leaves competitors far behind. Every individual harbors personal interests and desires to engage with like-minded souls about their passions. This is a fundamental aspect of human nature and the very essence of the interest section's evolution. Once all hobby sections under interests achieve true stability, Gemini will concurrently wield influence across various domains. From the perspective of merchants, if your target customers congregate within a particular forum, then the promotional resources within that forum are undoubtedly a coveted battleground. When an automotive group launches a new off-road vehicle, it is imperative to advertise in the interests section dedicated to off-road enthusiasts. Similarly, when a mobile manufacturer introduces a new smartphone, it must engage with the interests section for mobile aficionados. Such strategies serve to amass diverse customer resources across various fields and to command authoritative discourse within these domains. This is the true objective behind Lou D's creation of interests. Later this evening, further updates will be provided. Do not linger, dear friends, rest early. For tomorrow you may indulge in your reading while seated on the toilet. At the headquarters of the Penguin Group, the expansive conference room is filled with the senior executives of the corporation. The atmosphere is palpably tense. Lee Dowd, the vice president of business for the entire group, furrows his brow in concern. On the large screen before them is a comprehensive 30-page analysis of the new features of the Gemini app. Mr. Lee, the new feature of interests in Gemini has transformed their customer service model from one-on-one interactions to one-to-many engagements. The allure of their product has expanded beyond merely finding like-minded individuals to encompass a broader community of similarly interested customers. The capacity for mutual attraction among these groups is exceedingly formidable. Remarkably, this feature was launched only 30 minutes ago, and their user base has surged once again, nearing 600 million. They are closing in on us rapidly. Enough, Lee Dowd interjected, extending his hand to impatiently halt the report from his subordinate. Has the background of this Gemini company been thoroughly investigated? Yes, a secretary-like individual promptly responded. The registrant's name is D. San, and the company is located in the Ronting building in the CBD. Lee Dowd had never heard of D. San. It was highly likely that this was a newcomer. Moreover, their company was currently not profitable, indicating that their financial resources were likely limited. After pondering for a brief moment, he declared loudly, "Vice President Situ, I'm here," came the reply. "Go to their company for a face-to-face discussion. Since we cannot replicate their technology, let us negotiate for an acquisition. I will grant you 5 billion. No, 10 billion in authority. Secure the funds and make it happen. No one can, nor dares to refuse the acquisition from my Penguin Group." Upon hearing this sum, the middle-aged man known as Vice President Situ was momentarily taken aback, feeling the weight of immense pressure. He solemnly nodded. "Rest assured, Mr. Lee. I will ensure it is secured." At that moment, outside the Ronting building, Lu Di was engrossed in examining data when someone suddenly slapped him on the shoulder. It was a Jia, who had stealthily approached from behind, intending to wrap Lu Di in an embrace. Stifling a laugh, he exerted considerable force. Whoa! A Jia nearly stumbled over himself. Meanwhile, Lu Di merely stood there casually. How can this physique resemble a javelin, standing firm as a mountain, unwavering and motionless? Lu Di, you truly possess remarkable strength, a Jia exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Observing the seemingly rejuvenated Jia, Lu Di replied with a smile. "I have recently engaged in some training, and it appears you have regressed." "Stop talking nonsense," a Jia retorted, scratching his head as he gazed up at the towering Ronting building, which boasted over 80 stories. "You wouldn't be starting your company here, would you?" The rent here is exorbitant. You'll find out if you accompany me. Lu Di smiled enigmatically and took the lead. Upon entering the elevator, he pressed the button for the 87th floor. Ajia sighed, goodness, that is quite a high floor you've chosen. Upon reaching the 87th floor, they were greeted by a series of offices lining the corridor, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offering a breathtaking view that inexplicably lifted one's spirits. These offices were still unoccupied, with only a few workers engaged in minor renovations. The two navigated through the narrow hallway. Lu Di maintained a straight gaze, while Ajia couldn't help but express his awe. What sort of individuals could afford such splendid offices? Lu Di explained. I am undertaking an internet project focused on instant messaging. Furthermore, the first version has been completed and went live just yesterday. Upon hearing Lu Di's introduction, Ajia instantly became serious. Lu Di continued, your role will be to assemble a team and manage daily maintenance and client reception. As for me, I prefer to keep my identity concealed from the outside world for the time being. Therefore, let all public appearances be entrusted to you. Our company is not lacking in funds, technology, or personnel. You can rest assured about all of this. Ajia's gaze grew increasingly astonished. Lu Di, you can't be serious. Can you? Of course not. My brother, my capabilities are formidable. Lu Di replied with a laugh. Formidable? To what extent? At this moment, the two had ascended to the 88th floor via the staircase. Lu Di, as if meandering through a marketplace, remarked, we are strong enough to decline the forthcoming onslaught of all venture capital firms, investment funds, and large corporations seeking to acquire us. Ajia chuckled heartily. Brother, having entrepreneurial dreams is commendable, but boasting is your folly. The two continued their leisurely stroll until they reached the 89th floor, an expansive open space. Lu Di smirked and said, once those companies come knocking, it will be you who must handle them. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall remain in the shadows. You rascal. Ajia surveyed the impressive office environment, feeling elated. Let's first strive to secure such a spacious office. Lu Di smiled gently. We have an agreement. You shall be the CEO of this company, while I will assume the role of an invisible board member, doing nothing but counting the profits. You scoundrel. In our modest startup, we find ourselves burdened with numerous superfluous positions. The CEO is akin to a brick, moving wherever necessary. The CEO is Ajia. The secretary is also Ajia, and even the cleaner is Ajia. Aha. Years of friendship have fostered an unbreakable bond between the two. Amidst their laughter and joy, they ascended to the expansive rooftop terrace. It spans the size of a football field, complete with a helicopter landing pad, a small golf course, and an infinity pool. It is utterly extravagant. TSK. The malevolent nature of capitalism. Although Ajia curses, his eyes glimmer with yearning. Ajia, we've known each other for 7 years, haven't we? Lu Di continued to stroll. You are among the few individuals in this world whom I can trust completely. Moreover, you have always been my unwavering supporter. In both my peaks and valleys, you have never looked down upon me. Of course, who else could treat you like this but me? You call, and I drop everything to come running. Ajia blinked, his eyes slightly misty. Cut the melodrama, just say what you need. Are you short on cash? My savings of 150,000 is ready and can be transferred at any moment. Lu Di pressed his lips together and nodded. I will provide you with the company's financial account. You may handle it as you see fit. Indeed, Ajia's money was unnecessary. The financial account of the creator company has been successfully registered, and a substantial turnover capital of 5 billion has been transferred. I have meticulously compiled a document regarding the company's operations and future plans, which I have sent to your email. Even for someone of your caliber, it should keep you occupied for several days, remarked Lu Di. You truly are remarkably swift, already laying the groundwork. The two of them spoke as they approached the edge of the terrace. Before them, the breathtaking scenery of the entire coastal city unfolded. A magnificent sight. By the way, leaning against the railing, Ajia suddenly turned his head and asked, you just led me aimlessly through 3 floors. Which room belongs to our company? Lu Di gazed into the distance, pondered for a moment, and replied with a smile, all of them, including the rooftop beneath our feet. What? Ajia exclaimed in astonishment. That encompasses 3 whole floors. What kind of company are you running? Lu Di shrugged nonchalantly and replied, the company's name is Creator. We currently offer just one product, Gemini. By the heavens! Ajia gasped again, nearly losing his footing and almost tumbling from the 89th floor. Sigh. I am aware that my updates are slow. Being teased as the most self-assured author, who still only updates twice daily, is quite the irony. especially when it happens in the middle of the night. And indeed, it is the middle of the night. You see, I often update at 3 a.m. Striving diligently, I require a little time to adjust my rhythm. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my steadfast companions. A formidable individual requires no validation. Atop the Roding building, Lu and Jia engaged in conversation for a full 2 hours. Their dialogue commenced with the online promotion of a prize quiz and traversed through the launch of the Gemini app, which amassed a staggering 600 million users, culminating in the introduction of the interest feature. Naturally, Lu chose to withhold certain details regarding the enigmatic Maotong. He informed Jia that he independently developed Gemini and secured angel investment from a seasoned banker. Subsequently, he acquired the top 3 floors of the Roding building. The online fervor surrounding Gemini was undeniable. Jia, being not only aware of this but also a loyal user of the app, was well acquainted with its tremendous commercial potential. Given his background as a top student from Haishur Business University. However, as Lu meticulously recounted his journey, Jia's astonishment grew, leaving him agape for an hour and a half, seemingly unable to digest the whirlwind of information. As Jia aptly expressed, Lu's marketing acumen could only be encapsulated in both Chinese and English. It is simply remarkable. Comrade Zhang Tianjia, now that you have ascended to the role of CEO, doesn't it follow that a fine steed deserves an equally splendid saddle? Lu inquired with a grin. Jia, regaining his composure from his daze, glanced at his modest 200 yuan shirt and replied, somewhat dazed, you were quite right. I ought to take the time to procure a proper outfit. I happen to possess a vacant villa and a Lamborghini, which I shall arrange for delivery to you shortly, Lu Di remarked nonchalantly. 10 minutes prior, he had sent a message to Black Fox, instructing them to deliver the villa keys in the sports car, which he had won from Huang Mao at the underground casino, to the Roding building. A villa and a Lamborghini lying idle? Jia gazed at Lu Di, managing to squeeze out a few words from his throat. Indeed, they are unoccupied. Subsequently, Lu Di patted Jia, who was still in a daze on the rooftop, and stood to leave. He realized that Jia would likely need several days to process this revelation. People could scarcely imagine that the future titan of the technological realm, Zhang Tianjia, would embark on his journey of creation right here on the rooftop of the modest Roding building, utterly bewildered. Of course, this was made possible with the assistance of the enigmatic man, revered by Jia and known only as D. San. 20 minutes later, Lu Di navigated his luxurious vehicle through the streets of Haishur. Seated in the back, Yan Qingwen wore a sullen expression. The request for DE's assistance in promoting the group's new product hung in limbo due to Ouyang Fingyu's unexpected interference, leaving Yan Qingwen, who was undertaking such a significant task for the first time, furrowed in concern. Lu Di, stop for a moment, Yan Qingwen's voice suddenly interjected. Lu Di, puzzled, replied, aren't we yet at the manor? There is no need to rush. Today, I must first attend to a matter. Yan Qingwen lifted her head and spoke gently. Father is preparing a banquet at the estate in 4 days. A few young elites, along with some prominent figures from the older generation, will be in attendance. Father's intent is for you to accompany me. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yan Qingwen continued. I understand that you possess only this attire. However, given the nature of the occasion, your casual dress may be somewhat inappropriate. I mean no offense. I have some understanding of these individuals. They tend to judge based on appearances. I merely fear you might be looked down upon. Pointing towards a high-end bespoke suit store outside the window, Yan Qingwen forced a smile and said, this is the finest suit shop in Haishur. I would like to gift you an outfit. Oh, I see. Lu Di nodded knowingly, considering the matter as your thoughtful consideration for me. Thank you. However, he continued, such grand banquets among the elite are, in essence, a competition of strength and status. If one is inherently weak, no amount of embellishment will suffice to shield them from scorn. Should there be individuals among them who, bolstered by their superiority, choose to disdain others, they are truly unworthy of respect. For the sake of Yan's esteemed father, I shall certainly attend. Yet, whether clad in tattered rags or opulent finery, I, Lu Di, will respond in kind to those who show me respect. Those who insult me shall face my wrath. The schemes of a few privileged offspring are hardly worthy of my concern. Yan Qingwen let out a long sigh. Lu, must you be so extreme? Even if there are matters at hand, both my father and I will stand by you. I merely wish for you to dress more formally. Thank you for your kindness. But it is unnecessary. Lu smiled faintly. Miss Yin, remember, a true stronghold requires no validation. With that, Lu pressed the accelerator, and the luxurious automobile vanished in a cloud of dust, not pausing before the suit shop at all. In the back seat, Yan Qingwen felt a tightness in her chest from frustration, yet she endeavored to compose herself. Lu, it is perfectly fine if you do not desire the attire. I have prepared a gift for you, and I hope you will accept it. Lu was genuinely puzzled. Had this woman taken leave of her senses today? Behind him, an open box was slowly presented. Inside, a simple black cord held a lustrous white pearl at its end. Even in daylight, this pearl radiated a subtle glow, an imperceptible shimmer that conveyed an undeniable strength, as if it would never fade. Lu smirked slightly. This object was clearly of considerable value. Was she attempting to win me over? Is this sense of guilt arriving a tad too late? You are correct. This pearl indeed possesses significant worth. Because it is named the Eternal Eye, there exists but a single one in the world. Yan Qingwen's expression suddenly turned somber as she quietly remarked, Lu Di, I have pondered much about you these past few days. The peculiarities of your behavior and your relentless drive, could they perhaps stem from your despair? Lu Di was momentarily taken aback by the words of this woman from the Yin family. What are you insinuating? Even if you feign indifference each day, that truth can never truly be concealed. Yan Qingwen lamented, your eyes are destined to lose their sight. Lu Di, at a loss for words, thought to himself, this woman has quite the imagination. The affliction of his eyes had long been cured by the demon child, a fact he had nearly forgotten. Lu Di, I earnestly hope you do not lose faith. There is little I can offer, but this eternal eye I give to you. Its singular value lies in the fact that no matter how long it is buried, it shall never extinguish. I sincerely wish for you to like it. Remain forever unshackled from darkness. Yan Qingwen's words, shrouded in misunderstanding, sent a shiver down Lu Di's spine, leaving him somewhat moved. You are truly bothersome, just put it down. The Yin family estate is situated in the picturesque Xiushan district in the western part of Haishur. The terrain is elevated, and even in the sweltering heat of summer, a refreshing breeze perpetually flows, making it a renowned sanctuary for respite from the summer's heat. In the early morning, the lawn in front of the main building of the Yin family estate has been elegantly adorned with a sunshade and a long European-style table laden with a cold buffet. A dozen servants stand respectfully at attention. The wealthiest man in the city, Yin Hongxin, has returned to the estate a day prior, except for the second Miss Yin, Yin Siwen, who is abroad pursuing her stardom. The other four young ladies of the Yin family have all gathered. Additionally, there is the son-in-law, Ouyang Fengyu. Today marks the occasion of the Yin family's grand banquet for their esteemed guests. At this moment, Old Master Yin sits within the cool shade, squinting at the young man clad in a white shirt and jeans, who stands in stark contrast to the surrounding assembly of tailored suits. Afu, he calls. Yes, master. I cannot quite place it, but the more I observe Lu Di, the more I find him appealing. Do you not think his distinctive demeanor bears a semblance to my own youth? Master, I must admit that Mr. Lu appears somewhat reserved today, as if he is not entirely at ease. Old Master Yin sighed. It is indeed a challenge for Lu Di. Coming from humble beginnings, he has likely never encountered such a grand affair. With so many distinguished individuals gathered, it is only natural for him to feel a touch of anxiety. Nevertheless, this is a rite of passage for a young person. I sincerely hope he matures swiftly, so he may stand proudly for the Yin family. In the distance, Lu Di stands beneath a tree, his gaze somewhat vacant. It is no wonder Afu misinterpreted his demeanor. From afar, he appears lost in thought. As he scrutinized the data pertaining to Gemini, it became evident that its downloads had surpassed the remarkable milestone of 800 million over the past 3 days, drawing ever closer to the long-established Penguin Group. Most significantly, the interests section had achieved resounding success, boasting over 3,000 diverse hobby categories, each resonating with fervent enthusiasm. Remarkably, 90 of users, an impressive 720 million individuals, on Gemini have found their niche. The outcry from various hobby forums across the internet has become overwhelmingly abundant, as Gemini has swiftly cornered its competitors in a mere 4 days. Meanwhile, the visionary CEO, Ajia, has been exceedingly busy, with operations now in full swing and personnel in place for the company's trial run. He has turned down offers from numerous investment firms, while companies eager to place paid advertisements within the interests section are queuing up in anticipation. The names Gemini app, D-San, and Zhang Tianjia frequently graced the headlines of leading financial news outlets. Within less than a week of its launch, the creator has garnered an array of accolades: Most Promising Company of the Year, a rising star in China, and internationally recognized as a highly competitive enterprise. This is merely the first step of a long journey. Lu Di smiled faintly as he closed the data on his screen, turning his gaze to the courtyard. He noticed a Mercedes-Benz S-Class and a Range Rover have arrived, coming to a halt before the main building. Lu Ziming and another young man wearing golden-rimmed glasses alighted in succession. Ziming was acquainted with Uncle Yin, and Tiansheng had also met him. The two approached the venerable Mr. Yin, slightly bowing in a display of courtesy. "Ha, Ziming, Tiansheng, I have been waiting for you both for quite some time," Ouyang Fengyu exclaimed with great warmth, embracing each of them heartily before positioning himself beside Lu Ziming. "Lu Di, come here for a moment," Mr. Yin beckoned Lu Di. "These two are the sons of my old friends, just returned from overseas. Each a remarkable success, truly exceptional. Ha, allow me to introduce them." Ouyang Fengyu interjected with a hearty laugh, draping his arm over Lu Ziming's shoulder. "This gentleman is the president of Wait Entertainment Company, Lu Ziming. His remarkable achievement can be summed up in one phrase. The sensational singer, Emperor Yi, who is currently sweeping the nation, is one of his artists. Our group is also negotiating with Brother Ziming for the promotion of our new product. Brother Ziming, we are hosting a banquet at the Yin residence today. Feel free to voice any requests. There is no need for servants, as I, Ouyang Fengyu, will personally attend to you. Do consider my proposal, haha. That can be contemplated." Lu Ziming cast a disdainful glance at Lu Di, wearing a haughty expression. Ouyang Fengyu then turned to the young man with the golden glasses, who was equally impressive. Zhou Tiansheng, founder of Me2 Company, an undeniable star in the business realm. His secret path is a nationalized tourism company that has developed 12 international travel routes and has also signed exclusive agreements with 3 tropical islands, specifically offering high-end customized travel services. Due to its immense popularity, the company successfully secured $300 million in financing from Wall Street 2 months ago. I believe it won't be long before Tiansheng transforms the company into a publicly listed entity. He's undoubtedly a paragon for our younger generation. Old Master Yin nodded in satisfaction, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Di. Interestingly, Ziming and Tiansheng were both university classmates of Wenwen and had once pursued her. Haha, how embarrassing. It was precisely because I failed in my pursuit of Wenwen that I embarked on a journey around the world in frustration. Little did I know I would discover 12 hidden travel routes and successfully establish a company. However, there is one point in which Brother Fengyu is mistaken. I did not secure 1 round of financing, but rather 2 rounds, totaling $800 million. Moreover, I have gained the trust of the shareholders, holding 70% of the company's equity. With my current net worth around $30 billion, Zhou Tiansheng feigned humility while turning to Yin Qingwen, saying, "Wenwen, I am now a world apart from who I was before." Yin Qingwen, feeling a bit awkward, pointed towards Lu Di and shifted the topic, saying, "Let me introduce you all. This is..." "No need for introductions. It is Lu Di, the benefactor of Wenwen." Zhou Tiansheng broke into a hearty smile as he stepped forward, firmly grasping Lu Di's hand. He feigned an embrace, leaning close to Lu Di's ear and whispering, "Do not presume I am unaware of your true nature. You are merely a good-for-nothing leech, lacking any background. Yin Qingwen is the key to my ascension. Do you dare to contend with me? With but a flick of my finger, I could easily crush you. Old Master Yin suggested I inspire you? Do you truly believe you are worthy?" Lu Di's expression shifted dramatically, his brow furrowing in distress. Zhou Tiansheng sneered, withdrawing from Lu Di's ear, his demeanor transforming back into one of exaggerated warmth. He laughed boisterously. Lu brother, we have many days ahead of us. Let us take our time to understand one another." Suddenly, Zhou Tiansheng's expression froze, his face turning from crimson to a deep shade of purple. A disturbing cracking sound emanated from the bones in his hand, which Lu Di continued to grip tightly. "I shall be updating continuously throughout the day. For now, I shall retire for the night. I implore all my dear friends to awaken me with 5-star reviews." Zhou Tiansheng felt a wave of shame wash over him. Embarrassed as he usually refrained from shaking hands with women, Lu Di squinted with a smile and released his grip. Zhou Tiansheng staggered back, his face contorted in pain. "You," he stammered, his cheeks flushed with anger, ready to erupt. "Tiansheng, my friend, since this is your first visit to the estate, allow me to show you around." Ouyang Fengyu beamed with enthusiasm, extending his arms to embrace Lu Ziming and Zhou Tiansheng, guiding them away to a more secluded spot. The elderly Master Yin observed this interaction with a knowing smile, shaking his head in amusement at the youthful exuberance displayed in their initial encounter, which was rife with tension. Lu Di, maintaining his composure, remarked, "Old Master, to speak candidly, I do not perceive this so-called youthful talent as particularly intimidating, for the disparity in our standings is simply too vast." With a hearty laugh, he continued, It is indeed commendable that the younger generation of the Yin family possess a certain audacity. They should seize every opportunity. And should trouble arise, I shall stand by your side. In the distance, Ouyang Fengyu furrowed his brow, adopting a serious demeanor as he admonished, Brother Tianqing. Your temper is far too volatile. A moment's impatience can disrupt grand schemes. Losing your composure before the old master serves no beneficial purpose. Zhou Tianqing, now more composed, clenched his teeth in silence. Ouyang Fengyu squinted and added, Gentlemen, I trust you are now well aware of Lu Di's true nature? Prior to his arrival at our Yin family, he was merely a laborer, possessing brute strength but lacking in any substantial attributes. He boasts no power and no lineage, rendering any comparison to you two utterly futile. Observing the growing ire on their faces, he continued, To be frank, I find this fellow rather off-putting. I intend to expel him from the Yin family, while you may wish to eliminate a rival for Wenwen's affections. Together, we can forge a united front. Suddenly, the two individuals looked up and inquired, What is the method of unification? Ouyang Fengyu let out a cold laugh, indicating, You are aware that shortly some esteemed elders will arrive. Thus, as per tradition, there will be opportunities for speeches during the luncheon, which essentially serves as a platform for self-promotion. At that moment, Brother Zimming, you shall publicly announce Teacher Des concert and endorse my proposal. Naturally, I shall not compromise your dignity. I will also publicly commit that the concert will guarantee a minimum product sales revenue of 20 billion. Furthermore, I shall add an additional 200 million to Teacher Des appearance fee. And Brother Tianqing, Ouyang Fengyu, also assure you that I will facilitate your company's third round of financing, ensuring its success. You should boldly disclose your company's listing plan during the luncheon. This way, both of your achievements will undoubtedly astonish everyone present. And what does Lu Di possess? A pretty face? A mere display of brute strength? It is nothing short of a joke. Everyone will recognize the chasm that exists between him and us. Brother Tianqing, even if you struck him twice earlier, what of it? It will only reflect your recklessness. In our circle, what do we rely on? It is strength, status, and connections. When Lu Di stands before the old master and the esteemed elders, utterly humiliated and with nothing to offer, he will inevitably be cast aside. Because, in truth, no one will have any need for him. Lu Ziming and Zhou Tianqing seem to be awakened by Ouyang Fengyu's words. Indeed, this is the luncheon of the wealthiest person in Haishur. It is the perfect opportunity to showcase their capabilities. And truly overpowering Lu Di would mean demonstrating abilities that render him utterly insignificant. The two of them, upon receiving Old Master Yan's call, immediately investigated Lu Di. He was merely a part-time worker at a restaurant, who, through a stroke of luck, saved Yin Qingwen, thereby rising to prominence. It is somewhat amusing to think about. Here they are, distinguished company owners with fortunes in the hundreds of billions, stooping to contend with such a lowly individual? It is unnecessary. Strength is paramount. Let him feel ashamed of himself. Thank you, Brother Fengyu, for your reminder. Zhou Tianqing chuckled self-deprecatingly had it not been for you. I might have struck that insignificant fool just now. That would have been a disgrace of epic proportions. Subsequently, Zhou Tianqing patted Ouyang Fengyu on the shoulder. And I shall act according to your advice in a moment. Excellent. Ouyang Fengyu nodded, then turned to Lu Ziming. What about you, Brother Ziming? Lu Ziming frowned slightly, wondering if the plan he set would displease Wenwen. Brother Ziming, you are unaware. That rascal Lu Di, during his first visit to my home, managed to charm the old master with a set of rhetoric he learned from somewhere. The old master assigned Wenwen to oversee the sales of the new product. But in truth, he is relying on Lu Di. You assist me in achieving sales, while Lu Di accomplishes nothing. Thus, his true capabilities shall be fully revealed. Will they not? At that juncture, he shall no longer command the old gentleman's attention, and your opportunities to approach Wenwen shall consequently multiply. Ouyang Fengyu remarked with a cold smile. Ah, now I understand. Lu Ziming suddenly lifted his head. No wonder that lad has persistently questioned my esteemed teacher, D.E. It turns out he is merely fearful. Enlightened by this revelation, Lu Ziming, who had previously been intimidated by Lu Di's imposing presence, now saw things clearly. He had thought that the boy had discovered some compromising information about him, but he was, in fact, just a worthless individual who disparaged what he could not attain. The trio returned to the pavilion, donning composed smiles. Haha, Brother Lu, I was the one who was impolite just now. Zhou Tianqing chuckled. You, as a benefactor of the Yin family and a driver for them, deserve our utmost respect as members of this esteemed lineage. This statement was impeccably constructed. emphasizing Lu D's lowly status while simultaneously highlighting his own noble heritage, all while feigning an apology. The courteous treatment from a few pampered scions is hardly necessary. Lu Di responded with an indifferent smile. You. Zhou Tianqing trembled with indignation once more. Master, I have just received a call informing me that Miss Nan has arrived unexpectedly. Ah Fu, standing beside the venerable Yin, bowed respectfully. Miss Nan? Which Miss Nan? Old Master Yin tilted his head and remarked that the arrival of this individual was clearly unexpected. In the southern realms of the capital, there resided the venerable South Tianhai, father to the illustrious South Ruai. Upon hearing Ah Fu's words, Yin Hongxin's eyes widened in astonishment, and the others present were equally taken aback. South Tianhai is a figure renowned throughout China, a high-ranking official within the National Council, and the Minister of Finance. He wields immense authority over the nation's finances, capable of shaking the very foundations of China with a mere stamp of his foot. His 3 children are each exceptional in their own right. His eldest son, Cao Thingjie, has made a remarkable name for himself in the political arena, having become the mayor of Hangzhou City at the tender age of 36, marking him as one of China's youngest municipal leaders with boundless prospects ahead. The second son, South Mingda, is a world-renowned scientist, who 6 years prior invented a solar photovoltaic technology patent. The company he founded, the Energy Technology Group, has already ascended to the ranks of the Fortune Global 500. The youngest, South Ruai, is celebrated as the most beautiful genius. Gifted and astute from a young age, she excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, endearing herself to her father, South Tianhai, with her charming demeanor. Unlike her 2 brothers, South Ruai prefers to remain out of the limelight. After her graduation, she ventured to Haishur alone to establish her antique business. Rumor has it that through her unique insight, she has been able to uncover hidden treasures. And within just a few short years, the value of her collected antiques has reached astronomical heights. A patriarch of utmost integrity, with 3 offspring excelling in their respective domains. The Nan family of the capital commands unparalleled strength, revered in both political and business circles. Their prowess is universally acknowledged, and none dare show them disrespect. In terms of influence, the Nan family could effortlessly eclipse 10 Yin families. Are you certain it is Miss Nan who has arrived? Inquired the elderly Master Yin, his excitement palpable. Indeed, Master, came the reply. Miss Nan has conveyed that the esteemed General Haishan and Commander Duan, close friends of her father, will be visiting shortly. Due to the elder Nan's inability to leave the capital, she has graciously come to pay her respects to you and the 2 elders. Oh, I see. Master Yin nodded, momentarily taken aback. Just then, a remarkably understated Audi glided into the Yin estate, causing the usually stoic Master Yin to tense with anticipation. He promptly rose to greet the visitor. As the young Miss Nan approached, both El Ziming and Zhou Tianqing were left in a state of bewilderment. Brother Fingyu, how did Miss Nan come here? We were completely unaware of this development. With her presence, our modest resources may very well become a source of ridicule. I have heard that within her family, Miss Nan is the cherished jewel, deeply adored by her elder brothers and even the family patriarch. Fear not, Ouyang Fingyu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with opportunity. This presents us with a tremendous chance. Miss Nan, with her esteemed status, naturally would not impose excessive demands upon us. Simultaneously, her arrival compels us to exhibit our utmost capabilities. Should we earn her approval, we may very well ascend to the lofty heights of the Nan family in Kyoto. Lu Ximing and Zhou Tianqing nodded in agreement. Ouyang Fingyu cast a glance at the idle Lu Di and scoffed. This stepping stone of Lu Di must be utilized to its fullest potential today. Come, let us greet Miss Nan with the best of our demeanor. An Audi sedan came to a gentle halt. The gloved chauffeur swiftly exited the vehicle and opened the left rear door. In the next moment, a long, pristine leg emerged from the slit of the black qipao, gracefully stepping out of the car. The high-heeled shoes she wore, adorned with matte diamonds, emanated a subtle yet dazzling brilliance. Merely the sight of that exquisitely unveiled leg left all the men present in a state of daze. As she stepped out of the vehicle, a smile graced her lips as she regarded the crowd. Her figure was nothing short of perfection, rivaling that of the world's top models. Her long, silky hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her lightly made-up face was accentuated by a touch of crimson on her lips, exuding an air of both elegance and captivating beauty. Ouyang Fingyu and his companions felt their hearts flutter in response. Such a woman, with a background that was extraordinary and a visage that was peerless, was indeed the embodiment of every man's dreams. Dear Uncle Yin, I hope you do not mind my uninvited presence. She spoke, her voice as melodious as a lark. captivating all who listened. "Oh, Miss Nan, you flatter me. Your esteemed visit illuminates our humble abode." Old Master Yin bowed slightly. "Uncle Yin, may I inquire if Uncle Haishan and Uncle Duan have arrived?" Nan Ruai gently inquired. "Ah, they are likely still en route, Miss Nan. Allow me to introduce you to some of the young attendees present today." Old Master Yin chuckled. "Please, just call me Ruai," she replied. "Very well, Ruai. This is my esteemed nephew, Lu Ziming, and this is my esteemed nephew, Zhou Tianqing." "Greetings, Miss Nan," Lu Ziming and Zhou Tianqing exclaimed, nearly bowing at a 90-degree angle in surprise. Meanwhile, Ouyang Fengyu maintained an air of sophistication, silently scoffing at Lu and Zhou, deeming them unworthy. Subsequently, Ouyang Fengyu adjusted his hair, extended his hands, and approached with a smile. "Hello, Miss Nan, I am Ouyang." However, Nan Ruai did not move her hands. Merely glancing at each individual with a smile, Ouyang Fengyu awkwardly withdrew his hands, his lips twitching slightly. It was understandable, given Miss Nan's distinguished status and femininity. Her delicate hands were not to be casually touched. Soon after, Old Master Yin proceeded to introduce the 4 daughters of the Yin family, to which Nan Ruai responded with a smile and nod to each. Suddenly, Nan Ruai's exquisitely elegant smile suddenly froze upon her face, for she had caught sight of a familiar figure, dressed in a white shirt and jeans, with an almost otherworldly purple prosthetic eye. Mr. Dier. Her slender eyelashes trembled ever so slightly. A thunderous roar echoed in Nan Ruai's heart. The leather handbag in her hand slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. "I am Lu Di, with D meaning younger brother." The figure appeared to have stepped from the shadows into the light. Approaching the crowd, he smiled gently. Nan Ruai's body stiffened. It was undoubtedly Mr. Dier. Had he used his real name? As she gazed at Lu Di's untainted smile, countless thoughts whirled through her mind. How astute she was. Mr. Dier certainly wished to conceal his identity. 1,000 words lingered on her lips, and she merely nodded slightly, saying, "Hello, sir." Very well," Lu Di replied, nodding slightly, his lips curling into a smile as he regarded the stunning young woman before him. Nan Ruai, the daughter of Nan Tianhai, the 3rd miss of the Nan family. Countless people admired her, and many cherished her, the epitome of grace and beauty. She was the apple of Old Master Nan Tianhai's eye. Additionally, she was seen as the obedient and lovable little sister by the 2 young masters of the Nan family. However, no one could have anticipated that she was, in fact, the true underworld leader of Haishur, the Black Fox. For many years, she stood behind the puppet known as the Black Fox, the true Black Fox, the leader of the Black Fox gang, commanding thousands of thugs, owning countless casinos and bars, controlling the underground bounty market, engaged in every illicit business in Haishur. Indeed, the southern family of Kyoto has produced prodigies, each one remarkable in their own right. And this 3rd daughter, Nan Ruai, is perhaps a genius beyond measure. To outsiders, she appears aloof and serene, yet within her lies a fierce, rebellious spirit. Her arrival in Haishur to engage in commerce is merely a fade. 6 years ago, leveraging her exceptional intelligence, she single-handedly established the Black Fox gang. Under the veil of anonymity, she has expanded the gang's influence, ultimately dominating the underworld of Haishur. No one in the criminal realm knows she is Miss Nan, and no one in the Nan family is aware that she is the Black Fox. Such an extraordinary woman. In the eyes of Nan Ruai, all of this is merely a game, shedding her obedient girl persona to indulge in unrestrained revelry, transforming into a gang leader, free from all constraints, capable of both ruthlessness and valor, as well as territorial expansion. How delightful! Nan Ruai has always reveled in this existence. Yet, everything changed the moment she encountered Lu Di. The man in white appeared before her like a deity, effortlessly dismantling her defenses and revealing each of her secrets with casual ease. An absolute, overpowering force. Nan Ruai once believed that no one in this world could conquer her. However, that thought dissipated the moment she met Lu Di. At that instant, everything in Yan's manner transformed into mere illusion in her eyes, leaving only the smiling figure of the man in white, as if he embodied everything. Miss Nan, are you all right?" Ouyang Fengyu gently called out. Strangely, Nan Ruai had been lost in thought for a full 2 minutes. "Miss Nan, would you like to come with me to the pavilion over there to rest for a while and have a glass of water?" Ouyang Fengyu inquired once more. Nan Ruai gently shook her head, replying, "No need. I shall accompany Mr. Lu Di." In the center of the banquet, Lu Ziming chuckled softly. "Ah, Miss Nan, Lu Di is not a member of the Yin family. He is merely a driver for them. No one would assume that Lu Di has any connection with the esteemed daughter of the Nan family. Perhaps Miss Nan sees Lu Di merely as a guest of the Yin family. Nan Ruai exclaimed softly, casting her gaze toward Lu Di. She noticed him wearing an indifferent expression, taking a few steps away, pulling out a cigarette, and leaning against a tree to smoke. Disappointment flickered in Nan Ruai's heart. It seemed he was reluctant for her to display any overt signs of affection. Then she sighed softly and said, "Then Ruai shall follow the host's lead." Ouyang Fingyu broke into a sudden smile. Just as the crowd prepared to move, two vehicles once again approached the Yin family manor. The two black cars, likely the least expensive in the estate, commanded profound respect from all present. The first was a Hongqi sedan, adorned with the white license plate, High A00001 Police. Following closely was an older model Audi A6, bearing the white plate, WJ00003. Those with a modicum of knowledge could discern the status of these vehicles merely from their plates. The first belonged to the top authority of the High City Police. The owner of the second could not be definitively identified, but was at least of general rank. The cars came to a slow halt. A weathered elder, with dark skin and the visage of a seasoned man yet possessing remarkable vigor, emerged first from the Audi. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, with a square face and approximately 60 years of age, briskly exited the Hongqi. "Old Hey, I have finally caught up with you. You must clarify what has happened to my phone." The leader of the special operations team, Duan Hua, hastened forward, patting the shoulder of General Heishan. Heishan, hands clasped behind his back, walked on without looking back, expressing disdain as he replied, "Old Duan, could you not be so reckless? This is not your home. Do you not fear that your unruly behavior as a national official might provoke laughter from your juniors? Old Black, while I can forego compensation for the phone, you must tell me, have you found that rascal or not?" Duan Hua approached Black Mountain, feigning seriousness as he inquired. "Old Duan, do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions to seize my military resources and extract intelligence from me. Dream on. If the outside world were to overhear this exchange, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Two renowned military figures, engaging in a banter over a mere nobody, akin to schoolchildren squabbling. Haha, Old Duan, General of Black Mountain, it has been far too long," exclaimed Old Master Yen, laughing heartily and extending a warm greeting from a distance. The two distinguished leaders exchanged knowing smiles at the sight of Old Master Yen. "I say, you, the local magnate, are fond of putting on such frivolous displays," Duan Hua remarked with a slight smirk as he observed the grandeur of the Yen family estate. "Old Duan, after decades of camaraderie among us three, how could we possibly overlook the decorum?" Old Master Yen chuckled. "Today, we are graced by the presence of an esteemed guest." Both leaders turned their gazes in the direction indicated by Old Master Yen. "Is it the daughter of the Southern Commander, Miss Nan?" they asked, momentarily taken aback. "Indeed. It is Miss Nan. Today, the Yin family estate is truly radiant, filled with esteemed guests," Old Master Yin declared with generosity. At that moment, Nan Rua approached. "Uncle Heishan, Uncle Duan, I extend my greetings to both of you," she said with a slight bow. "My father, upon learning of your gathering in Haishur, specially arranged for me to convey his regards." "Ah, splendid, splendid." The General of Black Mountain's voice resonated like thunder. "I am grateful to Commander Nan for his thoughtfulness, and I also extend my thanks to our dear little Nan. Today my heart is filled with joy. Little Nan, please convey my regards to Commander Nan. I shall personally visit him in Kyoto soon." Haha. Duan Hua, too, was quite delighted, gazing with satisfaction at Nan Ruai, saying, "Look at our Ruai, truly transformed. She is exceptionally beautiful now. As you strive in Haishur, you may inevitably encounter some troubles. Just inform Uncle Duan, there is no need to trouble the esteemed Commander Nan." Ouyang Fingyu and others nearby couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. The head of Haishi Security, a general of the troops. These are figures who wield immense power. Miss Nan, indeed, is worthy of her title. At such a young age, she can engage directly with such influential figures. Moreover, the respect shown by these two dignitaries towards Miss Nan is noteworthy. Not far from a tree, Lu Di leaned against it, taking in his last puff of smoke. A bitter smile on his lips. If only the two commanders knew that the enchanting and cultured Miss Nan standing before them was, in fact, the elusive underground leader of Haishur, the Black Fox. What would be their thoughts? Lu Di extinguished his cigarette and slowly stepped out from behind the tree. Old Master Yen, Black Mountain, and Duan Hua were making their way towards the pavilion. Old Yen, I must say, your estate is truly impressive, sighed Old Black Mountain. Dear Black Old Ghost, allow me to convey that our city, Haishur, is not only adorned with picturesque scenery but is also teeming with talent. As Duan Hua lifted his thermos and took a sip, he continued, for instance. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on something beneath the distant trees. With a sudden expulsion, he spat out the tea. Is that the lad from the bank? Is he of the Yin family? Duan Hua's gaze became intense as he stepped forward decisively. Old Duan, what are you doing? Heishan barked, following Duan Hua's line of sight, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Instinctively, he grasped Duan Hua's arm, commanding, stay right there. Feeling the vice-like grip of Heishan, Duan Hua grew anxious. Black Old Ghost. Let me go? Heishan retorted defiantly, not a chance. The peculiar exchange between the two left Old Master Yin utterly bewildered. Abruptly, Heishan smirked slyly and turned to Old Master Yin, saying, Old Yin, are there many young people at this banquet? Do introduce them to me. Subsequently, under the insistence of the two formidable figures, Old Master Yin found himself before a gathering of young individuals. However, while he introduced the others, the two titans appeared distracted. It was only when it came to Lu Di that their interest ignited fervently. Heishan murmured repeatedly, Lu Di? A splendid name. Acts of valor? Excellent. The driver of the Yin family. Ah, you wish to pursue one? How intriguing. Everyone stood in astonishment. What has transpired between General Heishan and Chief Duan Hua? Ultimately, General Heishan clutched Duan Hua's arm tightly, chuckling. Old Yin, since they are all young, let the youth converse amongst themselves. The three of us old fellows shall retire to the side to engage in a game of chess. I have words to share with you. Indeed, I too have something to convey. Duan Hua added. 10 minutes later, Old Master Yin sat dazed before the chessboard. Just moments ago, Heishan and Duan Hua bombarded him with questions in rapid succession. They posed at least dozens of inquiries, all concerning Lu Di. Old Master Yin cast a puzzled glance at the younger individuals. Some matters could not escape his discerning gaze. Ouyang Fengyu and Lu Ziming regarded Lu Di with disdain, as if ready to declare war at any moment. The young lady of the Nan family frequently cast complex glances at Lu Di. Meanwhile, the two prominent figures continued to probe Lu Di with relentless curiosity. It seemed that, inexplicably, the focal point of today's banquet had shifted to Lu Di. Old Yin, it has been a decade since we last played chess, has it not? General Heishan suddenly inquired. Old Master Yin nodded, somewhat bewildered. With a grin, General Heishan continued. If I emerge victorious, I shall present a request, which you must not refuse. Pre-dinner games at present, there remains a considerable interval before the luncheon. In the distance, two eminent figures are accompanied by the illustrious daughter of the Nan family. This is indeed a rare opportunity. Ouyang Fengyu, with a glint in his eye, chuckled and proposed. Esteemed guests, my Yin family estate boasts a variety of recreational activities. Why not indulge in some amusement to pass the time? Excellent. I have long been aware that Brother Fengyu is a retired archery champion. How about we visit the archery range and allow Brother Fengyu to demonstrate his skills? El Ziming chimed in. Ouyang Fengyu's expression faltered. He instinctively glanced at Lu Di, his countenance darkening as he replied, perhaps we should forego that. A performance is unnecessary. Straightening his posture, Ouyang Fengyu continued. However, I have heard that Brother Ziming is a renowned equestrian expert, while Brother Tiancheng is a top-notch marksman. How fortuitous it is that my Yin family estate is equipped not only with a dedicated equestrian arena and racecourse, but also with a shotgun shooting range. Shall we engage in a friendly competition? As Ouyang Fengyu concluded, he cast a meaningful glance at El Ziming and Zhou Tiancheng. The two gentlemen instantly grasped his intentions. Brother Fengyu is indeed a splendid facilitator, creating an opportunity for us to showcase our talents. The group exchanged glances with Nan Ruai, who, since their initial meeting, had inexplicably adopted a more reserved demeanor. She merely regarded the others with a detached expression, seemingly an outsider to the unfolding events. Then it is settled. Let us proceed. Ouyang Fengyu broke into a hearty smile, dismissing any suggestions from the crowd and beckoning everyone to embark on their adventure. At the racetrack, the moment the crowd laid eyes on the robust black stallion in the stable, their expressions lit up with excitement. What a magnificent steed! Lu Ziming, stepping forth from the throng, proclaimed. Having participated in nearly 100 equestrian competitions, both domestic and international, he had encountered countless renowned horses. Yet he had never before witnessed such an extraordinary creature. This was a Baicha iron hoof horse, originally bred in the mountainous regions known for its exceptionally hard hoofs. To the untrained eye, it may not seem suited for the racetrack. However, this was a grave misconception. Only the most skilled equestrian masters could unlock its true potential. And only with a rider possessing peak expertise could it gallop gracefully across the plains. Upon finishing his statement, Lu Ziming gazed proudly at the onlookers, brimming with self-satisfaction. It must be said, this young dandy indeed possessed considerable acumen in equestrian matters. With just a glance, he could astutely assess the horse's strengths and weaknesses. Noticing Miss Nan nodding in approval, his pride swelled even further. Even Lu Di was captivated by the splendid stallion before him, unable to resist approaching to gently stroke its majestic form. Lu Di, I advise you to exercise caution. This horse has a fiery temperament, and should it kick you, I shall not be held accountable, Lu Ziming declared impatiently, his demeanor rife with disdain. Ha! Brother Ziming is absolutely correct. This horse has resided in our estate for quite some time, yet no one has managed to tame it successfully. Its temperament is quite fierce. Ouyang Fingyu chuckled heartily as he stepped out, remarking that if Brother Ziming could master the steed, it would undoubtedly attest to his exceptional riding skills. Not to hide anything from you all, I have had the fortune to encounter such horses before, and they yielded to my command effortlessly. L. Ziming, brimming with arrogance, gazed at the horse with unwavering confidence. Lu Di offered a slight smile and took a couple of steps back, suggesting, why not demonstrate your skills for everyone? Of course. L. Ziming dismissed Lu Di's remark entirely, turning his beaming smile towards Nan Ruoi. Today, with the esteemed Miss Nan gracing us with her presence for the first time, I must certainly give my utmost to showcase my abilities. With that, L. Ziming began to stretch his limbs, casting an earnest gaze at the magnificent horse before him. He gently patted its back and effortlessly mounted. To everyone's astonishment, the proud steed made no attempt to resist. The crowd erupted in applause. L. Ziming, with a reasonably upright posture atop the grand horse, indeed exuded a certain elegance. He flashed a subtle smile, casting a glance at Nan Ruoi, who herself displayed a hint of admiration in her eyes. Then, L. Ziming took a deep breath and shouted, "Giddy up!" An eerie silence enveloped the air. The horse did not budge an inch. L. Ziming tightened his grip on the saddle once more and commanded, "Giddy up!" The steed remained still, and a profound silence enveloped the crowd. A faint chuckle escaped Lu Di's lips as he advised, "I suggest you dismount within 10 seconds. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from L. Ziming atop his mount. "Lu Di, what do you know? This is merely gathering momentum." At that instant, the horse neighed fiercely, its front hooves rising dramatically, its body shaking violently, and it flung L. Ziming off like a rag doll. He landed 3 meters away, falling in an undignified heap. The onlookers were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. L. Ziming, struggling to rise, contorted his face and exclaimed, "What a wretched creature this horse is. It has issues. The one with issues is you," Lu Di remarked as he leisurely strode forward, positioning himself at the front of the steed. Indeed, this horse was a fine specimen of the Baicha iron hoof breed, yet it was also a purebred Mongolian warhorse, born on the vast steppes. This noble creature was characterized by its fierce spirit and extraordinary pride, its lineage tracing back to the legendary Mongolian cavalry of Genghis Khan. The Mongolian warhorse was bred for battle, destined to be ridden by heroes, disdainful of luxury and incapable riders. It possessed an innate intelligence, capable of perceiving all, and would never submit to the mediocre. With a huff, the Mongolian warhorse behind Lu Di exhaled a cloud of indignation, seemingly affirming Lu Di's words. Observing L. Ziming's disheveled state, Lu Di scoffed, "You, with your sordid heart and hollow strength, dare to claim dominion over a Mongolian warhorse? What a farce! Lu, on what grounds do you make such a statement?" L. Ziming, unable to contain his fury, exclaimed that this horse is undeniably untamed, unsuitable for training. What hero can master it? Spare us your nonsense. If you possess the capability, why not give it a try? You might just find yourself in a precarious situation. Witnessing L. Ziming's embarrassment, Ouyang Fingyu also felt a twinge of discomfort on his face. He furrowed his brow and remarked, "Lu, if you claim this horse is meant for heroes, do you dare to consider yourself one and attempt to ride it?" At this moment, Ouyang Fingyu felt quite helpless. He had provided L. Ziming with an opportunity to shine, only to see it backfire spectacularly. Now, he could only hope that Lu would similarly falter. Since none can master it, there is little point in worrying about pride. Yin Qingwen, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of concern on her face and gently shook her head at Lu. signaling him to refrain from rash actions. Yet Lu merely shook his head slightly, deeming the act of riding unnecessary. Humph. It turns out he can only boast. Zhou Tianqing scoffed audibly. Moments later, Lu, with a serene smile, turned his back and focused his gaze upon the Mongolian warhorse, the majesty of an emperor. In the next instant, the proud Mongolian warhorse let out a resounding neigh, its front hooves striking the ground, knees bending, and its head gradually lowering. In this manner, akin to worshipping a proud war deity, it slowly prostrated itself before Lu. This was a gesture of respect towards a warrior. It is a submission to the strong. Yet Lu Di merely smiles indifferently. The clouds roll and swirl. From ancient times to the present, the sovereign stands proudly, with an imposing aura that reverberates, having witnessed the valiant spirits of heroes across the world. When it comes to presence, who can rival me? The recent scene left everyone utterly astonished. Although the warhorse did not gallop, it evoked an inexplicable sense of awe among the onlookers. If one were to suggest that the Mongolian steed possessed a spirit only yielding to heroes of great valor, then its act of kneeling before Lu Di speaks volumes. The steed, under the command of a hero, must surely revere only a true scion of an emperor. Who is this man? Lu Di, the brother, as his name suggests? It is beyond description. Each person's thoughts diverged significantly. In Yin Qingwen's mind, Lu Di's enigma deepened. She found herself ensnared in a fog of confusion, repeatedly questioning, what manner of person is Lu Di? Meanwhile, in Nan Ruoyi's eyes, everything was both logical and exhilarating. A gentleman is indeed a gentleman. Regardless of how bizarre or astonishing the occurrences may be, as long as the gentleman is involved, victory is assured. The malevolent forces retreat, and the multitude bows in reverence. At that moment, Ouyang Fengyu, El Ziming, and Zhou Tianqing were consumed by intense fury. The equestrian event had been entirely overshadowed by Lu Di. Their dignity lay in tatters. Not only had they failed to assert their dominance before Miss Nan, but they had also suffered a significant loss of face. Tianqing, this Lu Di is indeed quite extraordinary. Ouyang Fengyu gritted his teeth and murmured, to be honest, this lad previously bested me in archery, leaving me utterly defeated. Later, when we head to the shooting range, do you have confidence in surpassing him? Archery? Zhou Tianqing chuckled softly. My expertise lies in shotgun clay pigeon shooting, where the target is a rapidly launched clay disc, entirely different from archery. Even if he excels in archery, what does it matter? This is a game for the affluent. A pauper like him probably hasn't even laid eyes on such a thing. Indeed, Brother Tianqing, I firmly believe he is proficient in everything. You must restore our honor. Lu Ziming exclaimed, rubbing his sore backside as he spoke. Very well, Ouyang Fengyu said, his eyes glinting with resolve. I will devise a way to provoke him into a challenge against you. The outcome will hinge entirely upon your prowess. With varied thoughts occupying their minds, the group made their way to the shooting range. The Yin family estate truly lived up to its reputation as a premier manor, boasting an expansive hectare of lawn dedicated to shooting practice. Zhou Tianqing inhaled deeply, puffed out his chest, and declared with a smile, as a younger brother, I have followed my father in learning the art of shooting since childhood, embarking on hunting expeditions in the mountains from the age of 13. I consider my marksmanship quite commendable. In terms of clay pigeon shooting, with 2 trap machines alternating to launch discs, 5 shooting positions, and bidirectional shooting, I hit 70 out of 75 targets. Hiki, I humbly admit, I am only 3 hits shy of the Olympic champion. The crowd erupted in murmurs of astonishment. Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin whispered to each other. This flying saucer is tossed about wildly by the machine, within just a few seconds. Hitting it truly proves to be quite a challenge. I secretly attempted it before and didn't hit a single one. I was so frustrated that I nearly threw my gun. Zhou Tianqing feigned a profound smile, slowly turning his gaze to Lu Di, having heard that Lu Di possessed exceptional archery skills. He wondered how adept he was with a shotgun. Ouyang Fengyu seized the opportunity to interject. Indeed, Lu Di, with your remarkable talent, why not take the stage as well? Ding. Mastery of the 12-gauge double-barrel shotgun has been successfully integrated. Ultimate loading technique has been successfully merged. Olympic champion clay shooting subconscious has been integrated. Cool gun-wielding pose has been successfully incorporated. Lu Di, have you missed me? I've been busy leveling up, so I took a short nap. Devilish child, of course I think of you, but when will you grow up? I have no need for that cool gun-wielding skill. Lu Di shook his head helplessly. It is always prudent to be prepared. Everyone has a desire for beauty. Farewell. I shall continue my upgrade. Very well, Lu Di shrugged his shoulders and slowly approached the firearms, casually stating, "No need for so much chatter. If you wish to save face, I shall oblige." "Haha, splendid." Zhou Tianqing smirked arrogantly. "Then let us activate 2 clay target machines, and each of us shall have 30 rounds. Enough with the unnecessary talk. I will go first. You can conserve your time," Lu Di remarked nonchalantly, methodically arranging the bullets from the shotgun on the table into a neat row, 70 in total. He subsequently grasped the double-barreled shotgun, expertly testing the firing mechanism, calibrating the sight, and scrutinizing the trajectory. Each movement flowed seamlessly, a testament to his undeniable expertise. Ouyang Fengyu, standing nearby, felt an unsettling premonition wash over him. Damn it. That familiar sensation has returned. Zhou Tianqing is about to be humiliated. With an air of pride, Lu Di called out to the operator. "Activate all 4 clay pigeon launchers. Random positioning, 70 discs, continuous launch." "Huh. Lu Di, have you ever actually shot at clay pigeons? You are wielding a double-barreled shotgun, not a machine gun. With your method of launching, the discs will fill the sky, and you won't even have time to load your weapon. You won't hit a single one." Zhou Tianqing, who had just been momentarily stunned by Lu Di's stance, now erupted into hearty laughter. From a distance, the operator leaned forward, raising his voice in inquiry. "Mr. Lu Di, you must be jesting. I have never encountered such a style of play. Just follow my lead." With a decisive click, Lu Di loaded 2 rounds into the chamber, his shotgun now poised for action. Faced with Lu Di's unwavering determination, the operator had no choice but to comply. Whoosh! For resounding blasts pierced the air as 4 clay pigeons were simultaneously launched. Lu Di's eyes sparkled with intensity, with an air of undeniable confidence. The gun was aimed meticulously. Indeed, it was a double-barreled shotgun, capable of holding merely 2 rounds. To strike 4 flying discs, which soared through the air for a mere 4 to 5 seconds, seemed almost an insurmountable task. Yet, this limitation applied solely to ordinary individuals. The prodigious talent had already calculated every parameter within Lu Di's field of vision: distance, wind speed, wind direction, the parabolic trajectory of the discs, and the anticipated descent. Every detail was within his grasp. Coupled with unparalleled marksmanship, the impossible was rendered feasible by Lu Di. Without a moment's hesitation, bang, bang, in a mere 0. For seconds, 2 shots were fired, both finding their mark. Lu Di then deftly opened the shotgun's breech. With a sudden stamp of his right foot, the 2 spent cartridges were sent flying from the wooden table beside him. With a single hand, he deftly caught the 2 new rounds as they fell perfectly into the chamber. He then commenced his second volley. Bang, bang, another flawless execution. The most astonishing aspect was that all of this transpired within a single second. Onlookers were left utterly speechless. Dashing, swift, precise. A marksmanship that seemed almost divine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The discs were cast forth again. Lu Di repeated his actions with lightning speed. Once more, all targets were struck. Zhou Tianqing's mouth gaped in disbelief. His jaw nearly unhinged. To hell with competition. This fellow is no ordinary person. Not far away in the pavilion, the 3 elderly gentlemen engaged in a game of chess were equally startled by the gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid succession of shots left Heishan momentarily stunned. Are they playing frisbee? That is the sound of a 12-gauge double-barrel shotgun. Who could possibly achieve such a firing rate? The reloading time must have been compressed to at least 0.1 seconds. Is it even possible to be twice as fast as my ace warrior? Absurd. I refuse to believe it. Heishan turned, squinting as he strained to see into the distance. There, in the far off, stood a tall figure clad in a white shirt, unleashing a barrage upon the frisbees soaring above, almost at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Damn it, it truly is that little freak. The corners of Heishan's mouth twitched violently. Suddenly, he turned, veins bulging on his forehead, and exclaimed with fervor, "Old Yin, today, even if it costs me my life, I shall win this game of chess against you. This young man, I must have him." At the shooting range, 70 clay discs made of mud and plaster were obliterated by Lu Di within 2 minutes. The clouds of dust drifted gently down upon the audience, who stood in stunned silence. The protagonist of the event, Yan's family driver Lu Di, slowly extracted the last 2 shells from his shotgun. Utilizing the barrel, now glowing red as hot as embers, he lit a cigarette. Exhaling, Lu Di released a plume of smoke. Gently, he remarked, "You all continue your activities. I shall go take a look at those elderly gentlemen." With that, Lu Di departed nonchalantly. Hiss! This is utterly unbelievable. Zhou Tianqing inhaled sharply, his breath quivering. Such marksmanship is nothing short of miraculous. If he were to participate in the Olympics, he could effortlessly bring home gold medals. Yet, he chose to become a driver for the Yin family, and now he aims to become my rival? I foolishly thought I could compete with him in shooting? This is a trap. The equestrian competition is also a pitfall. Zhou Tianqing cast a skeptical glance at Ouyang Fengyu, who appeared as though he had consumed a ton of bitter herbs, his expression a portrait of despair, unable to articulate his grievances. Who could have anticipated that Lu Di would possess such an array of skills? Yin Kakai and Yin Xinxin bounced around joyfully, their spirits unburdened, fixated solely on one thing: Lu Di's remarkably dashing stance with a gun. Meanwhile, Yin Qingwen sank into profound contemplation. Throughout this journey, Lu Di had consistently astonished everyone. It is hard to fathom that he possesses such an ordinary background. His disciplined routine, impeccable physique, exceptional culinary skills, horsemanship, and shooting prowess, these traits are not particularly unique. Yet, when all these attributes converge within a single individual, it becomes an enigma beyond comprehension. A riddle, indeed, all of it. Yin Qingwen was resolute. She must uncover the entirety of Lu Di's secrets. And as for Nan Ruai, she gazed contentedly at everything before her, a feeling she could scarcely articulate. There was no astonishment in her heart. She merely thought that, as Mr. D'Air, all of this was to be expected. Beneath the sunshade, General Heishan excitedly rubbed his palms together and placed a black stone on the go board. Mr. Yin hesitated for quite some time, staring at the game before him. Mr. Yin was playing with white stones while Heishan was using black. At this moment, Mr. Yan's position on the board was evidently precarious. Old Yin, it seems you are destined to lose this game. Heishan chuckled. Therefore, regarding that request, I shall not hold back. Watching Heishan's impending triumph, Duan Hua, who had been observing the game, felt a surge of anger within him. The higher one's rank, the more oppressive their presence. Even in a game of Go, Heishan had to take precedence. It appeared that he would gain nothing from this encounter. Heishan, I truly do not understand how a distinguished general like yourself could possibly have a request of a mere businessman like me. Mr. Yin furrowed his brow, still scrutinizing the board in search of a chance to turn the tide. Of course I do. Heishan replied with a sly grin. Your Yin family estate is filled with talent, and I must admit, I am envious. To be frank, my request is simply to ask for a person from you. Mr. Yin seemed to grasp the implication and raised his head. I see now why you have been so cryptic today. It turns out you are after a person. How is it that you wish to return the Iron Four, regretting your previous decision? Now you wish to summon them back? Master Yin felt a sense of helplessness within. Years ago, after the Iron Four orphans reached adulthood, he had entrusted them to Heishan, the then instructor of the Special Forces, to undergo rigorous training in the military. To his surprise, the brothers of the Tai family proved to be exceptionally capable. Within a few years, they all transformed into elite soldiers. Ultimately, it was through Master Yan's persistent persuasion that Heishan reluctantly agreed to their discharge, allowing them to return and protect the Yin family. So, you have gone through such great lengths merely to change your mind? Master Yin raised an eyebrow, questioning. Not at all. I do not intend to touch the Iron Four. My desire lies with another, and I seek only one. Who? Master Yin leaned forward, sensing an ominous turn of events. There. Heishan gestured with his chin towards a young man in a white shirt who was sauntering towards them. Master Yin stared blankly at the sight. And then his expression shifted dramatically. Lu Di? You wish to take Lu Di away? Master Yin exclaimed in agitation, but then suddenly realized he had lost his composure. He paused, regaining his composure, and said, Old He, you must understand, Lu Di is just an ordinary person, and he is somewhat disabled, quite frail. What purpose would he serve in the ranks? To drive for you? Do not jest. You claim he is weak? If he is weak, then my soldiers are hardly even men. He Jian did not grant Mr. Yin a chance to respond, instead producing a black stone and forcefully placing it on the board. Huh, Old Yin, your white stones are completely trapped by me now. My grand formation is complete, and you have lost. The great general, He Jian, laughed heartily. By the way, this grand formation is called the Nine Dragon's Tail, a puzzle even the masters of Go cannot unravel. Old He, you cannot do this. I do not agree. Mr. Yin exclaimed, growing anxious. What if I do this? Suddenly, a slender arm extended from Mr. Yin's side. He picked up a white stone and gently placed it in an inconspicuous corner of the board. Brother Lu? Mr. Yin recognized the visitor, who was none other than Lu, now seated in the pavilion, gently wiping his hands with a white towel. Please take another look at the game, General He. Lu smiled. He Jian was taken aback. then turned his gaze towards the board. With each passing moment, his astonishment grew. Lu's single move had directly severed two of He Jian's significant advantages. Moreover, it left countless possibilities for future maneuvers. Because of this move, Mr. Yan's previously scattered white stones were instantly unified. Upon a general observation, the situation for the white stones had evidently shifted from peril. If subsequent moves were executed judiciously, a reversal from defeat to victory was indeed plausible. This move was truly exquisite. After a moment of contemplation, He Jian asked in astonishment, "Young brother, what do you call this move?" "Just now, I heard your move called the Nine Dragon's Tail." Lu Di chuckled. "Then allow me to name my move the Hedgehog Turn." "Hiss, the Hedgehog Turn. Is it a retreating of the soft underbelly, only to rise with steel spines against the adversary?" "Young lad, impressive," Duan Hua suddenly exclaimed. The Black Mountain general felt invigorated. This young man Lu Di continuously surprised him. Chess, after all, is a contest of strategy. Masterful chess players possess remarkable cunning. Similarly, commanding troops resembles playing chess. One must perceive the situation on the board, make swift moves, and alter the course of fate. Thus, in the midst of battle, one can adopt the same approach. It appears that Lu Di possesses more than mere martial prowess. A flicker of emotion crossed Black Mountain's face, and his conviction strengthened. "This lad, I must have him," Black Mountain heartily declared. "Very well. Since the formation has been broken, Old Yen, let us continue. We shall determine a victor." "Who is Old Yen?" He simply followed the flow. He rose languidly and said with a smirk, "What shall we compete for?" "I am hungry. Let us prepare for the luncheon." The banquet comparison within the manor's banquet hall. The feast was already prepared. Lord Yin, General Black Mountain, and Duan Hua took their seats at the head table, while a host of younger generations sat on either side. Each person harbored their own thoughts, and the atmosphere was inexplicably serene. Cough, cough. Elder Yin was the first to disrupt the tranquility. Hee, it is a rare occasion today with both Elder Heishan and Elder Duan present. Children, why don't we enjoy our meal while sharing our recent work achievements? The younger generation took a deep breath in unison. The ensuing segment was, in essence, a customary practice at this grand banquet, ostensibly a session for dialogue and sharing, yet fundamentally a display of prowess followed by a hierarchy-based discussion. El Ziming, Zhou Tianqing, and others had already clenched their fists in anticipation. "Lu, no matter how skilled you are in shooting, you remain merely a pauper, devoid of anything. At last, I have awaited the moment to humiliate you." "Hee, I see everyone appears a bit reserved." Elder Yin glanced at Yin Qingwen and smiled. Then, "Wen In, you may begin." Yin Qingwen nodded gently, rising to speak. "As you all know, our Ingji group has recently launched a line of home medical devices, which is of utmost importance to our group this year. I have been entrusted by my father and am honored to be the project leader. Moving forward, I will collaborate with Ziming to invite the legendary singer Emperor Yi to host a charity gala. This concert will primarily focus on charity, momentarily setting aside sales performance. A fundraising segment will be established during the event, and all proceeds will be donated to children's medical institutions and charitable hospitals. Organizing such an event not only enhances the visibility of our new product, but also aids those impoverished individuals and children who are constrained by circumstances and unable to afford medical care. After Yin Qingwen expressed her thoughts, several elders nodded slightly, their eyes reflecting approval. Lu Di also wholeheartedly agreed. Truly, Yin Qingwen possesses a commendable heart. Although she often appears somewhat aloof and unfeeling, ever since her visit to Grandpa Tuo's hospital, the plight of the impoverished patients and disabled children seems to have lingered in her thoughts. Not only has she made personal donations of medical equipment, but she has also sought to raise funds for them through the launch of our new product. She can undoubtedly be regarded as a conscientious entrepreneur. Wait a moment. A discordant voice broke through as Ouyang Fingyu slowly rose and remarked, "If I heard correctly, Wenwen, did you just say that you do not prioritize performance?" "Wen, I believe you are mistaken. Our company, Ingji, is a business that thrives on sales profits. Not only have you exceeded the budget with this event, but you also neglect to demand results? Are you treating Ingji as a charitable organization?" Ouyang Fengyu feigned exasperation, shaking his head and sighing. "Ladies and gentlemen, let me announce some news. General Manager Lu Ziming has already reached a cooperation agreement with me. The arrangements for the concert of D.E. will proceed according to my plan. In 5 days, we will host a grand concert at the Huitian Square in the Huahai district. Simultaneously, we invite major distributors to enter the VIP seats, vigorously promoting our new product while allowing on-site orders. Here, Zimming and I solemnly pledge that the sales of our new product will not fall below 20 billion after this performance. We aim to create a perfect inaugural success for the group. Indeed, Zimming stood up, exclaiming, I fully endorse Brother Fengyu's proposal and offer my unwavering support. As everyone is aware, the influence of the legendary singer Emperor Yi is immensely powerful. His mere presence at the concert will undoubtedly become the most sensational news of the year, naturally boosting our product sales. At this moment, Ouyang Fengyu was filled with immense pride, frequently glancing at the elder Mr. Yin and Miss Nan. He smiled once more, stating, Father, although this marketing plan is under Wenwen's purview, I believe it is a crucial step for the group, and we must not allow any missteps. The focus must be on sales results. Yin Qingwen found herself at a loss for words and turned to her father, Yin Hongxing. Mr. Yin was also in a dilemma, his brow slightly furrowed. Although Ouyang Fengyu's approach was domineering, it was not without merit. After all, enterprises like Yingji need to generate profits and require funds for operations. While Wenwen's proposal was well-intentioned, it offered no guarantees for the group's future. Instinctively, Mr. Yin glanced towards Lu Di. Lu Di appeared utterly disinterested, his head lowered as he fiddled with the utensils on the table, seemingly devoid of any intent to engage. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted in the otherwise quiet banquet hall. Zhou Tianqing stood up, clapping enthusiastically, and remarked, I have made some modest achievements in business, and I wholeheartedly endorse Fengyu's proposal. To be candid, my company has recently experienced a meteoric rise. We have commenced discussions for our third round of financing, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the funds will be secured within 2 months. Within 6 months, my operational data will meet the required benchmarks, and we will commence preparations for an initial public offering. I must admit, if our secret path company successfully lists this year, we will shatter the record for the fastest IPO in China's entrepreneurial sphere, and I shall become the youngest founder of a publicly traded company. This declaration astonished even seasoned magnates like Heishan and Duan Hua, who had not previously paid much attention to these young individuals, revealing that they were indeed hidden talents. Each one, despite their youth, had achieved remarkable success. Duan Hua also applauded, exclaiming, Today has truly broadened my horizons. The younger generation is formidable, indeed. At this moment, Nan Ruai, who had been gracefully seated in silence, interjected, Miss Nan is being overly modest. Given that I neither manage a company nor collaborate with Yingji, I am merely a humble antique dealer and shall refrain from embarrassing myself before everyone. In your esteemed presence, there is truly no need for excessive elaboration. Even if we were to be bound together, we could never hope to compare ourselves to you. Zhou Tianqing immediately began to flatter. Indeed, Miss Nan, your prowess requires no further elucidation. The venerable Yin also chuckled in agreement. Upon uttering these words, the collective gaze of the group inevitably turned towards Lu Di. It seemed that everyone was eagerly anticipating his next move. The elder Yin hoped he would step forward to devise strategies for the group's marketing plan. Yin Qingwen also cast a pleading glance in his direction. The formidable figures, Heishan and Duan Hua, were filled with curiosity regarding this young man. Ouyang Fengyu, El Zimming, and Zhou Tianqing wore expressions of cold disdain. There would be no unexpected turn of events this time. In the realm of business, this lad was but a beggar in comparison to themselves. He surely would have nothing of substance to contribute. Naturally, there would be an opportunity to humiliate him. After a brief moment of silence, Lu Di let out a low chuckle. Trash? What did you say, Lu Di? Ouyang Fengyu seemed incredulous. Apologies, I wasn't referring to you. Lu Di suddenly lifted his head. I meant to say, Ouyang Fengyu, El Zimming, Zhou Tianqing, all three of you are trash. Dear friends, are you perhaps wishing to scold me? Having boasted yesterday, I added 2 more chapters today. It was not my intention. Tomorrow, I shall ensure a significant update, 5 chapters at the very least. If I fail to deliver, feel free to abandon the book, and I shall harbor no grievances. He was provoked, and it was truly pitiable. Lu Di, you have gone too far. Ouyang Feng, filled with indignation, rose and exclaimed, in broad daylight, You dare to hurl insults? Lu Di, however, remained unfazed, responding coolly, Your accomplishments, in my eyes, are akin to refuse. Lu Di, your arrogance is astounding. What qualifications does a mere driver, devoid of any notable achievements, possess to critique our successes? Zhou Tianqing and LV Zimming exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with anger. Alas, my presence in the Yin family was initially born of goodwill. I intended to proceed with humility. Yet, what vexes me is the incessant clowns who dare to provoke me. Fortunately, Ludi sighed softly, recalling the words of an elder who had enlightened him. As a young person, it is not amiss to be bold and unyielding. To unleash the fire within is not excessive. Suddenly, Ludi turned, his gaze sharp as lightning, fixing it upon Ouyang Feng and his companions. Ouyang Feng, LV Zimming. You are to hold a concert at Huitian Plaza in 5 days, correct? Allow me to be candid. Your concert, titled DE, shall become the grandest jest of the year in Haishur. LV Zimming, you and your management shall find yourselves utterly disgraced overnight. And Ouyang Feng, your sales figures will plummet to zero. In an instant, Ouyang Feng was seething with rage. He shouted, Ludi, you are cursing me. What gives you the audacity to say such things? Not only is Ouyang Fengyu enraged, but the others at the table also furrow their brows in discontent. Ludi's words are indeed rather excessive. Even if one does not support Ouyang Fengyu's proposal, there is no need for such venomous remarks. This is certainly not a curse, but rather a forthcoming reality. Ludi smiled faintly and declared, because I have decided to endorse Wenwen's plan and assist her in organizing a charitable fundraising gala. Moreover, it will be held on the coastal street, just 1 kilometer away from Huitian Plaza, concurrently with your event. Naturally, the audience will flock to our concert, and we shall not need to spend a single penny from our budget. Ouyang Fengyu listened in stunned silence for a moment before bursting into wild laughter. Ludi, do not take offense, but I must express my disdain for you. Coastal Street? It is merely dotted with a few dilapidated buildings. How can it possibly compare to the opulence of Huitian Plaza? You propose to hold an event simultaneously 1 kilometer away and expect the audience to flock to your venue? Do you truly believe your concert can outshine that of DE's? The most ludicrous aspect is that you claim it will cost nothing. Are you suggesting you want to even construct a stage? Can you enlighten me on what basis you make such claims? What gives you the courage to assert this? At that moment, Yen Qingwen was also taken aback by Lu Di's audacity. She stared at Lu Di, utterly at a loss for words. Has Lu Di truly lost his mind? Haha. Zhou Tianqing laughed heartily. Lu Di, are you feeling disheartened upon witnessing how exceptional Zimming and his companions are? Have you begun to ramble nonsensically? I suggest you maintain a calm demeanor and accept reality with grace. Lu Di turned to the still laughing Zhou Tianqing and slowly responded. Next will be you, Zhou Tianqing, you unscrupulous businessman. Your so-called travel agency, with its 12 unique travel routes and 3 exclusive islands, boasts no reputable origins. You are quite clever. Indeed, those 12 routes are original. Yet, they devastate farmland, ruin natural monuments, and even coerce local residents into unpaid labor. As for those 3 once scenic tropical islands, after your rampant exploitation, they have devolved into a wasteland, littered with garbage, and the indigenous people are filled with grievances. In my view, your so-called second round of financing has merely been employed to collude with officials. How can a heartless company like yours even consider going public? Where is the justice in that? Zhou Tianqing was suddenly taken aback, completely unprepared for this revelation. How did Lu Di come to know such confidential information about the company? Could he have arranged for a spy? Zhou Tianqing pointed a trembling finger at Lu Di and stammered. Lu Di, you speak nonsense. You slander me. I will sue you for defamation. The issue of defamation was of little consequence now. Lu Di flicked his sleeve and declared, for within 24 hours, your company will be utterly bankrupt. Do you not enjoy comparing achievements? Lu Di smiled faintly. I estimate that within an hour, you will be in debt by 500 million. If I casually take out 100, does that not imply that my assets surpass yours? Upon hearing Lu Di's words, Zhou Tianqing's emotions resembled a roller coaster ride. When the dark secrets of his company were unveiled, he plummeted into despair. Yet, when Lu Di proclaimed his impending bankruptcy and a debt of 500 million, Zhou Tianqing's spirits soared once more. Could this lad be merely spouting nonsense? Has he inadvertently stumbled upon my secrets? Haha, Lu Di, I find myself at a loss for words. I even feel a tinge of sympathy for you. I advise you to relinquish your obsession and return to your rural hometown. If you remain entangled in this affluent milieu, I fear for your mental well-being. Zhou Tianqing shook his head in resignation and declared loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, my company currently possesses a minimum of 1 billion in liquid assets. With nearly 50,000 clients on the books, the vast majority being high-end clientele. Our only dilemma at present is our overwhelming busyness. We cannot adequately serve all our clients. As for Lu Di's remarks, they are merely to be dismissed. He has endured quite a bit of stress today and elicits my pity. My company is utterly incapable of facing bankruptcy. Silently smoking, Lu Di offered a gentle smile once more. He turned his gaze back to Ouyang Fengyu and remarked, "And you, the seemingly virtuous son-in-law of the Yin family. Is it my turn now?" Ouyang Fengyu shook his head with a bitter smile, adopting a caring expression as he softly addressed Lu Di. "Lu Di, speak your mind freely. Your elder brother-in-law is listening. Do not bottle up your feelings." His demeanor suggested a reluctance to engage in a debate with what he perceived as a lunatic. It seemed that even if Lu Di uttered words of hostility towards him, the others would not believe it, but rather express sympathy for Ouyang Fengyu. However, Lu Di pondered, why was the Vice President Zhao absent today? Had he not always been by the side of his elder brother-in-law? Without directly pointing at Ouyang Fengyu, Lu Di posed this question. Vice President Zhao? This is a gathering of the Yin family. Naturally, he would not be present. Lu Di, your words are disjointed. What are you trying to convey? Ouyang Fengyu replied with evident impatience. Oh, Lu Di nodded slightly. I possess a modest skill in physiognomy. I kindly ask you to relay a message to Vice President Zhao. His brow appears dark, and he may soon encounter a calamity. Ouyang Fengyu sighed, somewhat helplessly. Vice President Zhao had an unfortunate incident yesterday, where he was accidentally bumped into and lost a tooth. This is common knowledge throughout the company. There is no need for your cryptic warnings. No, I meant to tell him. Lu Di grinned, for not only had he experienced a calamity yesterday, but he was also destined to face another one tomorrow. For the upcoming month, he would be haunted by misfortune every single day. What did you say? Ouyang Fengyu exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. I said that for the next month, he would find himself in a predicament where escape was impossible, living as if in hell. This was due to his eavesdropping on forbidden conversations, engaging in inappropriate actions, and provoking individuals he ought not to have angered. Lu Di narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. Considering your status as a son-in-law of the Yin family, I am kindly warning you. If you do not restrain yourself promptly, your next step will lead to self-immolation, mirroring his fate. These words sent a tremor through Ouyang Fengyu's heart. He suddenly recalled the bizarre occurrences surrounding Zhao Ze over the past few days. Every day had been marked by strange accidents. Whether being struck by a vehicle or being hit by falling flower pots, he even suffered inexplicable beatings. Each day, he seemed to lose a tooth. Things were becoming increasingly unsettling. Especially in the last 2 days, Zhao Ze had grown somewhat neurotic, particularly fearful of stepping outside. He dreaded the thought of yet another unforeseen event snatching away another tooth. Ouyang Fengyu looked at Lu Di with a peculiar gaze, his heart filled with trepidation. Could it be that all these misfortunes befalling Vice President Zhao were the doing of Lu Di? Had the plot to hire a hitman been exposed? Thus, one might conclude that his own schemes have been exposed. Yet, how did Lu Di come to possess this knowledge? Will he soon turn against me? The thought of having a tooth extracted each day is an exceptionally ruthless method. At this juncture, Ouyang Fengyu felt a sudden chill enveloping his limbs, his mind reverberating with turmoil. As he gazed upon Lu Di, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he had long forgotten any retorts to Lu Di's words. Enough, Elder Yin interjected, shaking his head with a sigh. Lu Di, what has come over you today? All this is but nonsensical rambling. I am profoundly disappointed. Yin Kaikai added. Lu Di has fallen into his old habits again. How could your concert ever rival that of DE? DE is an unparalleled sensation, our idol in every regard. Invincible. He further proclaimed that Brother Tiancheng's company was on the brink of collapse, an assertion utterly unfounded. We are all eager to visit North India, eagerly lining up for the opportunity. Elder Yin, Zhou Tiancheng addressed, clasping his hands respectfully. I believe Lu Di's insecurities have led to some psychological issues. If we allow him to continue speaking unchecked, it may only serve to amuse our elders and Miss Nan. I propose we kindly escort Lu Di outside for a moment of tranquility. With a resigned smile, Lu Di responded, but I have not yet finished my words. Enough of this. Ouyang Fengyu summoned his courage and exclaimed, you are merely spouting nonsense, a deluded fool. You observe the presence of exceptionally talented youths around you, and jealousy brews within your heart, prompting you to hurl scornful remarks at each one. Truly, it is a wonder. Each time you encounter an individual, you concoct a bewildering array of disparaging words, casting aspersions without repetition. You may deride me, Ziming, and even Tiancheng, but dare you to slander Miss Nan as well? Are you aware of her esteemed status? Zhou Tiancheng remarked with a mocking tone, I must admit. I am rather curious about what sort of fabrications you could weave about someone as impeccable as Miss Nan, Lu. As Lu glanced towards the enchanting beauty clad in a delicate qipao, her demeanor as tranquil as water, he was about to speak. Lu, tread carefully. Miss Nan is beyond your capacity to critique. Elder Yin interjected sternly. Very well, Lu conceded, refraining from further comment. Instead, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. However, he made no move to seek a lighter. Instead, crossing his arms and tilting his head slightly. Lu, you are quite audacious. Zhou Tianqing began to complain, but was suddenly taken aback. In that moment, the usually reticent and worldly averse Miss Nenrui stood up. She gently pushed her chair back, gracefully maneuvering around half of the dining table to approach Lu's side. From her handbag, she produced a lighter. Snap! Delicate fingers pressed the lighter, and a flame flickered to life. In the next moment, Nan Ruai slightly bent forward, one hand shielding the flame while the other extended the lighter towards Lu Di. With a puff, Lu Di ignited his cigarette, the smoke swirling around him, while Nan Ruai extinguished the flame, quietly standing behind him. Mr. Zhou, help. Miss Nan, what are you doing? Why are you lighting a cigarette for him? Everyone blinked in disbelief, confirming that their eyes had not deceived them. The illustrious Nan family of Kyoto, revered by all, had their esteemed young lady bending over backward to light a cigarette for that young man. The disparity in their social standings was glaringly evident. Not only were the younger generation taken aback, but even the elders, such as Yen Hongxin and General Heishan, were momentarily stunned. The third miss of the Nan family commanded respect, even from them. Yet Lu Di was merely an ordinary man. How could such a scenario unfold? Were they perhaps lovers? Had Lu Di, with his looks, captured the heart of Miss Nan? But that seemed implausible. In the current tableau, Lu Di lounged with his legs crossed, leisurely smoking, while Miss Nan stood stiffly behind him, her demeanor anything but intimate. This was not a scene of lovers, but rather that of a servant and master. Miss, you must have mistaken him for someone else. His name is Lu Di, and he is just a driver. Lu Ziming stared wide-eyed, stammering. Why did you give him a cigarette? Nan Ruai gently parted her lips and replied, for no particular reason, merely because he wished to smoke. He wished to smoke? What was Miss Nan implying? Old Master Yen, equally incredulous, exclaimed, Miss Nan, do you refer to Lu as sir? Indeed, I call him sir. Nan Ruai stood tall and resolute, neither servile nor arrogant, declaring, not only would I offer him a cigarette, but should he command me to lay down my life, I would not dare to refuse. At that moment, Nan Ruai was imbued with a fervent spirit. Ever since her encounter with Lu, she had been suppressing her excitement. For reasons unknown, she felt an irresistible urge to draw closer to him, to do something for him. Just moments ago, as Lu lifted the cigarette to his lips, he finally cast a glance her way. Nan Ruai, astute and perceptive, understood instantly. Now that she had the opportunity to support him, she was determined to give her all. Her earlier actions were not compelled by Lu holding leverage over her, but were entirely heartfelt. Upon hearing Nan Ruai's words, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Had Miss Nan truly made the acquaintance of Lu? Not merely acquainted. This was evidently an act of submission. All the young people present recognized the truth. In terms of personal influence, Miss Nan undoubtedly held the greatest power among them. Even during the moments of achievement comparison, everyone deliberately excluded Miss Nan, fearing their own inadequacies would be highlighted. However, to their astonishment, the seemingly least capable Lu Di, frequently targeted and ridiculed by others, managed to earn the respect of Miss Nan. Is this what they call a remarkable turnaround? The daughters of the Yin family could hardly believe it. How could Lu Di, with such connections as Nan Ruai, choose to endure and work as a driver for the Yin family? It was only then that Yin Qingwen began to grasp the situation. Could it be true, as those two cheerful young ladies had mentioned, that Lu Di had indeed gambled away 100 billion at a casino? The elder Yin was equally unsettled. He could not restrain himself from asking, Miss Nan, may I inquire what your relationship with Lu Di is? Without her father's directive, Ruai could not divulge. Nan Ruai replied softly, this. The elder Yin gasped in astonishment. The relationship between Lu Di and the Nan family was extraordinary. Even the esteemed Miss Nan dared not defy Lu Di. Just as the crowd was engulfed in shock, Zhou Tianqing's phone rang unexpectedly. Hello. Zhou Tianqing instantly adopted a serious demeanor, his voice low. Hello, President Zhou, it's bad news. We are going bankrupt. An anxious female voice echoed from the other end of the line. Why the panic? Speak slowly. What did you say? Repeat that. Zhou Tianqing abruptly leaped up from his seat. President Zhou, we are on the brink of bankruptcy, cried the female secretary on the other end of the phone, her voice quivering with distress. How is that possible? I have only been away from the company for a day. We possess ample funds and a substantial user base. How can we be declared bankrupt so suddenly? Zhou Tiansheng exclaimed passionately, his voice echoing in the dining hall of the Yin family manor, where everyone listened intently. President Zhou, are you aware of the Gemini app? She inquired. I am aware. What of it? Zhou Tiansheng replied. Whoa, just 20 minutes ago. A particularly popular travel enthusiast section within the Gemini app released an official post. This post meticulously disclosed all the evidence of our travel routes damaging local ecosystems and encroaching on residents' lands. It also revealed hidden fees within our packages. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tiansheng was rendered speechless. I have no grievance with the Gemini app. I do not even know anyone associated with it. Why would they target me? After a brief moment, Zhou Tiansheng regained his composure and urgently countered, yet, such a level of exposure would merely tarnish our reputation. How could it lead to bankruptcy? Are you exaggerating the situation? The voice on the phone sounded increasingly despondent. President Zhou, the most devastating factor lies in Gemini's travel section. In tandem with exposing our wrongdoings, they have also unveiled 120 brand new travel routes. These routes span the globe and are all premier offerings, showcasing breathtaking landscapes that remain unknown to most. Most importantly, they are entirely free, merely offering benefits to users. Their services are both secure and environmentally friendly, far superior to our packages. We have nearly 20,000 clients who have already paid deposits. In the past 10 minutes, almost all of them have initiated refund requests. The company's funds have been squandered on networking and indulgence. How can we possibly refund them? Many individuals have already come to the company in an uproar. Joe, please come to my aid. Suddenly, the female secretary let out a piercing scream, seemingly interrupted by someone. A voice rang out in fury. You fraudsters. You dare to swindle my honeymoon money. Return it. The call ended abruptly. Zhou Tiansheng sat frozen, his face ashen. The banquet hall, once filled with chatter, fell into a profound silence once more. Zhou Tiansheng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, silently crumbling. The others exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Just moments ago, Zhou Tiansheng had been brimming with confidence, boasting about his company's plans for an IPO. In an instant, everything had turned to dust. And the company faced bankruptcy? Most startlingly, was this not precisely what Lu Di had just predicted? Suddenly, the disheartened Zhou Tiansheng came to a realization. He exclaimed in hysteria, Lu Di, is this all you're doing? Pray tell, what is your relationship with Gemini? I cannot fathom that they would target me without reason. Upon hearing these words, the crowd swiftly connected the dots. Gemini, the emerging social media platform, has been creating waves, amassing a staggering 800 million users in a mere week, hinting at a potential rivalry with the colossal Penguin Group. Its developers and founders are hailed as the most enigmatic geniuses of programming and business. Could it be that Lu has ties to them? Nan Ruai maintained a calm exterior, yet her heart was a tempest. Our esteemed gentleman prefers to be addressed as D-Air. It is said that the initiator of Gemini is named D-San, and the illustrious singer D. A shiver ran down Nan Ruai's spine. Such a remarkable talent, beyond our comprehension. As for the truth, Nan Ruai dared not delve deeper. By coincidence, the current CEO of the company behind Gemini, Zhang Tianjia, happens to be my university classmate. Lu chuckled softly, saying, what Lu states is indeed true. Jia is certainly the CEO creator. However, what Lu did not reveal is that he himself is the true founder of Gemini. He is the one who goes by the alias D-San, the genuine architect behind the scenes. Indeed, it is you. Zhou Tiansheng shouted in anger, only to falter momentarily, questioning why he had not seen you contacting anyone just moments before. Your downfall today is a consequence of your own misdeeds. I have no need to make any connections. Lu Di certainly has no need for contact. For at present, the Gemini core program is entirely under the control of the Demon Child. Regardless of the changes Lu Di desires to manifest within Gemini, he need only summon a thought. You have gone too far. Since I am left with no path to survival, do not expect to live either. Zhou Tiansheng proclaimed, suddenly charging wildly towards Lu Di. Yet Lu Di remained unperturbed, seemingly devoid of any inclination to rise. Whoosh! Bang! A mesmerizing flash of colors swept through the air. Behind them, Nan Ruo retracted her long, graceful legs and stood in silence once more. Zhou Tiansheng, however, was sent flying 3 meters by a swift kick from Nan Ruo, crashing against the side and losing consciousness. From the moment Lu Di laid eyes on Nan Ruo, He understood that this young lady from the Nan family was far from the delicate figure she appeared to be. Born into the Nan family and commanding the underworld of Haishur, how could she possibly be a damsel in distress? At the very least, toppling dozens of spineless individuals like Zhou Tianqing would be a trivial feat. Everyone was once again struck with shock and awe. Miss Nan actually intervened on Lu Di's behalf, and with such ruthless efficiency. In that moment, no one dared to assist Zhou Tianqing, leaving him to languish on the ground. It was simply unbelievable. Zhou Tianqing had met his demise in such a manner. Moreover, the next scene was exceedingly bleak. As the crowd turned their gaze towards the composed Lu Di, their eyes brimmed with reverence. No one dared to consider his previous words as mere bravado any longer. Lu Di exuded an aura akin to an imposing mountain, seemingly possessing an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Regardless of whom he sought to vanquish, he always employed formidable methods to deliver a decisive blow, leaving no room for resistance. It is now up to you. Let us determine our prowess at the concert, Lu Di proclaimed with an air of arrogance, gesturing towards Lu Ziming and Ouyang Fengyu. I find this rather. Lu Ziming stuttered. Brother Ziming, what do you fear? We are not like Zhou Tianqing. We do not engage in illicit enterprises. Ouyang Fengyu chimed in, striving to bolster their nearly dissipated morale. Suddenly, the esteemed elder Yin rose from his seat, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Perhaps it is more fitting to address you as Mr. Lu. I have been blind to the grandeur of your presence, mistaking you for an ordinary individual. How foolish of me. The Yin family has shown a lack of respect towards Mr. Lu. Upon uttering these words, Yin Hongxin slightly bowed, paying his respects to Lu Di. Father, what are you doing? Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin exclaimed in astonishment. To witness their once imposing father bowing to Lu Di was utterly shocking. They are inexperienced and naturally cannot comprehend the situation. Nan Ruo silently submits to Lu Di, who, with a mere understanding, directly employs methods that lead to Zhou Tianqing's bankruptcy. How formidable this is. Even Yin Qingwen struggles to grasp her father's extreme actions, although she has been working for several years. She has always existed under the protection of the venerable Yin patriarch, entirely oblivious to the intricate entanglements among the various powers. She cannot even fathom that her vast Yin family could potentially collapse simply due to a single word from the Nan family. Yet at this moment, Yin Qingwen clearly realizes that Lu Di is no longer the Lu Di she once perceived. Patriarch Yin, there is no need for such formality. Lu Di also rises, bowing respectfully to Yin Hongxin. With humility, Yin Hongxin trembles slightly and inquires, Mr. Lu, may I ask what your intentions are moving forward? Are you willing to remain with the Yin family? Rest assured, whether you choose to stay or not, you will always be the most esteemed guest of the Yin family. Lu Di merely nods gently, stating, I have said before, I see things through to the end. Once I have rid the world of treachery and acted with a clear conscience, I shall depart. Ah, splendid. I certainly did not misjudge this young man, Lu Di, proud, assertive, and deeply loyal. At that moment, the steadfast Black Mountain general suddenly rises from his seat. His eyes sparkled with intensity. Lu Di, now that we've concluded our family matters, let us turn our attention to national affairs. As Heishan rose, several armored personnel carriers roared towards the Yin family estate. Armed soldiers swiftly disembarked, surrounding the estate in a tight circle. More squads surged into the estate, standing guard with their weapons drawn. General Heishan chuckled heartily. I may not possess great talents, but I currently hold a national conscription order. Those whom I deem worthy must unconditionally comply and enlist with me. Even if the chief of the Southern Tianhai were to arrive personally, he would have no authority to intervene. Oh dear, it's a bit late. Just one more chapter to go. To the sleepless old friends, thank you for your support. Brother, old black ghost, are you being too ruthless? You actually summoned troops? Duan Hua, the leader of the Haishur Special Operations Group, stared in disbelief, his mind in a whirl. Heh, ruthless? My journey to this day has been fueled by this very determination. Heishan replied, glancing at Duan Hua with pride. You know well the capabilities of this young man. If he were to unleash his full strength, could I possibly restrain him? Then, Heishan turned to Old Master Yin. Old Yin, instruct your younger generation to leave. What follows is beyond their purview. At this juncture, Old Master Yin felt utterly helpless. He had anticipated Heishan's intentions to recruit Lu Di, but he never imagined it would unfold in such a manner. With a wave of his hand, Elder Yin signaled for the servants and the younger members of the Yin family to vacate the room in a state of confusion. Only Nan Ruai hesitated for a moment. Lu Di, however, smiled gently and said, It's no trouble. Yes, sir, Nan Ruoyi had no choice but to exit reluctantly. After a brief moment, only Elder Yin, Heishan, Duan Hua, and Lu Di remained in the room. General Heishan, if I recall correctly, you did not win that game of chess just now, did you? Lu Di remarked with a smile. Heishan's demeanor instantly shifted to one of joviality. He casually took a seat and laughed. Young Lu Di, I must concede. Your cunning is indeed impressive. You have those young ones utterly bewildered, and it brings me great amusement. Lu Di scoffed, regardless of your praise. I have no desire to join the military. Not joining the military is excellent. How about becoming a police officer instead? Duan Hua interjected opportunely. Duan Hua, step aside. Heishan slowly rose, his expression grave, as he approached Lu Di, exuding an extraordinary military presence. Youth Lu Di, Heishan furrowed his brow. I am here. Lu Di replied. I beg you. Heishan's face expressed a hint of bitterness. General Heishan, what do you mean by this? Lu Di was left speechless. To speak candidly, though I cherish talent dearly, I would not go to such lengths for a single individual. Heishan continued to smile bitterly, remarking, in truth, I desire to send you to your demise. Ah, to your demise, he added. General Heishan, your manner of speaking is indeed quite subtle. Lu Di was momentarily taken aback. Oh dear, old ghost Heishan, can you not articulate your thoughts more clearly? Duan Hua approached, his expression one of exasperation, and said to Lu Di, our military has been planning a long-anticipated project. To the average person, it may seem akin to courting death, yet for you, it could represent a remarkable opportunity for success. Lu Di raised an eyebrow. I am most eager to hear more. However, General Heishan waved his hand dismissively, stating, no, this is a matter of national secrecy. If you wish to hear it, you must accompany me. In that case, I shall refrain from listening. Oh, how you infuriate me. At that very moment, outside the Yin family estate, a diminutive old man clad in a white tank top and black shorts was ambling along with a peculiar gait. Yet, the entrance to the Yin estate was already surrounded by armed soldiers. Old man, this area is under martial law. I kindly ask you to take your stroll elsewhere. One soldier stated sternly. Young lad, allow me to show you something. Once you have seen it, will you grant me entry? The old man grinned widely, revealing the lining of his tattered tank top. The soldier, caught between laughter and bewilderment, had no choice but to lower his gaze. Upon seeing what lay within, the soldier was taken aback, immediately saluting the elderly gentleman. Upon the tattered vest of the elderly man gleamed numerous illustrious medals. 2 third-class merits, 2 second-class merits, 1 first-class merit, 1 special merit, and 1 distinguished honor medal. All of these were earned while I tended to the wounds of the young ones on the battlefield. The old man broke into a broad smile once more. The soldier exclaimed loudly, Old hero, greetings. What heroism is there to speak of? Just allow this old man to enter. I wish to meet a few friends. Please wait a moment while I notify you. Within the Yin family banquet hall, the Black Mountain General was already flushed with anger. Lu, let me tell you, whether you wish to leave or not, today you shall depart. Otherwise, you shall never exit the Yin family doors. Come now, old Black. Can you not grant him a moment to ponder? Duan Hua said helplessly. No, alas. As the wealthiest man in Haishur, Old Master Yin found himself utterly sidelined, merely able to sigh softly in the corner. Little Black, suddenly, a deep and steady voice resonated from the doorway. The Black Mountain General's ears perked up instantly. Someone called me Little Black. He turned around, and his expression shifted drastically, followed by an overwhelming excitement. Big brother, what brings you here? Duan Hua and Old Master Yin exchanged glances, their expressions equally transformed, both exclaiming in unison, Big brother. Lu also turned to look back, then rose respectfully, saying Grandfather. Master Tua, whose real name is Chuhi and nicknamed Chuwado, was a towering figure in the medical field 30 years ago. With a heart of compassion and a spirit brimming with love, he consistently achieved miraculous feats in medicine during his prime. Later, he served alongside the Chinese military, rescuing countless soldiers and thwarting numerous enemy bioweapon schemes. He forged a brotherly bond with the frontline warriors Heishan, Duan Hua, and Yin Hongxin, having saved their lives on multiple occasions. As the eldest among them, he was always honored as Big Brother. Their camaraderie spanned nearly 4 decades. A few years ago, after bequeathing several medical patents to Yin Hongxin, Master Tua suddenly chose to live anonymously and took on the role of a volunteer doctor. Although the other 3 could easily locate him, they hesitated to intrude on his newfound solitude. At that moment, Master Tua approached the seat vacated by Lu Di, hands clasped behind his back. and settled down with a deliberate grace. He simply uttered one word, wine. In a flurry, Heishan and the others scrambled to pour him 3 glasses of various foreign wines and red wines, but Master Tuo wrinkled his nose and did not partake. Only Lu Di rummaged through the cabinets, and, after an extensive search in the kitchen, emerged with a bottle of Erguo Tu. He filled Master Tuo's glass, prompting Master Tuo to raise it and drink it all in one go. Subsequently, Master Tuo gently remarked, "Little Lu Di usually helps me clean the hospital. No one can take him away." Heishan was stunned for a full 3 minutes before the realization dawned upon him. Lu Di was indeed Master Tuo's disciple. However, Montenegro could not help but speak up. "Brother, I possess a conscription order. Do grant me some favor." I shall not." This individual, a distinguished general from China, served as the chief instructor of the Tianluo unit within the clandestine force known as the Eastern Divine Sword. The elder, codenamed Montenegro, had nothing further to say at that moment. Frustrated, he stood at attention before the table, silent. What power do I possess? Even if I commanded 6 fully armed teams to encircle the Yin family estate, what of it? Even with a national conscription order in hand, what difference would it make? If my brother refuses to show favor, then a tiger must lie low, and a dragon must coil. Old Black, I fail to comprehend why you wish to take Lu away. And now, even my brother disapproves. The elder Yin, observing the alignment of his brother's stance with his own, became irate and admonished, "Old Black, hasten to release the person. Those unaware might think my Yin Hongxin has committed a crime." Montenegro shook his head with a wry smile. "You, old Yin, are indeed correct in saying that you possess eyes yet fail to recognize Mount Tai. Do you genuinely believe Lu is merely an ordinary individual, or rather, an ordinary individual with connections to a prestigious family?" The elder Yin was momentarily taken aback, is he not? Montenegro sighed and slowly replied, "You are aware of the caliber of my soldiers, are you not?" "Indeed." Master Yin spoke with solemnity, acknowledging that despite their decades-long friendship with Heishan, they could occasionally indulge in light-hearted banter. However, when it came to Heishan's troops, it was an entirely different matter. They were the elite of the military, each a master in their own right. Master Yin was acutely aware of the prowess exhibited by the likes of Tai Si and his comrades. They were nothing short of walking combat machines. His admiration for Heishan's rigorous training methods and his formidable soldiers came from the depths of his heart. "My new recruits had a minor misunderstanding with Lu Di," Heishan said, his expression tinged with bitterness. "A team of 6 in just 43 seconds. Lu Di took them all down." He then recounted how he had sent flying the 3rd-ranked squad leader among my subordinates with a single punch. "What?" Master Yin, who was about to take a seat, suddenly froze, nearly missing the chair altogether. Despite having summoned 6 small teams today, he realized that in a bare-handed fight, these dozens of men might not be able to withstand Lu Di. Heishan expressed his helplessness once more. Upon hearing this, Master Yin regarded Lu Di with astonishment. He understood that a mere 43 seconds to incapacitate 6 of Heishan's subordinates could only be described as terrifying. Lu Di appeared so frail, even somewhat delicate. It was hard to reconcile his appearance with that of the muscular war machines he was up against. What a remarkable young man Lu Di was, mastering the national economy. He has compelled the daughters of the Nan family to bow in submission. With a mere understanding, he could obliterate companies valued in the billions. Now, due to his formidable prowess, he finds himself coveted by military magnates. A man of both intellect and strength, excelling in both disciplines. This is rather daunting. Furthermore, he is likely still a disciple of the elder brother. In every aspect, he stands as a paragon of excellence. How laughable it is that I once arranged a banquet, hoping to stimulate young Master Lu through a few young talents. It now appears that the so-called elites I invited are nothing but a farce in young Master Lu's eyes. Old Master Yan's expression is complex, yet as Black Mountain remarked, "I am more blind than I ever imagined." Alas, I never expected that after a lifetime of battles in commerce and warfare, my vision would still be so limited. Young Master Lu's abilities have long surpassed my judgment. Little Haizi, rest assured, the elder brother is aware of your endeavors. Uncle Tuo spoke slowly. That matter is indeed a necessity dictated by national conditions, and it is something our Chinese soldiers must accomplish to establish a presence on the international stage. Moreover, I am aware that in this area of research, our Chinese military has already fallen behind, not only European nations, but also numerous private organizations. Upon hearing this, Black Mountain was initially taken aback, but soon found solace. He chuckled wryly. The elder brother is indeed worthy of his title, effortlessly revealing the highest secrets of our Chinese military. It seems you have not been idle all these years. Duong Hua sighed and remarked, Old He, even if my elder brother wishes to take a respite, he cannot escape the call of duty. Among the 13-star generals of China, who has not been saved by him, each one has sought an audience with him, hoping to entice him back into the military fold to once again lead the research and development department as an officer in the Haisher police department. I'm acutely aware of these matters. Tua Yu merely shook his head slightly and continued, Xiao Haizi, I comprehend your sentiments. As a general, your intentions are commendable. With a deep breath, Tua Yi added, the rise and fall of the nation is a shared responsibility. Regarding your matter, I am willing to lend my assistance. Heishan's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Really? Tua Yi paused for a moment before responding. However, there is no need for Lu Di to go. I will assure you on his behalf that I can assist a few times during the process. As for when he will go, I will make the arrangements. All right. I will heed my elder brother's arrangements. Heishan seemed to have rekindled his hope. Tua Ye's involvement was entirely an unforeseen delight, even more so than the prospect of taking Lu Di along. After all, with Tua Ye's participation, the project would undoubtedly achieve groundbreaking advancements. Heishan instinctively glanced at the quietly attentive Lu Di. Lu Di, are you not curious about what we have discussed? Lu Di smiled gently. As a younger generation, I have already surmised most of it. How is that possible? Heishan expressed disbelief. Lu Di quietly remarked, what you are discussing pertains to state secrets. However, after the departure of the younger members of the Yin family, why is it that the elder Yin remains? If I am not mistaken, it is due to elder Yan's Yingji group, which has consistently been engaged in the research and development of medical devices. What is even more intriguing is that I have discovered a clandestine department within the group, one that is inaccessible to anyone below the vice president level. Elder Yin appeared increasingly astonished, responding, Lu Di, how do you know this? Lu Di chuckled again. Recently, the Chinese military has been summoning individuals with unique physical attributes nationwide. They have even resorted to implementing mandatory conscription, coupled with the recent rumors circulating on international networks regarding extraordinary humans. I surmise that the Chinese military and Yingji group must be collaborating on something, perhaps in the realm of human enhancement technologies. At this point, Lu Di raised his head and smiled. This aligns with the legendary concept of modified humans. Apologies, everyone. But today I can only provide a single update due to some inconvenient reasons. Rest assured, I will make up for it tomorrow with a flurry of updates. Starting with 6. I kindly ask for your understanding and refrain from neglecting the work, as the data is of great importance to me. Thank you. The elder Yan's eyes were filled with shock as he stared vacantly at Heishan, Duan Hua, and the others. The secrets he had meticulously guarded were now so effortlessly unveiled by Lu Di. How on earth should he address this? Montenegro cast a puzzled glance at Master Tua. Do not look at me. I have not uttered a word to young Lu. Master Tua popped his lips and took a small sip of wine. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this lad Lu, relying solely on mere fragments of conversation and a smattering of information from the internet, has deduced all this? Such intellect is astounding. Young Lu, tread carefully with your words. The terms international, Chinese military, and augmentations are not to be trifled with. This matter is far beyond a mere peculiar rumor. Do not disseminate it. Young Lu, Elder Yin, and the two military dignitaries hurriedly attempted to rectify the situation, their faces etched with panic. Observing the expressions of those present, I surmise my conjecture holds true. Young Lu chuckled softly. However, Elder Yin, I do have a piece of advice for you. Elder Yin, regaining his composure from the shock, inquired, what is it, young Lu? I suggest you retract Ouyang Fingyu's authority over the secretive department, or at the very least, remain vigilant regarding him. Young Lu replied nonchalantly. You refer to his interest in the Yin family shares, correct? Elder Yin sighed with a wry smile. I am well aware of this. Fengyu hails from humble beginnings. Yet he was chosen by Yuan as her husband. His gaze upon the Yin family's fortune inevitably breeds ulterior motives. Such occurrences are not uncommon within affluent families. I cannot forcibly sever their matrimonial bond. The old man had no children under his knees and initially hoped to exert some influence through Lu, thinking that if he restrained himself a bit, the old man could simply get by. However, it now seemed that Lu held this notion in utter disdain. Old sir, Lu began, this matter is not as intricate as you perceive. I have already rattled the cage, and I have spared the Yin family's face. Should Ouyang Fengyu commit another egregious act, I shall ensure his utter ruin. The elderly Yin trembled at his words. Lu, Surely it cannot come to that. Lu chose not to respond further to the old man's concerns, instead directing his gaze towards the general of Black Mountain. Regarding the banking issue, I concede my recklessness. The soldiers concealed their faces, leaving me unable to ascertain their identities. The general was momentarily at a loss for words. This was not merely a question of recklessness. One needed the capability to be reckless in the first place. Moreover, how could an ordinary person possibly see through their disguise? The general of Black Mountain's lips twitched as he remarked, "Your powers of observation are truly commendable. Such a talent, not participating in our reform program, would indeed be a waste." Cough, cough. Master Tua cleared his throat and rose languidly. "As for the military experiments, I shall vouch for Lu. He will disclose no secrets. I am weary now, Lu. Please escort me home." "Of course, Master Tua," the elder brother interjected. "Shall we accompany you back? We could discuss the plans in further detail." Haisha promptly stepped forward, exclaiming, "You are bothersome." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Tua Yi took the lead, followed closely by Lu Di, leaving Haisha and the others in stunned silence, utterly at a loss. Outside the Yin family estate, Zhou Tianqing had regained consciousness, staring blankly alongside the younger members of the Yin family at the armed soldiers filling the courtyard. What was happening? Armed warriors had encircled the Yin family estate, while Lu Di was left to converse with two formidable figures. Could it be that Lu Di had connections to the military? The magnitude of this situation suggested that it was anything but ordinary. Lu Ziming, seething with indignation, remarked, "It is highly likely that that arrogant fool Lu Di has stirred up trouble outside and is now being pursued by heavy forces. I long to see him shackled and led away, only to be imprisoned, never to see the light of day again." His countenance twisted with malice, yet within, he fervently prayed that his wish would come to fruition. The incident at the concert had instilled an inexplicable sense of dread within him, leaving him feeling precarious. Suddenly, the formation of the armed soldiers shifted. After a brief flurry of movement, they lined up neatly along either side of the estate's grand entrance. Extending along the path leading to the gate, an elderly, stooped figure emerged from the doorway, with Lu Di closely following behind. In an instant, all the armed soldiers stood at attention, their arms raised in a synchronized salute. Lu Di and the elder proceeded forward with measured steps. The soldiers maintained their military salute, watching intently as the figures departed. The atmosphere was formidable, instilling a sense of awe. This salute, however, was not directed at Lu Di, but rather at the venerable elder. "Tua Yi." Just moments ago, the soldiers received a command over the intercom to collectively pay tribute to the old hero. At that instant, Lu Ziming, Zhou Tianqing, and their companions were momentarily stunned. What of the handcuffs and shackles that were promised? The scene before them was utterly incomprehensible. This was the highest honor bestowed upon a soldier. Who was this elder? If Lu Di could walk in the presence of such an individual, what was his own status? Could he possibly be the scion of a high-ranking military family? They could not help but recall Miss Nan's respectful demeanor towards Lu Di. A chill ran down their spines. How could this be? Lu Di and Tua Yi strode among the soldiers, exuding a presence that seemed to overshadow the heavens. In stark contrast, the bewildered Lu Ziming and his companions appeared as insignificant as ants. Nan Ruo, too, was no longer as composed as before. Dozens of soldiers saluted and bid farewell. Not even her own father had ever received such treatment. "Sir, oh sir, just how many identities do you possess?" The most astonished of all was Miss Yin Qingwen, the third daughter of the Yin family. She immediately recognized the elderly man in the white vest. Tua Yi, the eccentric doctor who had always held himself in supreme arrogance, dismissing all others as insignificant. She suddenly recalled Lu Di's words, "Master Tua looks down upon your Ingji group." Lu Di was not lying. Master Tua was far from being as simple as he seemed. If Master Tua was indeed an extraordinary figure, then what manner of person was Lu Di, whom he regarded as his own? Yin Qingwen found herself ensnared in profound bewilderment. What was even more astonishing was that behind Master Tua and Lu Di, the imposing figures of Heishan and Duan Hua emerged, who seemed too daunted to even breathe. And at the very end of the procession was Elder Yin. The illustrious Yin Hongxin, the wealthiest man in Haisher, appeared to hold the most humble position among them. As they approached the gathering, Lu Di casually remarked to Nan Ruo, "I have some ideas for improvement regarding your enterprise. I will contact you later." "Yes, sir," Nan Ruo replied, maintaining his customary respect, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, the elder and the youth strolled leisurely down the mountain, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, with no one daring to impede their passage. Heishan's expression was difficult to articulate as he waved his hand, signaling all the soldiers to board the armored vehicles and prepare for departure. On the mountain path, Lu Di nodded towards Master Tuo, saying, "Thank you for helping me out of a predicament. Haha, young man, am I not aware of your capabilities? Even if I had not intervened, could they truly have confined you?" Master Tuo chuckled heartily. "But what about you, Master Tuo?" Lu Di inquired, somewhat puzzled. "You, my dear boy, possess extraordinary talent, and there will undoubtedly come a day when you shall achieve great ambitions. However, in navigating the world, the importance of connections cannot be overstated." With a knowing smile, Master Tuo remarked, "I have come today, while the authority of my old bones still commands respect, to assist you in establishing military relationships. Do not be deceived by little Heizi's deference before me. It is merely a reflection of his upright character and gratitude. The strength of Heishan is far beyond your imagination. Utilize it wisely in the future." Lu Di nodded earnestly. "Thank you, Master Tuo. Yet, Master Tuo, you are too humble." At that moment, the vehicles of Heishan and Duan Hua, accompanied by several armored transport vehicles, slowly approached the two. Heishan, seated within the car, rolled down the window, ready to speak. However, Master Tuo impatiently waved his hand. "Move along." With a face full of frustration, Heishan had no choice but to instruct the driver to continue onward. Passing by the two, observing the soldiers on the armored vehicle maintaining military decorum, Master Tuo's expression softened with kindness. "Ah, little Lu, I truly did not anticipate that you would so swiftly overcome the formidable soldiers of Heishan." Master Tuo nodded in satisfaction. "Your progress has exceeded my expectations." Lu Di found himself at a loss for words. 3 years prior, Lu Di had been rescued by Master Tuo, and, upon awakening, was met by this eccentric old man, whose face was alight with fervor, declaring Lu Di to be the chosen one. As time passed, a deeper understanding unfolded. It was the venerable elder Tuo who discovered that Lu Di possessed an extraordinary constitution, with genetic differences that set him apart from the ordinary populace. Should Lu Di's physique continue to evolve or receive appropriate external support, he might very well blossom into an existence that transcends the common, thus earning the title of a genius of physique. In essence, Lu Di himself embodies that rare 0.01 of natural talent. However, throughout the past 3 years, Lu Di felt no distinction between himself and others. In fact, he even bore the burden of an additional ailment, a lingering headache. The strength he now possesses is entirely attributed to the adjustments made by the demon child. Yet, Lu Di has distilled all of this into but a few words. "I am merely fortunate." Pausing briefly, Lu Di casually inquired, "Elder Tuo, may I ask from where you procured this artificial eye for me?" Elder Tuo stroked his chin, pondering for a considerable time, only to recall that he had forgotten from which hospital it was salvaged, though he assured that it had been sterilized. Well then, he chuckled lightly before adopting a more serious demeanor. "Little Lu Di, your extraordinary talent is not only your blessing, but also a fortune for our nation. When the motherland calls upon you, I hope you will rise to the occasion and contribute to your country, so as not to squander the earnest efforts I have invested in you." Upon uttering these words, Elder Tuo gazed forward with his hands clasped behind his back. Yet, from the depths of his eyes, Lu Di perceived a fervent passion concealed within. Although Elder Tuo had chosen to live incognito, the fire of patriotism within him had never dimmed. "I shall do my utmost," declared Lu Di, his chest swelling with determination. At that moment, the terrain rose steeply. Lu Ziming, Zhou Tiancheng, and Ouyang Fengyu stood overlooking an elderly man and a child making their way down the winding mountain path. Zhou Tiancheng glared at Lu Di, consumed by rage. He believed Lu Di had stripped him of everything, leaving him without a means to survive. "If I perish, he shall not find solace either." Ouyang Fengyu, with a darkened expression, retorted, "What can you possibly do to him? Have you not discerned the extent of his power? The state and military hold him in the highest regard." Power? Zhou Tiancheng was on the verge of madness. What does his power matter? Can it shield him every hour of the day? I shall do nothing but mobilize every connection I have, seeking out desperate souls to keep a close watch on Lu Di. The moment he becomes vulnerable, I shall take his life. I wonder how long he can remain so arrogant. Upon hearing Zhou Tiancheng's words, Ouyang Fengyu and Lu Ziming exchanged knowing glances, refraining from dissent. These two harbored deeper schemes. It was rare to see a fool like Zhou Tiancheng take the lead. Eliminating Lu Di would be most advantageous, conveniently removing an obstacle in their path. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed down the mountain road. The sound did not emanate from the direction of Tuoyi and Lu Di, but rather from the Black Mountain convoy that had reached the mountainside. Along one side of the winding path, grenades were being hurled from the forest. Boom, boom. Grenades detonated in rapid succession. However, it was not an ordinary explosive grenade, but rather a specially crafted smoke bomb. In an instant, the Black Mountain convoy was engulfed in a dense fog. The soldiers immediately went on high alert, yet their vision was obscured by the smoke. No one could have anticipated that the commander of Black Mountain would fall victim to an enemy ambush right here. As chaos ensued among the soldiers, a figure suddenly leaped out from the thicket beside the road. Clad in a matte black bodysuit, her alluring silhouette was accentuated, her face concealed behind an iron mask, and her right hand adorned with an unusual steel glove. From the moment she appeared, she began to move with incredible speed, like a phantom, plunging directly into the black mist. Time was fleeting, and only a few soldiers managed to react. Yet, before they could raise their weapons to fire, they were violently struck aside by the phantom. In the blink of an eye, she had already reached the front of Black Mountain's Audi. The steel glove on her right hand flickered with electric sparks as she lunged towards the car door. It was unfathomable. The heavy Audi door was instantly crumpled by her grasp, slowly twisting and deforming. Above the mountain road, Tuoyi and Lu Di, benefiting from their elevated vantage point, observed the entire spectacle with clarity. Tuoyi's pupils constricted. This must be an assassination attempt on the young Black. Meanwhile, Lu Di furrowed his brow, gazing into the distance. From his perspective, all the operational data of that phantom had long been captured by the demon boy. Speed, strength, and reaction time transcend the ordinary realm. Furthermore, her silhouette unmistakably embodies that of a woman. Lu Di, it is highly probable that this individual is not an ordinary person. The Black Mountain team was caught off guard. He is in grave danger. At this moment, Tuoyi remained remarkably composed, turning to Lu Di and asking, "Can you intercept her?" "Absolutely." In an instant, Lu Di's gaze sharpened to a razor's edge. He gradually lowered his body, his physique tensing as his bones creaked, akin to a fully drawn bow. In the next moment, the ground trembled slightly. Lu Di leapt like a cannonball. Between the two mountain paths, the height differed by 7 to 8 meters, and the width exceeded 10 meters. With one leap, Lu Di spanned half the mountain path. With another leap, he soared into the air above the battlefield. At that moment, beside the Audi, the phantom suddenly unleashed her power, forcibly tearing the car door from its hinges. Subsequently, she flung it away with such force that it vanished from sight. In the next instant, a fist from within the car, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, lunged toward the phantom. Bang! The Black Mountain's fist was unexpectedly grasped firmly by the phantom, rendering it immobile. In a flash of light, a dagger emerged from the palm of her other hand. The Black Mountain was in dire straits. Just when it seemed hopeless, a white figure descended from the heavens. He landed atop the Audi, shattering the surrounding glass instantaneously. As he furrowed his brow, Lu Di seized the moment and launched a punch. The phantom was momentarily taken aback upon spotting Lu Di, her astonishment lasting less than half a second. It was already too late. Lu Di's fist descended with unparalleled force, rendering evasion impossible. Boom. The phantom was struck in the shoulder, blood spewing from her mouth as she was hurled several meters. Crashing into the thicket of the mountains, Lu Di, having just unleashed his blow, found himself momentarily dazed, failing to pursue his advantage. The demon child observed. Noting that the physical attributes of this individual bore a striking resemblance to the phantom, with a similarity index nearing 95. Gradually, a name materialized before Lu Di's eyes, leaving him utterly astounded. "Search for her. Do not let her escape." At this moment, the Black Mountain general emerged from the vehicle, promptly commanding his soldiers to scour the underbrush for the elusive figure. Witnessing the unfolding battle were not only Tu Yi, but also the higher-ranking Ouyang Fengyu, Zhou Tiancheng, and El Ziming. Zhou Tiancheng rubbed his eyes vigorously, yet the scene remained unchanged. Lu Di stood atop the Audi, exuding an aura befitting a war deity. Was I mistaken? Did that young man just leap over 10 meters from one mountain path to another? And then, like a superhero, send that assassin flying with a single punch? Is this some sort of film? At this moment, Lu Ziming regained his senses and exclaimed, "You didn't miss here." "Tiancheng, are you suggesting that you intend to perish alongside this maniac? Are you planning to eliminate him when he is alone?" Zhou Tiancheng, his face pale with terror, retorted, "I never said that. I retract my previous statement. I concede, I am cowardly. I cannot contend with Lu Di. You two should take care of yourselves. As he spoke, Zhou Tiancheng scuttled towards his vehicle in a frantic manner, desperate to escape this place. He vowed never to engage with the Yin family again and wished never to encounter Lu Di again. For that, Lu Di was nothing short of a demon. Lu Di, are you all right? Heishan approached, glancing in bewilderment at the steep mountain path towering over them. He scrutinized Lu Di once more. This fellow was even more extraordinary than he had anticipated. I am fine, Lu Di replied casually as he leaped from the wrecked Audi. Heishan, do you know who attempted to assassinate you? Lu Di inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. I have fought for half my life, accumulating many enemies. Assassination attempts are not uncommon. However, I am currently unaware of her affiliation. Heishan pondered for a moment. Yet, judging by her attire, she is likely a member of an international assassin organization, though her specific allegiance remains unknown. Lu Di nodded slowly, remaining silent. It was only then that Tao Yu leisurely descended the mountain path, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Heishan, you owe young Lu a life. I shall remember this act of salvation. Heishan nodded in acknowledgement towards Lu. 10 minutes later, a soldier returned with a report. Despite an exhaustive search through the surrounding thickets, the assassin remained elusive. She had fled. They swiftly commenced the cleanup of the battlefield, ensuring that this matter would not reach the outside world. A shadow of gloom enveloped Heishan's countenance. The assassin had grown increasingly formidable, nearly costing him his life this time. Most alarming was the evident superiority of this assassin. She seemed to be approaching the standards of a modified human. It appeared that the advancements of hostile forces had far outpaced China. Heishan instinctively cast a pleading glance towards Tao Yi. With a deep sigh, Tao Yi replied, I understand. I will act swiftly. General Heishan, do you not find it peculiar that such an incident occurred at the Yin family estate? Lu suddenly inquired. Troublesome Yin family, Lu continued. There is no doubt about old Yin. I am a man naturally despised, always targeted wherever I go. My subordinates will promptly initiate an investigation. Moreover, professional assassins, once they fail, will never return to the same location. Rest assured, the Yin family estate is secure. As Heishan spoke, he tended to his wrist. Recently injured by an assassin. The composure exhibited by General Heishan in the face of adversity was truly admirable to the younger generation. Lu Di responded, his brow still furrowed in concern. The warriors brought by Heishan were swift and efficient. Within 30 minutes, they had managed to secure the scene. However, they uncovered hardly a shred of useful evidence. Heishan regarded the situation with indifference, stating that there was but one motive behind the assassination attempt, to thwart the experimental plans of the Chinese military. Rather than squander time hunting for the perpetrator, he preferred to expedite the research. After escorting Grandpa Tuo back to the hospital, Lu Di returned to the Yin family residence alone. In his room, he diligently reviewed the footage, replaying the images of the female assassin in his mind. Following a search and information analysis of nearby surveillance cameras conducted by the demon child, the assassin's visage became strikingly clear, aligning perfectly with prior predictions. Gradually, Lu Di relaxed his brow and let out a wry smile. So-called modified humans, indeed? The matters concerning the Yin family appeared to be far more complicated than he had initially anticipated. The following morning, as was his routine, Lu Di engaged in some exercise in the courtyard. Yin Xingwen emerged from the door with a slow grace. Upon spotting Lu Di, her gaze instinctively averted, and she proceeded directly to the garage, seemingly intending to drive herself. Where are you headed today? Lu Di inquired with a smile. Yin Xingwen smiled with restraint and said, Mr. Lu, I can no longer allow you to be my chauffeur. My father has declared that you are now a distinguished guest of the Yin family. The distinction between a guest and responsibilities is indeed unrelated. Lu Di bent down to take the driver's seat, turned back with a smile, and said, I have something to discuss with you today. Yin Xingwen pressed her lips together, ultimately nodding as they headed to the Mayan psychological clinic. On the way, Yin Xingwen retrieved a metallic ballpoint pen from her bag, clicking it repeatedly with a tense expression. Lu Di gently inquired, Miss Yin, is there something troubling you? To be honest, Lu Di, I am quite curious about your true identity. I also wish to know how much I have misjudged you in the past, Yin Xingwen admitted, her confidence wavering. Well, Lu Di paused for a moment, prompting Yin Xingwen to quickly add, if you prefer not to share, it is perfectly fine. I realize I have no right to pry. Lu Di shrugged with a smile, remarking, identity is indeed fascinating. The treatment one receives varies greatly between having one and not. After a while, Yin Xingwen could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, You mentioned holding a concert simultaneously with my brother-in-law. Surely you jest? Lu Di raised an eyebrow and replied, do I strike you as someone who jokes around? Actually, Yan Qingwen's fingers incessantly tapped the ballpoint pen. You really don't need to insist so much. My abilities are lacking, and the proposal is inadequate. In the realm of marketing new products, I concede defeat to my brother-in-law without any resentment. Although I am aware of your formidable background when it comes to public concerts, no one's influence surpasses that of DE. Alas, it seems that all our efforts would be in vain. Yan Qingwen's gaze fell, and though her words conveyed acquiescence, her eyes brimmed with reluctance. Do not overthink it. My motivations for this endeavor are twofold. Firstly, for myself, and secondly, to support a noble cause. For days later, our charity gala proceeded as planned, taking place right in front of Tuaye's hospital. Lu Di rubbed his chin thoughtfully and remarked, just make sure to buy plenty of snacks. Snacks? Yan Qingwen inquired, puzzled. What do we need snacks for? To feed the children, of course. Otherwise, who will perform for you? Lu Di replied without turning his head. Children. He referred to the disabled children in the hospital. He wanted those children to perform. The thought of their innocent smiles ignited an inexplicable motivation within Yan Qingwen. Very well, let us regard this as a celebration for the children. As for the performance competition, to hell with it. Before long, the vehicle arrived at its destination, the Mu Yin Psychological Clinic, the premier private mental health facility in the city. Upon exiting the vehicle, Yan Qingwen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, Lu Di, I trust you immensely, which is why I brought you here. I hope you can keep my visit confidential. Lu Di responded with a mischievous grin. In this abnormal society, everyone possesses a touch of eccentricity, which, paradoxically, is quite normal. Rest assured, I shall keep your secret. You. Yan Qingwen was once again exasperated by Lu Di's words. She intended to retort, but the thought of Lu Di's formidable background silenced her. Instead, she managed a faint smile. Regaining her composure, Yan Qingwen pressed the doorbell. The elegant wooden door swung open to reveal a woman clad in a doctor's coat. Underneath, she wore a black blouse, and her lower attire consisted of a form-fitting black skirt. Her long, slender legs were adorned with black stockings, complemented by a pair of sleek high heels. With shoulder-length hair framing her face, her features were exquisitely proportioned, and her flawless skin marked her as an undeniable beauty. Notably, a mole adorned the outer corner of her right eye, not a natural blemish, but one she had skillfully drawn on herself. The devilish child observed, a psychologist indeed. This mole reveals her inner self. While her exterior exudes sophistication, her spirit is wild beyond measure. Subsequently, a series of data materialized before Lu Di's eyes. Li Mu Yin, a 26-year-old woman standing at 167 centimeters and weighing 49 kilograms, is a renowned psychologist and the owner of a psychological clinic, with a doctorate from Galen University. Her close friend, Yan Qingwen, also a prominent psychological consultant, had a penchant for puzzles and adventures. This woman certainly has a wealth of information circulating on social networks. Yan, are you here? Li Mu Yin greeted with a gentle smile towards Yan Qingwen. Suddenly, she noticed Lu Di standing nearby. And who might this be? With a hint of embarrassment, Yan Qingwen replied, I've mentioned him to you before. This is Lu Di. Lu Di? Li Mu Yin's interest was instantly piqued as she regarded him with her captivating eyes, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Unable to suppress herself, she even licked her lips. Her gaze ablaze with intensity. Was he under some enchantment? The two entered the clinic, and it was not until Yan Qingwen entered a consultation room alone, preparing to begin her session, that Li Mu Yan's unabashed appraisal of Lu Di continued unabated, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. Lu Di felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. Ultimately, Lu Di was directed to a private lounge, as Yan Qingwen's consultation was scheduled to last an hour, with Li Mu Yin personally attending to him. While waiting, Lu Di surveyed the psychological clinic through the glass. It was a two-story European-style building situated on a bustling street, adorned with exquisite solid wood furniture and intriguing decorative pieces. Beneath one's feet, a plush and thick carpet envelopes the entire space, imparting a sense of relaxation and comfort with each step taken. Lu Di gently nods, acknowledging that such an environment indeed fosters a tranquil state of mind. Conversely, it also renders one more susceptible to hypnosis. Curiosity peaks within Lu Di. What business does Yan Qingwen have in a place like this? Is there some underlying affliction? Lu Di. The demon child interjects, I've stumbled upon something intriguing on the Wild Doctor's computer. Wild Doctor? Yes, the woman from earlier. All right, what have you uncovered? A dossier concerning you. Instantly, A document unfolds within Lu Di's view, revealing two candid photographs of himself, seemingly captured recently. Alongside these images are a plethora of behavioral records detailing his actions, an insatiable appetite, clad in attire worth a mere 200 yuan from a street market. Extravagantly spending 1 million on a lighter, donating to charitable hospitals, exhibiting compassion towards disabled children, coercing Li Dehai into a 2 billion order, showcasing exceptional driving and shooting skills, compelling the esteemed daughters of the southern families of the capital to bow in deference, and maintaining close ties with military magnates. Each incident is accompanied by a thorough behavioral analysis, delving into Lu Di's motivations and psychological triggers. Concluding the document is a meticulously crafted hypnosis plan, targeting Lu Di. TSK. A shiver coursed down Lu Di's spine. Is that psychologist analyzing me? Judging by the tone of this information, the provider must be Yin Qingwen. Mo Tong, investigate if there are any records of Yin Qingwen. It has already been checked for the past 3 years. Yin Qingwen has visited this place at least 3 times each month. However, there are only attendance records, with no case information, suggesting a deliberate concealment. Nonetheless, from the data on her computer, it appears that this doctor is indeed a reputable one. A reputable doctor. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Shortly after, Li Muyin entered, carrying a cup of coffee. Lu Di furrowed his brow slightly. Why are you out? It hasn't even been 20 minutes yet. Li Muyin set down the coffee and gestured towards the opposite consultation room. Through the frosted glass, one could faintly discern a figure comfortably reclined on the sofa. Already deep in slumber, Woman has been under significant mental stress lately. I helped her relax and let her rest for a while, Li Muyin stated. Her gaze fixed intently on Lu Di as she gradually approached. Subsequently, Li Muyin seated herself directly on the coffee table opposite Lu Di. Her long, slender legs, clad in black stockings, rested on the armrest beside Lu Di, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of the garter belt and lace edging at the top of her thighs. Alluring and captivating. Lu Di smiled faintly, the first step of his hypnosis plan, to disturb my mind. Mr. Lu, you are quite handsome, Li Muyin said, lightly biting her lip and offering a charming smile. Indeed, it is true that most men find it hard to resist. Mr. Lu, as Wenwen's driver, you must be quite exhausted. Would you like to relax and rest your mind? Our clinic offers a special service that employs psychological guidance to help patients enter a profound sleep, thereby achieving complete relaxation of both body and mind. Lu Di chuckled inwardly. The second step of the plan, disguising hypnosis as a deep sleep service. Mr. Lu, you may not be aware, but this service typically costs 6,000 yuan. However, today, considering Wenwen's favor, how about a complimentary experience? As Li Muyin spoke, she pressed a button on a remote control on the table. Simultaneously, curtains descended slowly over the glass walls of the lounge. In 2 minutes, the lounge transformed into an intimate sanctuary. The dim lighting, alluring red lips, and seductive stockings created an enchanting atmosphere. Mr. Lu, how do you feel? Li Muyin asked, lightly biting her lip. A temptress. At this point, any ordinary man would have surrendered completely, yielding to her whims. Lu Di maintained his composure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. All right. Li Muyin could hardly contain her delight. All men are the same. Very well, Mr. Lu, please lie down in whatever position you find most comfortable. Li Muyin unexpectedly cast a flirtatious glance at Lu Di. Subsequently, she retrieved a metallic pocket watch from her bosom. Lu Di merely reclined casually on the sofa. Li Muyin approached Lu Di's side, gently taking a seat, as an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. Mr. Lu Di, please concentrate your attention on this pocket watch. With a snap, the watch opened. Instead of hands, its dial displayed a mesmerizing pattern of black and white. As Li Muyin's entrancing smile graced her lips. The dial began to rotate slowly, its design becoming increasingly bizarre and disorienting, inducing a sense of drowsiness. Lu Di was acutely aware. She had already commenced the hypnosis. Ding. Integration of ancient Greek hypnosis into the subconscious completed. Ding. Integration of counter-hypnosis resilient consciousness completed. The fusion of the demon child's consciousness was executed perfectly. Lu Di, listen to my voice. Allow your entire body to relax. You feel so comfortable. Li Muyin's gaze remained fixed upon Lu Di's visage. Her voice ethereal and dreamlike. You now walk barefoot on the warm sands of the beach. The distant sunlight grows increasingly radiant, drawing nearer to you, suddenly enveloping you in its brilliance. You relinquish all defenses. After I count to 3, you will wholly trust me and reveal all your secrets. However, As Li Mayan passionately performed her hypnotic art, her words faltered unexpectedly. To her astonishment, she noticed a flickering purple light in Lu Di's right eye, oscillating in a peculiar and haunting rhythm. Dazed, Li Mayan shook her head vigorously and continued. 3. The right eye continued to shimmer. 2. Li Mayan found herself inexplicably drawn in. Yet, she persevered and pronounced 1. Ding. Lu Di calmly produced a lighter and ignited a cigarette for himself. However, upon hearing the crisp metallic sound, Li Mayan became utterly frozen, her entire body paralyzed. Unbeknownst to her, she had succumbed to Lu Di's reverse hypnosis. Lu Di gently exhaled a plume of smoke towards her face. Li Mayan, tell me, are you a virgin? Li Muyan's eyes were hollow as she murmured. I am not. A man you can never conquer. My first experience was in the university dormitory with my senior. Subsequently, there were a few encounters in this clinic with patients. Stop. Lu Di rubbed his forehead, merely attempting to ascertain whether Li Muyan was under hypnosis. Not wishing to delve into such matters. Tell me truthfully, why did you devise a hypnosis plan for me? Lu Di gently reclined on the sofa, finding comfort. It was Wen. She was excessively curious about you, yearning to uncover your secrets. She provided me with your information, hoping to find an opportunity to hypnotize you and inquire about your affairs. However, for reasons unknown, she abruptly changed her mind last night. She decided to respect you and urged me to abandon the plan. Yet, after perusing I developed a profound interest in you. My curiosity was insatiable. I longed to know everything about you. Therefore, the moment she fell asleep, I could not resist coming to find you. I wished to realize the hypnosis plan. I harbor no malice, merely a pure desire to understand the secrets of others. I could not help myself. Li Muyan, like a soulless being, divulged all the truths. Lu Di felt a sense of helplessness. How absurd. Subsequently, he inquired, why has Yin Qingwen come to your clinic? She is unwell, suffering from a psychological disorder. She possesses a passive personality disorder, whereby her true self is concealed within her subconscious. Consequently, she manifests aspects of her character that she herself finds unappealing, a condition commonly referred to as dissociative identity disorder. Each time she clicks her ballpoint pen, it signifies her struggle against this affliction. Hiss. Lu Di gasped in astonishment. So that's it. This girl is indeed troubled, purposefully showcasing an unlikable side. How tragic. What is her current state? Lu Di could not restrain his curiosity. It is quite challenging. Her subconscious leads her to believe that her authentic self is unlikable, preventing her from truly revealing herself. She requires affirmation from others. Lu Di pressed further. What has caused her condition? There are two potential explanations. One is her extreme drive for success coupled with a lack of external validation, resulting in a distorted self-perception. The other is inherent. She may possess a genetic predisposition for multiple personalities. At this moment, Li Mayan answered Lu Di's inquiries without reservation. Lu Di furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment. Yin Qingwen's online persona is Wen must strive, combined with her inherently intense disposition. It is regrettable that Yin Qingwen's current situation is attributable to two factors. Lu Di could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for this unfortunate heiress. Alas, do your utmost to provide her with treatment. Very well, Lu Di replied, extinguishing his cigarette. Suddenly, he added, furthermore, do not harbor any intentions towards me in the future. Remember, I am a man you shall never conquer, my character. Subsequently, Lu Di, drawing upon his knowledge of hypnosis, fabricated an elaborate narrative. In the end, he implanted a belief in Li Mayan. Lu Di had fallen under her hypnotic influence. She had achieved a certain outcome. Lu Di himself was merely an ordinary individual, having merely a few formidable acquaintances. With a soft click, Lu Di closed his Zippo lighter. Li Mayan blinked rapidly, awakening from her trance. Oh, that was such a refreshing sleep. Lu Di feigned the appearance of just waking up, stretching languidly. Li Mayan's expression shifted, glancing at Lu Di in a flustered manner. She said anxiously, Mr. Lu, please rest. I have other matters to attend to. Following this, Li Mayan, feeling guilty, exited the lounge and hurried to the adjacent room to awaken Yin Qingwen. Wen, wake up. I just successfully hypnotized Lu Di. What? Yin Qingwen's expression darkened. Muyan, did I not instruct you against such actions? I could not help myself. A fleeting smile crossed Li Mu's face. Do you not wish to know what is truly happening with Lu Di? Well, Yin Qingwen hesitated, her curiosity piqued. Overcoming her feelings of guilt, she softly inquired. What exactly is going on with Lu Di? Li Mu's expression suddenly became inscrutable. Wen, your condition stems from your dual personality, Do you recall? Yin Qingwen was taken aback. I remember, but what of it? Lu Di possesses over 80 distinct personalities. Li Mu exclaimed, wide-eyed in disbelief. Moreover, the differences between each character are profoundly significant. I have never encountered anyone like him. Over 80 personalities. This is unprecedented in the annals of psychological disorders. During the day, which lasts 12 hours or 720 minutes, he switches personalities on average every 8 minutes. As Li Mu spoke, she startled herself with the alarming nature of her description. Yin Qingwen nearly choked in shock. Mu, are you serious? I'm not jesting. Do you not trust my medical expertise? How did I not realize this before? It's terrifying. Suddenly, an inexplicable thought escaped Li Mu's lips. Lu Di is a man I shall never conquer. Why did I say that? Li Mu's mind grew increasingly chaotic, while Yin Qingwen stood beside her, utterly stunned. The torment of my dual personalities has rendered me in a state of profound suffering. And what of Lu Di's 80 personalities? It is truly unfathomable. No wonder Lu Di often speaks in a disjointed manner. Could it be that his personas shift in an instant? After a prolonged silence, Li Mu Yin, seemingly lost in thought, remarked, as for Lu Di's identity, he is merely an ordinary individual acquainted with numerous remarkable people. I implore you to treat Lu Di with more kindness in the future. Do not exert pressure upon him any longer. His condition, I fear, may never be fully resolved. Yin Qingwen offered a bittersweet smile, responding, pressure him? How could I dare? Suddenly, the ringing of her phone shattered the moment. She answered the call and, after a brief exchange, her expression shifted dramatically. Without delay, she dashed out of the consultation room in search of Lu Di. Lu Di, we must leave at once. There has been an incident at home. Lu Di rose leisurely from the sofa, mused. Let me guess, is it something concerning my elder sister Yin Yiwen? A slight smile played on his lips as he continued. Has she been involved in an accident, perhaps a fall that has injured her shoulder and arm? Yin Qingwen was taken aback. How did you know? A curious couple, indeed. In light of the attack by the Black Mountain General, the matter has been discreetly contained within the upper echelons of the Haisher police force, reduced to a scope so limited that only a handful of eyewitnesses are privy to it. The Black Mountain General has long been accustomed to such life-threatening situations, handling them with a low profile, as is his customary approach. The assassination occurred with startling abruptness, and the location was indeed peculiar, on the mountain road in front of the estate of the wealthiest individual in Haisher, situated within China itself. Yet, even amidst such an extraordinary backdrop, it would be utterly inconceivable for anyone to associate the formidable assassin known as the Phantom with the gentle and unassuming Miss Yin, the eldest daughter of the Yin family, Yin Yiwen. When the young prodigy first pieced together this name, the shock that coursed through Lu Di was indescribable. Merely 20 minutes prior, his elder sister, Yin Yiwen, had been dining quietly at the same table with him and Heishan, exuding grace and serenity. Yet, in a mere span of 20 minutes, Yin Yiwen transformed into the phantom assassin, striking with unparalleled ferocity, disregarding the armed soldiers around her. Single-handedly, she infiltrated the convoy with the intent to take the life of General Heishan. Were it not for Lu Di's timely intervention, it seemed that a prominent general of China would have met his demise at her hands. Perhaps old Master Yin had long since Ouyang Fingyu's ambitions. However, should Lu Di confront old Master Yin and reveal that his beloved eldest daughter, whom he had nurtured with utmost care, was in fact a cold-blooded international assassin, it is likely that even with a knife at his throat, he would refuse to believe such an assertion. Following the assassination, Lu Di commanded the prodigy to conduct a thorough investigation. Yet, the outcome was astonishing. Yin Yiwen, this 35-year-old woman, mature and beautiful, had concealed her secrets with impeccable precision. There are no videos of her interacting with outsiders, no recordings of her changing clothes. Her phone is utterly devoid of any content. She spends nearly the entire day ensconced in her own villa, never stepping outside. The only point of suspicion surrounding her is her overseas study in fashion design 3 years ago, during which she remained in a European country for a full year. Lu Di is perplexed. As an international assassin, how does she communicate with her contacts? The sole outcome of the investigation is that Mao Dong has discovered an exceedingly clandestine overseas website. The name of the Black Mountain General prominently appears there, offering a bounty of $18 million. Lu Di cannot help but speculate. Could it be that the assassination orchestrated by elder sister Yin Yiwen was a spur-of-the-moment decision? As a prominent figure on the international assassins bounty list, does she impulsively decide to initiate an assassination right at her own doorstep? One cannot deny that elder sister Yin Yuan possesses an audacious confidence. With her exceptional physique, coupled with that peculiar steel glove, she is likely a formidable presence among international assassins. At this moment, Lu Di instinctively recalls their first encounter at the Yin family estate. Elder Sister S' smile was exceedingly gentle. She was the only one that day who wholeheartedly welcomed Lu Di's arrival. The depths of human hearts are unfathomable. Ouyang Fengyu, that narrow-minded individual who sought to usurp the Yin family's wealth, turns out to be elder sister Yin Yuan's husband. What an intriguing couple they are. Lu Di could not help but ponder whether Sister Yin Yuan was aware of Ouyang Fengyu's true nature. If he were to reveal Ouyang Fengyu's conspiracy, would Sister Yin Yuan seek to punish him or turn against Lu Di instead? After all, in the current situation, Lu Di had already discovered that Sister was the shadow, while she believed her identity remained a secret. How amusing. However, Lu Di could not allow an international assassin, intent on harming the nation's pillars, to roam freely. Shadow, are you truly without flaws? Lu Di had made up his mind. Next, he would incapacitate Ouyang Fengyu, thereby forcing the shadow to reveal herself. Returning to reality. In the psychological clinic, Yin Qingwen awaited an explanation for Lu Di's knowledge of Sister's injuries. Lu Di scratched his head and chuckled. I noticed that Sister's brow has been darkening lately. I suspected she might face some misfortune. Lu Di, not this again. Yin Qingwen sighed in resignation, wondering if Lu Di's personality had shifted once more. We should hurry. I heard that Sister collapsed at her doorstep last night, reportedly attacked by assailants. As Yin Qingwen turned to leave, she noticed that Lu Di had no intention of following. With a slight smile, Lu Di remarked, I shall forego visiting Sister. My presence might do more harm than good to her condition. As for me, I might as well wander about. Perhaps I shall encounter that villain. Yin Qingwen hesitated, contemplating the matter of the honored guest appointed by her father. With a furrowed brow, she reluctantly nodded and then swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Lu Di resumed his seat on the clinic's sofa. From his perspective, the demon child had already marked 6 locations. These 6 addresses formed a singular route, the only one devoid of surveillance cameras, connecting the site of the Black Mountain General's assassination to the villa of his elder sister, Yin Yuan. Furthermore, these 6 locations were situated in sparsely populated areas, with no cameras within a kilometer radius. Lu Di surmised that his sister Yin Yuan's equipment was likely concealed in one of these spots. He had no intention of searching for it himself. Instead, he forwarded the 6 addresses to Tai Si. The Tai brothers, being elite warriors, were naturally adept at retrieving such items. Just as Lu Di awaited in silence, Li Muyin entered the room. She carried a fruit platter, looking at Lu Di with a cheerful smile. To be honest, you are the most handsome person I have ever encountered. Lu Di's brow furrowed slightly. Was my implanted awareness not thorough enough? Am I not the man he can never conquer? Is she here to challenge the impossible? Lu Di suddenly recalled that this woman had a penchant for puzzle solving and adventure. Could it be that instead of dissuading her, she was determined to challenge me? He chuckled to himself. How about we add each other as friends on Gemini? Li Mine suggested, pulling out her phone. Lu Di sighed in resignation. Fine. In light of your support for my product. Lu Di, your Gemini nickname is Emperor 3? Are you not afraid of being banned for impersonating a tech genius? Lu Di smacked his lips. To be honest, if my account could be shut down, I might as well perform a self-cooking act in an iron pot. Haha, Lu Di. You are truly humorous. Just then, Lu Di's phone chimed with a text message. Tai Si, Mr. Lu, the items have been located. Lu Di smiled with satisfaction and replied, keep it confidential and secure. I will need it after the concert. In the days leading up to the concert, the Chinese internet was dominated by 2 trending topics. The first was about the Gemini app. In just 10 days since its launch, the user growth rate was enough to send shivers down the spine of the Penguin Group. Even more astonishing was its formidable influence. Just a day prior, a well-known travel company, Me Too, which had already secured funding and was poised for a large-scale launch by the end of the year, faced an unexpected turn of events. After an official exposure post regarding the travel section of the Gemini app, it was left with no choice but to declare bankruptcy. All the incriminating evidence against the company Me Too has been comprehensively grasped and simultaneously unveiled by the Gemini. While Me Too boasts 12 exclusive travel routes, Gemini has boldly released 120, with quality that far surpasses that of Me Too. This audacious move by Gemini has instilled trepidation among all entrepreneurs and commanded the admiration of every internet company. They have emerged as true opinion leaders and formidable commercial titans. seemingly possessing the power to dictate the fate of any enterprise in the shadows. The online populace is drawn to them with unwavering trust. Should Gemini choose to target any corporation, employing the same tactics as with Me Too, a mere statement could potentially lead to its instant collapse, leaving no room for recovery. This epitomizes the power of leadership and the will of the people. Numerous unscrupulous business owners tremble in fear at night, dreading the revelation of their misdeeds on the Gemini platform come morning. Whether within China or among international business researchers, founders, and students, they observe Gemini's astonishing growth rate, gradually realizing that the interest-based section of Gemini is not merely an attempt to replace forums. It aspires to penetrate and even lead every conceivable domain, whether domestically or internationally. There are always a multitude of self-proclaimed technical experts attempting to emulate the functionalities of the Gemini application, seeking to develop a similar app to ride the wave of its popularity or to share in its benefits. However, the outcome has been a cascade of frustration and despair among numerous skilled individuals who have begun to seriously doubt their own capabilities, with many abandoning their keyboards and changing careers altogether. Meanwhile, the second trending topic on the internet has been the long-silent musical deity, DE, making a triumphant return. Just 3 days ago, he posted an update on Douyin, June 19th, Shanghai district. This announcement instantly stirred a major commotion, as netizens speculated fervently. The leading enterprise in High City, Yingxi Group, made a grand announcement that on June 19th at 8 p.m., they would host a concert featuring the illustrious DE at the Huitian Square in Shanghai district. DE himself would grace the stage to perform. The open-air venue can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators, with no admission fee required. Yingxi Group is the exclusive sponsor of this event, showcasing their family medical products. Fans were utterly exhilarated. DE is personally appearing? A concert? Oh my heavens, I must attend at all costs. Subsequently, tickets for trains and flights to High City became exceedingly scarce. Countless individuals opted to drive their private vehicles to the event. Within 3 days, the influx of people to High City multiplied exponentially. DE once again skyrocketed to trending status. An interview video featuring Ouyang Fengyu, vice president of Yingxi Group and the concert's organizer, also made its way to the trending list. In a moment, the entire city of Haishur was abuzz with anticipation for this event. At this time, Ouyang Fengyu, situated in his office, was brimming with pride. Indeed, his brother Ziming had proven to be immensely capable, managing to secure the Emperor Yi's public announcement regarding the concert. Ouyang Fengyu seized the opportunity without delay, promptly notifying the company to declare Yingxi as the concert's organizer. Furthermore, he personally recorded an interview about the concert, which he released online. In a single night, his reputation soared to new heights. Thus far, the impact of these promotional tactics had far exceeded Ouyang Fengyu's expectations. The popularity of Emperor Yi was simply unparalleled. This concert was destined for resounding success. Achieving a sales figure of 20 billion was bound to be an effortless feat. Conversely, Lu Ziming, the agent for Emperor Yi, was in a state of utter panic. What a turn of events! How could Emperor Yi have released such news? 6-19, Shanghai district. Could it be that he plans to attend? However, at this juncture, Lu Ziming found himself with no alternatives. The arrow was already knocked, and he had no choice but to let it fly. Ouyang Fengyu of Yingxi Group was resolute in his ambition to see this concert come to fruition. Lu Ziming had no recourse but to instruct his subordinates to meticulously adjust the sound equipment, ensuring that the performance would proceed flawlessly. Simultaneously, Lu Ziming had secured an advance payment from Yingxi and had prepared an escape plan in advance. At that moment, if the true emperor does not make an appearance, it would be fortunate. However, should he appear, a contest of authenticity may ensue, where the line between real and counterfeit becomes blurred. Yet, if the false emperor is unmasked on the spot, then Lu Ziming will undoubtedly flee without hesitation. On June 19th, at 3 p.m., on the eve of the concert, within the confines of the Yin family estate, Taisi and his companions were diligently loading merchandise onto a truck, snacks, nutritional supplements, toys, daily necessities, enough to fill half the vehicle. Yin Qingwen stood by, lost in thought. Upon seeing the message released by the emperor, she realized that her brother-in-law's concert was destined for success. Achieving a sales figure of 20 billion would be effortlessly within reach. She herself had entirely conceded defeat. Alas, regardless of the circumstances, her own charity gala must reach its conclusion. She would consider it a means of bringing joy to the children. Yet, it seemed that apart from Lu Di, no one regarded this charity event as significant. There was a distinct lack of attention and concern. Lu Di had not been to work these past few days. Instead, he remained at Grandpa Tuo's hospital, claiming he was teaching the children to sing for their performance at the gala. His unwavering confidence stirred something within Yin Xingwen, leaving her inexplicably devoid of any reasons to surrender. "Hey, you all over there, take it slow. Be cautious." A cacophony of noises erupted behind her. Yin Xingwen turned to investigate. Several laborers were transporting a large object covered in black cloth from within the estate. Half an hour earlier, these workers had arrived, claiming to be hired by Mr. Lu to move items for a charity gala. Curiosity piqued within Yin Xingwen. What could be so large? Was it taken from Mr. Lu's room? What purpose could it serve at a concert? Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, loosening the knots, and the black cloth billowed before tumbling to the ground. Revealed was a pristine antique piano, gleaming under the sun's radiant rays. Yin Xingwen's pupils dilated in shock. This was the very antique piano, long forgotten in her family's basement. A vivid image flashed in her mind. It resembled the piano showcased in the DE video perfectly. A torrent of speculation flooded Yin Xingwen's thoughts. This piano was at least several decades old, a rare find in the market. Could it be mere coincidence that it matched the one from DE? Could it be that Mr. Lu is? No, that cannot be. The reason this piano was forgotten was that it had fallen into disrepair, long since losing its tuning. Moreover, due to its age, it was nearly impossible for anyone to restore it. The piano featured in DE's video is utterly flawless. Wait a moment, everyone. Yin Xingwen, in a daze, approached the piano. Her fingers trembled slightly as she gradually lifted the wooden cover of the keys, gently pressing down. The sounds emerged, ding-dong, bang. The piano's tones were at once delicate and profound, resonating deeply within Yin Xingwen's heart. She was inexplicably overwhelmed. The piano's pitch was impeccable, even more melodious than before. It had been masterfully tuned, infused with new life. "Excuse me, miss, please do not delay us in delivering." A mover's voice abruptly snapped Yin Xingwen back to reality. At that moment, her heart raced uncontrollably. The sheer wonder of it all left her in a prolonged state of astonishment. Could it be? Oh my goodness. 2 performances, Haisher, Wanhai District. At 7:30 p.m., in the bustling heart of Wanhai District, the magnificent Huitian Square sprawls across hundreds of thousands of square meters. An enormous stage, nearly 1,000 square meters in size. A vast LED screen covering hundreds of square meters. Top-tier matrix sound systems. Countless dazzling stage lights. This is the venue for DE's concert. An unprecedented grandeur, an unparalleled allure. The entire city of Haisher has come together, a throng of thousands converging here. Hundreds of thousands are present, the air filled with a cacophony of voices. The largest outdoor concert in Haisher in nearly a decade is about to unfold. Ouyang Fengyu and Lu Ziming stand at the side of the stage, their hearts brimming with excitement and anxiety, eagerly anticipating the event. Meanwhile, a kilometer away along the coastal road of Wanhai District, an unusual tranquility reigns. It is utterly deserted, starkly contrasting with the bustling atmosphere of Huitian Square. This area, adjacent to the estuary of the Hengyi River, is alive with the rhythmic crashing of waves and the gentle caress of the cool breeze. The cicadas sing, and the lights shimmer through the mist, embodying the essence of a coastal summer. Though devoid of crowds, it exudes a serene leisure. Nestled by the sea in Wanhai District, stands Tua U.S. Free Hospital, located along an ancient coastal road. Before the 3-story hospital, only a few dim yellow street lamps illuminate the surroundings. Uncharacteristically, today a small stage constructed from weathered wooden crates has appeared. On the wall behind the stage, children have scrawled in innocent handwriting a few chalk words. "Thank you, Sister Yen from Ingji Company, for the gifts." The street lamps cast a glow over the wooden crate stage, the chalk drawings providing a backdrop, creating a modest yet charming setting. Here, the scene is set for the Ingji Group Charity Gala, organized by Lu Di and Yin Xingwen, aiming to rival the grandeur of the DE concert. Yet there were merely 2 spectators, Yin Xingwen and Nan Ruai. Of course, in the distance stood a row of 2 bodyguards, though they appeared equally dispirited. In this desolate place, one could hardly encounter an assassin, let alone a passerby. As for Lu Di, despite Yin Xingwen's exhaustive search throughout the entire hospital, his whereabouts remained elusive, as did the antique piano. A faint smile crept onto Yin Xingwen's face as she gazed at the edge of the stage, where several children, each bearing some physical disability, were seated. These children were orphans taken in by Tua Yi. Today, they brimmed with joy, each clutching a red flower. This was their most significant day, for they were soon to perform on stage. Their hearts raced with a blend of nervousness and excitement. He, a little boy, missing his two front teeth, beamed at Yin Qingwen. "Sister, you must applaud for us later." Yin Qingwen responded with a warm smile, nodding earnestly, "Of course." The radiant smiles of these children were the sole comfort for Yin Qingwen on this day. As for the nature of Lu Di's relationship with Di, Yin Qingwen dared not to contemplate, nor could she entertain any hopes. Slowly, she turned her gaze to the quietly standing Nan Ruoyi. At this moment, Nan Ruoyi remained adorned in an exquisite black qipao, her hair gently swaying in the soft breeze. Like a goddess emerging from the shadows, breathtakingly exquisite, Yin Qingwen expressed her apologies, saying, "Miss Nan, I am immensely grateful for your presence, but I must admit that today's gathering appears somewhat humble. I hope you can forgive this. Miss Yan's act of kindness commands my admiration," thought Nan Ruoyi. Gently shaking her head, Nan Ruoyi replied, "However, there is one thing you have misrepresented." Yin Qingwen nodded slightly, urging her to continue. Adjusting the strands of hair tousled by the wind, Nan Ruoyi remarked, "What makes today's occasion humble? As long as there is a gentleman present, not only this old building along the coast, but even the most desolate mountains or arid deserts would shimmer with brilliance, adorned by the stars." Shimmering brilliance, adorned by the stars. Yin Qingwen sighed softly, gazing into the distance. In the sky, a kilometer away, countless laser lights swayed and illuminated the surroundings. The vibrant atmosphere and the kaleidoscope of colors lit up half the sky. If one were to speak of shimmering brilliance, surely that would be the true embodiment of it. As Yin Qingwen fell into a reverie, two timid figures slowly approached from a distant alley. "Kai Kai, Xin, what brings you here?" Yin Qingwen exclaimed in surprise. "Third sister, we had a difficult time locating you, but we finally found you." The two young girls exclaimed as they hurried over. Yin Kai broke into a bright smile and said, "Third sister, although we admire Di and yearn to see him, your concert, imbued with genuine warmth and kindness, surpasses that commercial spectacle. Thus, we have resolved to come and support your event. As for Di, we can always watch the video later." Observing the unwavering expressions on the faces of her younger sisters, Yin Qingwen was momentarily moved. "Thank you, my dear sisters," she exclaimed, enveloping the two girls in a tight embrace. After a while, Yin Qingwen exhaled deeply, her face transforming into one of exhilaration as she clapped her hands and announced to the children, "All right, my little ones, it's time to get ready. The performance is about to commence." In unison, the children beamed with radiant smiles and replied, "Sister, there's no rush. We're waiting for Brother Lu." At that very moment, on the central stage of Huitian Plaza, an exhilarating melody filled the air as a stylish and charismatic host dashed onto the scene. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the concert of the illustrious Di." The audience erupted into a cacophony of screams, with countless girls fervently shouting, some even fainting from excitement. It was now June 19th, precisely 8 p.m. Let us welcome the legendary Di to the stage. The screams intensified, and once again, several individuals succumbed to the thrill. In an instant, a plume of smoke erupted from the stage. Then, a figure began to ascend slowly from the center of the stage, stepping onto the lift. A partial silhouette emerged, a young man clad in a white shirt, slender in build. Di. "Ah, my idol Di." The audience erupted once more, akin to zombies drawn to the scent of blood. Their hands reached out wildly into the air, yet they were firmly restrained by security. Finally, the figure fully materialized upon the stage. Holding a microphone, he smiled gently and gracefully turned. It was a young man with striking features. The audience and media gasped in astonishment. "So this is what Di looks like. Exquisite, spirited, handsome." Their fervor intensified. A soft accompaniment began to play. The very melody that ensnared everyone's hearts. The future awaits. The venue fell silent in an instant. The exhilarating moment had arrived. There stood Di in the center of the stage. Eyes closed in deep emotion, he began to sing softly. "In those tumultuous days, the wind howled past us, and we were unafraid." Huh? The audience, lost in the moment, gradually furrowed their brows. Why does this voice sound wrong? Let the sea engulf us. Let the fierce winds blow. The singing continued. Why does it sound so off? Where is he? On the stage, the performer known as Di continued to sing passionately, utterly oblivious to the chaos unfolding at the sound control console nearby. The top-notch sound engineer, whom Lu Ziming had hired for millions, was in a flurry, desperately fiddling with the soundboard. Yet, every button had become unresponsive. The computer screen displayed an eerie transformation of the sound settings, with the enhancement effects reduced to 0. The reverb effects diminished to nothing, and the bass resonance extinguished. The singer's voice reverted to its raw form. Strangely, however, the earphones feeding back to the Eon stage showed no signs of malfunction. He remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil, convinced that his voice was flawless. Having experienced the dark night winds in the depths of rain, he sang with abandon, his tone lacking vigor, every word out of tune. The high notes a dismal failure. His voice resembled that of someone being choked, plunged into a toilet. The audience was left in shock, and even Ouyang Fengyu, standing in the director's position with a walkie-talkie in hand, was dumbfounded. This was nothing short of a catastrophe. The previously fainted audience members suddenly sprang to life, bewildered by the abysmal sound. Where on earth did such a cacophony come from? At last, the audience could no longer contain their frustration. They only desired to erupt and tear apart the one who was producing this dreadful noise, DE. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed across the stage. The screen went dark, the lights extinguished, and the sound system fell silent. Subsequently, the lights throughout the coastal district began to flicker and fade one by one. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if all the lights were tripping one after another. The illumination from homes, shop signs, street lamps, everything was enveloped in darkness. The coastal area was plunged into utter blackness. Hundreds of thousands of spectators stood frozen in place, unable to discern even those beside them. Abruptly, in a nearby hair salon, a speaker connected to a mobile phone quietly powered on. Then, ethereal and melodious piano notes filled the air. Following this, a dreamlike whisper emerged. The tone was sweet and lingering, as if in an instant, it transported listeners to a realm of enchantment. Soon after, another speaker in front of a supermarket burst into sound, synchronized with the one from the hair salon. Then, across the entire street, hundreds of speakers of all sizes sprang to life simultaneously. Even the loudspeakers announcing traffic updates and the car radios joined in. Countless windows echoed the same melody. The song began to play. In those days of towering waves, as the wind howled past us, we did not fear the encroaching waters nor the fierce gales. A chill surged from the feet of every audience member, racing to their minds. It was exquisite. This was the voice. This was the essence of the empire. Some were moved to tears. Hundreds of thousands stood in hushed silence, utterly motionless. This, indeed, is the true essence of an emperor. The earlier spectacle was but an imitation. The audience's emotions soared like a roller coaster, plummeting into despair and then soaring to euphoric heights. The scene before them was unprecedented. Everywhere on the streets, speakers awakened, harmoniously chanting the anthem A Promising Future. Perhaps these were not extravagant sound systems, but rather, they numbered in the thousands, resonating from every corner, enveloping the crowd in a symphony akin to celestial melodies. A vibrant display of life and competition unfolded, leaving hearts profoundly moved. To hear such music is to live a life without regrets. The song continued, exquisite and intoxicating. Yet, some began to ponder, where was the emperor? Where could he possibly be? Eyes darted around, but the surroundings revealed nothing but darkness. Thud! A sudden drumbeat reverberated in the minds of the crowd. A nearby streetlight flickered to life, as if someone had flipped a switch, drawing everyone's gaze. Yet, beneath that light, there was nothing. Thud! The drumbeat echoed once more. The next streetlight illuminated, and the audience widened their eyes in anticipation. Thud! 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 One by one, the streetlights sprang to life. They gradually formed a luminous pathway. Thud! 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 The streetlights continue to illuminate. This path gradually becomes clearer. It meanders and extends, weaving through towering edifices, traversing secluded alleys, faintly connecting to the distant horizon. The locals of Haishur are well aware that this leads to the seaside, a once frequented, now antiquated thoroughfare. Here, only a few dilapidated low-rise buildings stand. The lights in the coastal area remain extinguished. Only this route, adorned with a string of streetlights, resembles a resplendent necklace resting upon black velvet. It guides the way, directing the multitude. It seems that its destination is the very place that people yearn for. Having endured the pitch-black night winds and the torrential rains that beat against the wings of darkness and ripple through the streets, I find myself in profound contemplation of the wind's trajectory, the night's extension, and the blooming of flowers. An ancient force, long forgotten, suddenly surges forth in the unanticipated night. The future is indeed promising. From countless speakers, DE's melodies continue to resonate. The crowd appears entranced, gazing ahead at the ever-expanding path of light. They collectively take a step forward. Hundreds of thousands abandon the luxurious splendor of the grand stage. They embark on a fervent rush toward their dreams. In grand procession, wherever they go, the future is promising accompanies them. It is as if guided by divine hands, aligning with the desires of their hearts. Everyone, in perfect unison, casts aside all reservations, venturing towards that enigmatic, captivating, and mysterious destination. At last, I understand the reason for the censorship. There was likely a term in the previous version that could not be published.